Su Jie, who was able to travel between Blue Star and the world of cultivating immortals, found that cultivating immortals was too difficult. Magical elixirs, magic tools, caves, and wisdom and understanding are all mountains on the road to immortality, until Su Jie discovered that demonic cultivators use murder to refine corpses, extract souls to refine demons, and use fear as the basis for cultivation. Does the soul calling banner require soul sacrificial training? Learn about the farms that slaughter tens of millions of pigs every year. Does cultivating evil spirits require human fear? Haunted houses, horror movies, and horror games are all included. Does magic power require blood to practice? Across the sea, America is the largest black market blood transfusion station in the world, many years later. You evil devil, how many people have you killed, and you still have the nerve to say you are a good person? Damn it, today I will do justice for God. The most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan world raised her eyebrows, glaring at the terrifying demon in front of her who was surrounded by the ghosts of vengeance, with thousands of ghosts walking at night in the Palace of Bones, and questioned her soul. The devil slowly stood up and pulled out a promotional business card that read China's Philanthropist of the Year / founder of the world's largest haunted house chain / owner of Blue Star's largest animal husbandry and slaughter company / emerging giant in the film and television industry. Look, I'm really not an easy demon to defeat. Who would use such low-level means as killing people to cultivate demons now? Chapter 1 Demonic Cultivation. In late autumn, twisted and bare old trees with dead vines stand quietly in the autumn wind, and the rugged cliffs and valleys are filled with the chirping of autumn insects. Call, a strong wind blew, and countless moths fluttered and trembled in the mountains and valleys, and the sky and the earth suddenly turned gray-white. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be ugly insects about the size of a thumb, with human-like facial features and plump flesh. Under the cover of a net bag, several monsters with human heads were covered, and their wings flapped and swooped left and right. The sharp mouthparts spit out acidic water, and the rocks creaked as they were corroded, forming honeycomb-like scars. Bang bang bang, the glass bottle quickly caught the human-headed monster and tightened the cap. 3 human-faced moths, so lucky. A young man about 20 years old wiped his sweat. He was wearing a thick rubber coat and a bee-proof hood on his head. He had regular features and bright eyes. He knocked on the glass bottle and looked at the furious and spitting human-faced moth inside. Su Jie put the backpack on his back to his feet, which contained about a dozen human-faced moths of the same kind. 12, plus these 3, sell them in the ghost market. Even if the price is lowered, you can still get a piece of blood marrow crystal. Su Jie's face showed the joy of the old farmer's harvest. 10 human-faced moths can usually be exchanged for 1 blood marrow crystal at the exchange price on the black market. Human-faced moths are swarms of dangerous creatures with keen hearing and a thirst for blood. Once too much noise is made, or a wound is accidentally exposed, they will swarm in and eat the person clean, leaving no bones left. In the 6 months he has been here, Su Jie has seen many of his sloppy classmates end up with no bones left. If you want to catch them, you need to lie dormant patiently, waiting for the strong wind to blow and disturb them, and take the opportunity to catch 1 or 2. Sometimes you are unlucky and only catch a few in a day, and you have to be prepared for the risk of losing your life, because it is too troublesome. The official naturalized demon cultivator will not take the time to catch it, but human-faced moths are the food that many demon cultivators like to eat. So this kind of errand falls to new disciples, such as Su Jie. He is the outer disciple of Ghost Ridge Palace and a specialized insect catcher. The sound of the wind gradually died down, and the human-faced moths flying in the sky fell back to the treetops and rocks. Su Jie put the backpack in place gently and slowly retreated away from the insect valley. There are winding trails outside the mountain with deep winding paths. Su Jie took off his dull rubber coat and beehive and felt the clear air. Brother Su, it seems that you have gained a lot today. There was a voice coming from behind, and several similarly dressed insect catchers greeted Su Jie. I'm just barely making ends meet. After all, the master also has to do business. Su Jie nodded slightly. These people were also outer disciples of Guiling Palace. The Guiling Palace is famous for its goo insects because it controls this insect valley. This place is forbidden to the Guiling Palace, and other demon cultivating sects do not dare to appear here. As he spoke, Su Jie quickened his pace and his eyes were alert. Although we are from the same sect, we are all demon cultivators, so there is not much friendship to talk about. It is common for the weak to prey on the strong, to rob and even to kill. Wait for us, Brother Su. It's getting dark today. Be careful of strange ghosts. We also have a companion together. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Brother Su, you are working with Mr. Chiu. You have to turn in 10 blood marrow crystals every month. After you have been here for half a year, at least dozens of blood marrow crystals are gone. I really don't treat you as human beings. Who says otherwise? For example, our master only pays 5 pieces of blood marrow crystals every month. Several people mentioned Xiao Laodao in their remarks. Their voices were joking and they accelerated towards Su Jie, somewhat ready to make a move. In Guiling Palace, Su Jie has always been an unknown and transparent person, so he has no psychological burden when committing robbery like this. Don't dare to talk nonsense. My master likes to cast poison. Maybe I have his poison on me. If he hears it, he won't let it go. Su Jie looked calm, but what he said made the people opposite him change their expression slightly. Even if outer disciples like them were beaten to death for insulting an elder lightly, no one would even say a word to them. The original intention of snatching it faded away, and I was not sure whether Su Jie's words were true or false. Senior brothers, let's leave first. Su Jie ignored the people behind him and walked up the winding path with long strides. The sun sets, and the setting sun is like blood, dyeing the sky. Su Jie walked briskly, and the distant mountains and ridges were confused. Willow trees quietly hung their branches on the roadside, and their shadows covered the path with wild grass. After staying away from a few people, Su Jie recalled the words of those outer disciples and thought to himself, yes. It has been half a year since I came to this world, and I didn't expect that I would still be a cheap insect catcher all day long. Looking back on past memories, Su Jie felt melancholy. Su Jie is not a stranger in this world. He comes from the modern civilized society of Blue Star. 6 months ago, Su Jie had just graduated from an ordinary secondary school and was still struggling to find a job. These days, let alone ordinary second-level students, it is difficult to find a job even after graduate school, otherwise there would not be so many people choosing to take the public examination. As a result, he didn't find a job. Instead, one night, an ancient mirror passed down from his family, lit up and sucked him in the blink of an eye. By the time Su Jie reacted, he had already appeared in this practice world called Tianyuan, and the place where he appeared was, by coincidence, the deep mountains and old forests in the Guiling Palace area. Unable to get out of this deep mountain, he joined the Ghost Ridge Palace in a daze. After coming in, Su Jie found that he didn't see the immortal family style that he had expected. With palaces and pavilions nestled in the clouds in the mountains. Instead, he saw a scene of a devil's cave with bones growing into a forest, will-o-wisps floating around, and poison everywhere. By the time Su Jie realized that Guiling Palace was a demonic sect, it was already too late to regret it. In half a year of life, Su Jie has learned some common sense about this world of immortality through constant inquiring. For example, everyone shouted to beat the demonic monks. To attain enlightenment and become an immortal, to live forever. What a beautiful word, but these belong to the Orthodox sect, and demonic monks are evil beings that are despised and killed by everyone in this world. This is just because the magic techniques practiced by demonic monks are mostly weird and bloody, and they often use living people to make blood sacrifices, draw blood, and peel off souls. Such behavior will naturally be rejected by everyone. After the last Dao Demon War 500 years ago, the demon Dao was defeated and gradually declined. Nowadays, most of the demonic sects can only survive in the deep mountains and old forests, isolated islands outside the territory and other places. They no longer have the arrogance of killing thousands of miles before the prosperity of the demonic way. The Ghost Ridge Palace where Su Jie is located is such a demonic sect. In the past 6 months, Su Jie gradually accepted his fate and gave up the idea of escape. But this deep mountain and old forest is full of evil things, ferocious beasts, and dangerous places, and the main roads are also guarded by disciples. Want to escape without a pass? If you are caught, just wait for the punishment elder to extract your soul and light the corpse lamp. Fortunately, although we are cultivating the devil's path, we reach the same goal through different paths. If you practice magic to a high level, you can still live forever. This is Su Jie's expectation. But Su Jie's cultivation skills were very poor, otherwise he would have entered the inner sect and would not have to run around catching insects every day. As an outer sect disciple, he specially learned the 100 Poisons and Goo Refining Manual in order to catch insects, which is the most popular demonic technique. After half a year of hard training, he has only reached the 2nd level of Yunling realm. His physical fitness is 1 level higher, he is immune to some minor toxins, and he has a certain affinity for poisonous insects. Yunling realm is divided into 10 levels. People with Su Jie's level of strength are not even cannon fodder in Ghost Ridge Palace. Outer sect disciples are weak in character and usually end up stuck on the 4th or 5th level of Yunling when they get old. They are nothing more than consumables in the eyes of the higher-ups. The inner disciples, on the other hand, are expected to break through to the secret realm. They usually have the 6th or 7th level of Yunling. Only those who have reached this level of strength are considered attractive among disciples. As for breaking through the secret realm, he is no longer a disciple, but can hold important positions such as steward, master, elder, etc. His status and strength will soar, and he belongs to the core power class of Ghost Ridge Palace. Su Jie also understands that he has poor qualifications, but this is the only hope in his life that he can change his fate against the odds. In the modern civilized world, he is just an ordinary migrant worker, and it is extremely difficult to find a job, but here, he is expected to master the power to move mountains and seas, and live as long as heaven and earth. They are all working hard. Working for the boss in the real world, and working hard to buy a Ferrari for the boss, working for Guiling Palace. At least there is a glimmer of hope for immortality. The sun has completely set over the mountain. Su Jie returned to the Ghost Ridge Palace before the last ray of light disappeared. The corpse oil bone lamp hangs high, and the gleaming ghost fire lights the blood candle. There was an owl hooting in the branches of the trees, making a sob-like whimper. Under the light of the bone lamp, dark and crude cave dwellings appeared in sight. "Brother Su, you came back so late." A young man with a thin face said hello to Su Jie. "There is nothing I can do. If I don't catch more poisonous insects and sell them for money, I won't be able to pay the master's monthly salary." Su Jie responded with a smile. The person in front of him was Su Jie's neighbor Pang Shirwan. He entered the Ghost Ridge Palace in the same batch as Su Jie. He was also a disciple of Qiu Laodao and was at the 2nd level of Yunling realm. Because the two parties are neighbors, and they entered the Ghost Ridge Palace in the same batch, the relationship between disciples is better than usual. "Hey, I don't know when I can survive such a hard life. I am catching bugs all day long. I feel like I am turning into a bird." "Then you will make a lot of money." Birds and beasts are the natural enemies of many Yu insects. You can go back and try to put on the right wings. Su Jie and Pang Shirwan joked a few words, and then said goodbye to each other. When he came to a grotto, he took out the key and unlocked the door. This was Su Jie's residence in Guiling Palace. It is about 30 square meters inside, with beds, futons, desks and a few other things placed there. The most precious among them are the bottles and cans that are sorted into categories and placed on the shelves. Inside were all the poisons he found on Ghost Ridge Mountain, including blue-tailed demon scorpions, rainbow-blooded snakes, evil scissor spiders, kova fire ants, etc., all of which were of inferior grade, seeing the appearance of living people. These extremely violent and ferocious poisonous creatures flapped their wings and screamed. Only one of the poisonous creatures was quiet when he saw Su Jie appear. This is a red and black centipede with long and short arms. The strange thing is that the densely packed joints and limbs under its abdomen are actually pale human hands, which look extremely scary. Thousand-handed centipedes mostly live in damp and dark environments. They lie dormant during the day and emerge at night. Their hands and feet are highly poisonous. This is the natal gu insect cultivated by Su Jie. Although it is not of high quality, after more than half a year of cultivation, it has grown up a lot now. When I first got it, it was just as long as my fingers. The little guy has done his job. Today is a big meal. Su Jie opened the cover of the thousand-handed centipede, took out 5 human-faced moths harvested today, and fed them in with a look of pain on his face. Click, the originally peaceful thousand-handed centipede suddenly moved. The mandibles bit a human-faced moth into 2 pieces, then chewed and devoured it. The other human-faced moths neighed, and the thousand-handed centipede stood up half upright. The human hands under its belly spread out, easily crushing several human-faced moths. After more than half a year of cultivation, the thousand-handed centipede has been cultivated to be very powerful. Well, it is only counted among the unqualified poisons. Zitzi, Zizi. The thousand-handed centipede finished the human-faced moth in several mouthfuls, and then turned to swing its tentacles at Su Jie as a sign of continuing to beg for food. "No, there's only so much food for today." The thousand-handed centipede refused to let go and crawled around in the culture tank. "That's all, let me drink some blood for you." Su Jie had no choice but to take out the blood collection equipment specially provided by the sect and draw out half a tube of blood. The dripping blood was collected into a small bowl and placed in front of the thousand-handed centipede. It was quickly drank up by it. "It's really gone." Su Jie looked depressed after knocking on the thousand-handed centipede, which was still trying to beg for food. The 100 poisons in Gu refining manual he practiced focused on the poisons fighting and devouring each other, and ultimately improving the quality of the poisonous insects. The natal goo insect is bound to Su Jie. The stronger the goo insect is, the more feedback it will give Su Jie to cultivate, which can greatly speed up his cultivation. Unfortunately, the poisonous insects he obtains every day are limited. In addition to feeding the thousand-handed centipede, he also has to hand over 10 pieces of blood marrow crystals to his master every month, and he also needs to use the blood marrow crystals for his own cultivation. This also led to the fact that in half a year, the thousand-handed centipede could only grow by 40 to 50 centimeters, causing severe malnutrition. Su Jie has seen those inner disciples who have money and resources and feed a lot of poison to their natal goo insects. Some goo insects that mainly grow in size are generally several meters long, but Su Jie is far behind due to the embarrassment of lack of resources. As the thousand-handed centipede grew, more and more poisons were required every day, so Su Jie had to bleed to feed it, but this can't satisfy his appetite, so how can he be so miserable, putting the thousand-handed centipede, which was still begging for food, on his arm? Su Jie closed his eyes and started running the 100 poisons and goo refining manual. The next moment, thousand-handed centipede tightly hugged Su Jie's arm, its breath consistent with Su Jie's. There is a surge of breath in the meridians, and external spiritual power is intermittently absorbed into the body. According to Su Jie's own estimation, if he continues to practice normally, it will take another year for him to reach the third level of Yunling. After some practice, Su Jie was not in a good mood, and the road to immortality was far away. 2 hours later, after completing his practice, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes and was suddenly dazzled by a flash of light. Turning around, he saw that the ancient mirror he had placed in the room was blooming with light, illuminating the grotto clearly. Damn it, you can still use it. I thought you were a disposable consumable. Su Jie was shocked, stood up quickly, and picked up the ancient mirror with surprise and joy. I saw red light flowing on the ancient mirror, and a void portal quietly opened on the mirror. Through this door, you can vaguely see a modern house opposite. Su Jie's mouth opened wide. He was very familiar with this environment, because that was the rental house he had before he traveled through time. He was sleeping in the house when he was brought to this Tianyuan world by Gu Jing. Seeing this scene, Su Jie understood something. He couldn't hold back his excitement and stepped through the door. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Shuttle between two worlds. Back, really back. Looking at the familiar furniture and home appliances, air conditioners, water heaters, and other products that are unique to modern civilization, Su Jie almost shed tears. In the past 6 months, he had suffered a lot in Guiling Palace. I have to run around every day to make a living and practice cultivation, and I have to be wary of the brutal competition within the family. My life is like walking on thin ice. It's been half a year. Do you know how I spent the past 6 months? Su Jie looked at the ancient mirror in his hand with complicated eyes, and all kinds of sourness filled his heart. Fortunately, after half a year of experience, his mentality has become extremely tough, and he calmed down in just a few seconds. Facing the portal again, Su Jie took one step forward and returned to the Tianyuan world. After many attempts, Su Jie verified his conjecture. This ancient mirror can take him freely between the Blue Star and Tianyuan worlds, and he can use it to shuttle between the two worlds. Hey, I admit that I spoke a little too loudly just now. Mirror, mirror, you are such a good baby. Su Jie couldn't stop smiling. Having seen the turbulent world and mysterious cultivation, he did not want to completely escape back to the real world. Although the real world is very safe, there is no danger to life, and the enjoyment is far beyond that world, but compared with the temptation of immortality, money and power are just floating clouds. Su Jie can clearly distinguish which is more important. Su Jie just wanted to take advantage of Blue Star's resources to assist him in practicing in Tianyuan world. Otherwise, relying solely on his poor cultivation talent, it would be difficult for him to survive until his death. I found my mobile phone on the bed and charged it. There were several missed calls and text messages on my mobile phone, all of which were calls from the landlord to remind me to pay the rent. Su Jie paid half a year's rent at once, but now it is almost due. Then I checked my savings, and I could see the 5-digit number clearly at a glance. We have to make money. At this moment, Su Jie immediately understood what he was going to do. If you want to take advantage of modern resources, you can't do it without money. The total is 32,603 yuan. Whether in Tianyuan world or Blue Star, I am definitely a poor person. Su Jie laughed to himself. Su Jie's biological mother divorced and lost contact with his father when he was a child. His father became seriously ill when Su Jie was in college. He sold his house and car and spent all his savings, But he still couldn't save it. By the time Su Jie graduates from college, this is the amount he will have. If he had just graduated from college, Su Jie would probably be worried about his family's fortune, which was about to be depleted, but now Su Jie has supernatural powers. If he wants to make money, he doesn't have to commit crimes relying on his insect training skills. He can easily make money by putting on a show. However, Su Jie has no intention of continuing to work. It would be too troublesome to get money that way, and there wouldn't be much money. The difference between the two worlds is that you can make a fortune even if you become a bad guy. Speaking of which, what products in Tianyuan world are valuable in modern society? Buying and selling gold and silver. TSK, no, you can get a little money in the early stage, but it will be troublesome if the amount is large. Su Jie thought quickly in his mind and first excluded gold, silver, and jade. No matter which world you are in, this kind of hard currency is very valuable and not easy to get. Even if there is a price difference, it is easy to attract attention when it moves up. Especially large-scale precious metal transactions will attract the attention of state agencies. Before his strength improved, Su Jie didn't plan to be so arrogant. I don't think antiques are good either. I don't know the antiques from Tianyuan world. Blue Star doesn't know them either. Su Jie frowned and thought hard. The overall social environment of the feudal era in Tianyuan world did not lack some antiques. It's just that the cultures of the two worlds are not in common, and they cannot be sold at a high price without historical accumulation. With options one after another eliminated, Su Jie walked back and forth in the rental house and accidentally bumped into the corner of the table. A red mark appeared on his waist, but Su Jie didn't care. Instead, he stared at the wooden table and suddenly had an answer in his heart. By the way, wood, I can sell wood. Do wood import business. Su Jie slapped his thigh and thought of a very appropriate idea. On the mountains surrounding Guiling Palace, lush ancient trees that are hundreds of thousands of years old can be seen everywhere. Some of the trees are precious species that are extremely rare in Blue Star, for example, golden nanmu, small leaf rosewood, wangwali, and other trees. These trees have been cut down for thousands of years in Blue Star and have become extremely endangered and rare, but in Tianyuan world, these are just ordinary trees, and no one cuts them down randomly. Su Jie only needs to treat the wood as imported from overseas, apply for a company with import and export qualifications, or be affiliated with a company with import and export qualifications, and then he can legally sell it domestically. Hey, this method is very exciting. Su Jie's eyes lit up. China imports more than 100 million cubic meters of timber every year, and timber trading is very popular. After checking some information on the internet, Su Jie became more clear about his goal. He planned to cut down a tree called small leaf red sandalwood first. This kind of tree has become extinct in ancient China, and only the old materials passed down from generation to generation are left. Now only the third brother's side has similar trees. You can completely cut down the trees yourself, and then use spiritual power to quickly dry them, or directly make them old, and then sell them reasonably and legally. Because this kind of tree has become extinct in China, there is no risk of illegal logging. Nowadays, many small leaf red sandalwood in the timber trading market is either ancestral or imported from ASEAN, and is sold openly for takeout. Thinking of this, Su Jie could no longer hold back his excitement. He turned around and stepped back to Tianyuan world to look for the precious trees that had been cut down according to his own idea. Su Jie first exchanged a small amount of precious metals for millions of funds, and then started to establish leather bag companies at home and abroad, spending money to clear relationships with clients and improve import and export qualifications. When everything was ready, Su Jie also started his plan. Blue Star, Linping City, Long Lily Home Furnishing Company. Su Jie got out of the taxi and looked at the company building in front of him, which was more than 10 stories high and belonged to Lang Lily. While thinking about the company's information in his mind, he raised his legs and walked in. Lang Baiha Home Furnishing is a well-known home furnishing company in Henan Province. It focuses on the high-end home furnishing field, and its products are radiated all over China. Hello sir, what can I do for you? The two ladies at the front desk showed professional smiles and asked Su Jie's purpose. I am a representative of Hangyuan Company, and I am here to discuss cooperation with your company. I have contacted you by phone before, and I am looking for the manager of your purchasing department. Su Jie got straight to the point. He came here just to make money. As for the so-called Hangyuan Company, it was a leather bag company that Su Jie found someone to register on his behalf to facilitate transactions. Okay sir, wait a moment, I'll call and ask. A young lady at the front desk called and quickly said to Su Jie, "Sir, Manager Liang invites you to go to his office." "I will take you up now." A few minutes later, Su Jie successfully met Liang Lianjuan, the purchasing department manager of Lang Baiha Home Furnishing Company. "What's your surname, sir?" Liang Lianjuan looked away from the computer screen and sat still on the chair, his attitude neither sulky nor indifferent. "If your surname is Su, I would like to know, do you, Lang Lily, purchase tree raw materials?" "Mr. Su, we at Lang Lily have always had stable suppliers and overseas procurement channels. I wonder which lumber factory you are negotiating on behalf of." Liang Lianjuan's attitude became a little calmer, thinking that Su Jie was a salesman from a certain lumber factory who wanted to open up the supply chain of Lang Lily Company. Lang Lily Home Furnishing does not lack cooperative channel partners. China is now Blue Star's largest timber importing country. There are so many timber factories, and there are countless people who want to catch a ride on Lang Lily. "Manager Liang, take a look at this first." Su Jie didn't answer immediately, so he took out his mobile phone and opened the photo album. It contains the results of 2 days of hard work in Tianyuan World, which he showed to Liang Lianjuan. "Mr. Su, our cold lily raw material channels are stable, and there is no shortage of beech, pine logs, mahogany, oak, black walnut, cherry wood, etc. The cooperation may be." Before Liang Lianjuan finished speaking, he seemed to have seen something incredible. Rubbing his eyes, Liang Lianjuan suddenly moved his head closer and stared at the photo on the screen of Su Jie's phone. "This is the finest small leaf red sandalwood, at least 800 years old." "Mr. Su, don't be kidding me. Do you have the goods? Do you really have it?" Liang Lianjuan's voice trembled, as if he had seen the lover of his dreams. He was excited, and he stood up. "This is the best small leaf red sandalwood. This kind of tree is known as the king of trees. It has high density, hard texture, strong rot resistance, and can resist insects and moisture. Moreover, small leaf red sandalwood grows slowly. It only takes 5 years for the annual growth and 100 years to become a useful product. Since ancient times, small leaf red sandalwood furniture has been the exclusive property of emperors. Nowadays, small leaf red sandalwood in China has been extinct for hundreds of years, and the stock of old materials is scarce, let alone this top quality. Lang Lily specializes in high-end home furnishings, but it is also rare to get this level of raw materials." "I don't like to joke, Manager Liang. I have the goods in stock. You are welcome to come and take a look at the goods. But let me explain first that this batch of wood is inherited from my ancestors. Your company must handle the formalities by itself." Su Jie took his phone back, and when he saw Liang Lianjuan's expression, he knew that his plan was mostly successful. Of course. Is it convenient to go see the goods now? If there is no problem with the raw materials, everything else will be easy to solve. We, Lang Lily, will buy them all." Liang Lianjuan disagreed. Capital had enough interests to dare to trample on all laws, let alone a large company, let alone ancestral. Even if it was not, they could whitewash it. "I can trade here at any time. It's not too late. I'll ask the company to send a car now." Liang Lianjuan was extremely happy and diligently served Su Jie tea and water. The original heirs had long since disappeared, and now he was begging Su Jie to sell him the goods. This top-quality small-leaf red sandalwood raw material can be produced by quick hands or slow hands. It is completely a seller's market. If a transaction fails because of indolence, it is simply a crime. End of chapter. Chapter 3: The outskirts of Linping City. At the Nanxiao Logistics Warehouse Center, a Mercedes-Benz 7-seater commercial vehicle drove in, followed by a fleet of trucks and cranes, and stopped in front of a small warehouse. When the car stopped, Su Jie and Liang Lianjuan stepped out of the commercial vehicle. The few finance and lawyers and other elite business people following him looked like they were working on big deals. "The goods are inside." Su Jie took out the key, opened the warehouse that he had just rented after spending all his assets, and walked in with a few people. The warehouse is not large and looks very empty, with only a few bare trees placed in the corners. "It's really small leaf rosewood." Liang Lianjuan's originally worried heart was now completely settled. Su Jie was not playing tricks on him. "Mr. Su, let me check the quality of these raw materials first. If you don't mind if we make some incisions to take a look." Liang Lianjuan picked up the tools from the car and said impatiently, "We are all professionals, so this is natural." Su Jie waved his hand, and Liang Lianjuan trotted to a few small leaf red sandalwood trees. This guy is so wild, there are so many of them. At the first sight of these small leaf red sandalwood trees, Liang Lianjuan judged that these trees were old materials, mostly passed down from their ancestors, and could be traded freely. Liang Lianjuan didn't know that there was something called spiritual power in this world that could easily make old trees. The diameter is about 59 centimeters, the length is about 16 meters, and the weight is estimated to be 5 to 6 tons. The diameter of this one is 63 centimeters. First, the data of 5 small leaf red sandalwood trees were measured, and then Liang Lianjuan called a master to come forward. The other party used a chainsaw to cut the opening on the bottom of the small leaf red sandalwood. Buzz, when a thin ring of wood is cut away and the wood chips are rinsed away, the inner core is exposed. Except for Su Jie, everyone's eyes widened. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, the texture of small leaf rosewood goes from shallow to deep, showing an ultimate water ripple shape. Just like the Westlake scroll in nature, it is extremely dazzling and beautiful. Perfect Venus cow hair pattern, this texture, this oil tightness. It's amazing. As if caressing the lover in his dream, Liang Lianjuan touched the beautiful textured incision with his palm, and his eyes wanted to drill into the wood. That kind of obsession with seeing something you like is difficult for people who are not in this field to understand. For example, Su Jie didn't understand. Although he also thought it looked good, he didn't have that level of obsession. However, Su Jie knew one thing: he could get more money. Manager Liang, let's take a look at the other products. There are 4 more trees. After a few minutes, Su Jie reminded Liang Lianjuan, who was still intoxicated. These trees are definitely not bad. Master, forget about using the chainsaw. I'll do it myself. I have never opened such a top-quality small leaf red sandalwood. Liang Lianjuan was so excited that he grabbed the chainsaw and started using it himself. With the buzzing of the chainsaw, small leaf red sandalwood trees were cut open one after another. Every time a tree is cut, various gasping sounds can be heard. It is actually the best among fish scale patterns. The evolved dragon scale pattern has clear and domineering texture, full and smooth texture. Really or not, this level of Venus scar texture is simply perfect, so perfect. This one too. Shouts of surprise echoed in the warehouse. This group of industry elites from Lang Lily Company, like newcomers who have never seen the world, were completely conquered by the various beautiful textures of small leaf red sandalwood. When all the red sandalwood tests were done, Liang Lianjuan felt a little dizzy. His heart was beating fast at this sudden and huge surprise. He was not as excited as he was today when he opened a room with his girlfriend for the first time. Well, the goods I have here have not disappointed Manager Liang. Su Jie asked with a smile. Liang Lianjuan was so excited. If he didn't kill him severely, he would have wasted his hard work of traveling deep into the mountains and forests for several days. Mr. Su, don't be joking. How could I be disappointed? It's too late for me to be satisfied with such ingredients. Liang Lianjuan barely calmed down his excitement and said solemnly, Mr. Su, this batch of goods you have is truly top quality. We have just weighed the 5 small leaf red sandalwood trees, totaling 31 tons and 200 kilograms. Now, the market price of small leaf red sandalwood is between 800,000 and 1.5 million yuan per ton, and Lang Lily is willing to pay the highest price, which is 1.5 million yuan per ton for this batch of small leaf red sandalwood. 31.2 times 150,000 equals 468,000,000. Su Jie quickly calculated the amount he received. Hearing the price, Su Jie was overwhelmed with joy, but his face remained calm. Manager Liang is joking, this price is not sincere. The cheap genuine small leaf red sandalwood bracelets on Taobao cost thousands of pieces, not to mention the high quality goods like mine. Mr. Su, that's not how the price is calculated. There will be losses during the processing of raw materials, and the design fees and processing costs have to be paid by our manufacturer. You can't use the retail price to sell to our processing factory. Upon hearing this, Manager Liang immediately complained and talked about his difficulties. It seems that Manager Liang doesn't want to do my business anymore. That's fine. I'll find another seller. With such good goods, I'm not afraid that no buyer will take over. Su Jie deliberately put on a look of concern. but Liang Lianjuan's expression suddenly changed. As Su Jie said, there is no need to worry about selling such top quality goods. Once the news is released, companies from the outside world will definitely flock to it, and by then they, Lung Baihe, may not be able to get this batch of goods. Goodbye, Mr. Su, we at Lang Lily are very sincere, so please tell us the price first. Liang Lianjuan put on a different face and said extremely earnestly. I will set a number, 1,000 yuan per caddy. If we agree, we will trade on the spot. If we don't agree, I will find other buyers. Su Jie raised his index finger and gave his quotation. This price is equivalent to 2 million yuan per ton of small leaf red sandalwood, which is 1/3 higher than Liang Lianjuan's previous quotation. This price is too much. Mr. Su, we have to discuss this price. Please wait a moment. Liang Lianjuan originally planned to make a counteroffer, but seeing Su Jie's face, he was afraid that the young man would really turn away and leave, so the words turned into discussion. As soon as possible. Su Jie nodded and sat on a small leaf red sandalwood tree, seemingly unconcerned. This only made Liang Lianjuan more determined to trade. This person's attitude is confident. If they, Ling Lily, miss this village, they won't have this store. A group of business elites ran out of the warehouse to discuss in secret and returned after more than 10 minutes. Su Jie took the opportunity to turn off the video of the young lady dancing in the short video and looked across. How about it? Has the result been reached? Mr. Su, as you said, we, Lang Lily, are willing to purchase this batch of raw materials at a price of 1,000 yuan per caddy. Hey, we don't make any money on this order. The main reason is to make friends with you, Mr. Su. Liang Lianjuan had an expression on his face that said we had suffered a huge loss. It was unclear what he was thinking in his heart. Anyway, he couldn't believe a word the businessman said. Although I had been mentally prepared for it, when I heard that it could be sold at such a high price, my mood was as exciting as a pot of water that had just been boiled, and I was so excited that it was about to overflow. This price means that this batch of small leaf red sandalwood can be sold for a huge sum of 62.4 million yuan, and Su Jie is about to become a multi-millionaire. Mr. Su, without further ado, let's sign the contract now, and the money will be transferred to you immediately. Issue an invoice first, and then contact the finance department. By the way, Mr. Su, remember to pay the taxes. Liang Lianjuan called the finance and legal affairs department and took out the pre-prepared transaction template contract. In fact, he didn't even need to issue an invoice, so he didn't even have to file taxes. After all, if wood is made into furniture, there is basically no proof. This is why Liang Lianjuan didn't ask Su Jie about the specific source of this batch of wood. Everyone tacitly understood some gray areas. After looking through these contracts, Su Jie was not afraid of the other party playing tricks. Just because he is unwilling to commit a crime does not mean that he is incapable of doing it. If they really dare to play word games on the contract, Su Jie doesn't mind accompanying them to play a real high-end business war, the kind of destroying corpses and wiping out traces. Sign your name and stamp it. After both parties confirmed that it was correct, the leather bag company registered by Su Jie also received the payment, and the money went into the company account. Byte. The 1248 account of your company Heng Yuan Company remitted 62,400,000 yuan from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China at 12:21 on October 23. The remitter was Lang Baihe Home Furnishing Company. The current account balance is 62,400,419.00 yuan. A series of numbers covered the originally meager savings, which made Su Jie feel elated. Even if he had to pay some taxes later, this wealth was staggering enough. Manager Liang, it's a pleasure to work with you. Su Jie took a deep breath and stretched out his hand, not letting go at the last moment. Happy cooperation, Mr. Su. If you still have good products in the future, be sure to contact me. Our Lang Lily has endless demand for this raw material. Liang Lianjuan also reached out and was satisfied with the transaction. In fact, he has already seen the problem. This batch of wood is definitely not just ancestral, and will probably be traded again in the future. Liang Lianjuan just wants to stabilize this big customer. Easy to say, I will definitely do it next time. Su Jie responded with a smile. No need for Liang Lianjuan to remind him. Su Jie would not let go of such a simple and safe way to make money. I can easily earn more than 60 million today. I can cut down more precious trees later and make a small profit, which is within my grasp. After declining Liang Lianjuan's invitation to drink and drink, Su Jia watched the other party hoist 5 small-leaf red sandalwood trees onto the truck and drive out of the warehouse. The smile on his face suddenly couldn't hold back any longer. 60 million, so much money, how can we spend it all? Su Jia looked through the bank text messages on his phone over and over again. He couldn't contain his excitement after becoming rich overnight. After all, since he was a child, the most money he has handled is tens of thousands of dollars. A huge sum of 60 million was a figure that Su Jia could not even imagine before traveling through time, and with this huge sum of money, Su Jia's previous plan to use Blue Star Resources to assist his practice can also be put on the agenda. End of chapter. Chapter 4 Insect Farm. After leaving the warehouse area, Su Jia had a big meal. After eating and drinking, based on the information I found on the internet, I took a taxi to the suburbs and went to a farm specializing in scorpion breeding. The breeding farm occupies a large area and contains several flat-floor factory buildings. There is a wolf dog tied at the door. When Su Jia approached, he immediately started barking. Zitzi. From Su Jia's sleeve, half of the thousand-handed centipede's head poked out, making a threatening sound. The terrifying shape of the thousand-hand centipede immediately frightened the wolf dog to death. He retreated into the kennel with his tail between his legs and did not dare to come out again. Su Jia glanced at the signboard of Yaogang Scorpion Breeding Farm hanging at the door. There was no security guard or anything like that. I was thinking of calling the factory phone number left on the wall next to me when I heard footsteps coming from the factory. Perhaps after hearing the previous dog barking, a dark-skinned, square-looking middle-aged man ran out. "Hello, boss, you are here to buy scorpions. My name is Chen Yaoguang, and I am running this factory. The dog barking just now didn't scare you, right? This damn dog will be killed sooner or later." As soon as they met, the other party was extremely enthusiastic, and the look in Su Jia's eyes almost glowed green. Su Jia looked at the other person warily, but he didn't think he had any special hobbies. "That's about it. I'll go in and visit and see how the scorpions are doing." Su Jia touched the thousand-handed centipede hidden in his sleeve, felt confident, and walked into the scorpion breeding farm accompanied by Chen Yaoguang. It can be seen that Chen Yaoguang is a clean person. Although he raises a scorpion that is not very particular about the environment, he keeps the factory clean inside and outside. "Boss, this is our breeding factory." A factory with a floor height of 3 meters like this uses large-scale hive farming. The number of scorpions can reach 200,000. Chen Yaoguang explained eloquently, and then personally took Su Jia into the factory. The scorpion breeding pond here is built with latticework of wooden boards, like rows of bookshelves displayed in it. A large number of gray-brown scorpions crawled in and out of it, so many that just looking at them makes one's scalp numb. Entering here, the thousand-handed centipede in Su Jia's arm suddenly became restless, eager to crawl out of Su Jia's sleeves. "Director Chen, what are the main species of scorpions here?" Su Jia comforted thousand-handed centipede and continued to ask. The factory mainly breeds East Asian pincer scorpions, which are sold to pharmacies to make medicinal materials. The price of male scorpions is 0.8 yuan each, and the female scorpions are more expensive, 1.1 yuan each. We also breed some rainforest scorpions and emperor scorpions, and sell them to some insects. In the pet store, this kind of scorpion is more expensive. I don't know which one you want to buy, boss. Chen Yaoguang answered immediately and looked at Su Jia carefully, fearing that Su Jia would leave dissatisfied with the price. The scorpion breeding farm he built has recently encountered a survival crisis. The traditional Chinese medicine channel that had been stable for a long time cancelled its supply relationship with him. It is impossible to sell scorpions on the streets without procurement from downstream channels. His farm suddenly struggled. The farm's daily water, electricity, and feeding of mealworms are a huge expense. The huge pressure almost didn't crush him. For this reason, he sold all the houses in his hometown and invested in it. He gritted his teeth and supported it, so he was so enthusiastic when he saw Su Jia come to the door. "How many scorpions are there in your field?" "There are 5 factories in total, and the number of cultivated scorpions is about 1 million. "Boss, I have been engaged in insect breeding for more than 10 years. You can be absolutely assured of the quality of the cultivated scorpions." Hearing this, Chen Yaoguang became even more excited. "You are most likely a big customer." However, Su Jia's appetite was greater than he imagined. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Whether you want to sell your factory or not, I will pay 2 million. Buy a factory? As soon as these words came out, Chen Yaoguang was immediately confused. He thought Su Jie was a big customer, but it turned out that people were interested not only in the scorpions he cultivated, but also in the factory. I'm really sorry, boss. I'm afraid this won't work. I have put in too much effort in the factory. I have worked since I was in my 20s and now I'm in my 40s. This is not for sale. Chen Yaoguang hesitated for a moment, but still rejected Su Jie's request. He had worked in this breeding farm for more than 10 years and had deep feelings for him. 2.5 million, can you sell it? Su Jie casually reported a higher number without batting an eyelid. Su Jie, who now holds more than 60 million in cash, is considered a wealthy man. Money comes easily, and Su Jie doesn't feel any pain at all when it comes to spending it. Gudong, swallowing his saliva, Chen Yaoguang breathed heavily and said with difficulty, Boss, I know you are rich, but breeding insects is my dream, and it cannot be insulted by money. Please respect my dream. As soon as possible, he was very excited about this number, but he had a dream for insect breeding, otherwise he would not sell his house and invest in the breeding farm to persist. 3 million. I respect other people's dreams. Let's do this, Director Chen. I will buy this farm and let you continue to manage it. The salary is 50,000 per month. I personally will not interfere in any production. But the sale and trading of scorpions must be left to me. Su Jie smiled and increased the price step by step, finally completely defeating Chen Yaoguang's psychological defense. What? Ah, boss, you are really good at judging people. I agreed, but not for money, but to continue to manage this farm. Chen Yaoguang was defeated by the blockbuster figure of 3 million. Dreams are important, but filling his stomach is equally important. What's more, Su Jie still respects his dream, and the factory can still let him be responsible for management. He really can't think of a reason to refuse. After all, a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan is really great. Then it's decided. We will sign the contract later. Once the contract is completed, we will send you the money. Looking at Chen Yaoguang, whose face turned into a chrysanthemum smile, Su Jie was also very satisfied. After buying this breeding farm, Su Jie didn't have the energy to manage it himself, so it was much more convenient to have Chen Yaoguang there. Moreover, this man has been engaged in insect breeding for more than 10 years and is a talented person. Su Jie needs such a talent to do things for him. As for the small amount of money paid, just cut down 2 more trees in Tianyuan World, it's very simple. Director Chen, first pack a box of scorpions for me and catch 10,000 of them. I want to take them away. I understand, I will catch you right away. Chen Yaoguang instantly entered the role and regarded Su Jie as his god. He wanted to take out his heart to show him his loyalty. After getting the scorpions, Su Jie signed a repurchase contract with Chen Yaoguang for the breeding farm and paid 3 million. From now on, the Yaogang Scorpion Breeding Farm changed its surname to Suwa. With this breeding farm as a cover, Su Jie can purchase various poisonous insects in large quantities in the future, and no one will suspect anything. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Quality is not enough, but quantity is enough. After instructing Chen Yaoguang to manage the factory well, Su Jie returned to the rental house in the village in the city carrying 10,000 scorpions. 10,000 scorpions sounds like a lot, but the actual weight is only 30 or 40 pounds. Su Jie's physical fitness is a bit higher than that of ordinary people, which is not enough in the Tianyuan world, but he can still lift this thing easily. After entering the rental house, Su Jie released the 1,000-handed centipede that he had been waiting for. Go ahead, these are your food. Zitzi, the 1,000-handed centipede, stood up and got into the box excitedly. Suddenly, the scorpion lying quietly in the box seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. Crawling around and escaping crazily, the 1,000-handed centipede that entered the box trembled its tentacles excitedly, as if it was in heaven, emitting extremely exciting pheromones like eating potato chips. I picked up a scorpion and bit it with a crunching sound. I crushed it into pieces and swallowed it in a few times, then jumped on the next one. Some scorpions were angered and raised their scorpion tails towards the 1,000-handed centipede. The outcome can be imagined. Although the 1,000-hand centipede is also a low-grade goo insect, it comes from the Tianyuan world after all. After half a year of cultivation by Su Jie, neither strength, agility, defense, nor poison can be hurt by these scorpions. The scorpion that dares to attack will only become a delicacy in the 1,000-handed centipede's mouth, faster, crunchy and crunchy when chewed and devoured. Perhaps Su Jie had starved the 1,000-handed centipede too hard in the past. Seeing so many delicacies now, it was like a mouse entering a rice vat, hunting crazily without stopping. In just 10 minutes, hundreds of scorpions were devoured by the thousand-handed centipede. Sujia noticed that at this time, the luster of the thousand-hand centipede's chitin carapace changed, gradually changing from deep color to translucent. It's time to shed its skin and become a product. Sujia's eyes lit up. As his own goo worm, he could feel the thousand-handed centipede's current state, that is a sign of accumulation, vitality, and desire to transform. Another hour passed, and the thousand-handed centipede had eaten at least 1,000 scorpions, turning the scorpions into nutrients for the growth of its body. As a result, it ate too much, and the thousand-armed centipede's movements changed from the swift and violent movements before to lazily lying on the spot. In the end, it even formed a circle. And the skin turned into a stiff body, struggling and twisting out little by little. I have begun to transform into high-quality products. It seems that my idea is correct. I can use quantity to make up for the resources required by thousand-hand centipede. Su Jia was extremely pleasantly surprised. What he saw was not only the promotion and transformation of thousand-hand centipede, but also the hope of thousand-hand centipede's future growth. The poisons on Blue Star are very different from those in Tianyuan world. However, in Tianyuan world, people cultivate goo insects by catching insects in the wild and cultivating them. There is no modern large-scale cultivation. Sujia, on the other hand, can use a super large number to make up for the thousand-handed centipede. Quality is not enough for quantity, and the rich productivity of modern society is something that Tianyuan world does not have. The evolution of thousand-hand centipede took several hours, and Sujia was always by his side. Finally, 3 hours later, the thousand-armed centipede, which had completely transformed, emerged from its old skin. Its fresh and tender new skin was reddish, and its body length had grown from the previous 50 centimeters to about 1 meter and 2 today. Looking closely, the insect shell on the body is dark and reflective, and the teeth on the head are ferocious and full of evil. In addition, the thousand-hand centipede is said to have 1,000 hands, but in fact there are only 44 pale human hands under its abdomen. Now it has doubled, with as many as 88 pale human hands. It's a high-grade one. Now I also have a low-grade goo worm. Su Jia couldn't help but hold the newborn thousand-armed centipede in his arms and look at it carefully over and over again. He couldn't get enough of it. Gu insects are divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Not many outer disciples have lower-grade goo insects. Most of them have lower-grade goo insects. Once a goo insect enters a high-grade one, even if it is only a low-grade one, its ability and strength will increase greatly. Wait, no, it's not just inferior. Is this a spiritual training completed? Suddenly, Su Jia seemed to have discovered something, and looked at thousand-hand centipede's forehead in surprise. On his forehead, there was a circle of concentric lines like growth rings. Gu insects are divided into high-grade, medium-grade, and low-grade. Each grade also has a special promotion branch, which is called spiritual refinement. The so-called spiritual refining is a special metamorphosis ability of goo insects, like a tadpole transforming into a frog, or a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. High-grade goo insects will develop through metamorphosis, further increasing their strength, and often acquiring new characteristics and abilities. Each level has a maximum of 3 spiritual refinements, and there is also a saying that there are 3 levels and 9 refinements. The strongest goo insect is the top grade 9th refinement. Because spiritual training is difficult, it requires the cooperation of resources, luck, environment, and other factors, which are hard to come by. There are not many outer disciples who have low-grade goo insects, let alone spiritual training. Even if it is just 1 spiritual training, it is still remarkable. Su Jia did not expect that the thousand-handed centipede was not only a first grade, but also completed a spiritual refining, and was now a low-grade first-grade goo insect. This starting point has surpassed most outer disciples. The thousand-handed centipede didn't know how excited Su Jia was now. It had just evolved and was very hungry, so it used all its nutrients to evolve. At this time, it got into the scorpion box and once again devoured scorpions one by one. It can be seen that when the pale belly of the thousand-hand centipede is pressed with a human hand, the surface of the large scorpion turns blue, and the toxin enters the body, killing it on the spot. This is the original ability of the thousand-hand centipede. After entering the product, the toxin's power and attack speed are greatly enhanced. Several of the 88 pale human hands under the thousand-hand centipede's abdomen suddenly broke from their roots, as if they had a life of their own. They rushed out to hunt for prey, grabbing the scorpions and delivering them to the thousand-hand centipede's mouth. Then several arms drilled back into the fractured area under the abdomen, and the adhesion healed quickly, which looked weird and terrifying. Su Jie knew that this was the thousand-armed centipede's new ability, which allowed its arms to move independently of the body. The thousands of scorpions in the box are just a feast for the thousand-handed centipedes, whose demand has increased greatly after the introduction. Half an hour later, all the scorpions in the box had been eaten. Su Jie once again picked up the fattened thousand-handed centipede, placed it on his body, and started running the 100 poisons in goo refining manual. The thousand-hand centipede hugged Su Jie's waist and abdomen tightly. Su Jie could feel the cold touch of the other party, which gradually spread throughout his body and entered his meridians and flesh. Gradually, the spiritual power in Su Jie's body became more active, just like a river washing away a dry road. His spiritual energy and body and mind felt refreshed. Everything fell into place, and his strength broke through to the third level of Yunling. It originally took a year of hard work to get promoted, but with the support of the thousand-handed centipede who had entered the first level of refinement, this year of hard work was easily saved. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Luiying. After several hours of practice, when Su Jie opened his eyes again, he looked at his arm, which had undergone some changes. Compared with the skin of other parts, the two arms are obviously fairer, with a sickly paleness, like the arms of a thousand-armed centipede. He pressed his palm lightly on the box and spat out forcefully, and a green and black palm print suddenly appeared on the wooden box. If he pressed it on the human body, the toxin would invade the body in an instant. As expected of the 100 poisons in goo refining manual, now I can also inherit the characteristics and abilities of this natal goo. Su Jie smiled at the corner of his mouth and activated his spiritual power. The skin and flesh on his shoulders and waist and ribs split. 8 pale arms were condensed and drilled out. Then the arms separated from the flesh and fell to the ground automatically. The fingers of the arm that landed on the ground were spread out, like a spider crawling quickly. The part behind the wrist was raised high, crawling flexibly according to Su Jie's mind. The last 8 arms grabbed a steel pipe and actually bent it. This is a demonic cultivator. It's no wonder that demonic cultivators are disliked by people in the Tianyuan world. Such a method is indeed too terrifying. Su Jie cancelled the spiritual power supply with satisfaction, and watched the 8 arms quickly wither and weather. He could no longer control the joy on his face, and the thousand-handed centipede's new abilities were also inherited. Today's harvest is really great. Not only has the way to make money in the two worlds been determined, but the thousand-handed centipede has also evolved to a low-grade first refinement. It also confirmed that his thinking was correct and he could use Blue Star's resources to assist in the practice of martial arts. Hey, upstairs, what are the ghosts doing in the middle of the night? They're not letting anyone sleep anymore. Su Jie laughed excitedly, while other tenants yelled and cursed downstairs, but before he knew it during practice, it was already late at night. It seems that we need to change the environment. This place is not suitable for cultivation. This thought came to Su Jie's mind. In an environment with a high density of people, the movement of people practicing can easily attract attention. The next day, Su Jie got up, got dressed, and then went to cancel the rent with the landlord. Ignoring the nagging old man, Su Jie had nothing to pack and took a taxi straight to the nearest forest store. In the forest store, Su Jie spotted his target at first sight. He paid more than 2 million yuan in full on the spot, hung a temporary license plate, and drove away in a top-of-the-range BMW M8. The whole journey took less than 20 minutes. As a result, people were still confused about the sales of services until Su Jie left. This is the first time I have met someone who buys a car as casually as buying groceries. Because he had obtained his driver's license in college, Su Jie was able to drive quickly after getting familiar with it. After walking around Linping City, Su Jie came to a sales office in Linping City, Gingjiang Manor. This is a well-known high-end real estate in Linen City. The average floor price here exceeds 20,000 yuan and it took less than 3 years to complete. However, it is not famous because of its high housing prices. On the contrary, it is because housing prices have dropped in the past 2 years and the sales offices have begun to sell houses at discounts. The owner who had bought the house earlier quit and gathered a crowd to make a fuss at the sales office, which was repeatedly featured on TV news in Henan province. But no matter what, this property is indeed one of the most expensive properties in Linping City. Su Jie is not short of money now, so he will not wrong himself. Of course, he will choose the first choice when buying a house. The more than 2 million BMW M8 is still quite eye-catching, and the salesman's eyesight is not bad. As soon as Su Jie parked the car, several enthusiastic salesmen came out of the sales office. These sales are all handsome men and women with exquisite makeup, wearing high-end custom-made suits, and they look very professional. "Sir, how can I help you?" Several salespeople were obviously more enthusiastic after seeing the BMW driven by Su Jie, hoping to get commissions in this sluggish real estate market. Of course, I'm here to buy a house. Let me introduce you to the real estate here. Well, I think you have single-family villas for sale here, so I'll introduce you to this. Su Jie said straight to the point, emphasizing his rich and heroic character. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the salesmen suddenly lit up. This tone of voice sounded like a wealthy person. Ahem, sir, let me take you to see it. I am familiar with the planning, unit structure, and price of the community. I guarantee that I will choose the most satisfactory house for you. What do you call me, sir? My surname is Liu. You can just call me Xiao Lu. I am mainly responsible for the sales of villas in the East District. There happen to be a few preferential villas on sale. Are you interested in knowing about them? The salesman competed secretly. This was a big deal for Su Jie. If he could win the deal, the commission would be enough for a year's salary. More salesmen came over, and a few female salesmen in small suits were particularly attentive, with flirtatious eyes gleaming. Su Jie looked around and looked at the most beautiful female salesperson in the field. This female salesperson was wearing a lady's suit. She was tall, about 1.7 meters tall, with bright and attractive facial features, dignified and elegant. Her appearance was above 90 points. She was considered a rare beauty. Coincidentally, Su Jie also knew this saleswoman. Her name was Lu Yingying. Su Jie studied at Linping University of Finance and Economics. Lu Yingying was 1 year older than Su Jie and was recognized as the most beautiful girl in the finance department of the University of Finance and Economics. Su Jie recognized the other party, but the other party did not recognize Su Jie. Come and introduce yourself to me, everyone else should leave. Pointing his finger at Lu Yingying, Su Jie chose the eye-catching and beautiful Lu Yingying. Other salespeople were unwilling to give in. Su Jie's attitude didn't look like someone who was short of money. Several female salespeople were even more envious and jealous of Lu Yingying. Sir, I will definitely serve you sincerely. Now let's go to see the house on the spot, so that we can understand the value of the house more intuitively. Lu Yingying was very pleasantly surprised. She looked back at the other female salesmen proudly, secretly puffed up her chest, and made the female salesmen angry and cursed them in their hearts. After leaving the sales department, Su Jie looked at Lu Yingying, who was walking in front with brisk steps and twisting her peach-like buttocks, and asked with a smile, Lu Yingying, you don't have to go to those ordinary villa areas, you have the best villa here. Wherever it is, just take me there. Okay, sir. Hey, how do you know my name? Lu Yingying's beautiful eyes brightened, and then she was stunned again. What do you think? Su Jie pointed to the 2 heavy pineapples on her chest, with her work ID hanging on them. Aha, I don't know what to call you, sir. You look about the same age as me. My name is Lu Yingying. You can call me Xiao Lu or Yingying. Lu Yingying lifted up a strand of hair that was blown by the wind, showing off her good figure and sweet smile. Su Jie, there is no need to address you so politely. After all, I have to call you Senior Sister Lu. Su Jie said jokingly as he walked side by side with Lu Yingying. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Try to see if the bed is soft, Senior Sister? Are you also a graduate of the University of Finance and Economics? Lu Yingying reacted quickly and immediately understood Su Jie's identity. 1 grade below you, Senior Sister Lu, you were a celebrity in our school. Why did you become a real estate salesperson after graduation? It's so difficult to find a job these days. I majored in finance, so I couldn't get into those big financial companies without the resources. Small companies have very tough exams. I just finished working in a financial company 2 months ago. Lu Yingying's voice was deep. She was 1 year older than Su Jie, that is, she had been working for a year and a half, and now I am running around as a real estate salesperson, which shows that I am not doing very well. Unlike you, if I had such good resources, it would be easy for me to join a large financial company even if I didn't go to college. Perhaps because they were in the same school, Lu Yingying relaxed a lot and followed Su Jie to complain about her major. In Lu Yingying's opinion, Su Jie must be from the 2nd generation of rich people because he dared to come to Jingjiang Manor to buy a villa at such a young age. Those good financial companies like to recruit the 2nd generation of rich people. Personal connections alone are a high-quality resource. Sugia smiled and said without explaining, "Let's not talk about this anymore." "Is the one in front of you the single-family villa you want to show me?" "Ah, I almost forgot about chatting." "Yes, that is our building, King Jingjiang Number 1, which is the largest, most luxurious, and most beautiful independent villa." Lu Yingying took out the key and opened the door of the villa. The villa covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters, with a private swimming pool, private garden, and lawn, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. The villa has a total area of 2,050 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 1 underground. It has a hollow hall, a large island kitchen, an elevator in the house, a private cinema, a study room, a bar, and an oversized rooftop. The backyard of the villa leads directly to the Qingshui River, and there is a private beach on the shore. "Pier, after purchase we will give you a small yacht for easy outing." Lu Yingying is very capable at work and explained the advantages and details of this large single-family villa one by one. Sugia looked around and was quite satisfied with the villa. First of all, the area is large enough, and it is far enough away from the nearest villas and residential areas. The trees planted around it can also block the view, making it convenient for you to practice. In addition, there is a tributary of the Qingjiang River next to the villa. In the future, as the thousand-hand centipede grows further and becomes too big to be carried around, it can be transported through the Qingjiang River and get out of the river without anyone noticing. Finally, the furniture and equipment are all here, eliminating the need for decoration. "Tell me the key points. How much does it cost? Can I move in on the same day after buying it?" After the visit, Su Jie turned his attention to Lu Yingying. "The total price of the villa is 49.99 million, but if you want to buy it, I can get you the biggest 5-point discount, which means you can get it for less than 48 million, and you can move in immediately after buying it." Lu Yingying's heart beat faster. Judging from Su Jie's attitude, she really wanted to buy it. Then her commission will be huge. There's no problem with the price, though. Su Jie paused here, and Lu Yingying's heart suddenly jumped up. "Nothing, Su Jie, please don't play riddles with me. If you are not satisfied with any conditions, you can talk about it." Lu Yingying looked at Su Jie nervously, fearing that this huge wealth would slip from her hands. Taking 2 steps forward, Su Jie closed the oversized curtains of the master bedroom and said with a smile, "The house is good, but it is too empty and lacks popularity. We will hire servants for cleaning in the future. If there are few people, it will be from the family. I am the only one in my family." Nana that Lu Yingying bit her red lips and watched as the commission order worth hundreds of thousands was about to fly away. Thinking of the rumors she had heard about this line of business, she seemed to have made up her mind. She stepped forward and hugged Su Jie from behind. "Su Jie, I can stay with you for one night to make the house more popular. What do you think? That's a great relationship. I'm someone who loves beds. I can't easily fall asleep in a strange environment. It's just right to have someone with me. I can also test whether the big bed in this villa is soft or not." He patted the soft extra-large double bed. Su Jie lifted Lu Yingying's chin, revealing her shy and beautiful face. Lu Yingying bit her red lips charmingly and slowly closed her eyes. Anyway, Su Jie doesn't dislike him. They are in love with each other and the two parties can be said to hit it off. It's like thunder from the sky stirring up fire on the earth. The eye in the luxurious large bedroom. The oversized luxurious soft bed withstood the biggest bumpy test since leaving the factory, and was tested in waves of violent wind and rain. The next morning, Lu Yingying woke up from her sleep with a sore body. The light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the sound of footsteps came, making Lu Yingying wake up from a dream, subconsciously pulling the quilt and curling in. Then, Lu Yingying saw Su Jie walking and wearing pajamas. "Wake up, you can really sleep." Su Jie stretched and picked up the messy and discarded clothes on the ground. "Who can bear it after tossing me all night? You blame me for not being able to sleep." Wrinkling her nose, Lu Yingying looked calm, but now her body seemed to be falling apart. "Who knew it was your first time?" I thought. Su Jie raised his eyebrows, and what he said made Lu Yingying roll her eyes. "What do you think? If not for it's just for money, there's nothing bad to say about it." "Humph, sooner or later you will be a cheap boy anyway, why not change to a high-value bargaining chip?" Lu Yingying said so realistically that she no longer felt entangled in her heart. Some women want to change but haven't had the chance yet, but they feel it's not a loss anyway. "Put on your clothes, it's time to go." Su Jie said nothing more, just returned the clothes on the ground to the other party. Drive me away now. My hands and feet are still sore now, so you can't let me stay a little longer. It's up to you. If you're not in a hurry to sign the house purchase contract, you can lie in bed as long as you want. Then what are you waiting for? I'll go with you now. After a quick brushing, Lu Yingying, who had been complaining before, seemed to be a different person, and she immediately regained her full energy. She got up from the bed neatly and dressed up, quickly returning to her bright and charming style yesterday. Returning to the sales department, under the envious eyes of all the salesmen, Su Jie signed the house purchase contract, and Carrie's capital was reduced to just over 10 million. A bright smile broke out on Lu Yingying's face. With this deal concluded, she received a commission of 7 to 8 million yuan, which was as much as an average office worker's 10 years' salary, still short of money. Su Jie looked at the remaining balance of more than 10 million in the card and sighed with emotion. This amount of money is a lot for ordinary people, but for Su Jie, it is really very little. That he has spent more than 60 million in just a few days, which shows that he has not made enough money. End of chapter. Chapter 8 Black Market. Instead of staying in the sensational sales department after the huge transaction, Su Jie drove back to his BMW M8 and drove to the Nanxiao Logistics Center in the suburbs, a newly rented warehouse. Chen Yaoguang was already waiting here and was not surprised at all when he saw Su Jie driving over in his BMW. After all, he could spend 3 million to buy his place without blinking an eye. The young man in front of him, who was about the same age as his daughter, had extraordinary financial resources. It was normal for him to drive a BMW. Old Chen, have you brought all the goods I asked you to prepare? Su Jie stopped the car and walked towards Chen Yaoguang. We brought them all, Boss Su. Look, this small truck is full of scorpions that I and a few workers caught this morning. There are 30,000 scorpions in total. Chen Yaoguang quickly opened the hoarding of a small truck, and there were several boxes neatly placed inside. Well, unload the goods into the warehouse. From now on, you will come to the warehouse on time every day to deliver 50,000 scorpions. I will give you a key to the warehouse door. After loading and unloading, send me a message on my mobile phone. Br. Su Jie waved his hand. This warehouse is in a remote location and is suitable for thousand-handed centipede to eat. Chen Yaoguang unloaded all the scorpions and put them into the warehouse without saying too much nonsense, although he was curious about what channels Su Jie had to sell the scorpions. But if Su Jie didn't tell him, he wouldn't take the initiative to inquire, lest Su Jie think he had ulterior motives. After Chen Yaoguang left in the pickup truck, Su Jie closed the warehouse door and released the 1,000-hand centipede, who was already hungry and thirsty. Just for a moment, tens of thousands of scorpions seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and they writhed and crawled around in the box crazily. After being purchased, the 1,000-handed centipede's body length increased to 1 meter and 2 meters, and its appetite increased greatly. When the scorpions twitched their tentacles in excitement, they directly entered the killing mode and devoured the scorpions one by one. Su Jie stood aside and watched quietly. 30,000 scorpions weighed more than 100 kilograms, which was enough to satisfy the appetite of a 1,000-handed centipede. Fortunately, it was in Blue Star. If it were in Tianyuan world and Su Jie was exhausted to death, he wouldn't be able to catch so many poisons. Even if these scorpions are of low quality, they cannot bear to be fed in large quantities. Even the gooworms cultivated by the inner disciples and elders of Ghost Ridge Palace may not be able to fill their stomachs very much. The technology and productivity of modern society are clearly revealed at this time. With a stable supply of poisonous insects, Su Jie immersed himself in cultivation for the next few days. Time flies. A week later at Tianyuan World, Ghost Ridge Palace. The autumn wind is becoming more and more bleak, the grass and trees are shaking down, and most of the poisonous insects in the forest have gone dormant, and their activity has decreased. Su Jie walked out of the ancient mirror, looked at the dusty room, took a long breath, and said, the strength has been consolidated, and with the addition of the low-grade first-level 1,000-handed centipede, now, outside the Ghost Ridge Palace, among the disciples, I can barely protect myself. It took a week. Thanks to the backfeeding practice brought about by the growth of 1,000-hand centipede, Su Jie completely consolidated the foundation of emptiness that he had just broken through. Was Itzy, the 1,000-handed centipede lying on Su Jie's shoulder, raised its head and let out a cry of joy. The aura-filled environment of Tianyuan World made him feel comfortable and at ease. Okay, I'll take you to the woods to play later. Su Jie touched the 1,000-handed centipede's head. In the past week, fed by tens of thousands of scorpions every day, the 1,000-handed centipede has also grown a lot. Its body length has exceeded 1.5 meters, and it looks extremely majestic and ferocious. Retract the 1,000-hand centipede back to the waist and abdomen and wrap it around in circles. This not only serves as a biological protective suit, but also allows you to attack immediately when encountering a battle. Putting on the standard black robe of an outer disciple of Guiling Palace, Sujia pushed open the stone door of the cave dwelling that had been covered in dust for a week. "Hey, Brother Su, you have come out of seclusion." Just after walking out of the cave, the next-door neighbor Peng Sherwin heard the noise and said hello to Su Jia. "Yes, after all, my strength is too weak. I have to practice hard. I can't be busy catching insects all the time." Su Jia responded with a smile. Retreating in seclusion is a very common thing, but outer disciples have to be busy and cannot practice wholeheartedly. "There's nothing wrong with catching bugs. It's hard for me to catch bugs recently." Pang Sherwin smiled bitterly, pointed to his left leg, and explained, "Yesterday I was bitten by a top-headed snake when I entered the insect valley. During these days, strenuous exercise is not allowed, and it is very inconvenient to go into the mountains to look for insects. That's a bit unlucky. Why don't you go find some medicine? I'm about to go to the black market to get some medicine. Do you want to come with me?" "Okay, I'll sell some poisonous insects too." Su Jia went back to the house to prepare, and soon walked out carrying a bamboo basket. The two left the Ghost Ridge Palace and walked a short distance along the winding path in the mountains. From time to time, other Guiling Palace disciples can be seen along the way. All of them are walking in a hurry or looking gloomy. Although they are from the same sect, they are more indifferent than strangers. After a while, Su Jia and Peng Sherwin came to a market deep in the mountains. The market was built on the spot using trees. The style was very simple, but there were many people inside. In addition to the disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace, there are also many businessmen wearing silk and satin, leading fleets in and out of this place. This is the Guiling Black Market. It is true that Guiling Palace is a demonic sect that everyone wants to fight, but whether in Tianyuan World or Blue Star, as long as there is enough profit, businessmen are willing to take risks, even if they risk their lives for the sake of profit. Businessmen from the outside world continuously import various materials to Guiling Palace, and then purchase the resources produced by Guiling Palace at a cheap price. By buying low and selling high, you can make enough money to make people jealous. Therefore, even though trading with the demonic sect is explicitly prohibited, there are still a large number of merchants coming to do business. Entering the black market, Su Jia and Peng Sherwin were temporarily separated. The other party was going to the pharmacy to get medicine, while Su Jia was rushing to sell the poison he had caught in Worm Valley a few days ago. The black market is much livelier than it looks from the outside. Merchants are selling, and there are also disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace lingering in front of spiritual pills, magic weapons, spiritual materials, and other cultivation items, especially those high-rise stores, which sell expensive things. Business firms that can open such large stores are well known in the outside world, and have secret treasure realm monks in charge. 9-grade Tianji Juling pills, each containing 50 blood marrow crystals, can generate muscle and stop bleeding, and quickly heal injuries. If you buy it, you will have an extra life. Solanum from Yunzhou, is the favorite of earth-burrowing goo insects. It contains 15 blood marrow crystals per pound. Earthmelt fruit, a 9th-grade spiritual fruit, can be eaten by fire attribute goo insects. It can greatly increase the foundation for breaking through spiritual refinement. Don't miss it when you pass by. One after another, the boys were handing out flyers on the roadside, making people think that they were in a prosperous town at first glance, rather than a devil's cave filled with cruel and evil cultivators. Su Jia took a few envious glances at those radiant treasures, knowing that they were not something he could hope for now. End of chapter. Chapter 9. New Goo Insect Shopkeeper Su, 5 pieces of blood marrow crystals. Look how good the quality of my poisonous insects are, full of wildness, first-class goods. Don't think they are just low-grade poisonous insects, even low-grade goo insects can't fight them. 4 yuan at most. We all know what to buy. These low-grade poisonous insects are delicate and weak. They have to travel hundreds of miles. The journey is long. If they die suddenly on the way, I will suffer a big loss. After a lot of haggling, Su Jia found that even if he blew his poisonous insects into the sky and sold them all to a few small shops, he would only get 25 blood marrow crystals. This is already the money Su Jia has earned in a month. This money also has to be given to Qiu Laodao for 10 blood marrow crystals every month. And he also has to pay for his own cultivation. So much so that Su Jie has been living a miserable life since he joined Guiling Palace. If you see something good, you can only stare at it, and you can't take out a few blood marrow crystals from your trouser pocket. Damn it, sooner or later I'm going to buy the entire black market. Su Jie secretly murmured in his heart that he spent a lot of money on Blue Star, but he was still a pauper when he returned to Tianyuan World. The psychological gap was not as big as usual, although Su Jie could also sell Blue Star's resources on the black market. Considering the risks involved, Su Jie immediately gave up the idea. He did not dare to try the methods of the elders of Ghost Ridge Palace. He did not have the strength to control a large amount of wealth. In this cruel environment of Demon Cultivator, there was only one way to die. After Su Jie finished the transaction, he came to the Black Center and the meeting place agreed with Peng Sherwin. Before they even get close, the faint wails and cries can make people's hearts tremble. This street in the Black City Center is very special. What is bought and sold here is neither spiritual objects nor magic weapons, but living people. Ordinary people, men, women, old and young, were placed in iron cages, with iron chains tied around their necks, hands and feet. Most of their faces were numb and stiff, with no hope at all. Many demonic cultivator disciples from Guiling Palace were selecting and bargaining with the stall owners in front of these cages. How much does it cost for a strong man? How much does it cost for a woman? How much does it cost to pack the old, weak, sick, and disabled together? It feels like buying a sheep or a cow. People are like animals waiting to be selected. Demonic cultivation, refining corpses and extracting souls and blood sacrifices to living people. Whether you are practicing magic skills, forging magic weapons, or drawing magic arrays, you cannot do without one thing: living people. Human beings are the greatest resource needed by demon cultivators, and they are indispensable. Most of the humans in front of us who were brought as slaves by merchants would be used as goo insect rations after being brought back by the disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace. In this way, the ferocious and man-eating characteristics of the voodoo can be cultivated, which can speed up the growth of the voodoo. Su Jie comes from a modern civilized society. He was extremely shocked when he saw this at first, but he gradually got used to it. He can't change others, but he has never purchased humans from here. Brother Su, I've kept you waiting for a long time. While watching, Peng Sherwin hurried over. Su Jie noticed that his hands were empty. You didn't buy any medicine? Su Jie was surprised, then thought of something, and said speechlessly, You went to Wankai Pavilion again? The so-called Wankai Pavilion is a casino, and it is a casino specially opened for monks. It has special gambling equipment and prohibitions to prevent monks from cheating. Coupled with the participation of many elders from Guiling Palace, no one dared to cause trouble. This casino has been operating prosperously in the black market. Because of the pressure, Peng Sherwin would occasionally go there to play. I couldn't help it. I was thinking about making more money to buy some good medicine, but I was a bit unlucky today. Well, Brother Su, can you? Peng Sherwin rubbed his hands and looked at Su Jie expectantly. It's getting late. Let's go back quickly. There will be ghosts in the mountains late. If we encounter them, we will be in big trouble, especially if your left leg is injured. Su Jie understood Peng Sherwin's hint, but he pretended not to understand. What a joke! He himself is a pauper, he has no money to help, and the relationship between the two is not that good. Peng Sherwin looked depressed and laughed twice. That's true. Anyway, my injury is not serious. Even if there is no medicine, I can't do strenuous exercise for a month. At the worst, I will rest for a month. Just know it yourself. Su Jie nodded, and the two left the black market along the original route, without saying anything to each other. Where Worm Valley is located, the depths of this insect valley are surrounded by poisonous miasma, and the periphery is full of poisons. It is the most important resource treasure land of Ghost Ridge Palace and the main source of income for the disciples. Bang! As a black shadow came towards them, several silver-winged golden-threaded cicadas perched on the treetops quickly flapped their wings and tried to escape. The next second, a black shadow came closer, and dozens of pale and strange human hands shrouded it, blocking the flight path of the silver-winged golden-thread cicada. These finger-sized silver-winged and golden-threaded cicadas were not easy to mess with. Their speed surged one by one, like powerful bullets. They pulled out brilliant golden and silver rainbow lights in the air, piercing through several pale human hands. Bang, bang, bang. However, there were too many hands and layers of pressure, and in the end their movements were restricted and they were firmly held in their hands. Su Jie walked out from dozens of meters away and waved to Thousand-Handed Centipede. The Thousand-Handed Centipede climbed down from the big tree and handed over several silver-winged golden-threaded cicadas. Su Jie looked at the appearance of these silver-winged golden-threaded cicadas, nodded with satisfaction, then bit his fingertips and mixed them with spirit. The force dropped on several silver-winged and golden-threaded cicadas. Royal! With a low cry, the several silver-winged and golden-threaded cicadas that had been struggling gradually became quiet, and finally lay on Su Jie's fingertips, sucking blood to remember Su Jie's breath. It's almost reached the current control limit. Su Jie thought to himself. After visiting the black market, several days passed. Su Jie had been taking the Thousand-Hand Centipede into Insect Valley for training. These days, the Thousand-Handed Centipede practiced combat skills through fighting, while Su Jie captured poisonous insects that needed to be sold. Su Jie would keep some suitable poisonous insects and train them into his own poisonous insects, such as these inferior silver-winged golden thread cicadas in front of him. Go! Under Su Jie's control, a total of 5 silver-winged and golden-threaded cicadas flapped their wings and flew at subsonic speed, piercing into the trees to a depth of 10 centimeters. Shake, the freed silver-winged golden-threaded cicada staggered around in the air for several times. After feeling dizzy, it was controlled by Su Jie and flew again. The sharp cicada wings flew up and down, easily cutting off some thin trees. Branch. Su Jie waved his sleeve with his right hand, and dozens of huge fire blood bees flew into the sky at the same time. The sound of dense flapping wings was like a bomber passing through. They are much slower than the silver-winged golden-threaded cicadas, but they can spray a thin line of fire from their tails and easily ignite dead branches and leaves on the ground. Silver-winged golden-thread cicada and fire blood bee are the only 2 kinds of goo insects. Su Jie recovered the silver-winged golden-thread cicada and fire blood bee from the sky. With his current 3rd-level strength in the Yunling realm, plus the Thousand-Handed Centipede, the number of goo insects he could control had reached the limit. Moreover, the more goo worms, the better. A suitable combat system must be considered. The fireblood bee and the silver-winged golden-thread cicada are relatively powerful species among low-grade goo insects. The fireblood bee can fly and attack from a distance, which is equivalent to the role of a shooter. The silver-winged golden-threaded cicada is fast and attacks swiftly, like an assassin who kills with one hit. Coupled with the melee combat of the Thousand-Handed Centipede, a low-grade first-level refinement, a simple combat system is completed. As for the fireblood bee and silver-winged golden-thread cicada, Su Jie currently does not plan to improve them too much and feed a large number of poisonous insects from the blue star. Unlike the Thousand-Handed Centipede, Su Jie must control other gus according to his ability. The higher the level of the goo insect, the more ferocious and violent it is. Once the strength is insufficient or the owner is injured, the goo insect may face backlash and be attacked in turn. End of chapter. Chapter 10 White Walkers. I stayed in the Insect Valley for a while and captured a few undesirable poisonous insects. It is not that there are no low-grade goo worms in the Worm Valley, but you need to go deep into the interior, which is much more dangerous than the outside. Su Jie didn't want to risk his life if he wasn't completely sure. Seeing the sky getting dark, Su Jie packed up the bamboo basket and headed back with today's harvest. Insect Valley is about 10 kilometers away from the Guiling Palace. The environment is high in mountains and densely forested, and the road is steep and winding. The return journey is not easy. Rustle. Suddenly, Su Jie's ears moved slightly and he heard a strange sound. It's like the wind blowing leaves, but mixed with a subtle and imperceptible gasp. Su Jie suddenly turned his head and looked at the dense forest behind him. The light was blocked by dense trees, and the surroundings were shrouded in haze. A pair of scarlet eyes loomed in the forest, quickly approaching Su Jie. The White Walkers. It's obviously not dark yet. Su Jie's expression suddenly changed, and he quickened his pace, changing from pacing to sprinting. The strong wind blew behind him, and a terrifying low roar came from behind, and the distance began to get closer and closer. Su Jie continued to accelerate. Fortunately, he was not far from the Guiling Palace station. After running out of the dense forest in the deep mountains and valleys, the Guiling Palace station was already visible, surrounded by a large open space. As long as he fought here, he would immediately attract the attention of the disciples. No need to too worried about safety. The afterglow of the sun that had not completely set on the mountaintop was shining on the earth. Su Jie was breathing heavily, sweat was pouring down like rain. He put his hands on his knees and panted for a long time, and looked at the dense forest behind him. A strange figure was seen among the trees, holding up the dark cloud-like branches, staring at Su Jie with blood-red eyes. The malice and ferocity in those eyes made people shudder. This figure was tall, with arms hanging down from its knees like an ape, and its skin was withered and pale, like a corpse that could move. It let out violent low roars from its throat. The so-called ghosts are special monsters whose corpses are affected by the turbid energy of the earth and are in turn affected by bloodthirsty instincts. They are also called ghouls, etc. White ghosts hide in the day and come out at night. They like to eat people and have a ferocious personality. They mostly act alone, but sometimes they hunt like wolves. Each strange ghost has great physical strength and can easily tear apart a tree that is hugged by a person's waist. They move as fast as the wind and are extremely difficult for ordinary disciples to deal with. In the mountainous area where Ghost Ridge Palace is located, there happens to be a turbid earth vein underground, which also leads to a large number of strange ghosts. Fortunately, they don't go out during the day. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace will deliberately avoid them. Su Jie looked at the White Walker. The White Walker, who possessed considerable wisdom, obviously knew that the area around Ghost Ridge Palace was very dangerous. The White Walker stared at Su Jie for more than 10 seconds before letting out a low growl and crawling back into the dense forest. Middle. There must be something wrong. Su Jie's eyes were solemn. White Walkers generally don't come out during the day. This is their habit. In the past, Su Jie had never seen White Walkers during the day. He only heard that some disciples and black marketeers missed the time and returned to their base in the mountains, and were hunted by White Walkers at night. With confused thoughts, Su Jie did not dare to stay outside any longer and quickly returned to the Ghost Ridge Palace. As soon as he returned to the grotto, Su Jie saw many disciples gathered together. They were all disciples of Qiu Laoda's lineage, and their number exceeded 200. In Ghost Ridge Palace, the relationship between master and disciple is a bit like the relationship between mentor and graduate student in Su Jie's cognition. The master teaches the disciples, and the disciples serve the master. It's just that Qiu Laoda is famous for being stingy and greedy for money. He takes more money and does less work. Most talented disciples will not choose to join his disciples. The number of disciples in this lineage is the smallest in Guiling Palace. What's wrong? Su Jie stepped forward and asked, not understanding why they gathered here. Master summoned us for something and asked us to go see him. A disciple explained it, and someone next to him lowered his voice and said, I guess it's probably related to the actions of the White Walkers in the past 2 days. White Walkers, but they come out during the day? Su Jie's heart moved and he immediately thought of his previous experiences. Did you hit it? Then you are lucky to be alive. The man glanced at Su Jie in surprise. Friend, can you tell me in detail? Su Jie looked at the disciple who was speaking. He was about 50 years old. Outer disciples at this age had no hope of breaking through. While talking, Su Jie handed over a human-faced moth. This kind of poisonous insect that likes to eat is hard currency among the outer disciples. I remember your name was Su. The man quickly put away the human-faced moth with a smile on his face. Su Jie, what do you call your excellency? Hey, my name is Gu Weinian. If you ask other disciples, even the inner disciples may not know this, but if you ask me, you are asking the right person. Gu Weinian smiled complacently, and then said, in the past 2 days, the White Walkers have changed their habit of hiding during the day and emerging at night. They appear in the dense forest during the day. So far, more than a dozen disciples have been killed while going out, and some black market merchants have even suffered losses. Disastrous. 20 years ago, a similar situation occurred. It was due to the turbulence of the Earth's turbid energy, which caused the White Walkers to also riot, and their activities were abnormal. Many people died that year. That's it. Thank you, Brother Gu, for clarifying my doubts. Su Jie frowned. If the situation was so bad, it would be dangerous to go out during the day. You have to be careful when you go out in the future. Don't follow in the footsteps of those unlucky ghosts who were preyed upon by the White Walkers without even leaving a whole corpse behind. For the sake of the human-faced moth, Gu Weinian's attitude was quite kind. I know, I can't avoid that kind of thing before it's too late, and I won't get into trouble. Gu Weinian nodded and said with an experienced tone, it's good that you know. It's not like some stupid young people who think that they have learned a few tricks and think that they are invincible. They don't care about life and death to challenge enemies who are far superior to themselves. While they were talking, a man and a woman came outside. The man was wearing a blue robe and a badge representing the inner disciple. His whole body was as cold as ice, and his facial features and muscles looked particularly stiff. But the woman is extremely beautiful, wearing a revealing gauze, with a small waist and long legs, with looming snow-white skin, and is extremely charming. These two people are the only two inner disciples among the disciples of Qiu Laodao. The man's name is Pei Haibing. He was promoted to an inner disciple half a year ago and has reached the 6th level of Yunling cultivation. He is not practicing the 100 poison gu refining manual that is often practiced by Ghost Ridge Kung Fu disciples, but another method called white bone transformation. The magic power is extremely violent and terrifying when used. The girl's name is Yuan Xian. Her name sounds quiet and elegant, but her dress and style are completely different from her name. She is more vicious and ruthless than Pei Haibing, and she is also older. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Qiu Laodao. As if aware of Su Jie's scrutiny, Yuan Xian looked over with a sweet smile and said, "Junior brother Su, you always look at what your sister is doing. Could it be that you want to spend the night with me, my sister?" Su Jie shuddered and waved his hands quickly. "Senior sister, you is joking. I am so humble. How dare I climb up to this high-altitude flower of senior sister? If anyone knows about it, I will not be allowed to be eaten by any of your followers and admirers." Foamed and drowned. "Ha, you are a wonderful person." Yuan Xian pursed her lips and smiled coquettishly. The two big pineapples shook in an astonishing arc, but no disciple dared to peek. "Come here, it's time to leave. You still have no eyesight. Do you want me to walk over to see the master? I'm not a newbie who understands." The smile faded. Yuan Xian snorted, and she saw several male disciples running out with panicked expressions and kneeling at Yuan Xian's feet. With a gentle touch of her feet, Yuan Xian sat cross-legged on the backs of several people, as if driving a horse, letting the disciples who sat down on the ground kneel and crawl on all fours to carry her forward. Su Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not targeted by this female devil. Looking at the few male disciples that Yuan Xian sat down with, they were the unlucky ones who were preyed on by lust. Yuan Xian has refined a special kind of mother-child love voodoo. Once a male disciple cannot withstand the temptation and is seduced into perverting, the love voodoo will enter the body from the root of life and lie dormant in the heart, and will be at the mercy of the mother voodoo controlled by Yuan Xian. With Yuan Xian's words, the person who has been poisoned will suffer the pain of being devoured by thousands of insects, and can only be at its mercy and become a slave to serve her like a cow or a horse. Without understanding, many newcomers thought they were lucky when they met Yuan Xian, but they ended up being manipulated by Yuan Xian for the rest of their lives. Su Jie really didn't want to mess with such a ruthless person. "Everyone is here, come with me to meet the master." Pei Haibing's face was cold, as if someone owed him 180,000. Everyone walked for several miles and came to a tall gated compound on the mountainside. There are several willow trees planted in front of the yard. The hanging willows are like hair, with fluffy catkins twisting freely. Knock knock. Pei Haibing stepped forward and knocked on the door. The door opens automatically, revealing the magnificent layout inside. The garden is equipped with pavilions, corridors, pools, and rockeries. There are exquisite reliefs on the walls of the buildings. It is hard to imagine that there is such luxury in the deep mountains and old forests. Yard. After entering this place, everyone's expressions became solemn and they walked into the yard with their legs raised. Yuan Xian, including Yuan Xian, immediately stood up from others' backs and straightened their clothes. There were many servants busy in the yard, and they all said hello when they saw a group of disciples. They were slaves bought on the black market. In addition to cleaning and managing the yard, they could also supplement them on the spot when there was a lack of human resources to practice magic skills. In addition, there are some figures with dim and turbid eyes and big bellies that are very conspicuous, standing guard like guards. Whether they are men or women, these people have big bellies as if they are 10 months pregnant. These are not living people, but insect slaves. Insect slaves refined by cultivators. Their stomachs are filled with all kinds of tiny bugs, and the human body is the mother nest of the bugs. Because he is a cultivator, his flesh and blood are rich in spiritual molecules. The quality of the voodoos cultivated in this environment is higher, and the voodoos are more bloodthirsty and violent. Essentially, these people have died, leaving only the instincts of the walking zombies. Once they encounter an enemy, all their flesh and blood will turn into worm nutrients, and large and small worms will hatch out, forming a terrifying sea of worms. Su Jie didn't dare to look any further, lowered his head and continued moving forward. After walking for hundreds of meters, Su Jie finally saw Qiu Laodao in front of a pond full of lotus flowers. It was a man in a purple robe. He looked a little thin. He was about 70 years old. His eyes were the cold vertical pupils of snakes. At this time, he was holding a jade cup and throwing bait into the pond. It seemed that he was feeding the fish, but taking a closer look, it was clear that they were human eyeballs, gouged out alive and still stained with bloodshot eyes. Before the eyeball thrown into the pond sank to the bottom, there were several huge shadows streaking under the water, fighting for food rapidly and splashing water. "Master, I have brought everyone here, please give me a lesson." Quickly walking up to Qiu Lao Dao, Pei Haibing bowed down respectfully to report. "Well, pretty much on time." A hoarse voice came, and Qiu Lao Dao slowly turned around. "How dare we neglect our service to you?" Yu Wenxian beside her spoke in agreement, but the other disciples did not dare to interrupt. "Now that everyone is here, let me tell you something." Qiu Lao Dao put down the jade lamp, looked at everyone with his hands behind his back, and said, "Just yesterday, the turbid air in the earth broke out, causing the magnetic field of the strange ghosts here to be disordered, and they began to hunt during the day. After the Mountain Gate conference today, the sect master has made a decision for to protect the Worm Valley, the Black Market, the Blood Marrow Mine, and the main transportation routes. A mountain patrol team will be formed from today on. Disciples from Yunling's second level and above will be dispatched in groups of 3 to patrol the mountain day and night to protect the business roads. Safe." What? As soon as these words came out, the disciples screamed, and the faces of many outer disciples suddenly became particularly ugly. The White Walkers are so powerful that it is difficult for ordinary disciples to resist. Even if the 3 of them join forces, the situation will be very dangerous, but if there was a rebuttal, no one dared to say even half a word. As long as you think about the insect slaves you saw in the courtyard, you can imagine how cruel Qiu Lao Dao's methods are. The sect's decision is not something that disciples like them can contend with. Su Jie remained silent. Although he wanted to practice in peace, it was the sect's decision after all, so he could only bite the bullet and take such a collective action. On the other hand, Peng Sherwen's face next to him was gloomy, like a tomato leaf beaten by frost, black and purple. "Our mountain protection team will be formed in 10 days. You can choose the specific personnel allocation yourself. Don't let me down." Qiu Lao Dao took back the fish food with a dull expression. Everyone looked at Pei Haibing and Yu Wenxian. Each disciple had different thoughts and began to calculate his savings in his mind. "Okay, all of you, please step aside and get ready when you go back." Qiu Lao Dao drove everyone away, and a group of disciples came out of the courtyard and immediately surrounded Pei Haibing and Yu Wenxian. "Senior brother Pei, this is the spiritual tea I bought at Suifeng Pavilion. Please try how it tastes. Sister Yu, this golden and jade blood hairpin is a spiritual object that I got by accident. It can speed up the gathering of spiritual energy and assist in cultivation. It is just suitable for a beauty like you." All the disciples rushed around the 2 to show their courtesy, because the 2 were inner disciples, and if they could form a team with them, their safety would naturally be greatly increased. Su Jie did not participate. Not to mention whether he had enough money, he had too many secrets. He went to stay with the inner disciples and was worried that he would make mistakes and be discovered by them. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Stealing the night is like water, and the earth has fallen asleep. I in the grotto cave area, under the night wind, except for the occasional owl call, the lonely and dark grotto area was silent. When the time came to early morning, a dark shadow appeared under the human bone lamppost, sneaking carefully and appearing in front of a grotto door. After groping around on the stone door, a small snake emerged from the black shadow's finger, got into the keyhole, and opened the airtight door. Lock. The black shadow seemed to be very familiar with the environment here. Although the room was pitch dark, he found the box where the valuables were stored with ease. When he was about to open it, a voice came. "Brother Peng, why is this happening?" Along with this sound, the oil lamp in the room lit up. Su Jie was standing quietly by the bed, looking at the dark figure appearing in the cave, and sighed. The black shadow turned his head stiffly and smiled bitterly. "I was discovered by you. I originally wanted to remain unnoticed, but it seems this is your fate. Brother Su, don't blame me. My leg is injured. If it can't be cured before patrolling the mountain, it will lead to death. I need money to treat my leg." Knowing that he couldn't hide it, the shadow pulled off his hood. It was Su Jie's neighbor Peng Sherwen. "Hey, it's not like stealing. If you tell me carefully, maybe I will lend you money." Su Jie shook his head sadly, as if he had seen a child who had gone astray. Will you lend me money? Then I will lend it to you now, just 20 pieces of blood marrow crystals. Pang Sherwin was stunned for a moment, and his face showed joy. No borrowing. However, the joy on Pang Sherwin's face lasted less than a second before Su Jie immediately refused. I thought about it carefully and decided not to lend it to you. Su Jie looked like he was thinking seriously. He wouldn't lend money. Have we lost any friendship at all after being brothers for so long? Are you just going to watch me jump into the fire pit? Pang Sherwin didn't seem to expect this answer. He glared and said angrily. Su Jie waved his hand and said, "That's not possible. I'm not that cruel. I won't watch you jump into the fire pit. I will close my eyes." Pang Sherwin, the next moment, Pang Sherwin was furious. Okay, I've known for a long time that you are this kind of person. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Today, you have to give me money even if you don't want to. If you are not ruthless, don't cultivate demons. I will risk everything. He seemed to have never considered that if he stole Su Jie's blood marrow crystal, Su Jie would be unable to purchase resources and how dangerous it would be to enter the mountain. I'm curious about one thing. Why did you choose me to steal? Is it because I'm weak? Su Jie didn't get angry at all, and still looked at the other party with a calm expression. Pang Sherwin glared hard and said coldly, "Nonsense, with such poor qualifications as yours, who would I look for if I didn't look for you?" Then you have found the wrong person. Su Jie smiled and curled his fingers. Pang Sherwin's nose felt inexplicably hot, and 2 lines of black blood flowed out. At the same time, there was a sharp pain in his internal organs. When was the poison administered? This is the aroma of black blood and black internal organs. With a hint of panic in his eyes, Pang Sherwin suddenly looked behind Su Jie. An incense stick was lit there, and the poisonous smoke of the incense floated out. Because the room was dark and invisible, he never noticed it. In order to wait for the poisonous smoke to take effect, I had to chat with you to delay the time. I didn't expect you to be able to handle it. Poisonous smoke filled the air, and while Su Jie was speaking, a black and purple centipede, 1.5 meters long, sprang out from his waist and abdomen, and it instantly pounced on Pang Sherwin. Bang! Several venomous snakes as thick as chopsticks emerged from Pang Sherwin's fingertips, biting and poisoning the 1,000-hand centipede. However, they failed to bite through the chitin shell and were instead swallowed by the 1,000-hand centipede. A golden toad the size of a palm jumped on Pang Sherwin's shoulder. Its long tongue was like a crossbow arrow. It branched into several strands in mid-air and headed towards Su Jie. This was Pang Sherwin's life. At the same time, a dozen small snakes crawled out of Pang Sherwin's trousers and marched quickly towards Su Jie. This is Pang Sherwin's goo insect trick. He first uses the toad tongue of the natal goo insect to bind the enemy, and then releases a small snake to bite the person, injecting the enemy with deadly snake venom. Su Jie knew the opponent's moves well. His body remained motionless, but the flesh under his ribs squirmed. Several pale arms emerged from the flesh, and the forked tongues were tightly grasped. Then Su Jie waved his sleeves, and a large group of silver-winged golden-threaded cicadas and fire blood bees roared and flapped their wings. The former flew at extremely high speeds and cut off its tongue, while the latter raised its tail high and sprayed a line of fire at the snakes on the ground, burning a group of small snakes that gave off bursts of meaty aroma. These are all competitions between inferior goo insects. The biggest threat is the 1,000-handed centipede, which moves quickly and completely ignores all attacks. Low-grade goo insect, containing the 3rd level of spiritual power, you hide it so deeply. Pang Sherwin's pupils contracted violently, and feeling the threat of death, he reached out and touched the golden toad on his shoulder. I don't know what method was used, but the golden toad suddenly swelled in size, then turned around and ran away without hesitation, abandoning its own goo worm and ignoring it, because Pang Sherwin knew very well that no matter how strong the golden toad was, it could not be an opponent of the low-grade goo worm 1,000-handed centipede. It was far behind in rank. The golden toad's belly is swollen, and the frog's cry is like thunder. Gua! Dozens of forked tongues shot out, the number several times greater than before. The 1,000-handed centipede didn't even look at it. The pale human hands on its abdomen tore off the bound tongues, then howled and caught up with Pang Sherwin. Pang Sherwin's left leg was injured and he smoked Su Jie's poisonous cigarettes. How fast could he run? Before he left the cave, he was pounced on by a 1,000-handed centipede, rolled up in circles, and rolled up his upper body into a rice dumpling. Spare my life! Peng Sherwin looked frightened and wanted to beg for mercy. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Brother Peng, you taught me that people should not cultivate demons if they are not ruthless, so I can only ask you to die obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, the thousand-handed centipede had already released its strangulation posture, crawled back to Su Jie's feet, and fiddled with its tentacles as if taking credit. Looking at Peng Sherwin again, blue handprints covered his whole body. The poison had already entered his body, and he was bleeding from all his orifices and made no sound. Well done, I'll reward you with something delicious. Patting the thousand-hand centipede's head, Su Jie grabbed Peng Sherwin's natal goo, the golden toad, with his pale hands and fed it to it. Although it was not of high quality, it was cultivated by Peng Sherwin for half a year and eaten by the thousand-hand centipede. The smell of quackery. After feeding the thousand-handed centipede, Su Jie put it back around his waist and chest. Then Su Jie thought for a while and took the initiative to pour some of Peng Sherwin's blood all over his body, then rubbed his cheeks, making his face look sluggish and pale, as if he had been seriously injured. After doing all this, Su Jie dragged Peng Sherwin's body out of the cave. This time, the sound of fighting here has awakened many people, and every cave dwelling has a probing gaze. It was common for fellow disciples to fight in Guiling Palace. After all, they were demon cultivators, but the fact that the winner was Su Jie surprised many people. But then everyone saw Su Jie's miserable appearance, and they suddenly understood that it was just a tragic victory that hurt both sides. Peng Sherwin was not a powerful person, so no one took it seriously. Su Jie stood there and waited, because he knew someone would come to deal with it. Without letting Su Jie wait any longer, two law enforcement teams wearing red uniforms and making no secret of their 7th-level spiritual power walked over. The law enforcement team is a special team belonging to the sect. It only serves the sect leader and is different from ordinary disciples. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Killing, selling corpses, ransacking homes. The first person glanced at Su Jie and Peng Sherwin, who were already corpses on the ground. He took out a roster and found the page with the portraits of Su Jie and Peng Sherwin. He said calmly, Su Jie, do you understand the rules for killing fellow disciples? I understand that I will be responsible for paying the monthly share that belongs to Peng Sherwin, master. Su Jie immediately replied that the senior officials of Ghost Ridge Palace did not care about the fighting between the outer disciples. After all, such disciples were just consumables in the eyes of the senior officials. As long as they did not miss the monthly payment, they could do anything. This is also the reason why outer sect disciples rarely kill each other and mainly focus on robbing. Even if you kill someone, you have to destroy the body and eliminate traces in a deserted place. Otherwise, the monthly charges will be piled up one after another. If you kill the other person, you will have to pay the monthly charges for him. The price is too high. Are you selling the corpse? I will give you 30 pieces of blood marrow crystals for the corpse on the 3rd level of Yunling realm. Another member of the law enforcement team spoke up and asked for Peng Sherwin's body on the ground. The corpses of cultivators contain spiritual power, which is a very precious resource for demon cultivators. As for buying and selling the corpses of fellow sect members, this is nothing to the demon cultivators. The demon cultivators only value strength, not benevolence and morality. Sell, I sell. Su Jie did not hesitate. He had lost money from Peng Sherwin, and he could use this to make up for it. You're very nice. The law enforcement team member who spoke had a smile on his face, patted Su Jie on the shoulder, handed over 30 pieces of blood marrow crystals, and then dragged the body away without looking back. Su Jie was filled with emotion as he weighed the purse containing the blood marrow crystals in his hand. The living Peng Sherwin couldn't get 20 blood marrow crystals, but after his death, his body was sold for 30 blood marrow crystals. It has to be said to be a great irony. Shaking his head to dispel some sadness in his mind, Su Jie turned around and went to the grotto next door, which was Peng Sherwin's house, intending to loot it all. If he doesn't search, others will come in and search, so it's better to give him an advantage. Of the rooms with basically the same layout also had simple furniture and futons. Maybe it was because he lost all his family fortune in gambling last time. Su Jie didn't find half a blood marrow crystal in his room, but some low-grade goo insects harvested only a few. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, Su Jie made an unexpected discovery under a futon mat. A thin piece of gold paper with words written all over it. Secrets of the Goo Master, Wild Insect Control Methods. When Su Jie saw the name of the scripture on the gold paper, his eyes immediately lit up. It was actually about cultivation techniques. Take another look at the author below, and there is a line of small words written on it. This scripture is only for inner disciples to read. Seeing this line of writing, Su Jie was shocked. It turned out to be a scripture for inner disciples to practice. There are not many words in the scripture, only more than 10,000 words. Su Jie looked at it carefully and quickly understood what the scripture was about. Just like the name of the book, this book allows people to master detailed insect control techniques, including insect control, poison poisoning, etc., which Su Jie neglected and never mastered in the past. Where did Peng Shuwen get this good thing? He couldn't have stolen it from any inner disciple. Su Jie murmured, thinking about Peng Shuwen's amazing lockpicking skills. It was possible, putting this scroll of insect control wild Taoist scriptures into his arms. No matter how Peng Shuwen came here, this treasure now belongs to Su Jie. After searching around Peng Shuwen's room again to make sure that nothing was missing, Su Jie left and returned to his own room. He couldn't wait to sit cross-legged on the futon and took out the insect control and wild Taoist scriptures that had not been covered with heat. This volume of insect control wild Tao technique is very easy to understand. It focuses on the micro-manipulation of gu insects. Even with Su Jie's talent, it is not difficult to practice. An hour later, Su Jie, who had gained some experience, caught a dragonfly, dripped a drop of blood, mixed it with his own spiritual power and poured it into the dragonfly's body. Just for a moment, Dragonfly, who was struggling and uneasy at first, calmed down and stared blankly at Su Jie with a pair of small eyes. The heart and blood are connected, and knowledge reveals the truth. With a slight shout of telekinesis, Su Jie's vision changed and he saw the ceiling, the walls, and almost the entire grotto. However, Su Jie's vision is shared with Dragonfly's vision. Everything Dragonfly sees will be transmitted to Su Jie in real time. The Dragonfly's eyes have a special compound eye structure, which can see objects within almost 360 degrees, and its field of vision is extremely wide, coupled with the small size of the Dragonfly itself that is not easy to be found, as well as its high flight speed and hovering ability. It is a very useful reconnaissance insect. Buzz. Under Su Jie's instructions, the dragonfly quickly flew up and flew around the room, and could accurately recognize any of Su Jie's instructions. In the past, it was very difficult for Su Jie to finally control such ordinary insects. The brain capacity of insects is too low to recognize many of Su Jie's instructions, let alone be able to share their vision. Nowadays, with the secret technique of insect control, ordinary insects can be controlled anytime and anywhere. With the sharing of vision, at least the reconnaissance aspect has achieved a qualitative leap. Not bad, not bad. In the future, with reconnaissance bugs, we will have a great advantage in reconnaissance, and it will be safer to travel back and forth with the help of ancient mirrors. Su Jie nodded with great satisfaction. Gu Jing's two-realm crossing was his biggest secret. He couldn't be too careful. Su Jie turned around and summoned the thousand-handed centipede. He placed his right hand on his headplate and poured most of his spiritual energy into it. The next moment, the thousand-handed centipede stood up, its speed and strength increased greatly, and it turned into a black wind and rushed out, biting a hole the size of a washbasin on the wall of the grotto. With the pale human hands under the abdomen were like boneless snakes, suddenly elongated to a large extent, and half of the cave was full of afterimages of human hands, which was extremely terrifying. This is the secret method of releasing gu in the insect control method. Peng Shuwen also used this method to strengthen the golden toad. Before this method can borrow the host's spiritual power to the maximum extent, activate the gu insect's fighting instinct, and make it more ferocious and powerful. The gu insect will languish for several days afterwards, so it is the best choice for desperate use. No wonder the inner disciples are so strong. They started out so much higher than us. Su Jie secretly lamented that fortunately he had the low-grade first-grade thousand-handed centipede in his hands, and could travel between the two realms, borrowing Blue Star's resources to catch up. Let's just talk about today's battle. If it weren't for the shuttle between the two realms brought by Gu Jing, he would still be a small second-level Yunling with no means to fight against Peng Shuwen. Su Jie would be the one who died today. You still have to rely on me. Touching the ancient mirror, Su Jie thought again of what Mr. Chiu said today. Peng Shuwen was nothing, those white walkers were the real terror. Ordinary outer disciples would only be tortured and killed by the white walkers when they were one-on-one. In 10 days, we still have to patrol the mountains to fight against the white walkers. A storm is coming. We must strengthen our own strength as soon as possible and get more resources from Blue Star to speed up our training progress. Taking a long breath, Su Jie looked at an axe placed in the corner. It seemed that he would have to be a lumberjack for a while. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Trading again. The weather is getting colder and colder, autumn is gradually fading, and the cold wave of winter is sweeping across the entire North Blue Star Linping City, Jingjiang No. 1 Villa. On the ground floor, Su Jie moved like flying and was practicing a set of boxing techniques. When he swung his fists, there was a faint sound of tiger and leopard thunder piercing through his bones. Bang! Su Jie suddenly punched out and landed on a hard wooden figure. The powerful force immediately lifted the wooden figure several meters away. The chest area continued to crack, as if being bombarded by a heavy hammer. The spiritual power and blood in Su Jie's body also continued to sublimate during the tempering. Squeezing his palms, Su Jie took a deep breath and exhaled in a long breath. A puff of white air shot out like an arrow for several meters before dissipating. Now my strength is comparable to that of a buffalo. Su Jie guessed in his mind that without accurate strength measurement equipment, it would be impossible for a normal person to survive a full strength punch from Su Jie. After a good exercise, Su Jie said to himself, it took 7 days, but the Tiger Roar fist bought from the black market is still good. It can be considered a bit of close combat power. It's not easy. What Su Jie practiced was a kind of physical martial arts in the Tianyuan world. It was mostly practiced by folk martial arts masters and had limited potential. Su Jie spent 10 blood marrow stones to buy it, because most gu masters are not good at close combat. The 100 poison gu refining manual that Su Jie practiced does not strengthen the body very much. Compared with weird abilities such as gu insects, close combat is Su Jie's weakest attack method. Su Jie tried to make up for his weakness in this area. Zitzi, seeing that Su Jie had finished exercising, Thousand Hand Centipede, who had gained weight again, immediately crawled over and rubbed Su Jie's trouser legs intimately, looking around curiously. Look, your master has worked so hard. You should work harder and quickly enter the second spiritual training. Su Jie knocked on the thousand-handed centipede's head. This guy was serving delicious food and drinks here at Blue Star every day, and his size had further grown to 1.8 meters, and Su Jie could feel that the thousand-handed centipede was about to transform again. It might take 10 days, or it might take 20 days. At that time, it would metamorphose and develop again, becoming a low-grade second-level spirit-refining gu insect. The 2 tentacles of the thousand-handed centipede kept pushing against Su Jie's neck, and its ferocious mouth opened wide, barely enough to put a hungry rice emoticon on its forehead. I finished eating so quickly. Today I asked Lao Chen to transport 80,000 scorpions. Su Jie was stunned and turned around to look. Sure enough, all the scorpions in the incubators were completely eaten. According to the calculation that a scorpion cost almost 1 yuan, this guy had killed 80,000 yuan today, and he was not full. Wait a minute, I'll have someone bring food. Su Jie pushed Thousand Hand Centipede's head aside, picked up his cell phone and called Chen Yaoguang. Old Chen, you and a few workers will prepare and send 20,000 scorpions to the warehouse. Okay, I'll prepare now. But Mr. Su, there are not many scorpions left in the breeding farm. If this consumption rate continues, we will not be able to supply the consumption from your channel. Chen Yaoguang's voice came. He was happy that the farm had turned around in recent times, but he was starting to have a headache due to excessive consumption and the inability to keep up with the output. How much is left in stock now? Su Jie was not surprised by this. After all, he knew the thousand-hand centipede's growing appetite better than anyone else. There are about 240,000 scorpions left. According to Mr. Su's consumption, you can only cope with them for 2 days. That's it. Old Chen, I remember you said that you have been in the insect breeding industry for decades, right? Then you should know a lot of related farms. Call them for me and buy scorpions and spiders from other farms. Centipedes, poisonous snakes and other poisonous insects, you can discuss the price. Mr. Su, I know a lot of people. How much should we buy? You can buy unlimited amounts of money within tens of millions. If it exceeds tens of millions, give me a report. Hiss, so many, I know the boss. Chen Yaoguang was shocked by Su Jie's arrogance. He casually spent tens of millions to buy poisonous insects. He didn't know how big Mr. Su's business was. After hanging up the phone, Su Jie was no longer as calm as he had been on the phone. He looked at the bank card balance displayed on the phone and deducted the 10 million funds he planned to buy for Chen Yaoguang to buy poisonous insects. Su Jie now had no more funds to use. There's only 1 million left. Although 1 million is a lot, it is definitely not enough to face the thousand-handed centipede's growing appetite. I just happen to have saved a batch of good wood, and I'm looking for someone to sell it to get some funds back. Fortunately, Su Jie has a stable way to make money, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to feed thousand-handed centipede, whose appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Sliding his fingers on the phone book, Su Jie sent a message to Chen Yaoguang and then walked out of the underground floor. Mr. Su, the food is ready. A servant came to remind me. Okay, I get it. Su Jie nodded. Now at number 1 Jingjiang, Su Jie hired many servants, chefs, and gardeners to take care of this big house to satisfy his own comfortable life. However, the underground floor belongs to Su Jie only. The thousand-handed centipede is placed inside, and no one can enter except Su Jie. After eating, Su Jie drove his BMW to Nanxiao Logistics Center alone, still in the same place, with the same manpower. Liang Lianjuan appeared here again with a team of Lang Lily's staff. After receiving Su Jie's call, he heard that there was a heavier cargo this time, so he didn't dare to delay at all, and hurriedly drove over with his manpower, who made Su Jie impress him so much last time. The batch of top quality wood sold to them, Lang Lily, for more than 60 million yuan, was turned into high-end luxury furniture and sold, which attracted a lot of praise from blockbusters. This also made Liang Lianjuan's reaction to Su Jie's this time. Transactions are taken more seriously. Mr. Su, long time no see. Thank you for coming to take care of our business again. In front of the warehouse door, Liang Lianjuan saw Su Jie and hurried forward, holding Su Jie's hand with great enthusiasm. What is there to take care of? It was so pleasant to cooperate last time. This time we have good raw materials. Of course, I think of you Long Lily first. Su Jie also smiled back and was very patient with the kind people who gave him money. I know that Manager Liang is eager to see the goods, so I won't greet you and come in to see the good things I have prepared for you. Pushing open the warehouse door, Su Jie led a group of Lang Lily people into the warehouse, pointed at the dozens of rare trees stacked in the middle of the warehouse, and said, "Look, these are the big businesses I'm talking about." Fuck, trough. Following Su Jie's gaze, Liang Lianjuan's jaw almost dropped. It's incredible that small leaf red sandalwood can be seen at the same time with so many top quality small leaf red sandalwood. Liang Lianjuan rushed over, murmuring to himself while stroking the trees that were hundreds of years old and of extremely high quality. This is the first time since he started working in the wood industry that he has seen so many precious tree raw materials placed together at the same time. It is really shocking. Manager Liang, don't be too excited now. Let's estimate the price of the goods first. You can buy all the wood later and you can go back to the company and look at it every day. Su Jie smiled on the side. The top quality wood that Liang Lianjuan cherished in his eyes was just an ordinary tree that could be seen everywhere in Tianyuan world. It can only be said that the difference between the two worlds allows Su Jie, a bad guy, to easily complete the operation of buying low and selling high. Okay, master, hurry up and bring the tools. Liang Lianjuan also realized that he had lost his composure and restrained his expression. The sound of chainsaw cutting sounded in the warehouse, because this time Su Jie prepared dozens of trees. It took more time to judge the quality, weigh and calculate the value. It took nearly 2 hours to cut these trees. All calculations completed. End of chapter. Chapter 15 Trouble. Mr. Su, our initial valuation is 450 million yuan, but I can't make the decision on such a big deal. I have to ask my boss for instructions before I can make a decision. After calculating the price, Liang Lianjuan couldn't help but feel frightened. Su Jie was surprised by where he got such valuable wood. Timber like this is only produced in Southeast Asia, but it is also strictly protected. There are regulations on the number of trees cut down every year. It is not easy to see a rare tree, let alone dozens of them at a time. Su Jie, on the other hand, calculated that if he got the money, his newly dried up capital pool would immediately swell up again, and he would no longer be afraid of the thousand-handed centipede's appetite. We still need to talk about the price. You should talk to your boss first. Su Jie nodded. The price was almost within his psychological range. The price given by Liang Lianjuan was very sincere, but it would certainly be better if it could be increased. Liang Lianjuan quickly walked aside and made a phone call. Su Jie was not in a hurry and was thinking about how to spend the money after receiving it. Even if the thousand-armed centipede at this stage dies, it will not be able to eat the poisonous insects purchased with hundreds of millions of dollars. After about 10 minutes, Liang Lianjuan came back. It was just that his expression was a little unnatural at this time. After seeing Su Jie, he laughed twice and explained, "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. The boss said that the value of your goods is too high and the company won't be able to sell it for a while. There are so many working capital purchases, I hope you can give me a week's grace." "Can't get the money?" Su Jie frowned slightly and looked at Liang Lianjuan without saying anything. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit delicate. Liang Lianjuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, for fear of offending Su Jie, a big customer, and said, "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I will continue to persuade the boss, so don't get angry yet." What do I have to be angry about? It's just that the transaction cannot be completed. I will never buy or sell by force. Su Jie patted Liang Lianjuan on the shoulder, looked at him with piercing eyes, and said, "I don't have to worry about selling this batch of wood. If you want me to extend my time, you have to pay me a part of the deposit. Let's calculate it as 10%. Let's pay 45 million first." "I'm afraid this can't be done." The boss's side. Liang Lianjuan himself felt embarrassed because Su Jie's request was reasonable. After all, keeping such top-quality raw materials without contact with other buyers is a sign of trust in Lang Lili, and asking for a deposit as a guarantee is also due sincerity. But on the phone just now, the boss warned him about this in advance, so that he could not agree to any payment of funds. To be honest, Liang Lianjuan himself couldn't understand why his boss would make such an outrageous decision. Doesn't he know how rare these top-quality raw materials are? If it is purchased by other buyers, it will not give the competitors a reputation for nothing. It seems that this cooperation is not going well. It's okay. There is no friendship between the business and the business. You go back and discuss it with your boss first." Su Jie's voice was calm. From Liang Lianjuan's difficulties, he had already noticed that something was wrong. Logically speaking, such a batch of top-quality raw materials is definitely what the furniture company would like to get its hands on. Even if there is really insufficient liquidity, it can still be borrowed from banks or inter-enterprise loans. With this batch of high-quality wood as a guarantee, it is not difficult to get money. Even if there were real difficulties, in order to obtain this batch of wood, it would be impossible for Su Jie to refuse to pay a deposit to secure it. This was completely a sign of not wanting to trade. "Mr. Su, there's no need to explain anymore. It's not something you can decide. Go back." Su Jie shook his head, letting everything Liang Lianjuan wanted to say get stuck in his throat. In the end, seeing Su Jie's resolute attitude, he could only lead people out of the warehouse with a depressed look on his face. Su Jie stood at the door of the warehouse, looking at the fleet of cars going away, playing with a small dragonfly in his hand. "I hope it's not what I thought, otherwise." Buzz, the dragonfly, escaped from Su Jie's palm and flapped its wings, flew to a hidden corner and lay dormant quietly. Linping City Lang Lili headquarters building. Liang Lianjuan, who returned from a warehouse in the suburbs, ran to the chairman's office and knocked on the door without even taking a sip of water. A sexy female secretary opened the door and let Liang Lianjuan in. Behind the desk, a gentleman in his 50s, wearing a crisp suit and gold-rimmed glasses, was correcting documents. This person is Cui Yunchun, the founder of Lang Lili Company. He is currently the chairman and general manager of Lang Lili. He single-handedly controls Lang Lili, a well-known furniture company in Henan province, with a net worth of more than 2 billion yuan. Cui Yunchuan's entrepreneurial experience is very legendary. He lost his iron job and started his own business in that turbulent era. He opened discotheques and bars that were popular at that time, and ran local civil engineering contracting and river sand procurement. It is said that because of some dirty background, he was arrested and imprisoned for several years. After he was released from prison, he could be said to be penniless. Just when people thought Cui Yunchun was going to be completely lonely, he chose to start a business again and founded Lang Lili Home Furnishing Company. After 10 years of business, he completed a magnificent counterattack and became a well-known entrepreneur in Linping City with a net worth of billions. "Dr. Cui, why do you want to cancel this deal? We, Lang Lili, can obviously purchase these rare raw materials and work hard to conquer the high-end furniture market." As soon as they met, Liang Lianjuan couldn't hold back his emotions. He really likes wood, and he can see how high quality the raw materials are and how important they are to Lang Lili Company. Because of this, he didn't understand what Cui Yunchun was doing. Manager Liang, don't worry, sit down and talk. Xiao Fei, go and pour a cup of tea for Manager Liang. Cui Yinchun raised his head, pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said with a gentle smile, Manager Liang, please use it. Ma Lanfei, the secretary to the board of directors, handed over tea, but unfortunately Liang Lianjuan had no intention of enjoying it. Well, it seems that if I don't explain, Manager Liang will not be willing to drink my cup of tea. Shaking his head helplessly, Cui Yinchun put down his pen and said slowly, Manager Liang, it's not that I don't want to purchase that batch of wood, but the price is indeed too high. Once purchased, our company's liquidity will be drained. But if you make that batch of raw materials into furniture, you can easily sell it and get the money back. This kind of high-end luxury furniture has always been in short supply in the market. Liang Lianjuan was puzzled. Although he was in the purchasing department, he still knew the market situation very well. The reason why I didn't purchase it is because our company opened a new channel in Nanxiang Kingdom, and through a special relationship, we got a batch of equally precious tree raw materials. The quality and quantity are no worse than that of Mr. Su. And the price is even cheaper. I have already ordered the purchase and it has been shipped. You will see it in a few days. Cui Yinchun explained very patiently, seeming to value Liang Lianjuan's talent very much, and comforted him with kind words. Liang Lianjuan was stunned. As the manager of the purchasing department, he didn't even know about this purchase, and what channel is so powerful. Apart from Su Jia, he has never seen anyone who can get so much precious wood from abroad at once. Ahem, Cui Yinchun seemed to have said too many words at once, and he coughed uncomfortably. Dr. Cui, take your medicine quickly, your old habits are back again. Ma Lanfei handed over pills and warm water. Cui Yinchun looked better after drinking it and said with a wry smile, it's an old problem. I have strep throat from time to time. I can't talk too much. Dong Cui, then I won't disturb your rest anymore. Although Liang Lianjuan was still confused, he couldn't stay here any longer with Cui Yinchun like this. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Money moves people's hearts. When only Cui Yinchun and Ma Lanfei were left in the office, Cui Yinchuan's previous gentle and elegant temperament gradually disappeared and he said calmly, Xiao Fei, how are the preparations going? Ma Lanfei picked up the phone and said, Lazy and brother who have prepared manpower and vehicles. The transfer location is in an abandoned building in the east of the city. No one is passing by there. Let's avoid the limelight for a few days. Then it will be transported to our processing factory without anyone noticing, and there will be no mistakes. Well, that's okay. Cui Yinchun nodded slightly and continued, have you found anything about Su Jie? I asked someone to investigate. He is an ordinary college student. There has been no trace of him in the past 6 months. I suspect that he went to a foreign country and became successful. He was lucky enough to find a way to get these precious tree raw materials. Ma Lanfei took out a stack of documents, which contained information about Su Jie. For large companies, if ordinary citizens want to check their information, there is nothing they cannot do. Mostly he has overseas connections. Those countries in the south are quite chaotic. He can find channels there to get ahead. He is quite capable. Mr. Cui, do you mean we won't take action? Ma Lanfei asked questions carefully, but Ma Lanfei couldn't guess what Cui Yinchun was thinking. Cui Yinchun glanced at the information and swept it aside. He slowly lit a cigar and said calmly, that's not true. If I were abroad, I would be a little worried, but this is the country of China. The dragon has to be coiled and the tiger has to lie down. Everyone must abide by the laws here, including us. Does he still want to fight with us? What Chairman Cui said is, otherwise we just don't do one thing or the other. They say you shouldn't be obsessed with fighting and killing. This is no longer the past. We have finally cleared our names. If someone catches us, we will lose more than we gain. Just eat his goods. We will see what happens next. Br Cui Yinchun smiled confidently and ordered, ask Lei Zi and Ahu to take action in the afternoon, lest the other party sells the goods to others, and it will be too late by then. Okay. Ma Lanfei was about to leave when she suddenly heard Cui Yinchun say, help me vent my anger first and celebrate the success of our operation tonight in advance. Okay, Mr. Cui. Ma Lanfei smiled charmingly, lifted her hair from her temples, and slowly bent down and squatted down. Warehouse area of Nanxiao Logistics Center. A convoy of vehicles drove in the afternoon and entered the warehouse area. When the security guards in this warehouse area saw it, they just let it go without any intention of checking. The convoy consisted mainly of heavy-duty trucks and cranes. It had a very clear purpose along the way and drove to a small warehouse. Then a dozen or so aggressive men jumped out of the car, quickly approached the warehouse, took out the spare key and opened the warehouse door. This time, the warehouses were busy with transportation. Various loading and unloading were carried out in each warehouse, and their behavior did not arouse any suspicion. Is everything done? It's done. The executives in the warehouse area said hello, and the cameras here are temporarily turned off. Then do it, hurry up. Brother Hu, please be at ease. This is not the first time we have done this. We can still make mistakes. The group of people laughed and chatted while working calmly. In the warehouse, lumber weighing several tons was hoisted onto the truck. The whole process was very fast and orderly, giving people a feeling of being familiar with the road. The entire transfer took less than half an hour. In this half hour, not a single security guard patrolled this area, except for some movement of lumber being loaded onto trucks. There was nothing else. When all this batch of precious wood was loaded into the truck, several other heavy trucks came and dumped a pile of wood in the back compartment. However, they were just ordinary tree raw materials, cheap goods worth a few hundred yuan per ton. Lazy, are you ready to set off the fire? Everything is done, and there are no flaws. Okay, retreat. With an order, the heavy-duty vehicles started up again. Shortly after they left, a fire suddenly broke out inside the warehouse, and then the flames quickly spread, and the raging fire enveloped the entire warehouse. The convoy of people had already left the Nanxiao Logistics Center with laughter, but they didn't notice that there were several dragonflies lying quietly on the front, trunk, and bottom of their truck. Jingjiang Villa No. 1, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Su Jie looked towards the warehouse area and seemed to see the raging flames burning there. Sure enough, money and silk move people's hearts. The ancients sincerely did not deceive me. Although he had expected it, Su Jie did not expect that the other party would act so decisively. This is in modern society. As a result, the other party did it very naturally and easily, and they dared to be so bold in broad daylight. However, I like your unreasonable business wars, so I don't have any scruples. When it comes to doing bad things, we demon cultivators will not be inferior to anyone. The corner of Su Jie's mouth curled up with a cold arc. Since someone wanted to play dirty tricks with a demon cultivator like him, Su Jie was more than happy to accompany him. If you eat something from him, it won't end simply by spitting it out. The next day, Nanxiao Logistics Center. Su Jie stood in front of his warehouse that had been turned into ruins. After the fire yesterday, all that was left here were ashes and broken bricks and iron. This is the cause of the fire report issued by the fire brigade. It was because you illegally stacked electric vehicles in the warehouse, which caused the battery to catch fire. In addition, the wood was placed in the warehouse, which eventually caused the fire. As a result, you have to compensate our warehouse. The total loss is 950,000 yuan. Humph, you have to be lucky that no casualties were caused, otherwise I would have arrested you for your behavior. A supervisor at the Nanxiao Logistics Warehouse Center waved the report sheet angrily, spitting stars and accusing Su Jie of violating regulations and burning down their warehouse. I don't remember when I stored the electric car in the warehouse. Su Jie turned his eyes to the supervisor and said with a smile. The supervisor was stunned for a moment, with a flash of uneasiness on his face, and then he said angrily, "Who else besides you? This warehouse is rented to you, and the things stored there are also yours. There is no point in your quibbles now. You must compensate our losses or wait to be sued." The corner of Su Jie's mouth curled up slightly and he said, "I can give you the money," but Su Jie smiled and whispered in the supervisor's ear, "Be careful. If you have this money, you will spend it without your life." "What do you mean? Who do you think you are when you scare me and threaten me?" The supervisor secretly laughed to himself. He had seen too many such desperate and insane guys after going bankrupt. This is a society ruled by law, and he doesn't take this kind of threat seriously at all. As long as you are happy. Su Jie waved his hand, not wasting his mood to argue, and drove his BMW M8 out of the Nanxiao warehouse. The fun had just begun. End of chapter. Chapter 17 T. Archingjiang Manor. At the sales office, a brand new Audi Q3 was parked in the parking space. The car door opened, and Lu Yingying, who was full of energy and carrying a newly purchased Hermes bag, walked out and walked into the sales department with confident steps. Dai in the sales department, the real estate salesmen who were chatting away turned to look at each other. Seeing such a scene, many people were jealous. Yingying, you are really rich. How much commission did you receive yesterday? TSK, the newly bought Audi Q3, plus this Hermes bag, cost at least more than 500,000 yuan. Yingying, you have only been here for more than a month. You are really lucky to meet a rich man this time. One by one, some flattering or shady voices came, but Lu Yingying didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, she said very grandly, I still have to rely on everyone's help. Besides, I haven't forgotten everyone. I brought gifts specifically for you. Come over and try them together. Lu Yingying opened the box of high-end desserts she brought and said with a smile, I bought this from Lan Xinchuan. It's the most expensive one. It costs 2,999 yuan. Xian Miao, didn't you eat from her last week? A box of chocolate costs 1,300. Let's try what this tastes like. Zhao Xuanmiao, a little beauty with an appearance and figure of 80%, does not look very good looking because she had brought chocolates to show off last week. At that time, she gave them to all the other girls in the sales office, except Lu Yingying, because before Lu Yingying came over, she was the most beautiful flower in the sales department, but when Lu Yingying came, she immediately took away her glory. I won't eat anymore. I have a toothache recently and I don't like sweet food. And I'm not saying that, Lu Yingying, you don't have easy money. You don't always have such good luck. Zhao Xian smiled softly and said in a sour tone. Lu Yingying raised her neck confidently and said, then I don't have to worry about it. I can spend my own money however I want. My money. I don't know if I can use it cleanly. It is said that there is no reason for women to quarrel, and now Zhao Xuanmiao and Lu Yingying are secretly competing with each other. While they were talking, a person walked in outside the sales office and said, Hey, your place is so lively today. Everyone looked around, and then many saleswomen's eyes lit up. I'm here today to handle some finishing touches on the house. Who's free? Su Jia looked around. As soon as he said this, the whole place was silent for a few seconds, and then several saleswomen crowded in at the same time. Mr. Su, I have time here, let me help you. I will be responsible for handling these. Mr. Su, just have a sip of tea first, and I will handle it for you. Several saleswomen surrounded Su Jia, their eyes glaring. They all see Lu Yingying's fortune. These days, they laugh at poverty rather than prostitution. Making money is considered a skill. Zhao Xuanmiao moved the fastest and quickly occupied a favorable position, while Lu Yingying felt a little uneasy when she saw Su Jia. She thought of what happened that night, and then she saw a group of vixens surrounding her, and she cursed in her heart that she was shameless. Just this little beauty. Su Jia casually called Zhao Xuanmiao, which immediately made him smile. Lu Yingying looked at it, feeling inexplicably angry in her heart, and looked at Su Jia with a pair of bright eyes aggrievedly. Su Jia didn't seem to see it. After the processing was completed, he smiled at everyone. In order to celebrate the completion of my new house, I am having a party in the villa tonight and invited a chef from a high-end restaurant. Everyone seems to be too. It's time to get off work. How about we go there together and have a fun time? Wow, Mr. Su is so brave, so we have to be more respectful than obey. Given the opportunity to eat and drink for free, no one would refuse such a good thing. In particular, some female real estate salespeople who think they are good looking have a different purpose, hoping to attract a golden husband. The night is getting darker, the lawn of Gingjiang No. 1 is brightly lit, and a team of chefs specially invited from high-end restaurants are busy. Steak, lobster, tuna sashimi and other high-end ingredients are served to the table in a smooth flow, making a group of people eat happily. Mr. Su, let me toast you. Mr. Su, if you have friends who need to buy a house in the future, please come to me. The core figure of the team is naturally Su Jie. This time, a group of Orioles were surrounding Su Jia, making all kinds of secret glances, which made Lu Yingying's eyes bristle. Brother Su, can you unscrew the bottle cap for me? I'm too stupid. Zhao Xuanmiao grabbed a bottle of Coke, puffed her cheeks and looked at Su Jia for help. Su Jia raised his eyebrows and opened the Coke with a playful smile. Are you a little drunk? I'm a little dizzy after drinking. Brother Su, can I take a rest on the sofa at your house? My house is too far away. Don't worry, I will never get dirty. Zhao Xuanmiao lowered her head in embarrassment, almost getting into Su Jie's arms as if she was too drunk. Of course, you can sleep on any sofa, there are so many rooms. Brother Su, you are so kind, so gentle and considerate. If you don't have a partner, maybe I will be tempted. Zhao Xuanmiao covered her mouth and showed admiration and yearning eyes. Xian Miao, didn't you rent a small apartment nearby? At this moment, Lu Yingying came over and complained unceremoniously, also. Last time we had a company dinner, I seem to have seen you stepping on a box to drink. Why did you get drunk today without even taking a few sips? You still have to let Su Sir support you. Zhao Xuanmiao's pretty face darkened, and she was almost angry to death, but there was a pitiful expression on her face. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't stand firm. Brother Su just helped me. Don't misunderstand me. It's hard, the fist is hard. Lu Yingying glared at him with a strong smell of gunpowder. It was said that girls could tell the difference between green tea and non-green tea at a glance. Now when Lu Yingying looked at Zhao Xuanmiao, her tea skills were almost overflowing. At that moment, Lu Yingying suddenly stumbled, as if she was drunk, and weakly hugged one of Su Jie's arms. Mr. Su, I didn't know why, but I suddenly felt like that. Did I disturb you? I really don't have any other ideas, but I just can't find anyone to chat with. I'm a stupid person, not as fun-loving as Xian Miao, and I feel like a failure. Lu Yingying spoke softly. Since the enemy was the first to use tea art, she could only use magic to deal with magic. Isn't it just tea art? Who wouldn't? This time it was Zhao Xian Miaoqi's turn to feel her teeth itching, and she felt extremely unhappy when she saw Lu Yingying coming to disrupt the situation. By the way, Xian Miao, I heard from Sister Zhang that you have a boyfriend who is studying for a PhD. He came to the company door to give you flowers last time. When will he bring it to our colleagues to get to know each other? Before Zhao Xuanmiao could say anything, Lu Yingying took advantage of the victory to pursue and hit the final kill. The corner of Zhao Xuanmiao's mouth twitched slightly and she said, You remember wrongly. He is just my suitor. We have not confirmed our relationship. Don't spread rumors. Lu Yingying suddenly realized and said, Oh, I remembered wrongly. The person who sent the flowers should be the college student from the medical university. I heard he is from the school basketball team. He is a very handsome young man. Brother Su, I feel a little uncomfortable, so I'm going back first. Zhao Xuanmiao's face was very ugly. She didn't know that she was being general, so she could only glare at Lu Yingying fiercely and leave angrily. Lu Yingying, on the other hand, looked like a victorious general, with her head held high and her eyes full of happiness. End of chapter. Chapter 18. The night is dark and the wind is high. Are you girls so competitive with each other? Su Jie, who had enjoyed the drama of palace fighting, finally spoke. No, I just can't stand how pretentious this woman Zhao Xuanmiao is. Lu Yingying felt a little embarrassed when Su Jie looked at her. She also has tea skills, but she considers her moral character to be much higher than that of Zhao Xuanmiao. At least she doesn't have a large fish pond. Su Jie, don't you think of me badly? Although I love money a little, I don't look down on others, and I have never played with other people's feelings. You are sincere. Su Jie touched Lu Yingying's blushing cheek and said, Let's stay here for the night. Lu Yingying's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and played with her fingers, humming slightly. Su Jie looked around with a smile on his face, holding the wineglass, and said, Everyone, eat and drink. I feel a little uncomfortable, so I went up to rest first. After saying that, Su Jie hugged Lu Yingying and left the lawn and entered the villa. Many people in the field understood and knew what happened, and secretly sighed that Lu Yingying hugged her. As another high-pitched scream ended, the exhausted Lu Yingying fell into a deep sleep. Su Jie lit a black candle. This is requiem incense, which can promote spiritual cultivation. Ordinary people who inhale it will enter a deep sleep and wake up refreshed the next day. After doing all this, Su Jie got dressed, left the villa alone in the night, and came to the dock in the backyard. Wow, the Qingshui River connected to the backyard surged with flowers, and the figure of the thousand-handed centipede emerged from the water. Let's go find some people to play with. Su Jie patted the thousand-hand centipede's head, then stepped on its back, letting the thousand-hand centipede carry him and swim toward the east district of Linping City. In an abandoned building in the east of Linping City, several heavy trucks were parked in this deserted place. One of the abandoned buildings that should have been deserted was filled with noisy sounds. Along with shouting, a group of tattooed men were happily drinking. "Brother Tiger, when can we go back? It's not fun just drinking without a girl." "That's right, brothers have done such a big deal, there must be some reward." A group of people get drunk and immediately reveal their true nature and want to have fun. The man called Brother Tiger by others was a bald man nearly 2 meters tall. Hearing this, he laughed and scolded angrily, "After the limelight is over, I can take you to the nightclub for a month. Now I just stay here and wait for the boss." Side arrangement. "We are too cautious. We are so clean, what else can go wrong?" "Humph, most of my opponents have overseas connections, so it's not a big mistake to be careful." Brother Who pointed at the person who just spoke and ordered, "Lazy, you kid, don't focus on your crotch all day long." This batch of goods was successfully handed over to the boss, which will be enough for you to be cool for several years. What woman will be left alone by then? Give me a few days to endure it." Okay, Brother Who, I can't help you, just say so." Lazy picked at his crotch, put down the bottle and said, "I'll go out and get some water." "Lazy, you are not going to die." "Yes, I just drank a few bottles of horse urine. Now I want to pee and escape. If you fart on your mother, I will give up. Wait for me to come back and deal with you one by one." Lazy yelled and cursed, and walked out of the house with steps that he didn't recognize. He didn't go far, since this was an unfinished building anyway, with bare rough concrete everywhere. He just found a corner and unzipped his pants to let out water rustling. Suddenly, Lazy heard a strange weak sound in his ears. It was like something was crawling. In a dark environment, people's eyes can't see, but their hearing is more sensitive, so Lazy heard it very clearly. "What sound?" With a jolt, Lazy lifted up his pants and took out a lighter from his pocket. With the light illuminated by the fire, he looked towards the place where the sound came from, but he saw a huge black shadow running across the ceiling, a ferocious black and purple insect beetle, and pale arms crawling under its belly. The terrifying and weird scene made Lazy feel as if someone had cast a restraining spell on him. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't make a sound out of his throat due to fear. Caca. Suddenly, the terrifying figure on the ceiling stopped and hung half of its body like an eagle picking up a chicken. It dragged Lazy to the ceiling in one gulp. There were only sounds of bones breaking, and then there was no sound again. In the house, a group of people who were drinking suddenly said, "Why has Lazy been away for so long and not come back yet? Maybe I'm sleeping outside, who can go out and take a look?" Then I have to take some embarrassing photos and laugh at him to death. The two tattooed men stood up with their arms around each other and ran outside the house to check the situation. After another 10 minutes, someone said, "There are 2 people, Broken Tooth, Phone and Monkey. They have been going to Lazy for so long. They are all drunk and fainted outside." Brother Who was playing cards, frowned and said, "Something's wrong. Call them." Snap! At this moment, all the candles lit in the room were extinguished, and everything was dark. Before a group of people who were drinking and having fun could realize what was going on, they heard several screams coming from around them. "Take a flashlight and turn on your mobile phone for lighting." Brother Who's face changed drastically, and he roared for someone to turn on his phone. He picked up the prepared flashlight and hurriedly turned it on. When the surroundings of the room were illuminated again, a scene appeared that shocked everyone present. I saw that the original team of more than a dozen people had lost 5 people, and there were still 7 people left, including Brother Who. De Shahai, Ayun, Chenmo Lazy, Brother Bing, and Agu are all missing. Someone's voice trembled when the number of people was reduced. Within 10 seconds, 5 people were missing, plus the 3 Lazy who had disappeared before. The 8 people were alive without being seen, and dead without being seen. Is there a ghost? There were workers who fell to death during the construction of this unfinished building. Did we provoke something unclean? Some superstitious people were about to pee with fear at this time. As soon as these words came out, everyone became even more nervous and huddled up nervously. Like a flock of quails, goosebumps appeared on Brother Who's skin. He never believed in ghosts and monsters. He cursed loudly, pulled out his machete, looked at the darkness where the light could not reach and cursed angrily. Who is pretending to be a ghost? Get out of here if you dare. If I don't chop you to death, you think you can scare me? If my balls shrink, I will take your last name. There was no response. In the darkness, only the cold night breeze poured in through the unsealed window. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Tooth for tooth. Go outside and have a look. Brother who glared hard, pushed a younger brother, and drove him outside to check the situation despite his objections. However, less than a second after the boy disappeared from their light, he heard a miserable howl. A group of people saw with their own eyes that the man seemed to be dragged by something in the dark. The cell phone that he was holding tightly also rolled and fell. It ended with a few screams, and the sound disappeared instantly when Brother who hurriedly shined a flashlight. He saw a twisted figure lying on the ground. He was like a toy that had been dismantled, with his head folded on his buttocks from his back, his hands, feet, and limbs twisted into twists, and his eyes still filled with fear. Mumble. A group of tattooed men were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Some of them couldn't hold their steel sticks and machetes, and they fell to the ground with a clang. They have hacked people and been imprisoned. For ordinary people, they are considered very cruel thugs, but when it comes to killing people, except for Brother who has a life on his hands, the others really have no experience, let alone such a battle. Even Brother Tiger was furious. He had never seen such a weird thing before, and now he somewhat believes that he and others are ghosts. Otherwise, how could a living person become such a weird shape in just a few seconds? There is really a ghost, woo-woo, we are dead. Call the police, call the police. Let the police come and save us. A group of tattooed men had a mental breakdown, and Brother Tiger no longer persisted. He was arrested for stealing some wood and setting fire to it. He would be imprisoned for a few years at most, but if he stayed here, he would die. Be careful, I'll call the police. Brother who was also scared and wanted to call the police himself, but before the call was answered, something was approaching quickly in the darkness. Call, an evil wind struck, and the thousand-handed centipede's terrifying body came out of the darkness, biting Brother Tiger in one bite. Weird. Monster. The gangsters exploded and fled in fear, but they didn't know that escaping from this unfinished building was destined to be impossible. A dozen pale human hands under the thousand-hand centipede's belly broke away automatically and escaped into the darkness. After a while, several desperate howls came from the floor, drifting far away in the silent unfinished building, and then again there was no movement either. The thousand-handed centipede squeaked twice and picked up Brother Tiger, who was still struggling in fear. Behind him, a line of pale human hands dragged the corpse and rushed downstairs. Downstairs in the unfinished building, Su Jie stood in front of several heavy trucks and lifted up the tarpaulin to reveal intact precious small leaf red sandalwood logs. It's not good to steal from anyone. If you steal my things, everyone is like Pang Sherwan. Su Jie sighed. He obviously just wanted to be a good person who abides by the law. Why did he have to force him out this time? Thousand-hand centipede also went downstairs and brought back 14 corpses, which were neatly placed in front of Su Jie, and finally threw Brother Tiger in his mouth at Su Jie's feet like a treasure. So good. Su Jie scratched thousand-handed centipede's chin. The thousand-hand centipede's thick tail swayed back and forth like a puppy. You are a human and a ghost. You are a human and a ghost. Brother who was trembling, and his heart was trembling as he looked at the corpses of his younger brothers around him. He had never seen such a ruthless person, and the other party's methods were even more unheard of. Who am I? Didn't you investigate it very clearly? With a smile on his lips, Su Jie walked out of the darkness into the moonlight and leaned down to look at the other person. Yes, you are the owner of those raw materials. Brother who saw Su Jie's face clearly and felt numb immediately. He also wanted to understand why Su Jie came to them. It was really not unfair. Now that you know it, it will be easier to handle. I want to know some information about your boss and what to say. I won't betray my boss. It's like that in the movies. If I say it, I will be killed and silenced. Brother whose determined expression made Su Jie laugh. I can't tell you're still a tough guy. It just so happens that I have some experience in how to make people talk. I hope you won't disappoint me. For Su Jie to act like a hero, it seems that he doesn't know the punishment methods of demon cultivators. 10 minutes later, I've said everything I need to say. Please give me a happy life. Brother Tiger, who had been unyielding before, fell to the ground, full of despair and fear, and just wanted to die. Really, I didn't last 10 minutes. Remember to be a good person like me in the next life. Su Jie snapped his fingers. You are considered a good person, and the devil is not as bad as you. This thought flashed through Brother Hu's mind, and then his consciousness was swallowed up, as fire blood bees crawled all over his body and penetrated into his body from his mouth and nose. Su Jie then opened the ancient mirror he brought over and threw the corpse and the small leaf red sandalwood logs in. This kind of corpse destruction was absolutely clean. After sorting everything out, Su Jie disappeared into the night. He wants to find the real mastermind, and what he is killing now is just someone else's chess piece. What are you talking about? Ahu didn't answer the phone. Where are Lazy and the others? In a luxuriously decorated high-end villa area in Linping City, Cui Yinchun, wearing pajamas, stood up while listening to Ma Lanfei's report. Dr. Cui, you asked me to call Ahu every 3 hours. I did as you asked. But half an hour ago, no one answered my call. People answer. Ma Lanfei said nervously. It was not yet 12 o'clock in the evening, her phone calls were not answered, and she came over immediately to make a report. Could it be that Ahu and the others are interested in making money and want to steal this batch of goods? Ma Lanfei hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but make a guess. Impossible. Ahu is an orphan I adopted and grew up. He is loyal to me. Something must have happened to them. Go and have someone investigate immediately. The focus is on the person named Su Jie. Cui Yinchun was furious, his eyes were as if he wanted to eat someone. Ma Lanfei was frightened and was about to make a call when suddenly a voice sounded in the room. Boss Cui, you are so anxious to find me. This voice sounded outside the door, and the two people in the bedroom were startled. Who are you? Wait, Mr. Su, are you Mr. Su, right? Cui Yinchun was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing. I did something wrong this time. I am willing to apologize to you. How about paying 100 million yuan to compensate you for your losses? If it is not enough, I can add more. As expected of someone who had experienced strong winds and waves, Cui Yinchun quickly gave in. Since Su Jie was able to enter his house quietly, it meant that he could threaten his life. 100 million yuan is a big deal, but it's nothing. It's too late to say this now. Following a sneer, footsteps came from outside the bedroom. When the door opened, a figure stood in the moonlight, very scary. Cui Yinchun and Ma Lanfei took a closer look and exclaimed at the same time, Ahu. It turned out that the man standing at the door was their own Ahu. Why are you here? Have you really betrayed me? You are so brave. Cui Yinchun seemed to have figured out something and looked at Ahu in shock and anger. Brother Hu, how could you do this? Dong Cui has been so kind to you, but you actually colluded with outsiders to take advantage of me. Ma Lanfei was equally angry, but at the same time she was secretly relieved, considering the friendship we have had for so many years. Brother Hu at least won't kill anyone. However, facing Cui Yinchun's anger, Ahu reacted very strangely. He raised his hand stiffly, with a look of despair in his eyes. Save me, Mr. Cui, save me. Before he finished speaking, the flesh on Ahu's face twitched, as if something was moving under the skin, and he made a hoarse and stiff voice. TSK, the heat is still too low, just an ordinary person can't control it. In this case, Boss Cui, you seem to like setting fires, so I will give you a fire. Let's retaliate, it's fair, right? Only then did the two of them realize that something was wrong. The Ahu in front of them seemed to be controlled by something. Cui Yinchun and Ma Lanfei didn't know about Gu Masters, otherwise they would have known that this was a skill used by Gu Masters to use their spiritual power, and it was a new skill that Su Jie mastered during his insect control field practice. It's just that Su Jie's strength is still far behind. In addition, this move has its own shortcomings. It has time limit and distance limit. Just like signal fluctuations, the victim will break free from control from time to time, just like just now. Mr. Su, we can still negotiate. What price do you want to offer? Cui Yinchun, who felt very strange and uneasy, shouted nervously, but Ahu didn't respond this time. His skin cracked, and fire blood bees emerged from it, covering the two of them. The bloody and terrifying scene almost frightened the two of them. They wanted to beg for mercy, but it was already too late. In the bedroom, dots of fire began to burn, and the fire blood bees from Tianyuan world sent a vigorous and grand fire here. A few hundred meters away from the villa, Su Jie stood on a treetop, admiring the flaming building. Not bad, not bad. The flames are spectacular. No wonder bad guys always like to kill people and then set fires. It really makes people feel happy. With a smile on his face, Su Jie took one last look at the flames rising into the sky, turned around and left. After being out for 2 hours, it's time to go back and rest. I can finally have a good sleep tonight. End of chapter. Chapter 20 Investigation. Su Jie, do you want the eggs to be cooked or runny? In Jingjiang No. 1 Dabi, Lu Yingying was busy preparing breakfast in the open kitchen, wearing home clothes and an apron. Well done. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Just let the chef do this kind of thing. They are so good at cooking. Su Jie sat on the sofa and watched the TV broadcast about the mansion fire that had shocked the city in the past 2 days. This is different. The breakfasts made by others are full of love. Huh, I remember Su Jie, you said you knew how to cook, but I have never seen you cook for me once. Who said that? Didn't I feed you milk this morning? You're not just a coward, you already know how to bully others. Under Lu Yingying's creamy snow-like skin, there was a faint layer of rouge, and her charming and passionate eyes gave Su Jie a few hard glances. She lived with Su Jie for 2 days and asked for leave from the company. Although Su Jie didn't make any promises to her, she was willing to wait. Then I will give you a chance to fight back now. Maybe your cooking skills can conquer my stomach and then tie my heart. That's right. With my limited cooking skills, I can only make a simple breakfast. Just don't mind if my cooking is not delicious. Leave those complicated lunches and dinners to the chef you hired. As she said this, Lu Yingying's face was filled with joy. A few minutes later, Lu Yingying came to Su Jie with breakfast, glanced at the TV, and said, "It's this news again. This boss Lang Lily is on the headlines of our local TV every day. After all, it was a wealthy boss who was burned to death, so the news must be hot news." Su Jie smiled and ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Lu Yingying. Hearing this, Lu Yingying commented, "Today's news is getting more and more bottomless. Isn't it just an accidental fire? Reporters are chasing after interviews, making up all kinds of conspiracy theories, and there are murders and assassinations. They only know how to do it. Traffic." Su Jie couldn't stop laughing after hearing this. If the real culprit behind Lu Yingying's incident was sitting in front of him, he didn't know what his reaction would be. "Mr. Su, there are 2 policemen outside the door, saying they want to see you." While he was teasing, a servant suddenly came over, bent down, and said to Su Jie, "Well, let them in." Su Jie's eyes flashed and he waved his hands. "What are the police here for?" Lu Yingying looked puzzled and didn't know what was going on. "Who knows?" Su Jie shrugged and continued to eat breakfast as if nothing had happened. A moment later, 2 policemen appeared in front of Su Jie. One person has a face with a Chinese character, an old policeman in his 40s, and looks full of righteousness. One of them is a young policewoman, probably in her early 20s, who must have just graduated from the police academy. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Zhang Yanqing from Linping City Criminal Police Brigade, and this is my partner Zhou Shiner. I am here to ask you for information about a case." The 2 introduced each other while showing their police ID cards. "Please take a seat, please take a seat. If you 2 have any questions, please ask. If I can help the police, I will fully cooperate." Su Jie enthusiastically invited the 2 of them to sit down and asked the servant to bring some fruits. "Mr. Su, let me get straight to the point." Zhang Yanqing seemed to be very talkative and said, "The day before yesterday, a fire broke out in Villa No. 12 in Linping's Changtan Villa community. The fire killed Shui Yinchun, a well-known wealthy businessman in Linping City and the chairman of Lang Lily Company, and his secretary. Ma Lanfei's death." Su Jie nodded and said, "I was watching this news on TV just now. As far as I know, Mr. Su runs a timber business and once had business dealings with Lang Lily Company. On November 16, a fire broke out in a warehouse you rented in Nanxiao Logistics Center, burning a batch of expensive wood." Zhang Yanqing's eyes were bright, and his voice suddenly accelerated, with a breathtaking majesty. "That's right. That batch of wood was passed down by my ancestors who worked hard, but it was all burned up in a fire, which cost me a lot of money." Su Jie was not intimidated by Zhang Yanqing's upright aura. Compared with the chill Lauda aura that Su Jie had seen, Zhang Yanqing was several ranks lower and had no influence on Su Jie. When he heard this, his face suddenly showed a look of pain, as if he was sad for the loss of that batch of wood. I would like to ask what Mr. Su was doing on the night of November 17th, the day of the incident. Zhang Yanqing continued to ask, while closely observing Su Jie's facial expression. Su Jie shrugged and said, I remember that night very clearly. In order to celebrate the handover and transfer of this villa, many people were invited to a party at home. Many people can testify. Your warehouse just burned down and you threw a party? Zhou Xiner was taking notes and interrupted. It was because the warehouse was burned down that we held a party to get rid of bad luck. When Su Jie said this, he paused, pointed at himself with a shocked look on his face and said, Wait, don't you suspect that I set fire to someone else's villa, right? I am a good law-abiding citizen, and I have always done my duty. If you don't believe it, just ask around. Many people can testify for me that night. Yes, Su Jie was with me at that time, I can testify. Lu Yingying stood up immediately and looked at the two policemen opposite with some displeasure. How could they frame such a good brother, Su? We just investigated a little and didn't say you were the murderer. Zhang Yanqing laughed aloud and asked Su Jie some questions before getting up and taking Zhou Xiner out of the villa. Outside the villa, Zhou Xiner looked at Zhang Yanqing, pursed her lips and said, Captain Zhang, do you think he is suspected? Objectively speaking, he has no suspicion, but from a subjective level, I have doubts. After all, everything is too coincidental. Cui Yunchun himself is not clean. He has raised a group of thugs to do dirty work for him. It is possible that Mr. Su's it was this group of people who burned down the warehouse. What's even more coincidental is that the next day, on the day of the fire in Cui Yunchun's villa, this group of people also disappeared, leaving no one alive or dead. Zhang Yanqing held up his police hat, let out a long sigh, and said, in addition, a senior manager of Nanqiao Logistics Center accidentally lost water and died on the same day. The manager's account happened to have a sum of money transferred from Cui Yunchun's personal account. A sum of money. From all aspects, there are traces of motives and suspicions. In that case, can't you ask him to go back to the police station? Zhou Xiner frowned slightly when she heard this. Su Jie had a motive to set fire to kill people. How to arrest someone without evidence? Zhang Yanqing couldn't laugh or cry after hearing this, and shook his head and said, First of all, Cui Yunchun's fire department and autopsy found no traces of murder or evidence of intentional arson. Then we investigated the surveillance of Jingjiang community that day and found that Su Jie and his vehicle did not enter or leave at that time. Just now, Xiao Zhang also asked some salespeople at the sales office, and they all agreed that he and Su Jie would attend a party that night, so the time would not match. Could he have arranged for someone to do it? It's possible, but where's the evidence? This Zhou Xiner stopped talking. The judgment of the case was not based on subjective consciousness. Xiao Zhou, have you seen the video of Cui Yunchun's villa on the night of the incident? I watched it several times. There were many cameras around his villa, but only one person was captured entering. According to the investigation, that person was Cui Yunchun's confidant, a man named Ahu. To eliminate all suspicions, I can only start from the factual evidence. It was indeed Cui Yunchun who appointed Ahu to burn down Su Jie's warehouse. But later, Ahu and Cui Yunchun may have had an internal fight over the uneven distribution of accounts, and finally died together. Zhou Xiner thought to herself that this was really the case. Zhang Yanqing's theory was much more reliable than Su Jie's arson. Both parties involved are now dead, and there is no evidence. Maybe I guessed wrong, but this case can only end here. I understand, Captain Zhang. Zhou Xiner soothed her brows and couldn't help but look back at the very large villa. She vaguely saw someone looking at her and Captain Zhang on the balcony on the second floor. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. There was no one on the balcony. It seemed like it was just a dazzle for her. End of chapter. Chapter 21 Recruitment. Really, I actually doubted you. These police officers are so incompetent. In the villa, Lu Yingying was still fighting for Su Jie. The police also serve the people. We citizens only need to cooperate well. Anyway, we are not afraid of shadows. Su Jie spoke with righteousness, and what he said was the truth. He never made a move from beginning to end that night, and it was entirely the thousand-handed centipede's fault. Animals kill people, and the best way to catch them is to catch the thousand-handed centipede. Thousand-hand centipede, squeak? Stop talking about this, Yingying. Are you interested in being my secretary? Ah. Be the secretary, me? Surprised by Su Jie's sudden turn of events, Lu Yingying looked confused. You heard it just now, right? I do some lumber business, and now I don't have any reliable manpower to help me. I thought that since I'm pretty capable, I might as well resign and come to help me. Crossing his legs, Su Jie pushed a drafted employment contract onto the table. When Lu Yingying saw the salary amount on the contract, her mouth suddenly opened wide. Does this count as being taken care of by you? Lu Yingying's heart was beating wildly, and that number made her mouth dry. Don't say it so harshly, I value your ability. Su Jie poked Lu Yingying's forehead. His time at Blue Star was limited and he needed someone to help keep an eye on some things. Lu Yingying has a close relationship with him. No matter what her ability is, she just needs to guarantee a certain level of loyalty. Besides, Su Jie is not afraid of betrayal, just look at Cui Yinchun. I seem to have no reason not to agree. I will ask Mr. Su to take more care of the little girl in the future. After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Yingying readily agreed, because she believed the choice was more important than hard work. In fact, she is willing to keep her, and there is nothing wrong with being a canary. Su Jie is not that kind of old and ugly old man. He is in great shape. She is struggling in bed, let alone Su Jie. It also gave her a platform to perform. Su Jie patted Lu Yingying on the head and said with a smile, "Little naughty boy, I'm going to teach you a lesson tonight. Go ask Auntie to prepare some tea. A guest is coming soon. Start using me now." Lu Yingying kissed Su Jie on the cheek, and then left with cheerful steps. 20 minutes later, the guest Su Jie mentioned arrived. In Jingjiang Villa No. 1, Liang Lianjuan sat cautiously opposite Su Jie, feeling very uneasy. Why, after 2 days of not seeing each other, Manager Liang is so estranged? Pouring Liang Lianjuan a cup of tea with his own hands, Su Jie said with a smile. No, I just didn't expect Mr. Su to invite me to tea. Liang Lianjuan quickly held the tea with both hands, but what Su Jie said next made Liang Lianjuan's heart tremble. Hey, who could have done that? I came to have tea with you just to understand the situation. Dong Chui was obviously a good man, but why did he die so suddenly? I originally planned to sell this batch of wood to him. Wow, his palms trembled and the hot tea spilled. Liang Lianjuan almost jumped up. What's wrong? The tea doesn't suit your taste. No, I'm just a little excited. I'm really fine. Liang Lianjuan's smile was extremely stiff. When he heard that Cui Yinchun had died and was burned to death in a fire 2 days ago, he had a terrifying speculation in his mind. He had also heard that Cui Yinchun had an unclean background, and at that time he was still wondering why Cui Yinchun refused to purchase Su Jie's batch of wood. Combined with the burning of Su Jie's warehouse and Cui Yinchun being burned to death at home the next night, the answers to many things can be inferred through motives even without evidence. You seem to be afraid of me? Su Jie smiled kindly and said sincerely, let me state it in advance. I am very sad about the death of Dong Chui, but life has to go on, so don't get too immersed in it. Mr. Su, I am not okay. I know you value friendship. I came to you this time because I value your friendship. I want to start a furniture company. You have been in this industry for many years, so I will tell you frankly. I want to start a furniture company. I want you to come here and become the general manager. Ahem. Liang Lianjuan, who was drinking tea, choked. Mr. Su, wasn't your batch of materials burned? Why are you still thinking about it? Oh, you're talking about that. I've restocked a batch, and the raw materials are exactly the same as last time. You can relax. When Liang Lianjuan heard this, he became even more suspicious, because in his opinion, the information Su Jie mentioned might have been stolen from Dong Chui. This is the annual salary I give you. If you do a good job, you will get dividends. You can consider it carefully. I am a person who will never treat you badly as long as you work hard for me. Su Jie also knew that empty words could not fool people, so he directly used his money power to launch a contract. Like Lu Yingying's reaction before, Liang Lianjuan, who originally wanted to reject Su Jie's offer, was speechless when he saw Su Jie's sincerity in this contract, just because the amount in the contract is too eye-catching. You also know the strength of my side. If you come to work for me, it's hard to say anything else. There will be a continuous supply of high-quality tree raw materials. With your ability and connections, our new company will definitely be able to open up high-end furniture soon. Recruiting Liang Lianjuan was a move that Su Jie chose after thinking about it. Simply selling raw materials will always be frowned upon. In this case, it is better to process the tree raw materials and sell them to consumers. Liang Lianjuan has been working in the furniture industry for many years and has the ability and connections to be a general manager. Swallowing his saliva, although he speculated that Su Jie might have violated laws and disciplines, this contract was too good. Even though he knew that working with Su Jie was risky, Liang Lianjuan still couldn't resist the temptation. He hesitated for several minutes and finally picked up the contract on the table. Mr. Su, I have no overall experience in managing the company, but thanks to your respect, as long as I am still on the job, I will definitely help you manage the company and sell our furniture to all parts of the country. We are very good, that's how I feel. I believe you. Su Jie reached out and shook hands with Liang Lianjuan, and then called Lu Yingying over. This is my personal secretary Lu Yingying. When I'm not around, if you have anything to ask her, she will tell it to me. Hello, Secretary Lu. Hello, Manager Liang. After the two parties got to know each other, Su Jie continued, you guys need to register the company first. Lao Liang, if you want to buy a processing plant, I will approve 30 million yuan for you, which should be enough for you. 30 million was obtained by Su Jie from the bank as a mortgage loan for Villa No. 1 in Jingjiang. That's enough, but Mr. Su, what's the name of our new company? Liang Lianjuan was even more excited. The company had abundant funds and he felt confident to work. It's called Tianyuan Home Furnishing. End of chapter. Chapter 22 Preparation Tianyuan World, Black Market. After dealing with Blue Star's affairs, Su Jie returned here with the help of the ancient mirror, preparing to purchase the last batch of supplies in preparation for the next mountain patrol. The flow of people in the black market is much busier than usual. Many disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace have the same idea as Su Jie and want to exchange the stored blood marrow crystals for combat power. Taishu Pavilion. Su Jie looked up at this 7-story building, one of the best in the black market, and walked in. Taishu Pavilion is a place that specializes in selling talismans and magical instruments. It is divided into the Talisman Hall and the Magical Instrument Hall. The talismans here are basically used by righteous monks outside Guiling Palace. Demonic cultivators can also use them, but they are not so handy to eye in the outside world. Taishu Pavilion is also quite famous, with a secret treasure realm enshrining it. Master Su. As soon as I walked in, I saw a woman with first-class figure and appearance. She was wearing a palace costume, with a long 5-color palace ribbon tied around her waist. She had a plump and round buttocks, plump and moist lips, and no makeup. She was about 30 years old, and she looked very young. A woman who smells like a married woman comes. Sister Kai, I haven't seen you for a month, and you are even more beautiful. Su Jie raised his eyebrows and spoke with a smile. The woman in front of me is named Kai Chun-yi. She is the supervisor of Taishu Pavilion. She is well known in the black market for her beauty, because Su Jie had purchased talismans from her, and also sold them several poisonous insects purchased by Taishu Pavilion, and they had dealt with each other several times. Master Su is really good at joking. Kai Chun-yi pursed her lips and smiled sweetly, and said with a smile, you don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything, but you are here to buy something today. Purchase some talismans, protective ones. Su Jie said, now he has no shortage of attacks, but his protection is still a bit weak. You only have one life, so you can't be too careful. Follow me. Kai Chun-yi nodded slightly and led Su Jie up the stairs to the second floor. When going upstairs, because she was wearing a half-skirt palace dress, her 2 beautiful legs were exposed. When she walked, her buttocks twisted slightly, which was full of flavor. Kai Chun-yi seemed to be aware of it, and pressed her skirt back with her hand. Arriving on the second floor, dozens or hundreds of talismans were placed on the tightly protected legal restraint shelves, shining with a brilliant color, which made people look very good. Su Jie is also very keen on these talismans. In the Tianyuan world, whether they are talisman masters, alchemists, or weapon refiners, as long as they are talented and successful, they are all first-class rich people. This low-grade elementary golden spiral talisman can create a deflection spiritual force field to deflect incoming long-range strikes. It sells for 12 pieces of blood marrow crystals. The low-grade elementary magic walking talisman can stimulate the spiritual meridians of the legs, allowing you to the speed increases in 1 minute, and the price is 10 pieces of blood marrow crystals. There is also the low-grade intermediate Tianli fire talisman, which can condense a high-temperature fire shield to protect the whole body, and the price is 50 pieces of blood marrow crystals. Kai Chunyi introduced Su Jie one by one in great detail, but she did not introduce the low-grade and high-grade talismans. The price of such talismans started at hundreds of blood marrow crystals, making it difficult for ordinary outer disciples to afford them. Have the prices increased? I remember that the golden spiral talisman sold for 10 pieces of blood marrow crystals before. Other talismans are also more expensive. Su Jie frowned slightly. These prices have increased compared to the past. Because the trade routes have recently been affected by frequent harassment by White Walkers, the purchase cost has increased. In order to barely maintain capital, we can only increase the price slightly. It seems that Kai Chunyi has heard similar questions many times. After hearing Su Jie's words, Kai Chunyi did not panic at all. A profiteer, Su Jie cursed inwardly, but when you think about the kind of merchants who dare to enter the black market and do business with Ghost Ridge Palace, it is not surprising at all that they can make a living with strange goods. I'll go check out other places first. Although Kai Chunyi is very charming, Su Jie still has to shop around when it comes to his own money bag, but he can't be blinded by beauty. Kai Chunyi smiled slightly and said confidently, Master Su, please do. Su Jie walked out of Taishu Pavilion and went to other shops selling talismans. There is no intellectual property rights in the talisman, especially low-grade talismans, which are the most produced and best-selling ones and are sold in many stores. But after walking around the entire black market, Su Jie's face turned dark, because compared to Taishu Pavilion, the prices of talismans in other stores have increased even more. Not only the talismans, but also the prices of various combat-related materials have skyrocketed, which made Su Jie's brows jump. An hour later, Su Jie returned to Taishu Pavilion again. Kai Chunyi was waiting at the door, anticipating that Su Jie would come back. After meeting, she smiled and said, Mr. Su, our prices at Taishu Pavilion are the most sincere in the black market. You can buy with confidence. Su Jie was speechless because what Kai Chunyi said was the truth. Give me 2 golden spiral talismans and 1 divine walking talisman. Su Jie did not bargain anymore and proposed to buy it with Kai Chunyi, because he spent 10 pieces of blood marrow crystals to buy the martial arts school Tiger Roar Fist some time ago, and now his total net worth is only 35 pieces of blood marrow crystals. This is the money earned from selling Peng Shirwen's body, otherwise Su Jie will be even poorer. Thank you Mr. Su for taking care of the business. Kai Chunyi handed the talisman to Su Jie and collected 34 pieces of blood marrow crystals from Su Jie. Excuse me, is there anything else I need to buy? Do you want to see the magic weapon? Perhaps seeing that Su Jie was relatively wealthy among the outer disciples, Kai Chunyi continued to promote products, hoping to sell more. I have no money. If Sister Kai is willing to give it to me, I wouldn't mind. After rummaging through his empty pockets, Su Jie didn't want to buy a magic weapon, but unlike talismans, talismans are only disposable items and are gone after use. A magic weapon can be used as long as it is not damaged, so even the lowest quality low-grade primary magic weapon costs hundreds of blood marrow crystals. It's not that he doesn't want to buy it, it's just that he is short of money. Kai Chunyi pursed her lips and smiled, rolled her eyes at Su Jie charmingly, and said, I would like it, but Taishu Pavilion is not owned by my sister, but I can't give it away. I can only welcome Mr. Su to come to purchase again next time. Su Jie spread his hands and curled his lips and said, I'm afraid I can't afford your price. According to this price increase trend, if the White Walker problem cannot be solved in a short time, the prices of these battle-related commodities will definitely continue to rise. After buying the talisman, Su Jie did not stay any longer. As soon as he walked out of the gate of Taishu Pavilion, Su Jie's ears twitched and he heard a commotion. I saw a group of disciples pushing a flatbed truck through the street. On top of the flatbed truck, an extremely terrifying humanoid creature with pale skin. More than 3 meters tall, claws as sharp as steel knives, and eyes as scarlet as blood, was lying here. This is a White Walker, but a dead White Walker. There was a big hole in its heart, and you could see that all the internal organs inside were shattered. Several disciples were standing next to the cart, looking around with contented faces, and a group of businessmen swarmed around the disciples and started to flatter them. You actually managed to kill a White Walker, you guys are really amazing. How about selling this strange ghost to us at Mingwang Tower? We are willing to pay a high price, 300 blood marrow crystals to purchase it. We, the Qin Chamber of Commerce, are willing to pay 350 pieces of blood marrow crystals. We are odd businessmen gathered around the flatbed truck to bid enthusiastically, and a steady stream of businessmen joined in behind Su Jie. Kai Chunni also hurried out of Taishu Pavilion, holding up her skirt and rushed into the bidding queue. The scene of snatching and bidding made all the disciples on the black market streets envious. Su Jie was also a little jealous. The materials of the White Walkers were extremely precious. Skin and flesh were not valuable, but bones were different. Grinding the bones of the White Walkers into powder and adding them to the crafting of magical weapons can greatly improve the success rate and quality of the forging of magical weapons. This is why these merchants are so excited to sell them. I don't know how much it cost. Su Jie took a few glances at the disciples around the truck. Most of them were covered in blood. The White Walkers' fighting power was extremely powerful. It would take several disciples to cooperate if they wanted to injure them, let alone kill them. Su Jie also watched the auction. In the end, the White Walker was sold at a high price of 550 pieces of blood marrow crystals. A group of businessmen who failed to bid dispersed in twos and threes, and Kai Chunni also returned with a disappointed look on her face. Sister Kai, you Taishu Pavilion also wants the corpse of a strange ghost? Su Jie looked very disappointed when he saw Kai Chunni empty-handed. Since Taishu Pavilion's family has a big business, it shouldn't be like this. Lin Lan, the proud daughter of the Lin family, is celebrating her 18th birthday recently. Her father is a famous weapon refiner and plans to personally refine a top-quality magic weapon, which requires a large amount of ghost bone powder. The price of this thing has now doubled. It's doubled. Kai Chunni explained, and when Su Jie heard about the Lin family, he immediately understood something. In the outside world of Qingzhou, the Lin family is a giant. It has been passed down for thousands of years and there are many masters in the family. The reason why these merchants purchased the corpses of White Walkers was probably because they wanted to please this 1,000-year-old family. After explaining, Kai Chunni continued, Mr. Su, you are purchasing talismans because you are going to patrol the mountains and protect the roads, right? If you have a chance to get the body of a strange ghost, you must consider it, sister. I will give you a good price. Sister Kai, you think too highly of me. I'm not that powerful. Not necessarily. I have a pretty good eye for people. Kai Chunni looked at Su Jie's waist and abdomen thoughtfully, then she leaned over and said with a smile, Young Master Su seemed to like it when he stared at my buttocks just now. If you can get the body of the White Walker, I can let you feel it. Touch. Leaving behind these seductive words, Kai Chunni walked back to Taishu Pavilion with a charming figure. This witch. Su Jie touched his chest, lowered his eyes, and thought to himself, did she find out about the 1,000-handed centipede? Unfortunately, it is difficult to find evidence from the other party on this issue. Su Jie could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart and turned back to the Ghost Ridge Palace. End of chapter. Chapter 23 Departure 2 days later. In front of the gate of Guiling Palace, many disciples gathered here, all belonging to the Qiu Laodao lineage. On the steps, Taoist Qiu, who was wearing a purple robe, had erect snake eyes, and had a thin face, had a black python that swallowed snake messages coiled in his left hand. When he looked at the disciples, his eyes were so cold that people felt chilled in their hearts, and they dared not look at each other. Two inner disciples, Pei Haibing and Yuan Xian, served Taoist Qiu. Only inner disciples are qualified to stand beside him. Master, all the disciples above the second level of our branch Yunling realm are here. After Yuan Xian counted the number of people, she turned around and reported to Taoist Qiu. Taoist Qiu looked indifferent and slowly said, the task of patrolling the mountain and protecting the road has been distributed, and disciples from all branches have been dispatched. You can't lose my reputation. Of course, whoever kills the most White Walkers will be with me. Corresponding rewards will also be given. As he spoke, the black python wrapped around Taoist Qiu's hand opened its bloody mouth and spit out a sword with white bone patterns. The sword with the white bone pattern is about 3 feet long, and the sword body is transparent and white. Once it appears, it immediately blooms with a gleaming aura, spinning and spinning in the void. The air is filled with whistling sounds, and stones the size of millstones are heard. Can penetrate easily. This is the white bone heavenly evil sword. It is the best choice among low-grade flying swords. I will give you a week. Who can win depends on your chance. Listening to Taoist Xiu's explanation, all the disciples were jealous, including the inner disciple Pei Haibing. The always stingy Qiu Laodao actually offered such a big reward. The price of such an excellent low-grade flying sword on the black market would cost at least 1,000 blood marrow crystals. What a good thing! Su Jie's heart beat faster. Who wouldn't be greedy for such a flying sword? It's a pity that I don't know how to fight with a sword, otherwise I could have competed. On the steps, Yu Wenxian pursed her lips and said regretfully. Pei Haibing on the side was excited, staring at the white bone evil sword with extremely hot eyes, and said, Master, this disciple will definitely live up to your expectations and kill the White Walkers to celebrate your upcoming 70th birthday. The white bone transformation technique he practiced is just right for this magical weapon. Once he gets this white bone heavenly evil sword, he will be even more powerful. Even in Pei Haibing's opinion, this was the weapon Xiu Daoren specially prepared for him, but he gave it to him in a subtle way to avoid arousing criticism from other disciples, especially the jealousy of Yu Wenxian. If you can compete with other disciples, this magical weapon will be yours. Taoist Xiu took back the white bone heavenly evil sword and spoke calmly. Master, I will not let you down. Go and arrange for personnel to be dispatched. Taoist Xiu nodded slightly and Shi Shiran left. It seems that junior brother Pei is bound to win the white bone heavenly evil sword. As soon as Mr. Qiu left, Yu Wenxian's eyes flashed and she smiled at Pei Haibing, looked over and was very grateful. Thanks to senior sister Yu for letting me help. If Yu Wenxian competes with him, Pei Haibing has no confidence. Fortunately, what I heard from Yu Wenxian just now was that she wanted to take a step back and make peace with herself. Thinking of this, Pei Haibing became even more proud, thinking that if Yu Wenxian's lifestyle was not so chaotic, with the figure and beauty of the senior sister, being a Taoist monk would be a great thing. Yu Wenxian shook her head and said, I don't care, but with so many disciples under the master, you may not be able to get the white bone sword. Pei Haibing looked at the many disciples below with an indifferent look, and said coldly and proudly, Senior sister, are you kidding me? These insects below have no potential or talent. They have been doing odd jobs in catching insects all their lives. How can they compete with me? As soon as these words came out, many of the disciples below felt resentful, but who knows that Pei Haibing is an inner disciple, and his strength is at the 6th level of Yunling realm. Su Jie, who was down there, also heard this, but he was not as angry as the others. Although Pei Haibing is indeed arrogant, Su Jie pays more attention to Yu Wenxian. Does this woman seem to be deliberately raising Pei Haibing as a target? In this way, Pei Haibing and all his disciples were separated from each other. This woman is not simple. Su Jie sighed in his heart. Compared to the easy-to-understand Pei Haibing, Yu Wenxian is obviously more noteworthy. Then congratulate junior brother Pei in advance. The master said to arrange for manpower to set off. Let's move quickly. Yu Wenxian smiled, making Pei Haibing's face very proud. Pei Haibing nodded, regained his indifferent demeanor, and said, Those whose names are called, come up and get the cards, which mark your garrison area. Luo Ruxin, Changjian, Yao Shui, No. 1, stationed on the southwest side of Jinsha Mountain. Fei Yinglong, Luyu, and Chu Dong were stationed on the cliff east of Meihua Valley. People whose names were called came forward one by one. Some were very happy when they received their number plates, while others felt like they were mourning for their heirs, because teammates in a team in the area where they are stationed are at different levels of risk. The weaker the teammate, the more dangerous the area where they are stationed, and the risk factor is also different. Xiu Laodao gave Pei Haibing and Yu Wenxian full authority over trivial matters such as mountain patrols and road protection, and the two often took the opportunity to make a fortune. If you want strong teammates and a safe base, you have to pay these two bribes. Su Jie, Gu Weinian, and Sun Jihai, No. Bingjiu, are stationed at Niujiao Ridge. Most of the people formed their teams in 2s and 3s. Su Jie looked at the token with the number Bing 9 engraved on it. In addition to his name, the area where he is stationed is also written on the back. The person who received the same token as Su Jie was Gu Weinian, whom he had met once before, and a disciple named Sun Jihai, who was disabled, missing his left hand, pale and sickly. Su Jie knew that this was because the other party was unable to provide a sufficient number of poisonous insects for the native Gu insects, and could only provide them with long-term blood transfusions, which caused the body to become weak. When the three of them were holding the tokens, Pei Haibing didn't even look. At them. Obviously, the three of them did not have the bleeding marrow crystals to bribe, so they were assigned such teammates. Niujiao Ridge is far away from the Ghost Ridge Palace and is surrounded by poisonous miasma and deep valleys. Strange ghosts have always been there on weekdays. These three people, one is old, one is disabled, and the other is a young disciple with no reputation. They still went to Niujiao Ridge. TSK, I'm afraid they won't be able to come back. When they went down, many of the disciples cast strange looks. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Su Jie and the others were specially arranged by Pei Haibing. Brother Su, long time no see. Gu Weinian raised his hand towards Su Jie with a wry smile on his face. You didn't pay the inner door either. I'm poor. A concise sentence left Gu Weinian speechless, and he was not the same. Ahem, it seems that we are all in the same boat. My younger brother is in poor health. Please take care of me in Niujiao Ridge. Sun Jihai coughed twice. He was short of breath when he spoke and his body was extremely weak. Several fellow Taoists, we are also stationed at Nujiangling. My name is Chen Yun, these are my brother Chen Kodong, and Su Chaoxian, my husband. A woman came over at this time. She was in her mid-20s and quite pretty. She took the initiative to offer her hands to Su Jie and the others. My name is Su Jie, and these are Gu Weinian and Sun Jihai. Su Jie responded with a salute. Across from him, a whole family was patrolling the mountain to protect the road. Ji Weinian's eyes lit up and he stepped forward enthusiastically and said, it seems we are not alone. We have a team and we can do well together. Let's do well together. Su Chao was taciturn at first and didn't say anything. It seemed that everything was decided by his wife Chen Yun. One is old and the other is disabled. Sister, what nonsense are you talking to them about? Don't hold us back when the time comes. Chen Koyan crossed his arms and looked at him with disgust. Sun Jihai's eyes dodged, but Nuonyuo doesn't dare to speak. Ji Weinian also looked embarrassed. After all, his age was here. What kind of breed are you to have such a talkative mouth? They are all assigned to Niujiao Ridge because they have no money. How noble can you be? Su Jie didn't tolerate others. When faced with other people's cold words, he immediately scolded them back. What did you say? Chen Kodong didn't expect Su Jie to have such a bad temper. He couldn't stand it anymore and opened the lid of the bamboo basket on his back. A swarm of finger-sized poisonous ants with red bodies swarmed out crazily, covering half of his body and tending to spread towards Su Jie. That's enough, have I asked you to talk too much? Chen Yun suddenly turned her head and slapped her younger brother Chen Kuden on the head, leaving him stunned. Su Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. This person did not hide the movement of spiritual power in his body when he acted, and his strength at the fourth level of Yunling realm was exposed. Or maybe this was done intentionally by the other party to assert dominance. When she started, an ugly-looking bat emerged from her sleeves and issued a silent threat. The ants crawling on Chen Kodong's body were affected by the invisible sound waves, and their movements became stiff, and their original attacking posture also stopped instantly. This should be Chen Yun's natal gu, a very rare one called the dark sound bat. I'm sorry everyone, my brother is not very sensible. I, the sister, will apologize to you. It's okay, everyone has their youth. Gu Weinian didn't want to have a tense relationship, so he could only try his best to smooth things over at this time. Although he is also at the fourth level of the Yunling realm, due to old age and frailty, and having suffered many hidden injuries when he was young, his spiritual power is not as strong as that of Sun Jihai, who is at the third level of the Yunling realm. Su Jie saw Chen Kuden staring at him with unhappy eyes, and touched his chest with his left hand to calm the restless thousand-handed centipede. It's not that bad, it's not that he kills people with just one sentence, he's not that cruel. The disciples who received the token will set off immediately without delay. If they do not arrive at the station within the specified time, the law enforcement team will come forward at that time. At the same time, Pei Haibing, who had distributed the tokens, said a cold word, turned around and left the mountain gate of Ghost Ridge Palace with his two disciples. All the disciples loaded up their luggage and started trekking. Let's go too. Su Jie carried a thick bag on his back and followed the team towards the mountains far away from the sect. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Mangdonga. The so-called patrolling mountains and protecting roads is also very particular. The locations where the disciples are stationed are not randomly assigned, but are arranged according to the important trade routes from the outside world to the Ghost Ridge Palace. This arrangement is mainly to protect this business road. Ghost Ridge Palace is located in a mountain, and most of its resources have to be imported from the outside world. Once there is no external supply, the black market will stop operating, and the Ghost Ridge Palace will be extremely uncomfortable. The disciples who went to patrol the mountain to protect the Tao had at least reached the second level of Yunling realm, and their leg strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Even when walking among high mountains, the speed is not slow. As time went by, disciples continued to arrive and leave the station during the march, and the long queue became shorter and shorter, starting in the morning. By sunset, there were less than 10 teams left. That's Niujiao Ridge. Su Jia passed through a narrow canyon lined with ravines, and 2 hills at the angles of each other appeared in his field of vision. Finally, we're here. Panting and sweating profusely, Sun Jihai sat down on the ground with his knees in his hands. The journey almost made him fall down from the exhaustion of his weak body. Black mountains and white waters, twin peaks like horns, a fierce force pierces the heart. Dangerous place, dangerous place. Looking at the environment at Nujiangling, Gu Weinian twisted a string of rosary beads with his left hand and muttered something in his mouth. Su Jia looked curiously. Brother Gu still knows feng shui? Gu Weinian laughed at himself and said, if you know a little bit about it, I can't improve my level of cultivation, so I can only learn more miscellaneous jobs. Su Jia and his 2 teams of 6 people walked towards Niujiao Ridge. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw wooden houses built every few hundred meters in the forest, but there were already people stationed here. The 6 disciples were waiting here, watching the arrival of Su Jia and others cordially. The leader of this group of disciples was a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament. As soon as they met, he stepped forward happily and said, "You are from the Qiu Laodao lineage, right? I received the letter from the command hall 2 days ago. I can't wait for you. Here, my name is Meng Donga. I came 12 days earlier than you, and I belong to Elder Zhong's sect." Meng Donga, this person is at the 5th level of Yunling realm. I heard that he had offended the inner disciples. Now it seems to be true. Otherwise, how could he be sent here with his strength? Gu Weinian whispered to Su Jia that he had lived in Guiling Palace for many years and could find out a lot of gossip. My dear fellow Taoist Meng, we have been ordered to come and station here. Su Jia took out his token and spoke more formally. Hello, Brother Meng, we have just arrived and there is a lot of trouble. Chen Yun spoke very politely, speaking on behalf of her family. Meng Donga's eyes moved slightly, as if he noticed that Chen Yun was the strongest among the 6, and his tone was quite enthusiastic. Easy to say, I'll take you to the garrison first. With more people, the sense of security will be stronger. But you don't know that I haven't had a good night's sleep in the past half-month. Thank you. Let's go there together. The group of people walked towards the temporary camp, and soon the teams of Su Jia and Chen Yun were each assigned an adjacent wooden house on the left peak of Niujiao Ridge, which was about 2 kilometers away from the right peak of Niujiao Ridge where Meng Donga and others were located. Meng Donga distributed some supplies needed for daily life to everyone, and gave some instructions on what to pay attention to before turning around and leaving. What a good guy. He's much more pleasing to the eye than the guy named Chen Kodong just now. Watching Meng Donga go away, Sun Jihai sighed. Among the cold and ruthless disciples of Guiling Palace, it is rare to see such sincere disciples. Ji Yuanian nodded and said, just now, Meng Donga said that he hopes we can come over to share the pressure and fight against the threat of the White Walkers together. It is human nature, and this person has a very sincere character. Right. Seeing that someone agreed, Sun Jihai looked at Su Jia again and asked, Brother Su, what do you think? Instead of discussing this, let's clean the house first. After hearing Sun Jihai's words, Su Jia didn't say too much anyway. He felt that in a demonic cultivator sect like Guiling Palace, it was not difficult to find a pure good person. While talking, Su Jia stepped forward and pushed open the 3-story wooden house in front of him. Wooden houses like this are not temporary construction, but have been built for a long time. On weekdays, when the disciples go out, they sometimes rest here temporarily. The house has dry food and simple beds, but this kind of situation is relatively rare after all. In addition, it is just a temporary break and no one cleans it. These houses are usually very dirty. Creak, the heartbreakingly heavy wooden door was pushed open, and Su Jia walked into the house first. From what I could see, the house was not as messy as expected, but rather very clean. Su Jia wiped his fingers lightly on the table, and twirled his fingers to see that there was no accumulation of dust. Looking up, There were no spider webs on the ceiling either. It seems that not long ago, someone lived here and cleaned it. Su Jie looked at Gu Weinian and Sun Jihai, who came in behind him, and said, "There should be someone stationed in this room before we arrived." Did it say anything above about what other disciples were stationed here in Niujiao Ridge besides Meng Dongba's group? Gu Weinian was stunned and said, "Who knows this? You have to go to the command hall to find out the status of the disciples dispatching, but if you are not an inner disciple, no one will pay attention to it at all. Perhaps some disciples cleaned it when they were stationed temporarily. It just saved us some time." Sun Jihai put down the package, opened all the doors and windows, and then picked the room by himself. "Brother Su, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Su Jie frowning slightly, Gu Weinian didn't know why. Meng Dongba only said that they were afraid of the threat of White Walkers. "I remember that they have never encountered White Walkers?" "No, he doesn't seem to have said this." "Is there any problem?" "Have you noticed that the two teams in Mengdong Pavilion are very well organized, with a total of 6 people, no more or less? If there were teams stationed in this house before we came here, then they encountered something strange, and Mengdong Pavilion they are still safe and sound, do you think there is a problem?" Su Jie expressed some of his guesses. After all, everyone is in the same trench now. This is not the time to play charades. More combat power means more security. Gua, a mature man, immediately woke up when Su Jie pointed him out. He couldn't help but said, "You mean, we are in the game?" "Not sure, but it's possible. After all, Meng Dongba chose the house for us." Su Jie's frown eased and he continued, "I'm going to find another station. Regardless of whether it is or not, be careful. As the saying goes, a gentleman never builds a dangerous wall, so Su Jie didn't want to take risks, especially risks involving his life. Yes, we need to change places. To be able to live to such an old age in such a cruel sect as Guiling Palace, Gu Weinian may not have the qualifications, but at best it means being cautious and sailing a 10,000-year ship, at worst it means being greedy for life and afraid of death." After hearing Su Jie's words, Gu Weinian, who was suspicious, immediately and wisely planned to follow. At this time, Sun Jihai, who had chosen a room from upstairs, walked down and said strangely, "Hey, don't you choose a room yet? I've taken the room on the left on the 2nd floor. You can choose other ones. Brother Sun, we plan to change our location." When Gu Weinian saw the other party, he immediately told Su Jie's guess. "Ah. Could it be that you are too worried?" Hearing this, Sun Jihai was reluctant and had to clean other rooms when he went there. "I'm leaving anyway." Su Jie glanced at the other party, picked up the package on the ground and turned out of the door. "Brother Sun, it's best to come with us." Gu Weinian reminded him kindly, took the package and turned around to catch up with Su Jie. "Hey, you guys, come with me, don't leave me alone." Although he was a little reluctant, Sun Jihai was more afraid of being left alone. Seeing the two walking away, he quickly went back to pack the package and caught up with Su Jie and Gu Weinian. There were many similar wooden houses in Nujiangling. Su Jie didn't go too far and stopped when he found a wooden house about 700 to 800 meters away. "This is it. Clean the room first." Su Jie pushed open the selected wooden house. As soon as he entered the house, there was a smell of mildew. The tabletop and floor were covered with a thick layer of dust. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. "Brother Su, Chen Yun, would you like to go over and remind me?" Gu Weinian hesitated and spoke hesitantly. "I'm not that stingy, but I'm afraid others may not believe that I am willing to move." Su Jie was non-committal. "It's not easy to be a good person these days." Gu Weinian patted his chest and said, "It's okay, I'll just go over and say it. Then you go and come back quickly." Su Jie looked at the sky and saw that the sun had gradually set over the mountain. Although the White Walkers now appear day and night, night is still the time when they are most active. It is too dangerous to go out alone at night. "Okay, I'll go there now." Gu Weinian set off immediately, since the distance was not far anyway. Su Jie and Sun Jihai began to clean the house. They didn't do it too carefully. They just swept away the dust accumulated in the house where they lived. Su Jie then set up some simple bell traps, which may not be useful to the White Walkers. White Walkers are not wild beasts. They are very intelligent and know how to avoid conventional traps. The real means of warning is the dozen dragonflies released by Su Jie. The panoramic vision of this small insect can greatly facilitate reconnaissance and warning. In addition to dragonflies, Su Jie also released several small moths. Dragonflies have poor vision at night, and moths, small nocturnal insects, can compensate for their vision. End of chapter. Chapter 25 Tragedy. After cleaning the house, Su Jie heard a crow outside. When I walked out of the house, I saw a black crow hovering in the sky, making strange and hoarse calls. The sound traveled far away, constantly tormenting people's ears. Su Jie took out a black feather folding fan from his arms and waved it high. After a while, the black crow in the sky landed on Su Jie's shoulder, its beak wide open. After searching around on his body, Su Jie caught out a scout dragonfly and fed it to the crow. Then he took a piece of letter paper from the bird's leg, picked up a pen, wrote down the status of today's itinerary, put his fingerprints on it and tied it back. Then he let the crow fly again and watched the other person disappear into the sky. This kind of crow is actually a homing pigeon, which was bred by Guiling Palace to deliver messages. Such a lofty method as spiritual consciousness and sound transmission for thousands of miles is not something that disciples can learn. The Xinyahui communicates with the disciples at the mountain gate of Guiling Palace every day, and the disciples need to report their daily itinerary and the situations they encounter. If there are any arrangements that need to be made by the disciples, orders will be issued through Xinyao. Not long after the letter crow was released, Gu Weinian also came back, but the news he brought back was not good. No success? Seeing the embarrassment on Gu Weinian's face, Su Jie knew that it probably didn't work out. No matter how hard you say it, people just don't believe it, especially Chen Kodong. Gu Weinian shook his head and did not continue speaking. He must have been sarcastic. Sun Jihai also expressed his opinion and said, "Let's not meddle in other people's business. Since others don't want to, then we can just take care of ourselves." Su Jie comforted, "Look at it, just treat it as farts when they talk, don't take it seriously." "I understand. That's good. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. I'll keep watch for the rest of the night, and you can go and have a good rest first." Late at night, ugly time, the forest land was completely shrouded in darkness. On Niujiao Ridge, the noisy chirping of cicadas during the day disappeared, and dark clouds covered the full moon. In front of the wooden house, an ancient tree stands quietly. The tree is said to be over 1,000 years old. It has roots like a dragon, skin like cracked rock, and numerous scaly knots, making it look like a skinny old man. Whoops, a gust of night wind blew by, swaying the branches. The candlelight from the wooden house reflected mottled light and shadow among the dead branches and leaves, making it look even more terrifying, like a demon with teeth and claws. This time, Su Jie was sitting on the top of this ancient tree, sharing his vision with many moths, always observing any movement within 100 meters. "Brother Su, I'm here to change my shift." In the wooden house, the yawning Gu Weinian walked out and waved to Su Jie on the treetop. "Brother Gu, be careful. If anything happens, call someone as soon as possible. Don't worry, even though I'm old, I still have this vigilance." Before Gu Weinian could finish his words, Su Jie suddenly said, "Wait, what's the noise? Did you hear anything?" "What?" Before Gu Weinian could react, Su Jie looked out through the dark night. In the silent night, except for a few unknown birds whining, there was no other sound, as if they had just heard an auditory hallucination. "Brother Su, this is your first night patrol, maybe you are too nervous." Gu Weinian, who thought he had made a mistake, shook his head. Just as he was about to continue, his voice suddenly paused. He and Su Jie looked at each other, and both heard a faint voice, "Zhizhu." The small, continuous screams kept coming to my ears, and they sounded a bit like the barking of mice. Immediately afterwards, Su Jie and Gu Weinian saw a bat covered in blood staggeringly falling from the sky, like a bird with broken wings. "It's Chunyun's natal gu, the dark sound bat." Su Jie's face changed slightly as he recognized the origin of this bat. This bat is a rare species of poisonous insect that can produce infrasound waves that are difficult for humans to detect. Not only can it crack and explode objects, but when used on living creatures, it can also cause internal organs to resonate, leading to rupture of internal blood vessels and death. It is a very vicious and insidious poisonous insect. Now this gu worm is falling from the air, its body has been injured in some way, and blood is bleeding from its mouth and nose. Su Jie took 2 steps forward and jumped high to catch the Mingxing bat. The bat that landed on his hand was 2 circles larger than his palm, and it let out a burst of mournful screams. Something must have happened over there with Chen Yun. It might be a strange ghost. Go call brother Sun up. Su Jie took a deep breath. The appearance of the dark sound bat here was a signal for Chen Yun to call for help. Gu Weinian quickly called for someone, and soon Sun Jihai was woken up from his sleep. Gu Weinian's old cold legs immediately ran very fast, not daring to delay. When Sun Jihai, who was still a little sleepy at first, heard that there might be a strange ghost, his whole body trembled, and he lost all sleep in an instant. Do we really want to go there? What if it is really a White Walker? At the critical moment, Sun Jihai hesitated, a look of fear appearing on his face. Su Jia looked solemn and said, "Of course we can't be so reckless. Let's observe from the outside first. If we really encounter a ruthless person, it's no wonder we don't save him." Sun Jihai breathed a sigh of relief. This was very safe. The demon cultivator did not have the heart to sacrifice himself for others. Gu Weinian didn't say much. From the process of getting along with him, he had discovered that Su Jia was a very cautious person, and felt that Su Jia must be somewhat confident in doing this. The three of them did not carry any torches or lanterns, for fear of attracting unknown enemies, so they rushed towards the residence of Chen Yun and others in a dark environment. There was still some distance away. Su Jia's nose twitched, and he could vaguely smell the smell of blood floating in the air. Not far away, the outline of Chen Yun and others' wooden house was already visible. The fighting seems to be over there. Su Jia, who had secretly observed it with a moth, had a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. He stood up, lit the torch he carried with him, and walked towards the wooden house. About 100 meters away from the wooden house, a tragic battlefield appeared in front of the three of them. The ground was covered with a layer of poisonous insect corpses, and many poisonous snakes and ants were trampled into mud. A queen ant the size of a rubber ball was missing half of her body. Another giant grasshopper the size of a tabletop was cut into two halves, with green insect blood splattered. Everywhere these are the natal-gu insects of Chen Kodong and Su Chaoxian respectively. Even the natal-gu insects have ended up like this, not to mention themselves. During the day, the arrogant Chen Kodong's torn face was hanging on the branch, and his body was in pieces. Only Su Chaoxian's head was left, and his body was missing. At the edge of the battlefield, a bloody corpse was leaning against the bottom of a big tree. If it weren't for the slightly heaving chest, almost no one would think that the other person was still alive. This is Chen Yun, the only survivor at the scene. In addition to Su Jia and the other three who had just arrived at the battlefield, surprisingly, someone had arrived earlier, namely Mengdong Pavilion on the other side of Niujiao Ridge. He was holding a torch and seemed surprised that Su Jia and the others arrived so quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Reason. Brother Su, we are late. As soon as they met, Mengdong sighed, pointed at the insect corpses all around, and said, "I heard the noise and realized something was wrong, so I came over immediately to provide support. Unexpectedly, I was one step too late for the White Walkers and failed to save Chen Yun's husband and brother. It's all my fault we discovered it too late. After all, we are closer to Chen Yun and the others." While talking, Su Jia carefully observed his surroundings and secretly guarded himself. Because Chen Yun and others may not have been attacked by a strange ghost, it is possible that the attacker was Mengdong in front of them. Well, no one wants this to happen. Since it is really the White Walkers who did it, it can only be blamed on bad luck. When Gu Weinian saw the situation at the scene, he immediately made up a general situation. Most likely, Chen Yun and others were attacked by strange ghosts at night and failed to resist, resulting in the death of Chen Kodong and Su Chaoxian. For people like Mengdong to come to support so quickly, they are considered very loyal among the disciples of Guiling Palace. Even Gu Weinian, who is from the same lineage of Qiu Laodao as Chen Yun, is very hesitant to come to support, let alone disciples from other branches like Mengdong. This is too tragic. Sun Jihai only felt his scalp numb. It was not that he had never seen dead people, but that Chen Yun and others came with him to patrol the mountain and protect the road. As a result, he fell into this situation on the first day, which made him feel the same way. Chen Yun is still angry. Su Jia checked Chen Yun's situation, turned to Mengdong and asked, "Fellow Taoist Meng, why are you alone and where are the other 5 people in your team?" "They went after that evil beast. We can't let the culprit go. I'll stay here to protect Chen Yun," Mengdong explained through gritted teeth, looking very hateful. As he was talking, a fierce shout came from his ears. "Stop it quickly. Use the Juku net to seal its retreat. Come together, we will succeed soon." Accompanied by shouts, a 3-meter-tall creature flashed past Su Jia and others' eyes. Its skin is pale, its body is hunched and on all fours, and its sharp claws are like steel blades, making it intimidating. The White Walkers. Gu Weinian was so frightened that he screamed. The current environment was too frightening. and any slightest movement made him feel like he was facing an enemy. The sudden appearance of the White Walkers almost scared him to death. Could it be that I am too worried? Su Jie thought in his mind that it was really a strange ghost. Could it be that he had misunderstood Meng Dongge? Run! We can't defeat the White Walkers. Sun Jihai's voice also trembled slightly, and his remaining arm kept touching his chest, where an emerald green lizard poked its head out, even summoning its own goo. Look, this White Walker is no longer alive. Su Jie raised his hand to stop the two of them. The two of them took a closer look and realized that the strange ghost was covered in scars. There were corrosion and penetrating wounds in many places on his body. Large areas of torn muscle tissue were exposed to the air, and even his internal organs and intestines were leaking. When he came out, his movements were slow, and even if he didn't have to worry about it, it would be impossible to survive. After running forward for only a few dozen meters, the White Walker was finally too injured to bear. His blood almost dried up and he fell to the ground. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a large number of goo insects came one after another, hundreds of migratory locusts, venomous snakes, venomous scorpions, killer bees, poisonous spiders and other poisonous insects swamped the White Walkers. A large amount of deadly toxins were poured into it, causing the scarred White Walkers to reach the end of their lives and no longer move or struggle. 5 Ghost Ridge Palace disciples emerged from the woods where the White Walkers were running, holding some fine nets, ropes and other objects in their hands. They were the other 5 teammates of Meng Dongge. They quickly surrounded the corpses of the White Walkers and looked at Su Jie and the others with vigilance. This is because they are worried that Su Jie and others will try to rob them after seeing the money. After all, the price of White Walker corpses has increased seriously and they are precious. What are you doing? The 3 fellow Taoists are not the kind of people who act recklessly. There is no need to be on guard. What do you think of others? Meng Dongge scolded and cursed the other 5 people. This made Sun Jihai and Gu Weinian quite embarrassed. Gu Weinian coughed twice and said, "Fellow Taoist Meng, since this strange ghost was hunted by you, it can be regarded as avenging Chen Yun, and we will not have any wrongdoing." Sun Jihai also sneered and said, "Yes, fellow Taoist Meng, you are worrying too much, we still have some sense of propriety." Although he is extremely jealous of this White Walker corpse, once it is sold to the black market, it will cost at least hundreds of blood marrow crystals. However, no matter from the perspective of morality or strength, especially the latter, it is impossible to rob it. That is seeking death. Su Jie's eyes narrowed. This move of retreating into advancing is so powerful. Looking at the performances of Gu Weinian and Sun Jihai, it was obvious that they were both fooled. Su Jie did not point it out immediately. Instead, he was more righteous than Sun Jihai and Gu Weinian. He said, "Brother Meng, it is only human nature for them to think so. After all, the reputation of our lineage of demon cultivators is not very good, but don't worry. I, Su Jie, have always been upright and aboveboard in my work, and I hate evil very much. I will definitely not take anything that is not mine." Gu Weinian looked at him speechlessly. "Is this too much? Are you really a demon cultivator?" Meng Dongge smiled again and said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, don't be offended. It actually took us a lot of effort to successfully hunt this strange ghost, and we spent a lot of talismans and poisonous insects, so we had to sell it to restore blood, otherwise I will share it with you." "Hey, I feel very sorry. Let's just leave these dead goo insects to you in this battlefield. After all, they are all members of Elder Chio's lineage." "Thank you very much." Gu Weinian and Sun Jihai both handed over their hands. There are many dead goo insects in the surrounding area, and it is very beneficial to use them to feed one's own goo insects, especially those 2 that belong to Chen Kuden and Su Chaoxian. "Brother Meng is too polite." Su Jie's hand flew up so quickly that Gu Weinian and Sun Jihai didn't even notice his movements clearly. Su Jie got the most valuable queen ant corpse on the ground. Meng Dongge was stunned by this operation. He looked at Su Jie with strange eyes. "Is this what you said you don't want to take? You only want big ones when co-writing, right? In this case, we won't stay here anymore. Dao Yuchen is seriously injured now. Why don't you leave it to us and I'll see if I can try to cure her?" Looking at Chen Yun, Meng Dongge made a kind request. Sun Jihai and Gu Weinian were about to agree, but Chen Yun, who didn't know whether they could be saved or not, was just a burden, so it would be good to leave it to others. But at this moment, Su Jie suddenly said, "I won't bother you, fellow Taoist Meng. Chen Yun is from our lineage. We also have the responsibility to take care of her in her current situation. We still have some injury medicine that can be used, which is very helpful in treating injuries. Meng Dongge was stunned and narrowed his eyes slightly. No need. Su Jie shook his head and refused. Even Sun Jihai and Gu Weinian were extremely puzzled. Is this guy really as upright as he said? Well, I won't force others to make things difficult. I hope fellow Taoist Chen Yun can recover soon. Meng Dongge didn't insist anymore, smiled and said goodbye. We need to deal with the corpses of the White Walkers as soon as possible. We won't stay here for a long time. 3 fellow Taoists, please be careful. If you encounter a White Walker, you must seek help from us as soon as possible. I don't want to see fellow Taoist Chen Yun. It happened to you. Take care. Take care. The 2 teams bowed their hands to each other, and Meng Dongge and others carried the corpse of the White Walkers away from the battlefield. Sun Jihai and Gu Weinian couldn't wait to take action, cleaning up the corpses of various gu insects on the ground. The recently dead gu worms are still fresh and are suitable for feeding the natal gu worms. Su Jie followed Meng Dongge and others as they disappeared into the woods, twitching his fingers slightly. A moth took advantage of the cover of night, flapped its wings and followed silently. This kind of insect control method used by inner disciples is difficult to detect without specific precautions. Brother Su, we sent it today. After taking stock, Gu Weinian was quite excited. There were baskets full of poisonous insect corpses swept up from the battlefield, which was considered a very rich trophy. Good harvest tonight. Su Jie glanced at it, but compared to the corpses of the White Walkers harvested by Meng Dongge and the others, these insect corpses were not enough. But I really thought I could hide it from the truth. Licking his lips, Su Jie looked at Chen Yun on the ground, then at Meng Dongge and others who had disappeared from sight, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Genshin Youjiao Ridge. In a wooden house on the south side of the mountain, the 6 people from Mengdong Pavilion who had just returned here were enjoying themselves, and next to them was the corpse of a strange ghost. Dongge, your planning is very good. You successfully hunted another White Walker tonight, without any effort. Some disciples were very excited. While talking, they were stroking the corpse of the White Walker with their hands. They were so obsessed with it. It's not wrong to listen to me. Those disciples are all poor people. How much money they have is far less valuable than the White Walkers. It's just a waste to use them. Meng Dongge was no longer as amiable as before, with a hint of cold mockery on his face. That's that. Thanks to Dongge for getting a batch of gentian grass, otherwise this plan wouldn't be so easy to succeed. I wouldn't even dare to think about hunting monsters like the White Walkers without paying any price before. Several disciples on the side echoed incessantly, their words full of admiration and flattery for Meng Dongge. By the way, what happened to Su Jie and the others? I went to the wooden house before and found that they had changed houses. Did you find any clues? Impossible. Meng Dongge immediately interrupted and said very confidently, I have buried the gentians under the roots of the trees. Except for the strange ghosts who can smell that special smell, it is impossible for others to find it. It's probably just that a group of them were a little suspicious and didn't quite believe in our arrangement to end this way. Next time I will take the opportunity to bury some gentians around their wooden house in the name of visiting them. I don't believe they can change their address. This will definitely work. When they attract the White Walkers, we only need to wait for them to fight with the White Walkers until both sides are harmed, and we will be able to reap the benefits. The eyes of several disciples were bright, as if they saw the wealth falling into their pockets. Meng Dongge and his group discussed the plan without any scruples, how to entrap him. Little did he know that a moth was lying quietly on the window, clearly hearing all their loud conspiracy. Oh, it's true, the last link of the chain has been added. At the same time, on the mountain peak on the north side of Youjiao Ridge, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes, releasing the shared vision with the moth eye in the hall of the wooden house. Chen Yun, who had just been rescued, was temporarily placed here. Her wounds were very serious. Her body was dug open by the claws of the White Walkers, with several deep wounds visible to the bone. Even her intestines were exposed to the air. If her body was not far superior to ordinary people, she would have died long ago. The bleeding has stopped temporarily, but the White Walker's attack has some poison in its claws. If she wants to survive, it depends on whether she will get ulcers next time. Gu Weinian checked and found that Chen Yun's injury was not optimistic. I understand. Chen Yun will put it aside for now and let's discuss other things. Su Jie stood up from the futon, called Gu Weinian and Sun Jihai, and said, "What do you think about tonight's matter?" Opinion, isn't it an accident? It's just that Chen Yun and the others are too unlucky. Hey, Brother Su, don't you think that Chen Yun and the others were killed by fellow Daoist Meng? You also saw the corpse of the strange ghost before. Your previous suspicions not accurate. Gu Weinian was puzzled. Not long ago, Su Jie had doubted Meng Dongge, but it turned out that Su Jie's judgment was wrong. Instead, Meng Dongge saved people bravely and was a completely good person. Yes, Brother Su, isn't fellow Daoist Meng good enough? He led the rescue team in person despite the threat of the White Walkers. We cannot make false accusations against others. Sun Jihai also defended Meng Dongge. Both of them seem to have a lot of affection for Meng Dongge. Their warm-hearted character and personal support regardless of danger are indeed very easy to convince people. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Su Jie knew that the two of them would question and analyze tonight's events one by one. We and Chen Yun just arrived today, and Chen Yun and his group were attacked by the White Walkers. It was a bit too coincidental. Similarly, after the attack, were Meng Dongge and others too quick to provide support? They were obviously further away from Chen Yun's wooden house, but they arrived before us, and a fierce battle broke out with the White Walkers, as if they were waiting there in advance. Quiet, Su Jie's words made the entire hall fall into silence. Gu Weinian swallowed his saliva and said nervously, "Brother Su, this kind of thing without solid evidence may just be your overthinking." He said this, but after thinking about what Su Jie said, Gu Weinian found that there were indeed many doubts. Brother Gu, think carefully about the objects that Meng Dongge's group was holding when they showed up, including the Juku net, the Thunderfire mirror, and the Tiangang rope. Did you think of anything else? All of these objects were used to set up traps and ambush. Do you think that if Meng Dongge really went to rescue, he would bring a bunch of these things with him? Su Jie's voice was terrifyingly calm. He didn't feel angry because of Gu Weinian's doubts. He just described and analyzed the matter. Gu Weinian's face turned pale and he was speechless because Su Jie's analysis was all true. Brother Su, these are just your speculations and not evidence at all. I know you want to get the body of the White Walker, but we don't have that kind of strength and can't snatch it. Please don't drag us into it, okay? Sun Jihai stood up angrily, thinking that Su Jie was coveting the value of the White Walker, and had evil thoughts, and made some seemingly ambiguous speculations to drag himself and Gu Weinian into the water. But don't look at the strength of the three of them. Together, the three of them might not be able to match Meng Dongge, let alone the 6 disciples, twice as many as here. Do you want evidence? Or are you unwilling to admit the facts out of fear? Su Jie looked over with a deep look, making Sun Jihai feel a little guilty. He was not sure whether Su Jie really had substantial evidence. Ahem, everything you said is true. At this moment, an extremely weak mosquito sound came. However, Chen Yun, who had been in a coma before, woke up and happened to hear Su Jie's analysis. Her eyes were filled with anger, and her chest was filled with strong anger. She struggled to sit up and collapsed, regardless of her own injuries. A wound that had just stopped bleeding. Su Jie turned around and looked at Chen Yun, and said calmly, "You should rest first. Even if this is true, there is nothing you can do. Now you are a useless person. I'm going to kill them, kill them." Chen Yun bit her lip and didn't realize it was bleeding. She was just filled with anger and nowhere to vent it. Just tonight, her husband and brother, whom she was closest to, both died. She originally thought they died from a White Walker attack, but it was just pure bad luck. But after listening to Su Jie's analysis, she realized that there was another hidden story, which seemed to be a trap set up by Meng Dongge's group. Su Jie stopped talking to Chen Yun. When he rescued the other party, he just thought that the other party might be cured. At that time, I will also have more combat power on my side, making it easier to fight against Meng Dongge. What came back was just a useless person, which was disappointing. Brother Su, what evidence are you talking about? Gu Weinian couldn't help but ask. Have you ever heard of gentian? Meng Dongge buried this kind of grass outside Chen Yun's wooden house. This is the biggest reason for being attacked by the White Walkers tonight. By the way, the wooden house that Meng Donga originally chose for us was also used by him. Buried with the same gentian. What, gentian, where did he get this? Gu Weinian broke into a cold sweat. Gentian is to White Walkers what cats are to catnip. It can emit a scent that White Walkers like and can easily attract White Walkers. It's just that gentian has always been rare in number, and few people have discovered it. Many people have heard of it, but few have seen it. Touching his heart with fear, Gu Weinian said gratefully, "Fortunately, Brother Su, you took us to change homes, otherwise we might have ended up like Chen Yun tonight." At this time, Gu Weinian completely believed in Su Jie's judgment. Today's tragic situation was really a good thing done by Meng Donga. On the surface, this person looked upright, but secretly he had ulterior motives. He actually set up such a trap to directly kill Chen Yun and the other three. I have to say that the opponent is indeed a good tactic. Just like fishing, Chen Yun and the others are the bait. Not only can they attract the White Walkers to take the bait, but they can also be used to consume the White Walkers in advance. Both sides will suffer losses in the fight. In the end, Meng Donga led the team to set up an ambush and finish it off. How easy it is to get a White Walker, which is worth several hundred blood marrow crystals, how crazy it is. Su Jie sighed, thinking of the clean wooden house at the beginning. I'm afraid Chen Yun was not the first to be set up in this way. Gentian. If I had listened to you and moved, none of this would have happened. I hate it so much, Kodan, Xiaoxian, I killed you. When Chen Yun heard Su Jie's remarks, she completely fell into regret that if she had listened to the advice, she would not have lost her brother and husband tonight. Gu Weinian didn't know how to comfort him, so he finally sighed and looked at Su Jie. Brother Su, what should we do now? Should we hand over our analysis to the bailiff? Do you think it's useful? I'm afraid this is useless. Gu Weinian smiled bitterly. They were a demonic sect, and it was common for the lower-level disciples to kill each other. Even public killings could be done safely as long as they had enough money to pay compensation. The outer sect disciples are just consumables to the sect's senior leaders. One batch can be replenished after one is consumed, so the sect doesn't bother to pay attention to this trivial matter. Su Jie spread his hands and said solemnly, now we have no choice, either kill Meng Donga's group, or we die. These are the only two endings. As for escaping, anyone who dares to leave the station without permission from the bailiff will have his body collected. How can we be Meng Donga's opponents? Sun Jihai jumped up immediately, with fear written all over his face. The gap in combat effectiveness between the two sides is too great. Regardless of quality, the number of combatants is doubled. Such a battle is nothing but death. Do you have a better choice? Su Jie looked over. Meaning Sun Jihai's lips moved, but he couldn't explain why. Although the other party has more people than us, we don't have no chance. Su Jie withdrew his gaze, glanced at Chen Yun on the ground, and said, as the saying goes, treat others in their own way. Meng Donga used gentian to trap and set up traps. We can also use gentian. Deal with them with grass. You mean, take out the gentian from our original wooden house and put it near Mengdong Pavilion and their residents to attract the White Walkers to deal with them? Gu Weinian quickly understood Su Jie's thoughts, and his eyes suddenly brightened, because this plan has a high probability of success. The White Walkers are very useful. If the White Walkers cannot be completely eliminated, we will go up and take care of the last hit. Su Jie set the tone for this plan, and then said to Gu Weinian, you go over there overnight. The gentian is buried under the roots of the trees around our wooden house. They should not be able to take it out yet. You dig it out and bury it under the tree roots. Be careful not to be discovered near the Mengdong wooden house. Okay, I'll go there immediately. Gu Weinian agreed repeatedly, and now he was ready to follow Su Jie into the dark. There is no other choice but to deal with Meng Donga's threat. Su Jie watched Gu Weinian go away, with moths following him secretly. He would not trust others easily. If Gu Weinian had any small thoughts, he would know it immediately. Among the outer disciples, none of them had ever learned insect control methods and had no defensive mentality against ordinary insects. Su Jie had a great advantage in reconnaissance. Fellow Daoist Su, let me join the fight. I can also help. Gu Weinian left, but Chen Yun held onto his body. His eyes were extremely determined. and his determination for revenge was not shaken by the injury at all. Su Jia looked at Chen Yun, suddenly thought of something, and said, "It's not impossible, but you might die." "Do you think I'm still afraid of death now?" Chen Yun smiled miserably. Having lost her brother and husband, she would rather die than let Meng Dongda have an easy time. "Okay, let me help you." Su Jia didn't say anything more. Chen Yun's injury could actually be cured, but he just couldn't afford the healing elixir. Taking Chen Yun back to the bedroom, Su Jia prepared to perform a surgical operation on Chen Yun. Without too much preparation, Su Jia released the thousand-hand centipede, borrowed the thousand-hand centipede's dexterous pale arms, cut off several strands of Chen Yun's long hair, and used the hair to sew it up. Su Jia had never sutured the wound. His technique was very poor. The stitched wound was ugly and awkward, and some of the skin and flesh were not even aligned. Because there was no anesthesia, Chen Yun gritted her teeth and persisted throughout the whole process, soaking the bed with sweat and blood. After the sutures were finally completed, Chen Yun collapsed, with centipede-shaped sutures all over her body, including her face. Su Jia poured some medicine on Chen Yun's wound, and gave her a hemostatic elixir. It was not even a low-grade elixir, but it still had a hemostatic effect, because it was a sacred healing elixir among the outer disciples. "Can you move?" Su Jia asked. "I'll try." Chen Yun gritted his teeth and pushed himself up and got out of bed. It must be said that the physical strength of immortal cultivators is much higher than that of ordinary people. Normal people would not be able to get out of bed for a year and a half after suffering such injuries, but Chen Yun can now hold on. The body moves slowly. Seeing this, Su Jia shook his head and said, "It's still too reluctant." "No, that's enough. I can still control the goo. Even if I risk my life and my own life, I can still attack me several times and let me participate in the battle." However, Chen Yun looked at Su Jia resolutely and summoned the dark bat. It's just that this native goo insect is now seriously injured and can't even fly. It can only lie in Chen Yun's hand and chirp twice. Not bad. Su Jia looked at Chen Yun in a different light. This woman was really good-natured, at least she was cruel enough to herself. "When shall we set off?" Chen Yun touched the Mingxing bat, and her body was almost burned with hatred. She wanted to avenge her brother and husband. "We still need to wait for the good news from Brother Gu," and Su Jia opened the window and looked to the east to reveal a patch of red dawn. He chuckled, and there is another hidden danger that needs to be cleared. Once all of this is done, it's almost done. End of chapter. Chapter 28. I am a good person. After a thrilling night, the sky has gradually turned brighter and the sun is slowly rising from the horizon. A figure walked hurriedly through the woods, looking back from time to time, as if worried about something guilty. After passing through the dense forest, the figure breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue on his way when suddenly a voice came. "Brother Sun, why are you leaving without saying hello this early in the morning? I haven't even given you a farewell yet." Su Jia leaned against an ancient tree, looking at the figure with a half-smile. This person is none other than Su Jia's teammate Sun Jihai. Startled by the sudden appearance of Su Jia, Sun Jihai didn't know where he had exposed himself and said nervously, "Brother Su, I'm not. It's nothing, I just want to inform Meng Dongda and then sell us out to get a chance to join the opponent's team." Su Jia pulled up his sleeves, and large swaths of fireblood bees and silver-winged golden thread cicadas buzzed out. Seeing Su Jia's serious actions, Sun Jihai's expression changed suddenly. Knowing that he had been seen through, he yelled, "Are you an idiot? We have so few manpower. Even if we attract the White Walkers, we still have to fight with the remaining men of Mengdong Pavilion. In a fight, one of us is old and the other is disabled. How can you defeat others? What I did was the wise thing to do. What's wrong with me if I want to survive? You are right, the only fault is that you are too weak." Su Jia waved his hand, and the tail of the fireblood bee entrenched in the sky was raised, and lines of fire were sprayed down. Sun Jihai reached out and took it out from his pocket, and a golden spin talisman was used. The air was slightly turbulent, and the lines of fire were deflected to both sides, burning out two narrow strips of white land more than 10 meters long. Following closely in the line of fire were several silver-winged golden-threaded cicadas flying at subsonic speeds. Of this little bug attacks with its body and cannot be deflected. At the critical moment, a green lizard crawled out from Sun Jihai's chest and spit out a stream of dark green poisonous smoke. This was his natal goo. Unfortunately, these poisonous smoke are useless against the silver-winged golden thread cicada. A few rays of gold and silver light easily bypassed the poisonous smoke in front of him and struck from behind, punching blood holes the size of ping-pong balls on Sun Jihai's shoulders, chest, and thighs. Sun Jihai screamed and fell to the ground, looking at Su Jie in disbelief. You are only at the 3rd level of Yunling realm like me, how can you control so many goo insects? Su Jie was fed back by the spiritual power of the 1,000-handed centipede. His spiritual power was stronger than that of ordinary disciples, and he could control a lot more goo insects. As I said, you are too weak. You often feed your natal goo worms with blood, and your own spiritual power is seriously insufficient. Apart from your natal goo worms, you have not even cultivated other goo insects. You are not a qualified goo master at all. Br Su Jie shook his head, walked forward and checked Sun Jihai's belongings, but unfortunately he didn't find anything valuable. He is much poorer than Su Jie, and that golden spin talisman is probably his entire net worth. TSK, you are too poor. The only valuable golden spiral talisman has been used, leaving only extra food for my little Qianjia. With a sigh, Su Jie could only stop with regret and throw the green lizard on the ground to the 1,000-handed centipede. It didn't exert any strength just now, but now it is very good at eating other people's goo insects. At this time, the 1,000-hand centipede's carapace was black and shiny. It had been feasting and drinking in Blue Star until it was about to advance. Today, Su Jie fed a lot of goo insects one after another. It can be seen that the time to advance to the 2nd spiritual refinement is within these few days. After being eaten by his own poisonous worm, Sun Jihai's spiritual energy collapsed in confusion. His eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't stop vomiting blood in his mouth. He begged for mercy. Brother Su, I am willing to fight against Meng Dongge with you. I know I was wrong. Really? I know it's wrong. Sorry, you have no value anymore. Su Jie stood up and pressed his palms down slightly. Dozens of fire blood bees fluttered their wings and flew over. Amidst Sun Jihai's desperate howl, lines of fire engulfed him and ignited a human-shaped torch. A few minutes later, only a charred body was left at the scene. The wind blew, and the coke residue was blown into the air, scattered all over the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. Su Jie pushed open the door of the Beifeng wooden house and entered. Ji Yuanian had already returned and saw this and said, Brother Su, the matter has been settled. I used the excuse to go over and ask for advice on how to fight the White Walkers, and I took the opportunity to bury the gentians around Mengdong Pavilion and their wooden house. Very good. All we need now is time to wait for the arrival of the White Walkers. I hope our luck will not be too bad. Su Jie nodded slightly. He had known about Gu Weinian's actions for a long time. After all, the moth had been monitoring them. Is the matter resolved? At this time, Chen Yun, who was sitting next to her, struggled to open her mouth. It could be seen that she was holding back the pain in her body. It has been dealt with and the final hidden danger has been eliminated. That's good, then we have nothing to worry about. Gu Weinian looked puzzled when he heard the conversation between Su Jie and Chen Yun. After a while, he asked, Brother Sun, why can't you see Brother Sun? Su Jie smiled and said, Brother Sun, he should be fertilizing the weeds himself now. Brother Gu, if you want to look for it, I can take you there, and maybe you can find some traces. No, that's not necessary. Gu Weinian's voice trembled, and he already understood. Su Jie patted Gu Weinian on the shoulder and said, Some people are not on the same side as us, but want to stab our brothers, so we can only ask the other party to die first. Brother Gu, don't be nervous, you are truly one of our own, I will not be so ruthless. Of course I am one of our own, and I have followed everything you ordered to the letter. Gu Weinian felt uneasy and sweat was pouring from his temples. He never imagined that Su Jie, a harmless young man, would be the most ruthless among everyone, not to mention the means of dealing with the enemy. Dealing with his own people was equally straightforward and beyond his imagination. It seems that Brother Gu has misunderstood me. That's all. Brother Gu, you only need to remember one thing. I, Su Jie, am a good person. Su Jie emphasized that although he killed people, set fires, and destroyed corpses, he was a good person. Ji Yuanian. He had never seen a good person like Su Jie, and he was speechless for a moment. Fortunately, he had doubted whether Su Jie was a qualified demon cultivator before. Now it seemed that there was no one more suitable for the role of demon cultivator than him. I believe in you, you are a great and good person. On the other hand, Chen Yun on the side nodded solemnly and expressed her solemn affirmation of Su Jie's words for Chen Yun. Su Jie is a good person if he is willing to avenge her. As for whether the means are excessive, that doesn't matter. In the past few days, Brother Gu, you will be responsible for patrolling around our station. Chen Yun, just take a good rest and try to restore more combat power. I will keep an eye on Mengdong Pavilion and I will notify you immediately if there is any movement. After the joke, Su Jie conveyed the final arrangement. Now everything is ready, all we need is the east wind, and it depends on whether the White Walkers will give them face or not. End of chapter. Chapter 29. The night attack of the White Walkers. Night, the silver moonlight illuminated the earth, and except for a few insects, the forest was silent. But suddenly, a sound so subtle that it was almost imperceptible came out. A terrifying creature with a hunched body lurked in the night. As this creature appeared, a gloomy aura gradually spread in the night forest. This is a strange ghost. A majestic and strong ghost that is more than 3 meters tall. Its nostrils twitched slightly, as if it caught a special scent and suddenly became extremely excited. It ran quickly towards the south side of Niujiao Ridge. Its heavy body landed on the ground, but it barely made much sound. After traveling several thousand meters, the White Walker raised his head, and his scarlet eyes confirmed something through the darkness. A few hundred meters away, a wooden house stood quietly, glowing with dim light. The White Walker slowly opened his mouth and smelled the breath of a living person, and his genetic foraging instinct was activated. It lowered its body and approached the wooden house in a strange posture. Upstairs, on the wooden roof, a disciple of Guiling Palace was standing guard. He was one of the disciples who followed Mengdonga. The night wind blew, and he yawned, wrapped his clothes tightly, and couldn't help cursing. It's not winter yet, why is it so cold? This disciple didn't notice that while he was complaining, a terrifying and strange ghost had quietly crawled behind him along the outer wall of the wooden house. The huge mouth that was split to the base of the ears was open, and the fangs inside were like small daggers, and saliva dripped down. The disciple touched his head and wondered secretly, "It's raining, what a bad luck." But the next moment, when he subconsciously looked up at the sky, he only saw a bloody mouth that quickly closed. With just one mouthful, the disciple's head disappeared and was chewed and swallowed by the White Walkers. The headless corpse sprayed blood several meters high, like bloody fireworks blooming in the dark night, adding another level of terror and chill to the night. The smell of blood was too obvious. Among the sleeping disciples in the wooden house, someone's Gu was very sensitive to blood. At this time, he had already warned the host in his sleeve robe. There is movement. What a strong smell of blood. No, something happened. A suspicious voice sounded in the wooden house. The oil lamp was lit, and with weapons in hand, Mengdonga rushed out with 4 disciples of Guiling Palace. As soon as he walked out of the wooden house, a huge figure jumped down from the roof. It's a White Walker. All the disciples were shocked, and their horrified screams echoed through the sky. Mengdonga's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be afraid, there are 5 of us, enough to destroy this beast." Several disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace summoned a large number of Gu insects, but now they can only bite the bullet. Do it! With a loud shout, Mengdonga knew that he might not be good tonight. Unlike the White Walkers who had set up ambushes and hunted in the past, the White Walker in front of him was in perfect condition. If they collide, I don't know how many people will die. Mengdonga was very annoyed about his bad luck tonight, actually bumping into a wandering ghost from beginning to end. Mengdonga never thought that this strange ghost was artificially attracted. At the foot of the mountain on the south side of Niujiao Ridge, with the night wind blowing on the slightly swaying treetops, Su Jie sat here with his legs crossed, watching the fire and explosions in the wooden house in the distance, listening to the roaring and roaring over there, the angry roar of the White Walkers, and the dying of humans. He screamed desperately in front of him and clucked his tongue. Awesome. Even the fire-poisoned cockroaches used it to self-destruct. This is a completely life-threatening strategy. Gu Weinian stood under the tree, rubbing his arms that were covered in goosebumps due to nervousness, and couldn't help but said, "Brother Su, when will we take action?" "Don't worry, a strange ghost, I believe Mengdonga and the others can still deal with it. It's not the time for both sides to suffer." Su Jie was not in any hurry and let the White Walkers consume more. Death will let you also taste the feeling of being slaughtered by the White Walkers. Compared to Gu Weinian's nervousness, Chen Yun was particularly excited, with a crazy smile on his face that never stopped for a moment. The battle took longer than expected. After waiting for almost 20 minutes, the fighting in the distance finally stopped and became peaceful. It's time for us to appear. Su Jie jumped down from the treetop and walked with Gu Weinian and Gu Weinian calmly. After only 700 or 800 meters, burning wooden houses, fallen corpses, and insect corpses could be seen everywhere. Meng Dong's team, which had previously consisted of 6 people, now only has 4 people left, and they are still injured. One disciple was the most seriously injured. His whole body was broken into 2 parts from the waist, with blood and internal organs flowing freely. His upper body was still struggling to crawl on the ground, and he was still breathing for a while. This disciple also knew that he was hopeless and cast a pleading look at Meng Dong. "Give him a good time." Meng Dong shook his head and was about to put an end to this disciple's pain when he suddenly heard some abnormal sounds and suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Who is there? Come out here!" There was a rustling crawling sound in the forest, and several pale arms emerged from the darkness, with their roots raised high and their fingers spread out, crawling like spiders, and appeared in Meng Dong's field of vision. The disciple who was cut in half was the closest, and was immediately grabbed by several pale corpse hands, grabbing his head and twisting his head 360 degrees. The sound of broken bones was particularly obvious in the dark and silent environment, helping him end his pain. Enemy attack. Meng Dong looked alert, and with the help of the dark moonlight, he saw a horrifying scene. Su Jie, Gu Weinian, and Chen Yun walked out of the darkness and surrounded them. "Fellow Taoist Meng, we are here to kill you, there is no need to be nervous." Su Jie had a kind smile on his face, and several pale corpse hands moved quickly, climbed up Su Jie's trousers, and finally disappeared into the wide sleeves of his robe. "Fellow Taoist Su, what do you mean? I have offended you in some way, and I want to kill us." Meng Dong's eyes were full of confusion, as if he really didn't know anything. "Stop pretending, Meng Dong, you killed my brother and husband. I will definitely ask you to go down and accompany them today." Chen Yun stared at Meng Dong with great resentment. Her hair was disheveled and there were ugly stitched wounds on her face, like a terrifying female ghost crawling back from hell. "It was the White Walkers who killed your brother and husband. What does it have to do with us? I went to rescue you yesterday." Meng Dong hurriedly defended himself and still refused to admit it. He even shouted to Gu Weinian, "Gu Taoist friend, don't you believe me too?" Gu Weinian's eyes were complicated and he said, "Fellow Taoist Meng, we have discovered the matter of Genshin. You will encounter a strange ghost tonight because I buried Genshin near you." As soon as these words came out, Meng Dong was quiet for a few seconds. His expression returned to calm, and asked, "When did you find out?" Meng Dong no longer pretends, because all his secrets have been exposed, and there is no point in continuing to act. End of chapter. Chapter 30 Victory. You don't need to know that. Su Jie's eyes drifted to his feet, and suddenly he kicked his legs and jumped up. Meng Dong on the opposite side also did the same thing, taking several steps backwards at high speed. Just as Su Jie took off, 7 or 8 earthworms as thick as arms burst out of the ground under his feet, their terrifying mouths with round fangs biting the air. Opposite Su Jie, the place where Meng Dong was standing was engulfed by a large line of fire. The Yin Fire Blood Bees from the Su Jie royal envoy launched a sneak attack from a hidden place, and the blazing flames rose up, illuminating the dark night sky. Despicable. Meng Dong's face looked particularly gloomy under the firelight. "You're not bad either." Su Jie sneered, and both parties thought of going together, wanting to talk to delay their opponents. "Brother Gu." Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Su Jie winked. Gu 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 gu. Gu Weinian knew that the battle was inevitable, his stomach swelled violently, and there was a strange sound inside. Then he opened his mouth, and a swarm of black mosquitoes flew out from the throat, like steel needles that were shot densely, swishing towards the 3 people in Meng Dong Pavilion, causing branches to break and bark to burst. Meng Dong threw out a low-grade primary talisman, held up a large red spiritual net, and stopped the black mosquito from attacking, but his 2 disciples were not so lucky. They reacted to avoid, but Chen Yun, who was next to Su Jie, also moved, and the Ming Sheng bat let out a scream. Infrasound waves swept over and hit their internal organs like a tsunami. They spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, their movements slowed down for half a beat, and half of their bodies were dug into a hornet's nest. As for the real killing move, several silver-winged golden-threaded cicadas flew down and instantly penetrated the heads of the 2 disciples, causing them to die without even mobilizing the Gu insects. This was a combined attack specially practiced by Su Jie and the 3 of them, and it seems to be very effective now. Of course, if they hadn't spent too much energy in Gu insects fighting against the White Walkers before, it would not have been easy to succeed so easily. My spiritual power is not enough, I have to slow down. Breathing heavily, the very old Gu Weinian had insufficient spiritual power in his body. After delivering such a full blow, he could no longer continue. Chen Yun next to her was even worse. She was seriously injured and had not yet recovered. She forced her body to use the Gu worm, which killed half of her life on the spot. She herself was slumped on the ground, with many wounds on her body bursting open again, and blood seeping out of her clothes. I'm going to kill you, fire-poisoned cockroaches. Seeing the tragic death of his last two teammates, Meng Dongda was stunned for a moment, and then became furious, looking so ferocious that he wanted to eat Su Jie and the others alive. Large swaths of cockroaches emerged from his trousers. The tails of these cockroaches are like fireflies, shining with a pale green light. Once they appear, they vibrate their wings and fly towards them. Boom boom boom. After getting close, these fire-poisonous cockroaches exploded in the air, the corrosive liquid volatilized, and the rocks and trees were corroded into pits and pits. It was extremely powerful. Su Jie had to use a golden spiral talisman to protect himself, and the golden light that lit up deflected the corrosive liquid. Gu Weinian was older and was too slow to evade. His calf was corroded and his muscles were dissolved a lot. His bones were vaguely white and he screamed repeatedly. Chen Yun stood next to Su Jie, but was not affected by the self-destruction. He's going to fight for his life. Staring at Meng Dongda, just when Chen Yun thought that Meng Dongda was going to fight to the end, she was ready to risk her life to control the dark sound bat to deliver a fatal blow, but he saw Meng Dongda not looking back, using the delay caused by the self-destruction of the poisonous cockroach to escape out of the dense forest. I've long expected that people like you won't fight tooth and nail. Su Jie chased after him unhurriedly. With his insect control skills, he was not afraid that Meng Dongda could escape. Su Jie even wanted Meng Dongda to keep running. His body was still injured and bleeding. If he continued to run like this and bleed, it would kill him. The two of them chased and escaped, leaving Gu Weinian and Chen Yun behind in the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye, and Meng Dongda, who was running away in embarrassment, suddenly stopped. Su Jie stepped forward and raised his eyebrows. Why don't you run away? I didn't expect you to dare to catch up alone. Jie. You thought I was running away, but you didn't know that I was just dividing your team and defeating them one by one. A cruel smile appeared on Meng Dongda's face, and a gray mantis emerged from his sleeves. It swelled up visibly to the naked eye and became as tall as a man. A pair of forelimbs shone with cold light, like sickles. Iron-eating sickle mantis, a low-grade Gu, is also my natural Gu. Today I will show you the gap between our strengths. Even if I am injured, I can easily kill a bastard like you. As soon as Meng Dongda finished speaking, the huge iron-eating scythe mantis hissed, flapped its wings and glided, and slashed at Su Jie with a pair of scythe forelimbs. Along the way, ancient trees were touched by the forelimbs, and were cut in half with extremely sharp edges. Boom, the next moment, Su Jie's waist and abdomen swelled. The terrifying body of the thousand-handed centipede snaked out, and its pale and strange corpse hands grabbed at the iron-eating scythe mantis. The forelimbs were chopped off with the blade, and several pale corpse hands were severed. The thousand-handed centipede was enraged, and instantly wrapped around the iron-eating scythe mantis like a giant python, strangling it. The iron-eating scythe mantis wanted to escape in fear, but the pale corpse hands surged and pushed, and in the blink of an eye, the iron-eating scythe mantis was wrapped into a corpse handball. Only the layers of corpse hands could be seen, and no one could see them anymore. See the figure of the iron-eating mantis. A low-grade first-grade refining Gu insect is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you, an outer disciple, have such a Gu insect? Meng Dongda's eyes almost popped out of his head, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This was a low-grade first-grade refining Gu worm. Even he, a disciple at the 5th level of Yunling realm, had to spend a lot of effort and some luck to manage to cultivate a low-grade Gu worm. As for refining the low-grade Gu insect spirit again to allow it to metamorphose and develop, I would never dare to think about it. How many resources are needed? Only inner disciples can afford it, but now he saw that Su Jie was only at the 3rd level of Yunling realm, but he had a low-grade 1st level Gu insect. This was something completely beyond his knowledge. How could a mere outside disciple come with so many resources to cultivate him? We are different from each other. Just like you think you can defeat us one by one, it's not like I did it on purpose. I don't want my own Gu to be seen by others. Su Jie chuckled lightly. The battle between Gu masters was just Gu insects. There weren't too many fancy spell collisions or magic weapons and flying swords. Even if Su Jie's cultivation level is lower than Meng Dongga's, thousand-handed centipede is enough to easily close the gap. Impossible, how could I lose, how could I die here? I haven't become an inner disciple yet, I can't die. Meng Dongga roared wildly. His only trump card, the iron-eating scythe, was defeated to death. He did not bring the poisonous earthworms at that time. The fire-poisonous cockroaches self-destructed and consumed them all. The talisman was used up. He had no other means and he actually rushed forward. Using fists to attack, a Gu master was forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Those who kill will always be killed. No one is immune to death. Su Jie had no intention of engaging in close combat with the opponent, although he specially learned Tiger Roar Fist. He only had a rough understanding of it, and there were too many surprises in close combat. Facing Meng Dongga's madness, Su Jie just raised his fingers. Silver-winged and golden-threaded cicadas flew towards him and pierced his legs, causing him to fall to the ground unable to get up again. At the same time, the thousand-handed centipede also decided the winner, the iron-eating mantis is a poisonous insect that likes to eat iron objects. After being promoted to the lower level, its body is 3 times harder than steel, but all this is not enough in front of thousand-hand centipede. I saw the corpse hands constantly pressing inside, entangling the iron-eating sickle mantis so that it could not move. When the critical point of pressure broke through, the iron-eating sickle mantis's entire body was suddenly squeezed and cracked, and was crushed by dozens or hundreds of pairs of corpse hands. Torn apart, the muscles, internal organs, and carapace were all torn apart into a pile of flesh. Puff. The lifeblood Gu insect was destroyed. Meng Dongga's breath became weak, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The thousand-handed centipede quickly crawled over, and with Meng Dongga's unwilling eyes, bit it on the neck and broke it off. Finally, holding the head in its mouth, the thousand-handed centipede ran back to Su Jie. "You're so good, go and eat." Su Jie patted the thousand-handed centipede's head and asked him to enjoy the iron-eating mantis. After searching the body, Su Jie found 50 pieces of blood marrow crystals on Meng Dongga's body, but nothing else. He used up all the available resources during the battle and left nothing for Su Jie. Fortunately, the 50 pieces of blood marrow crystals satisfied Su Jie enough. After the thousand-handed centipede devoured the iron-devouring mantis, he burned the headless corpse and left with Meng Dongga's head. In front of the wooden house, Gu Weinian and Chen Yun heard footsteps coming from the darkness and hurriedly looked for the sound. Su Jie had been chasing for a long time but did not return. Both of them were afraid of an accident, but their physical condition did not allow them to keep up with Su Jie's speed. At this time, they were afraid that Meng Dongga would come back with revenge even though he was still alive. The footsteps got closer and closer, and soon a figure appeared in front of them. Gu Weinian felt relieved and said, "Brother Su, are you okay? Did you catch up to Meng Dong Pavilion?" "No, here it is." Su Jie swung his hand and threw a dark object towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun subconsciously caught it with her hand. After seeing it clearly, she could no longer control her tears, because this was Meng Dongga's head. Her brother and husband were avenged. "Wu, Ko Dan, Chao Xian, have you seen it? Meng Dongga is dead, and I have avenged you." After crying loudly, Chen Yun, who had vented her emotions, plopped down, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times to Su Jie. "Fellow Taoist Su, my life will be yours from now on. If there is any use for me, I, Chen Yun, will definitely accompany me with my life. Needless to say, I won't be polite when you need it." Su Jie did not refuse and nodded in agreement. The 3 of them then cleaned up the battlefield and gained little else. In addition to the insect corpses all over the ground, there were also some captured poisonous insects that were not dead yet, including the corpses of 2 white walkers. Their combined value was more than 1,000 blood marrow crystals, making them rich overnight. According to the principle of distribution of efforts, Su Jie was able to get 80% of the spoils according to the rules agreed in advance, while Chen Yun and Gu Weinian shared the remaining 20%. The strongest and most difficult Meng Dongga was dealt with by Su Jie personally. Others did not have this ability. After harvesting the trophies, the remaining traces of the battle were removed one by one, and the corpses of all the disciples were burned, completely leaving no evidence of death. "Brother Gu, I will write a report to the command hall about what happened tonight. Meng Dongga and others died heroically in the battle against the White Walkers. Now we are short of manpower, with many injuries, and unable to maintain the garrison mission. Please transferred back to the sect for temporary rest." Su Jie looked at Gu Weinian with sharp eyes, trying to consolidate his confession. "I understand, Brother Su, I won't let anything slip. Gu Weinian nodded quickly to show that he understood. Okay, let's go back. Su Jie nodded with satisfaction and returned to his cabin with the 2 corpses of the White Walkers. Tonight's battle was the most intense battle Su Jie had experienced since time travel, and it was also a hearty victory. The sale of the 2 White Walker corpses was enough to increase Su Jie's net worth more than 10 times. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Second refined Gu Insect. The order letter was sent to the command hall through the messenger crow. For the next week, Su Jie and others continued to be stationed. However, on the 7th day, Su Jie used cultivation as an excuse to return to Blue Star from Tianyuan World. Because Thousand Hand Centipede has reached the juncture of the second spiritual refinement, it is safer to return to the Blue Star world for promotion. Blue Star, Linping City Yaogang Scorpion Breeding Farm. Accompanied by Chen Yaoguang, Su Jie inspected the expanded breeding farm. Among the 3 newly established farms, one of them was crowded with cobras, forming a dense snake cave and snakeball. In one breeding farm, there are a large number of red-headed centipedes, with pairs of red abdominal limbs crawling on the ground, which makes people suffer from trypophobia. There is also a breeding farm filled with large and small glass cages, filled with various types of spiders: tarantulas, golden spiders, burrowing wolf spiders, and Chinese wolf spiders must be kept separately because spiders have the habit of preying on the same kind. Mr. Su, these are the poisonous insects recently purchased from overseas breeding farms. They are large and small poisonous snakes, centipedes, and spiders. They cost about 3 million yuan. Chen Yaoguang pointed to the livestock farm. These are the results of his purchases. Don't be afraid to spend money and keep purchasing. Su Jie glanced around and saw that it was enough to easily meet the thousand-handed centipede's promotion needs. He smiled and patted Chen Yaoguang on the shoulder. You must have been working hard in the field for these poisonous insects. I have made arrangements for you to have a dinner at a 5-star hotel. You can bring it. Let the employees take a good rest for 2 days, and all employees' wages will be doubled this month. Chen Yaoguang's eyes widened and he said, What, is the salary really doubled? I don't like to paint a pie like other bosses, saying that if the salary is doubled, it will be doubled. Okay, Mr. Su, I would like to thank you on behalf of the employees. Chen Yaoguang smiled broadly, thanked him repeatedly, and turned to inform other employees. After a while, the employees cheered one after another in the farm. It was rare to encounter such a generous boss as Su Jie. After all the employees were led away by Chen Yaoguang, only Su Jie and a few wolf dogs who guarded the farm were left in the entire breeding farm. Su Jie released the thousand-handed centipede calmly. Woof woof woof. When several wolf dogs saw this scene, they were so frightened that they clamped their tails and huddled in the kennel, shaking into a ball. The thousand-handed centipede stretched its ferocious body and crawled into the cobra's breeding ground. These cobras were bred for venom, and their fangs and venom glands are still there. The thousand-hand centipede was obviously very interested in it, grabbing several cobras and stuffing them into its mouth, chewing and swallowing them. Hiss, the cobras were restless, and some were so vicious that they opened their fangs and bit the thousand-handed centipede. It's a pity that it can't even bite through the insect shell, let alone inject poison. What's more, the neurotoxins of these cobras are not even scratching the itch of the thousand-handed centipede. The thousand-hand centipede simply ignored them, completely eating these venomous snakes that looked creepy to humans as delicious spicy sticks. After eating hundreds of them in a row, the thousand-handed centipede ate slower and slower. Its body curled up into a ball, the insect shell turned into a translucent cocoon, and black shadows could be seen slowly squirming and struggling inside. The entire promotion lasted for more than 3 hours. When the accumulated power reaches its peak, a new and tender body breaks through the cocoon and emerges from the old body. Bit by bit, the newly transformed thousand-armed centipede grew to more than 6 meters in length. When it stood upright, it was taller than a bungalow. Its ferocious and powerful aura spread unchecked, silencing the insects and snakes in the farm. In addition, the new shell of the thousand-hand centipede is lavender in color, full of a mysterious luster, and becomes harder and harder. I don't know if it has something to do with it eating the iron-eating mantis. When the insect shell is knocked up, it feels like it is hitting a steel plate. The hardness is amazing. Although the body size has increased significantly, the thousand-handed centipede is not bulky when moving, but is more flexible and faster than before. All this is due to the increase in the number of pale corpse hands under its belly. Now there are hundreds of pale corpse hands, working together to make the thousand-handed centipede astonishingly fast. The second spirit is refined. Su Jie couldn't stop smiling. The current thousand-handed centipede is a low-grade second-level refined goo insect. Su Jie didn't know the situation of the inner disciples, but he knew that among the outer disciples, he was definitely the disciple with the highest quality of native goo insect, while other outer disciples were still fighting tooth and nail for a low-grade goo worm. He had already cultivated the thousand-handed centipede to a low-grade second-level Zitzi. The thousand-handed centipede let out an excited cry. The newly born centipede moved its body, and then its body suddenly expanded and split apart. The huge body turned into tens of thousands of small centipedes, forming a small sea of insects that swarmed forward like a wave, biting and devouring all creatures in front of them. Wherever they passed, no cobra bones were left in the breeding ground. In the blink of an eye, the small centipedes gathered together again, merging their flesh and blood to form a 6-meter-long original body. This is the ability that thousand-hand centipede mastered after the second spiritual training: differentiation and super self-healing. Differentiation is what Su Jie saw just now, and super self-healing means that during the battle, tens of thousands of small centipedes were killed, and as long as they can't catch the one with the soul, the thousand-handed centipede can survive and then eat quickly to get back into shape. After demonstrating the new ability and characteristics, the thousand-handed centipede crawled back to Su Jie, wanting to lie on Su Jie's body and help him practice like he did in the past. "You're going to crush me to death. You're so big and you still want me to hug you." Su Jie slapped the thousand-handed centipede on the forehead angrily, making the thousand-handed centipede squeal, and looked at Su Jie with big resentful eyes. Su Jie actually saw the aggrieved emotion in such a ferocious beast, like a pitiful little boy who had been abandoned by his parents. "Cooperate with my spiritual power. I will reduce your size first." Su Jie scratched the thousand-hand centipede's chin, and then placed his hands on the thousand-hand centipede's head, connecting the spiritual energy in his body with the thousand-hand centipede visible to the naked eye. The thousand-armed centipede shrank in size, finally becoming a small one with the length of an arm. This is one of the methods of the 100 Poisons Goo Refining Manual, which can control the changes in the size of the goo insects. Of course, this form is only suitable for carrying around, and it has to return to its original shape during battle. The thousand-hand centipede smoothly lay on Su Jie's waist and abdomen, and began to feed back to Su Jie the huge spiritual power and blood that had been promoted to the second spiritual refinement. This spiritual power has been extremely refined by the thousand-hand centipede, and it is also the natal goo insect that is connected by heart and blood, so there will be no rejection. With the feedback, Su Jie's cultivation level was like riding a train, rising steadily all the way, and he broke through to the 4th level of Yunling Realm in just 10 minutes. If you tell me, others may not believe it. In less than a month, Su Jie has gone from the 2nd level of Yunling Realm to the 4th level of Yunling Realm. Not even the inner disciples can cultivate at this speed. Su Jie even felt that in less than a month, with the help of the low-grade 2nd level refinement thousand-handed centipede, he could be promoted to the 5th level of Yunling Realm again. End of chapter. Chapter 32 Shell Company. After an hour of practice, Su Jie slowly opened his eyes shining with brilliance, which was an almost substantial manifestation of his spiritual power. Shaking his arm slightly, Su Jie walked to his BMW M8 and squatted behind him to exert his strength. A scene that can shock the eyes of Blue Star humans happened. The 1.9-ton car was lifted by Su Jie with both hands and raised above his head. The quality of the spiritual power fed back this time is very high. Su Jie took a long breath and was extremely satisfied with the gains brought by this promotion. In addition to the changes in body and spiritual power, Su Jie lowered his head and looked at his body, then he held his right hand together like a knife and struck hard on his left arm with the bones broken. Su Jie tore off his left hand at the shoulder level with his fingers like eagle claws. There was no severe pain as expected. At the wound on Su Jie's broken left shoulder, granulation began to proliferate crazily. In a matter of minutes, a brand new arm grew. The severed hand thrown by Su Jie on the ground seemed to have the will to live. It was struggling and moving unconsciously. The flesh and skin were squirming strangely. Even the arm looked like a poisonous insect that was dead but not stiff. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. The differentiation and super self-healing properties from the thousand-hand centipede began to manifest themselves in Su Jie. The split body contains the influence of Su Jie's will, allowing it to behave like a living creature. Of course, if left alone, the broken arm will die completely soon. Creating life is not something he can do at this level. Su Jie leaned over and picked up the broken arm from the ground, and pointed it at his left hand. The broken arm immediately sprouted flesh and began to fuse and adhere to the new left arm. It soon completely integrated into it, leaving no trace. Now I'm afraid I can survive even if my heart is pierced, just a fatal injury. Su Jie thought in his heart that if his cultivation level could continue to improve, he would be able to be reborn with a drop of blood in the future. After completing the training, Su Jie sent Thousand-Handed Centipede to the breeding farm for a feast, then cleaned up the traces, left the breeding farm, and drove back to Villa Number 1 in Jingxiang. Su Jie, you're back. As soon as she returned to the villa, Lu Yingying, who was wearing a skirt and uniform with a hip-covering skirt, her beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly came over to greet her. How have you been doing since I've been away for the past few days? Su Jie sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and drank the fragrant tea brought by the nanny. Lu Yingying took the initiative to step forward, gently massaging Su Jie's shoulders with her delicate hands, and said with a hint of pride, I just came back from Hong Kong yesterday. I straightened out several of your previous companies, and registered 3 new shell companies. Behind the scenes, after transferring to the Cayman Islands, we cleared the border from Shan country in Southeast Asia and successfully registered several cross-shareholding raw material origin companies, making our business more legal. So capable? It seems that you are the right choice to be your secretary. After all, I am also studying finance, so these operations are nothing. Didn't you encounter any difficulties? No, money makes things easier. Especially in the Zen Kingdom, the local customs and forestry departments are blatantly accepting bribes from top to bottom. They can provide any documents and procedures as long as the price is right. You do it. Lu Yingying walked back to the room and took out a stack of information and placed it in front of Su Jie. Su Jie picked it up and looked at Fuju Trading Company, Limited, Jean Dedi Log Import Company, JXAN Home Furnishing Company, Limited, etc., followed by some documents. There are a series of documents related to the import and export of logs such as the Zen State Timber Cutting Permit, Fumigation Certificate, Phytosanitary Certificate, Endangered Species Certificate, and Code List.by. Taking these Zen countries' legal documents for customs declaration, the logs can pass legal and reasonable procedures, allowing several shell companies to operate smoothly, transported and imported from Zen country to China, and finally reached the hands of Tianyuan Home Furnishing Company. The main reason why Su Jie did this was because he had harmed the mountains near Guiling Palace in Tianyuan World. Too many existing small-leaf red sandalwood trees had been cut down, making them increasingly difficult to find. As a last resort, Su Jie planned to cut down other precious trees, such as golden nanmu, wanwali, golden camphor, and so on, but Su Jie had been making small fuss before, so it was not suitable in the name of ancestral inheritance. Those trees must go through legal procedures for domestic circulation, and now Tianyuan Home Furnishing Company has been established. A company cannot only sell one kind of wood furniture, it must enrich its categories, so such a set of hidden processes was born to whitewash the precious trees of Tianyuan family. For this reason, Su Jie planned to go to the Zen Kingdom when he had time. In addition to preparing tree raw materials, he also had an even crazier idea ready to be tested in the Zen Kingdom. While Su Jie was looking through these documents, Liang Lianjuan hurried into the villa after receiving the news. Mr. Su, I'm late. Sit down. Su Jie raised his hand to ask Liang Lianjuan to sit down, and then asked, did the processing factory buy it? Already bought it, but Liang Lianjuan hesitated to speak, and said with some embarrassment, this is not what happened to Lang Lili. Cui Don's sons and daughters competed fiercely for the family property. They sold off Lang Lili's property everywhere. I bought the company that was originally owned by Lang Lili. A wood processing factory and some talents in the design department built the framework of Tianyuan Home Furnishings. Su Jie laughed and said, what's the point? I won't mind this kind of thing if my old employer doesn't poach the corner. It's your ability to get the processing plant as quickly as possible. I have to say that this Liang Lianjuan is a talent. Now Tianyuan Home Furnishing can operate normally, right? Yes, Mr. Su, now the processing plant has complete equipment and workers, and furniture can be processed as soon as the logs arrive. The logs are not a problem. You see, all kinds of code documents have been prepared for you. You can purchase them from Jean Dedi Company in the name of Tianyuan Home Furnishing, and the logs can be shipped from Zen. Br. Su Jie handed over a stack of documents with a smile. Liang Lianjuan saw the various log import and export documents, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. After taking a sip of tea, Su Jie said, the logs are ready for you. I don't care about the specific sales. It depends on your ability. Don't worry, Mr. Su, there is no need to worry about sellers for these high-end rare furniture. We just lack sufficient supply. Our market competitiveness is too strong, and there will be no sales problems at all. Liang Lianjuan patted his chest with confidence. Even if Tianyuan Furniture is just a new brand, it can still rely on various high-end woods to rise. It's the best. Liang Lianjuan chatted for a while, and accidentally saw Lu Yingying's eyes drifting over to her. Liang Lianjuan understood something and said goodbye at the right time. Su Jia, why don't you go out tonight? As soon as Liang Lianjuan left, Lu Yingying sat next to Su Jia, shaking her arms, exhaling like blue, and her eyes were charming. I still have things to deal with over there, but just as Lu Yingying showed her disappointed expression, she heard Su Jia change her voice and said, there is still time. Seeing that you have been working so hard at home and abroad recently, I will reward you, your boss, and loosen it up for you. Muscles and bones. As soon as he finished speaking, amid Lu Yingying's exclamations, Su Jia picked up Lu Yingying and walked towards the bedroom. After some clouds and rain, the exhausted Lu Yingying lay on the bed, looking at Su Jia, who was dressed again, with a rather reluctant tone. Can't you stay a few more days? I don't want you to leave. Her voice was soft, like a coquettish kitten. If Lu Yingying initially got together with Su Jia, it was because of money. So after getting along with each other these days, especially the job Su Jia arranged for her, which allowed her to put her financial talents to use, Lu Yingying couldn't be too happy with this kind of spiritual satisfaction, and she became more and more dependent on Su Jia. Little greedy cat, I'm going to Zen country in a few days. You should accompany me then. I'm afraid I won't have time to be together. After flicking Lu Yingying on the forehead, Su Jia walked out of the bedroom while she screamed in pain, went to a deserted place, opened the ancient mirror and returned to Tianyuan World. Niujiao Ridge. Su Jia, who had just returned, heard good news. I in the wooden house, Gu Weinian held the letter and said excitedly, Brother Su, there is a letter from the command hall, which allows us to return to the sect to rest. There are other disciples here at Niujiao Ridge to garrison, so we can go back. It took 4 or 5 days to wait for a reply, which is really slow. Su Jia complained, but the news was still joyful. Being able to get rid of the threat of the White Walkers was a good thing. The bailiff has always been like this, and it's not the first day it's been like this. Chen Yun touched the ugly wounds on her face that had healed a lot. Like most of the outer disciples, she didn't have much favorable impressions of the order hall. At least I got a letter. If you don't let me go back, I'm afraid my legs will be lame. Gu Weinian was the most impatient. His right leg was corroded by the self-explosion of a poisonous cockroach last time, and it has not healed yet. Most of the muscles in his right calf were corroded, exposing the pale bones. If you're injured, go back to the black market and buy a bottle of low-grade muscle-stimulating pills, and you'll be almost cured. Don't worry. Su Jia comforted them, went to the house and dragged out the 2 corpses of the White Walkers, piled them on a flatbed truck, and covered them with layers of heavy tarps. This is the most precious trophy, and Su Jia has to escort it personally. Gu Weinian and Chen Yun carried their packages on their backs. One of them walked with half a leg lame, and the other was seriously injured and walked slowly. Together with Su Jia, who was pushing a flatbed cart, the 3 of them walked out of Niujiao Ridge in the face of the sun and headed towards Guiling Palace. Returned to the mountain gate, originally thinking that this trip would go smoothly. The 3 of them all wanted to return to the mountain gate as soon as possible, but things often backfire. When Su Jia and others were walking through a mountain road, they suddenly heard some screams and calls for help. The screams continued to echo in the high mountains. Su Jia, Gu Weinian, and Chen Yun looked at each other and did not act rashly. You guys wait here, I'll go check on the situation. Su Jia asked Gu Weinian and Chen Yun, who had limited mobility, to stay where they were. He walked into the dense forest and controlled the reconnaissance dragonfly to check soon. With the help of the reconnaissance dragonfly's vision, Su Jia discovered the cause of the screams. A small caravan of dozens of people fell to the ground in a mess. A carriage specially designed to pull heavy objects overturned and fell to the ground, and human body limbs and arms were everywhere. A 3-meter-long White Walker was chewing a human thigh in its mouth. Its scarlet and ferocious eyes looked to one side, where the few remaining living people were running away frantically. End of chapter. Chapter 33 Luyun Villa. The current situation is very easy to understand. It should be that this caravan encountered the White Walkers while on their way. Although Ghost Ridge Palace has arranged for disciples to be stationed around the business road, most of the strange ghosts will be stopped by the disciples, but there are always some strange ghosts who will break through the defense lines and wander into the business roads, attacking caravans. This caravan is such an unlucky bunch. This time, the strange ghost that killed dozens of people came after him. The three living people who escaped were a wealthy businessman and two martial arts guards. With the help of Dragonfly's vision, Su Jie noticed that the wealthy businessman took out a blue talisman from his arms and threw it towards the White Walkers with a pained look on his face. Boom! The talisman spontaneously ignited in midair and turned into an octagonal spiritual pillar cage, trapping the strange ghost inside. The talisman that can trap the White Walkers is at least low-grade and mid-level, and one requires dozens of blood marrow crystals. Seeing that the White Walkers were temporarily trapped, the wealthy businessman stumbled and continued to escape with the support of two martial arts guards, and the direction happened to be towards Su Jie. The straight line distance was too short, and the two sides soon met each other. Seeing Su Jie's team of three, the businessman said loudly to Su Jie, "Hey, those people from Ghost Ridge Palace over there, are you blind? There is a strange ghost behind me, help me stop it." The businessman's shoes fell off when he was running, and his fat face was scratched with blood from branches and shrubs. Seeing Su Jie at this moment, he asked Su Jie to help fight against the White Walkers without even thinking about it. "Don't you understand what I said? It is your task to protect our merchants. Believe it or not, I will go to the bailiff to sue you." The businessman pointed at Su Jie with a very bad attitude. Black market merchants like them maintain the import of materials to Guiling Palace, so even demonic cultivating sects like Guiling Palace will not attack merchants at will, but will instead win over and protect them. As he spoke, the merchant reached out to touch his body, intending to take out the pass token distributed by the bailiff. It turned out to be empty, and I didn't know where it fell in the panic. "Fat man, you are very noisy." Su Jie frowned and looked, the sharp eyes with cold light making him tremble. Then, as if he was furious, the businessman flew into a rage. "Do you know who I am, Jia Xin? Tell you, my uncle is Jia Gung, the owner of Luyun Villa, one of the 5 franchised merchants of Guiling Palace. How dare you do that? I speak, believe it or not, I let your elders pull out your skin." Brother Su, this fat man's background is really not simple. Businessmen of Luyun Villa, let's not get into trouble. Gu Weinian seemed to recognize the other party and asked Su Jie not to touch his brows. The so-called 5 major franchised merchants are a cooperation mechanism established by Guiling Palace and 5 aristocratic families. Guiling Palace opened its resources to them, and the 5 big businessmen had to meet the special resource requirements of Guiling Palace. What is a special resource? Of course it is population. Demonic cultivation cannot be separated from this. It can be said that the 5 major licensed merchants are all well-known slave owners, and the human trafficking in the black market is basically covered by these 5 merchants. Because they can acquire the scarce population resources of Guiling Palace, the 5 major businessmen have a high status in Guiling Palace. No wonder the other party is so arrogant. Why are you still hanging around? Come and protect me quickly. If I lose a hair, I will make you walk around without food. Jia Xian looked at Su Jie proudly and was about to continue talking when he suddenly heard the roar of the White Walkers coming from behind. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying and hunched figure of the White Walker appeared in the field of vision, but it had already broken free from the shackles of the talisman. "No, Brother Su, let's retreat quickly." Gu Weinian subconsciously took a step back, his heart trembling. Not everyone has the courage to face a White Walker head-on, not to mention that he injured his leg now. Chen Yun was seriously injured next to him. Even if the team is intact, facing such a strange ghost, the chance of winning is less than 30%. Chen Yun took a deep breath, her eyes were firm, and she seemed to have made some decision. She took the initiative to stand in front of Su Jie and said, "Fellow Taoist Su, you go first. I will stop the White Walkers." Such behavior has shown that Chen Yun has a death wish and is willing to buy time for Su Jie to stop this strange ghost. Su Jie didn't pay attention to Jia Xian shouting next to him. He was just measuring the gap between himself and the White Walkers, and then patted Chen Yun on the shoulder in front of him. "It's not necessary. It's up to me to deal with this White Walker. You can't hold it back." Su Jie's eyes met that of the strange ghost. He was worried that he would not be able to test the combat power of the 1,000-handed centipede for the second spiritual training. Now was a good opportunity. Buzz, a large number of fire blood bees flew out, their tails raised, and streaks of fire poured down. The White Walker moved extremely quickly, avoiding most of the lines of fire with a few deft moves. The occasional splashes on his body were also hindered by the layer of pale skin. They only burned off a layer of skin and did not affect much of his movements. Several silver-winged golden-threaded cicadas also returned in vain, unable to break the defense against the White Walkers. It's really amazing. Su Jie took a step forward, suddenly rushed forward, and got into the forest next to him. The White Walkers were attracted by the offensive, and instantly turned their attention to Su Jie, and chased after him with an angry roar. Perhaps in the eyes of the White Walkers, everyone else is prey that can be molested. Su Jie dared to fight back instead of running away, so he must be dealt with first. Su Jie's speed was completely incomparable to that of the White Walkers, and he was caught up within a short while. When the heavy footsteps and gasps sounded behind him, Su Jie also called out his trump card. The thousand-handed centipede crawled out from the sleeve robe, and its body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 6-meter-long behemoth, more than twice the body length of the White Walker. He braked on the spot, and 2 long ravines opened on the ground. Roar. The White Walkers roared like a demonstration, and each of their sharp fangs was covered with fleshy threads, which was extremely bloody. As the thousand-handed centipede roared in response, and a strong fishy wind swept over, causing the skin and flesh on the White Walker's face to tremble like water, showing a high and decisive momentum. Kill it, Xiao Qian. Su Jie rubbed the thousand-hand centipede's ferocious insect body and gave attack instructions. The next moment, thousand-handed centipede carried out Su Jie's order without hesitation. The huge body crushed large bushes and swept in like a black wind, without any bells and whistles. The White Walkers were not willing to be outdone and rushed forward, using both their minions and claws and fangs that can easily cut through steel, coupled with a strong body, are the assets that allow the White Walkers to run rampant. Ordinary outer sect disciples cannot fight a white ghost with one blow. They can only use goo insects to continuously inject toxins to grind it to death. This is also the reason why outer disciples are almost certain to die when they encounter a strange ghost when they are alone. Unfortunately, today the White Walker encountered a being more powerful than his physical body. In hand-to-hand combat of the same size, insects' perception, mobility, and catching methods are often stronger than those of wild beasts, not to mention that the thousand-handed centipede is far larger than the White Walkers. In just one encounter, the White Walkers felt as if they were hit by a speeding train and thrown out by a thousand-armed centipede. Then the thousand-handed centipede clamped the White Walker tightly between its pair of jaws, breaking down towering trees along the way. Ho-ho, the White Walkers struggled wildly, and the rocks and ancient trees were easily torn open when touched by sharp claws, as if they were made of tofu. But when the target of destruction is replaced by the thousand-handed centipede, the situation is completely different. The seemingly sharp claws of the White Walkers fell on the chitinous shell of the thousand-hand centipede, only to make deep grooves and scratches occasionally. Some fragile parts of the joints where the insect shells are connected are injured, and green insect blood spurts out, but they will heal quickly. Even the injured part split directly and turned into small centipedes that fell down and burrowed directly into the skin of the White Walkers. As Itzy, the thousand-handed centipede, was even more excited during the battle, as if he had obtained a big toy. Each pale corpse hand stretched out, entangled the White Walker around the trunk of an ancient tree, and strangled the ancient tree together. In an instant, 2 huge figures were buried by fallen branches. A few seconds later, only the thousand-handed centipede could be seen standing upright. The bones of the White Walker on the ground had been broken, and the colorful internal organs and intestines were squeezed out of the stomach, making no sound. As Zitzi, holding the corpse of the White Walker high in its mouth, the thousand-handed centipede kept shaking its head, as if it was not having all the fun. That's settled. Su Jie was a little stunned when he saw this scene. Although Su Jie knew that the thousand-handed centipede that had evolved to the second level of the lower level was much stronger, the current situation still exceeded his expectations. Such a terrifying White Walker, capable of destroying a team of 3 White Walkers, was killed by the thousand-handed centipede in less than 2 minutes. After having enough fun with the thousand-hand centipede, he took the mutilated corpse of the White Walker and placed it in front of Su Jie. This is the power of the low-grade second-grade goo insect. Sure enough, my route is correct. Su Jie looked at the corpse of the White Walker sent by the thousand-hand centipede with a smile on his face. This was another hundreds of blood marrow crystals. After hanging the corpse of the White Walker on the tree, Su Jie did not rush back. It happened to be nearby the place where the caravan was attacked by the White Walker. Su Jie, who believed in taking advantage and not taking advantage of the sky, ignored the blood on the ground and searched for the corpses on the ground one by one. There were some bits and pieces of blood marrow crystals in these corpses, and Su Jie didn't want too few, so he put them all in his pocket. After searching through it, Su Jie harvested 23 pieces of blood marrow crystals. Finally, Su Jie turned his attention to several fallen carriages, which were goods that merchants were preparing to transport to the black market of Guiling Palace. A hint of coldness came from the carriage. Su Jie lifted up the tarp and took a look. The shocking sight made Su Jie take a breath. The carriage was filled with cubes of ice, with the bodies of young children frozen inside. The oldest corpse was only 5 or 6 years old, and the youngest was even less than 1 year old. The dead corpse was obviously strangled to death, with a circle of bruises around the neck. A few more carriages were turned over, all in the same condition. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Dead people cannot speak. Outrageous. Su Jie felt unhappy. Most of these children were used to practice some special magic skills. This is also the impression given by demon cultivators, that they are cruel and bloodthirsty, killing innocent people indiscriminately. Even if Su Jie is a demon cultivator, it doesn't mean that Su Jie can understand when something like this happens. While Su Jie was frowning and thinking, Chen Yun, who was worried about Su Jie's safety, ignored the dissuasion and insisted on coming to the battle area to check. Just when they came over, Chen Yun and Gu Weinian were shocked by the corpse of the White Walker hanging on the tree. Brother Su, could it be that you killed this strange ghost? Gu Weinian was shocked at first, and then realized that the White Walker was already dead. Then, Gu Weinian swallowed again and looked at Su Jie in disbelief. The White Walker turned into a corpse. In other words, Su Jie killed a White Walker in a single fight. Thinking of this, Gu Weinian's heart beat wildly. This is a ghost. He had never heard of any outer disciple who could confidently defeat the White Walkers in a duel, and there were not even many outer disciples who dared to look directly at the White Walkers. Chen Yun was also shocked by Su Jie's amazing fighting power, since he can kill the White Walkers in single combat. In terms of hard power, no one from the outer disciples can be his opponent. The White Walkers themselves are not in good condition, and I found an opportunity by chance. Su Jie glanced at the two of them, and regardless of whether they believed it or not, he said, as soon as I return to the sect, I will say that the White Walkers were killed by Meng Dongge and others. Don't involve me in it. Gu Weinian and Chen Yun knew that Su Jie was hiding his clumsiness, so they nodded and said, understood. Su Jie was talking to Gu Weinian and Chen Yun when suddenly, a commanding voice sounded. Hey, you three, pack my goods right away. Don't let the ice melt, otherwise you won't be able to afford the compensation. Jia Xian was seen returning accompanied by 2 martial arts guards. Apparently he still missed his goods, or he thought that Su Jie had lured the White Walkers away and could come back quietly to take the goods away. Su Jie looked around, only to find that Jia Xian was staring at Su Jie's corpse of the White Walker hanging on the tree, with greed in his eyes. Also, this White Walker attacked our caravan before. We severely injured it until it was on the verge of death, and then gave you the opportunity to kill it. Therefore, it is my prey. Leave it to me to deal with, and you will be compensated for me. Part of the loss. A White Walker was worth hundreds of blood marrow crystals. Jia Xian couldn't help but feel hot in his heart and shamelessly wanted to paint the body of the White Walker. In this case, not only can the capital be saved this time, but also a small profit can be made. If it were an inner disciple, Jia Xian wouldn't dare to make a decision, but when he was facing an outer disciple, he was very confident. Hearing Jia Xian's whimsical words, Su Jie was amused, but his smile seemed a little cold. You still want my White Walker? Su Jie's eyes were playful. If he dared to make such a greedy request, he really thought he couldn't afford it. What about your White Walker? It is now my property. My uncle is the owner of Luyun Villa. No one else has a chance to curry favor with me. They don't know what is good or bad. Jia Xian said very arrogantly, with threats in his words. Relying on its backing, Luyun Villa, Su Jie was completely ignored. Then I have to thank you. Slowly raising his right hand, Su Jie was in a very unhappy mood, and if he was unhappy, someone would have to pay the price. Large swaths of fire blood bees flew out, and in Jia Xian's dull eyes, lines of fire were aimed at the carriages, burning the ice cubes together with the young corpses to ashes, destroying these crimes. Brother Su, don't be impulsive. Gu Weinian's eyelids twitched slightly, sensing that things might be going bad. He had no reaction to those corpses of young children. After staying in Ghost Ridge Palace for so many years, he had never seen any cruel scenes. Gu Yuanian was just worried that Su Jie might cause trouble if he acted like this. After all, Jia Xian's background is really great. Compared with an outer disciple, the senior officials of Guiling Palace must value Luyun Villa, which has a constant supply of people, more. Impulsive? No, Brother Gu, don't you think these goods are too annoying? It would be nice to burn them on fire to clean them up. Su Jie's eyes were as sharp as a knife, which made Gu Weinian feel inexplicably frightened, and he did not dare to say anything more. At this time, Jia Xian finally reacted and saw that the cargo of his carriage was engulfed in fire. The corpses of the children he had collected with great difficulty were reduced to charcoal in the fire. The scene before him made his heart bleed, and he was furious. Crazy, are you crazy? You actually dare to burn my goods. Do you know how much they are worth? This is money that you, an outer disciple, will never earn in your life. I have to go to the magistrate's hall to sue you. Let you spend your whole life working for me to compensate for the losses. Seeing his precious goods being burned, Jia Xian wanted to eat Su Jie alive. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Su Jie's eyes were cold, as if he were looking at a dead person. What did you say? Before Jia Xian understood what Su Jie meant, he suddenly saw a golden and silver line cutting through the air. The heads of the two guards standing next to Jia Xian rolled off their necks, and blood splattered all over Jia Xian's body. These guard martial arts masters have some rudimentary kung fu. They can smash bluestones with their fists, and they can climb up to a house several meters high in one leap. They are considered masters for ordinary people, but in front of demon cultivators like Su Jie, they are just stronger mortals. How dare you do this? If you are not afraid of me going to the command hall, my uncle is the owner of Luyun Villa. The sudden killing made Jia Xian, who was extremely angry before, feel as if someone had poured cold water on his head. He trembled all over and stepped back unconsciously. If you have a pass token, I will give you 3 points of face. Now look what this is. Su Jie sneered and threw a black token in his left hand. This is a pass specially given by the bailiff to black market merchants, because Guiling Palace knows the nature of his sect disciples. Without some measures, I'm afraid these businessmen would be robbed without even being able to reach the black market. After this pass token is activated, as long as you are near the mountain of Guiling Palace, you can transmit the surrounding images back to the order hall with your spiritual consciousness. If the disciples attack and rob the caravan, in order to maintain credibility, the command hall will severely punish the offending disciples after catching them. The token fell to the ground and was picked up by Su Jie, so Jia Xian's biggest threat was gone. I know your elder Situ from Guiling Palace. My uncle is the owner of Luyun Villa. If you dare to touch me. Jia Xian had deep fear on his face. The demon cultivator in front of him is simply lawless, and he has no means to check or balance. I dare to kill even ghosts, but why don't I dare to kill you, a businessman? Dead people cannot speak. Su Jie pointed to the corpse of the White Walker next to him, his eyes filled with unscrupulousness. Jia Xian's face was livid and he said angrily, You too, did you hear what he said? He is violating the order of your Ghost Ridge Palace to treat merchants preferentially. If you don't catch him quickly, I will kill you too. Take a copy. After suffering an acute illness and seeking medical treatment indiscriminately, Jia Xian tried to get Gu Weinian and Chen Yun to side with him. Brother Su, if the command hall finds out about this, Gu Weinian was a little hesitant. The older a person gets, the less courageous he becomes. If this matter is discovered, it will be a big trouble. You are right, so we must advance and retreat together. Su Jie picked up a long knife from the ground and inserted it into Jia Xian's waist without saying a word. Then, amidst Jia Xian's screams, Su Jie handed the long knife to Gu Weinian with a smile, and said with a smile, Brother Gu, it's your turn. Gu Weinian's body trembled. Looking at Su Jie's smiling expression, he didn't know that this was a petition. Not if we commit this thing together, no one will dare to report it again. Chen Yun stood silently behind Gu Weinian. She stuck her head out of her arms and stared at Gu Weinian with dangerous eyes. Only then did Gu Weinian realize that he was already riding a tiger and was unable to get off. Su Jie, who could kill the White Walkers, was simply not something he could compete with, and now he had no choice but to follow Su Jie to the end. Otherwise he had no doubt that Su Jie would make him, an insider, unable to see the sun tomorrow. Don't blame me. Gritting his teeth, Gu Weinian took a few deep breaths, took the long knife, stabbed it into Jia Xayan's stomach, and stirred it hard. Without Su Jia's instructions, Shen Yin took the knife and cut off all of Jia Xayan's hands and feet, cutting them into human sticks. Hey, this person. What I fear most is the inadequacy of people's hearts. Not everyone will be afraid of your background. Su Jie squatted in front of Jia Xayan, patted the opponent's fat face, and then cut him off with a knife, separated the body, and completely ended his life. After searching the corpse, Jia Xayan was quite wealthy. Su Jie found more than 200 pieces of blood marrow crystals, which was like a big fat sheep. It was easy to slaughter. It was no wonder that the Ghost Ridge Palace had to set up rules, otherwise there would not be enough merchants for the disciples to slaughter. After cleaning up the traces, the three of them continued walking along the mountainous road. The rest of the return trip went without any surprises. In the afternoon, we saw the mountain gate of Guiling Palace. The atmosphere in the sect was more solemn than before Su Jie's departure, and the number of people was much smaller. Obviously, the recent White Walkers have put a lot of pressure on the disciples, and their manpower has been taken away from the garrison. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Manager Wu. Ghost Ridge Palace, Command Hall. Su Jie and the other three entered the mountain gate and went straight to the command hall where the mission was handed over. This is a tower with a height of 100 meters, with black smoke lingering at the top, like a dark giant beast that is swallowing clouds and smoke. There is a plaque carved with blood hanging at the door of the tower, with the three characters Bailiff Hall written on it. The bright blood on the plaque seems to be flowing continuously. You guys look at the goods here, I'll go in and hand over the task. Su Jie gave instructions to Gu Weinian and Shen Yun, and then walked into the command hall. Stepping into it, it was a deep and dark hall, and the temperature dropped sharply by several degrees. There are very few disciples in the main hall. Except for handing over and assigning tasks in front of the counter, most disciples will not hang out here if they have nothing to do. Su Jie walked to a counter. What's the matter? Behind the counter, a man in his 30s wearing a black uniform looked over. This is Manager Wu from the command hall. Su Jie has been here before. His cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of Yunling realm, but don't underestimate him. The command hall specializes in managing the tasks and assignments of the inner and outer disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace. Those who can be in charge here may not be strong, but they must be the sect master's cronies. For example, the manager Wu in front of him has a blood relationship with the leader of Guiling Palace. Outer disciple Su Jie has come to submit a rest mission. Su Jie handed over his mission token and the envelope, allowing him to return to rest. After taking it, Manager Wu found the file and looked at it, and said calmly, "How come you have so many people dead?" "We were attacked by the White Walkers, and only 3 of us survived out of 12. We are still lucky." Su Jie reported truthfully, and all traces of evidence of crime were eliminated. Since he was only an outer disciple, the command hall would not spend a lot of time investigating for the sake of an outer disciple. As expected, Manager Wu had no doubts at all. After a brief inspection, Su Jie and the other 3 were asked to press their fingerprints to confirm the handover of the task. "By the way, have you killed the White Walkers?" Seemingly thinking of something, Manager Wu asked one more question. "Yes, we have brought back all the corpses of the White Walkers." Su Jie nodded. He couldn't hide it anyway, the bodies were going to be sold. "Have you found a buyer?" "I know a few good businessmen, and the prices are very reasonable." Manager Wu suddenly became enthusiastic and his attitude changed 360 degrees. "Manager Wu, please know that we are about to go to the black market to auction. If it is convenient for Manager Wu, can you lead the way and help us with the notarization?" Su Jie took advantage of the situation and said, "These stewards sit in the command hall, are well informed, know many people, and like to get involved in business. When ordinary outer disciples make a large transaction, they will also find a steward to act as a notary to ensure the normal progress of the transaction between the two parties." While talking, Su Jie took out a few pieces of blood marrow crystals from his pocket and handed them over. "Steward Wu, you can take these to drink tea." I saw Manager Wu quickly put the blood marrow crystals into his sleeves and said with a smile, "Easy to say, the price of White Walkers on the black market has increased again. At least 650 blood marrow crystals per head, don't sell them cheaply. There are many businessmen you know in the black market, and you will never suffer a loss." Manager Wu made the promise and stood up to leave his post. The other stewards pretended not to notice. After all, everyone is on their own, so there is no point in fishing. The two walked out of the command hall together and soon met up with Chen Yun and Gu Weinian, who were looking at the goods outside. This is Manager Wu of the command hall. This is what I said before, fellow Taoist Gu Weinian and fellow Taoist Chen Yun. Su Jie introduced both parties. My real name is Wu Bin, so you don't have to be so polite. Fellow Daoist Su, go check out the condition of the corpse first. The prices of corpses of White Walkers of different sizes are also slightly different. Wu Bin looked at the flatbed truck protected by Gu Weinian and Chen Yun and said, "Is it placed on top?" Su Jie winked, and Chen Yun stepped forward to grab the covering tarpaulin and lifted half of it, revealing the true appearance of the White Walker inside. You have caught up with the good times. In the past, the value of a White Walker was only about 300 blood marrow crystals. Recently, the price has increased sharply. It is not easy for you to hunt one. It is best to take advantage of it. Wu Bin was still trying to persuade him, but he suddenly got stuck at the end of his words. His eyes widened and he looked at the 3 corpses of the White Walkers stacked on the flatbed truck in shock. It wasn't the one he expected, but 3 corpses of White Walkers piled together. This scene made Wu Bin stunned on the spot. Why are there 3 corpses, and you killed 3 White Walkers? The voice was full of disbelief. Wu Bin had never seen the world before. He had handled goods of higher value, but only a few outer disciples brought 3 strange ghosts, which he had never seen before. As luck would have it, we just took advantage. Su Jie told the story of the original encounter very honestly, but the version was slightly improved, changing Meng Donga's death to being killed by the White Walkers, which made it look more reasonable. After hearing that Meng Donga led the team to achieve most of the results, Wu Bin reluctantly accepted this reality. Meng Donga, I have heard of this person. He is at the 5th level of the Yunling realm. He is a very powerful figure among the outer disciples. He even hopes to be promoted to the inner disciples. It's a pity. Wu Bin sighed with emotion, and then couldn't help but look sideways at Su Jie. You see, fellow Daoist Su, you were so young, but you were actually able to achieve such great results. I don't know it, but I am shocked when I see it. It turns out that a hero comes from a young age. Regardless of whether Su Jie took advantage and was able to get the 3 White Walkers, Su Jie definitely had his own strengths and might become prosperous in the future. Wu Bin instantly wanted to make friends with him. Manager Wu has received the award, but it doesn't mean anything to me. Su Jie waved his hand repeatedly, but Wu Bin grabbed it. What do you call Guancher Wu? How old am I? Just call me Angkor. Angkor. Hey, good brother. The 2 parties just called each other in such a disgusting way, showing no trace of their new acquaintance. Black Market Central Street. In Jushan Tower, 2 men with extraordinary bearing were sitting here, with a chessboard in front of them. They had been playing chess for a long time. One of the old men was wearing a purple robe with a black python coiled in his hand. He had a skinny face and deep eyes, and he exuded a cold aura that made people dare not look directly at him. Opposite him was a short, middle-aged man with an ordinary face and a string of black rosary beads hanging around his neck. There were faint wails and screams from the rosary beads, as if someone was undergoing torture inside. The torture is terrifying. These 2 people are both elders of the secret realm of Ghost Ridge Palace, namely Qiu Laodao and Yi Jingdong. There was a maid next to them, pouring tea and water for the 2 of them, but it was inner disciple Yuan Xian. It's a dead end. Do you want to play again? Holding the white chess piece and throwing a piece in the middle, Qiu Laodao slowly spoke. Yi Jingdong dropped the chess piece, his eyes were cold and stern, and he turned his gaze to the window. I lost the chess game today, but in the gambling battle between you and me, there is no telling who will win. Before he finished speaking, Yi Jingdong pulled off a black rosary bead from his neck and threw it out of the window. The black rosary flew automatically towards a certain location. Then let's see whose disciple is better and hunts more ghosts. Qiu Laodao pulled out a piece of hair, and the hair turned into a colorful snake, swallowing the snake's message, winding its body and quickly disappearing from sight. Soon, the disciples on both sides who received the news rushed towards the Jushan Tower. Pei Haibing was riding on a tall horse, followed closely by 2 disciples. Behind the group of people was a high platform pulled by 4 tall horses. There were long poles erected on the high platform, and 2 pale white ghost corpses hung down. Such an eye-catching scene immediately caused a sensation in the black market. Most of the merchants on the street gathered around Pei Haibing, vying to bid first. Master Pei, 1,200 blood marrow crystals. Our Mingyue Hall is willing to buy these 2 strange ghosts. On behalf of the Zhang family's caravan, I offer 1,300 blood marrow crystals and a piece of blood sacred wood for Mr. Pei to practice. I only want to buy these two strange ghost corpses.
Our Taishu pavilion, among these merchants, a plump young woman also bid.
This person was Kai Chunni, the steward of Taishu Pavilion. In front of everyone, Pei Haibing had a cold face and folded his arms in front of his chest. He seemed to think that these people were too noisy and said in a cold voice, "Shut up, wait until the master and the old man have a look before these strange ghosts start."
Auction.
Junior brother Pei, I hunted two strange ghosts at once.
It seems that this bone-white evil sword belongs to you. Yu Wenxian stood waiting at the foot of the Juxian building.
At this time, she raised her beautiful eyes to look at the two corpses of the strange ghosts, and said with a sweet smile. It took some effort, but fortunately I didn't lose the master's face.
Senior sister Yu, what did the master say? I don't know, Eldery seems to be very confident.
While Yu Wenxian was talking, there was also noise from the other end of the street. I saw a few disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace pushing a tall cart with two corpses of strange ghosts on it. The leader of the group, a man wearing a blue robe and a crowning face, bowed his hands in this direction in a graceful manner.
He was Feng Wenjin, an inner disciple of Yi Jingdong's lineage. There are actually two strange ghosts.
Yu Wenxian covered Cherry's little mouth with a surprised look on her face.
Consider him lucky.
If the White Walkers are not hard to find and will run away when the situation is bad, I can kill even 10 White Walkers.
Pei Hai snorted coldly, thinking that he was simply unlucky.
The outer disciples were afraid of the White Walkers, but he was not afraid of them. It was just bad luck that he didn't bump into a few White Walkers. Fortunately, he could barely accept this result. At least he was not surpassed, otherwise Qiu Laodao might be so angry that he might not even be willing to reward him with the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword. End of chapter.
Chapter 36 Surprise. It seems we have a tie today.
At the same time, Qiu Laodao walked across the sky from Juxian Tower. Wherever he passed, a group of businessmen lowered their eyebrows and lowered their eyes, and the noisy scene suddenly became quieter. A secret realm elder, no matter in terms of strength or influence, cannot be offended by these ordinary black market merchants. There were still people who dared to shout in front of Pei Haibing, but in front of Qiu Laodao,
no one even spoke loudly.
Huff, old Taoist Qiu, how about comparing the number of White Walkers killed by all the disciples? This can better reflect the level of our teaching disciples.
Yi Jingdong was about to come down with a dragon-like leap.
Seeing such a result, his eyes were particularly fierce. He and Qiu Laodao had been at odds with each other for a long time. Qiu Laodao had always been harsh on his disciples, so he thought of suppressing him in this regard.
This was the opportunity he finally found. In terms of the number and quality of his disciples, Yi Jingdong believed that he was far superior to Qiu Laodao, and it was impossible for him to lose. Qiu Laodao turned around, his narrow vertical pupils narrowed slightly, his gaze was like a poisonous snake, cold and slippery. It was creepy when it fell on him. Before he could speak, there was suddenly another noise from the crowd. You could faintly hear a businessman shouting things like White Walker. Corpse, 3 heads, go and grab it. The businessmen who were originally gathered around the Juxian Tower turned around and saw a simple flatbed truck being pushed, with 3 corpses of the White Walkers neatly placed on it. Seeing this scene, the businessmen coaxed each other, spread their legs and leaned over, each vying for the first to occupy a favorable position to take pictures. Whose inner disciple comes here at this time?
Pei Haibing felt that he had been robbed of the limelight and cursed in displeasure. Yu Wenxian, who was next to him, also cast a curious glance, but compared to Pei Haibing's cursory glance, she looked more carefully and quickly noticed something was wrong.
Wait, something is wrong. Isn't that a disciple of our lineage?
Yu Wenxian opened her mouth in surprise and recognized the identities of her disciples Su Jia, Gu Weinian, and Chen Yun.
What are you talking about? How could it be? Yes. Pei Haibing almost laughed out loud.
Whose outer disciple can hunt 3 strange ghosts, but when he turned his head and took a closer look, he saw that the 3 disciples around the flatbed truck were wearing outer uniforms, and he had a vague impression that these 3 people were really of his own lineage. Qiu Laodao also heard the noise, looked at it intently, with a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth, and said pitifully to Mr. Yi Jin, "Elder Yi,
our competition is not over yet." Yi Jingdong's face turned dark and his voice was hoarse. Old Taoist Qiu, could it be that you are playing a trick and even meddling in the contests between your disciples? Do you still have any grace?
It's a joke. Why should I, Mr. Qiu, cheat when I win against you?
Wenxian, go call someone over and make Elderly give up. Xiao Laodao snorted coldly. Although he didn't know where Su Jie and the other outer disciples got the three-headed ghosts, it didn't matter, as long as they could beat Mr. Yi Jin. Yes. Yu Wenxian took the order and quickly walked towards the flatbed truck. Don't worry, everyone, we are selling all the White Walkers, and the one with the highest price will get it. Su Jie stood on the flatbed truck, stepping on the head of a White Walker, and looked very excited at the businessman who was attracted. The more people and the more aggressive the bidding, the more you can earn. 1,500 blood marrow crystals, how about selling these 3 White Walker corpses to me? A businessman squeezed in front, but as soon as he said these words, he was interrupted by Wu Bin with a look of displeasure. Go away, you are bullying us because we don't know the price, right? If you don't have money, go home and ask for it from me. Don't be embarrassed here. Wu Bin said while raising his foot to kick. As a steward of the bailiff, he is not an outside disciple. Ordinary businessmen would have to smile to please him when they see him. Sir, our Zhang Chamber of Commerce will offer you 1,800 pieces of blood marrow crystals. The Yue Mansion bids 1,500 pieces of blood marrow crystals, plus a low-grade magic weapon and 2 low-grade high-grade talismans. Yudan Valley offers a bottle of refining elixir and 500 blood marrow crystals. A group of businessmen surrounded Su Jie and popped out numbers that made Su Jie's heart surge. Next to him, Gu Weinian was equally excited and blushed. Although he only had a small portion of the profit, it was still an extremely considerable fortune for an outer disciple. It's just that Chen Yun has always been cold, and the shadow of losing her brother and husband has not dissipated. Master Su, it's me. Our Taishu Pavilion is willing to purchase all 3 White Walkers. The price is negotiable. At this moment, Su Jie heard a somewhat familiar voice. Looking down, he saw that the charming young woman in charge of Taishu Pavilion, Kai Chunyi, ran over at some point and shouted breathlessly at Su Jie. While speaking, Kai Chunyi unconsciously raised her plump and round breasts. This move made the button on her chest almost burst. Her pair of pink and phoenix eyes were very attractive and full of charm. When the surrounding businessmen looked at it, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts for using a honey trap without respecting martial ethics. Sister Kai, why are you here too? Su Jie's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded with a smile, but did not agree to what the other party said. Although the woman in front of her looks like a ripe peach, just looking at her makes people want to take a bite, but in the face of sufficient value, Su Jie would not betray his own interests for a little beauty. If Mr. Su doesn't come back without looking for someone else, I won't be able to come here in person. Kai Chunyi rolled her eyes at Su Jie charmingly, and then said, 3 ghost corpses, Mr. Su, please seriously consider our Taishu Pavilion. Our bid will never be lower than others. When speaking, Kai Chunyi's voice was filled with humility. In fact, when Kai Chunyi saw Su Jie before, she could hardly believe her eyes. A mere outer disciple was able to hunt 3 white ghosts, which was as amusing as a sow climbing a tree, but what happened was that it really happened, and it shocked her for a whole year. We'll talk about this later. Su Jie shook his head and noticed a young woman wearing a gauze approaching. This was inner disciple Yu Wenxian, Su Jie's senior sister. Gee, junior brother Su, it's really you. I said I won't admit the wrong person. Yu Wenxian smiled before saying anything. Perhaps it was because of her prestige that after she approached, the merchants immediately vacated the area around her. Sister Yu, come here. Su Jie secretly became wary. Maybe he was eyeing this windfall of his own. The master is also in front. He asked you to come over. Yu Wenxian stretched out her jade finger, poked the corpse of the White Walker on the flatbed truck, and said with a smile, Junior brother Su will probably become famous among the masters this time. Come here quickly. After saying that, Shi Shiran led the way. Su Jie was still thinking about what Yu Wenxian meant. Wu Bin, who was standing next to him, saw Yu Wenxian, a dangerous woman, leaving and immediately asked in a low voice, Are you a disciple of Qiu Laodao? He really hadn't read Su Jie's information carefully before, otherwise he wouldn't have asked this question. Yes, what's wrong? Don't you know yet? The conflict between Qiu Laodao and Elder Yi Jingong intensified again. The two secretly bet and competed to see whose disciples had hunted more White Walkers. To this end, they each gave out generous rewards to motivate their disciples. Disciple, there has been a lot of buzz in Guiling Palace recently, and I guess that's why I sent you there. Wu Bin is worthy of being the steward of the command hall. He is well informed and knows all the gossip among the elders. Ah, no wonder our master spent so much money and took out the bone sword of heaven as a reward. Gu Weinian suddenly realized something and immediately understood some of the things that happened at the beginning. The time limit set by the master at the beginning was 1 week, but we have already exceeded the time limit. Is the reward still counting? Su Jia licked his lips. He had never thought about this before. First of all, the time exceeded the agreed week, and the white bone heavenly evil sword looked like it was prepared for Pei Haibing, who practiced the white bone transformation technique. No matter how you look at it, the disciples have no chance. That's because Elder Yi had an accident while refining the alchemy, which delayed it for some time. Wu Bin explained the reason, and Su Jia couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. He might really have the opportunity to get his hands on the bone sword. Opportunities never come in vain. The right path must be fought for, and the devil's path must be fought for even more. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Gift of Treasure. Su Jia and others came to the door of Jushin Tower, and sure enough they saw Qiu Laodao and a short middle-aged man with gloomy eyes. This person should be the Yi Jingong mentioned by Wu Bin, Elder Yi. Disciple Su Jia, meet the master. Su Jia stepped forward quickly and saluted Qiu Laodao, as did Gu Weinian and Chen Yun. Of the three, one was partially disabled and the other was seriously injured. Only Su Jia was intact. Anyone with a discerning eye could see who was in charge. Qiu Laodao looked past the three of them and looked at the 3 corpses of the White Walkers piled up on the flatbed truck behind him, and said, "Where did you get these 3 White Walkers? Please tell me in detail and don't hide anything." Reporting to the master, the White Walkers are not hunted entirely by our side. There were others at that time. Su Jia once again praised Meng Dongga's brave and selfless demeanor, and praised him as a strong man who could fight 1 against 10. They were just lucky and got the result in the end. Stop talking about these things. We demon sect disciples don't pay attention to the process, we only care about the results. Now that the corpse of the White Walker is in your hands, the result of the battle is yours. After hearing this, Qiu Laodao had no intention of criticizing Su Jia and others. No matter whether Su Jia and others got the advantage of others, or there was some other conspiracy, he only valued the final result. Elder Yi, I wonder if you have anything else to say? After finishing speaking, Qiu Laodao turned his eyes to Yi Jingong again, his eyes dark and as silent as a deep pool. I have nothing to say. It was my disciple who failed to live up to expectations. I lost this game. Yi Jingdong's face was particularly gloomy. As Qiu Laodao said, they are demon cultivators who focus on results in everything, no matter how dirty and despicable the process is. Yi Jingdong is not someone he cannot afford to lose. After admitting that he had lost the bet, he took off the rosary beads around his neck and threw them to Qiu Laodao. There were countless businessmen around who were secretly frightened. They didn't expect the two of them to have such a big gambling fight. That string of rosary beads is a real top-notch middle-grade magic weapon, and it is also one of the magic tools that Yi Jingdong is famous for. It is called Tai Su Wang Soul Bead, and it has the powerful power to refine souls and destroy evil spirits. When an ordinary practitioner is hit, his soul will be sucked into it immediately, and he will suffer the pain of burning his body within fire until his soul is exhausted, which is more terrifying than death. Tai Su Wang Soul Bead, the taste is really bad. Let's go home and use it as a dog collar. Qiu Laodao accepted the Tai Su Wang Soul Bead unceremoniously, and even more mercilessly ridiculed him. Next time, you may not have such good luck. Duke Yi Jin became even more angry and looked at his disciples with sharp eyes, which made all those disciples sweat. On the contrary, Qiu Laodao is now pleased with whatever Su Jia likes. After getting the Tai Su Wang Soul Bead, Qiu Laodao took out a flying sword that was completely crystal white and had a bright aura. It was the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword, and said in a faint tone, "Su Jia, what a good name. The so-called 5 people are called Mao, 10 people are called Xian, 100 people are called Jun, 1,000 people are called Ying, twice the Yings are called Wise, and 10,000 people are called Jies. I hope you will be worthy of this name in the future and become a demon. Outstanding people." After saying that, he handed the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword to Su Jia. As soon as this move came out, countless disciples and businessmen were shocked and jealous. With extremely greedy eyes, this is a low-grade flying sword, and it is the best among low-grade flying swords. It is one level higher than the low-grade high-grade magic weapon. The price on the black market would be at least 1,000 pieces of blood marrow crystals, and it would be so priceless that most people wouldn't even dare to think about it. Sujia took a deep breath, knowing that if he accepted the white bone heavenly evil sword at this time, he would immediately become a fat sheep in the eyes of many people, and he would also completely offend Pei Haibing, an inner disciple. But, so what, Su Jia has always been cautious in the past, but when it's time to fight, Su Jia will fight hard. He never believed in the saying that there is a time in life, but there is no time in life, so don't force it. Even without this low-grade flying sword, the wealth Su Jia gained from selling the 3 white walkers would have become the target of many people trying to get rich overnight. This kind of thing is simply unstoppable. So Su Jia took a deep breath, took the white bone sword with both hands with a solemn expression, and said, "Thank you so much, Master, for giving me this treasure. I will definitely practice diligently and not fall short of my master's reputation." Pei Haibing stared at Su Jia, a cold light shot out from his pupils. Seeing that the white bone heavenly evil sword was about to be taken over, he finally couldn't help but said, "Master, he is only an outer disciple, and it is luck, so he is completely worthy. Not as good as this white bone heavenly evil sword." This white bone heavenly evil sword has always been regarded as a treasure by Pei Haibing. Now seeing Su Jia take it away, how could he be willing to do so? Jinggong next to him sneered, his smile mixed with disdain and contempt. "It seems that your subordinates, Mr. Chiu, are not strict. Any disciple dares to talk back to you." Xiao Laodao narrowed his eyes slightly. What Pei Haibing did just now was undoubtedly a loss of Xiao Laodao's face, and it was in front of Jinggong. Glancing over unhappily, Xiao Laodao stood up with the black python coiled in his hand and said in a cold voice, "You can also decide my decision." Pei Haibing's whole body stiffened, and then he realized that he had said something wrong. He wanted to explain but was too slow. Pei Haibing suddenly groaned, and the blood vessels on his face bulged violently. Small snakes the size of earthworms swam under the skin, and finally broke out of the skin like ironworms. The severe pain caused the veins in Pei Haibing's neck to bulge, and he was shaking in pain, but he didn't dare to scream out loud, as he would lose Xiao Laodao's face. Su Jia was secretly shocked and noticed the black python coiled in Xiao Laodao's hand. It was this black python that spat out the snake letter to Pei Haibing just now, and Pei Haibing ended up like this. He didn't even know how. Pei Haibing got tricked. It was extremely weird. The people around him immediately stayed away from Pei Haibing for fear of being affected. "Master, junior brother Pei just made an unintentional mistake. Don't be angry." Yuan Xian stepped forward to smooth things over, but she had no intention of helping him out. The smile at the corner of her mouth was more like gloating. "Take him down and lock him up for a few days to reflect." Xiao Laodao looked coldly at Pei Haibing, who fell to the ground. The black python in his hand stopped hissing and coiled back around his arm. Even inner disciples are not allowed to offend the dignity of the elders of the secret realm at will, even if they are master and disciple. Pei Haibing should be grateful that he is an inner disciple. If he were an ordinary outer disciple, his body would probably be cold by now. 2 of Pei Haibing's teammates cautiously stepped forward, helped Pei Haibing up and ran away. Looking away from Pei Haibing, Xiao Laodao looked at Su Jia again. "Remember to devote yourself to practice." This time Su Jia successfully took over the white bone sword. After giving Su Jia a word of encouragement, Xiao Laodao, who was disturbed by Pei Haibing, also turned and left. Today's goal has been achieved, and he doesn't really appreciate Su Jia that much, so naturally he won't waste any more time. Jinggong glanced at Su Jia, wondering what he was thinking, and left the place accompanied by several disciples. "Congratulations to junior brother Su. The white bone heavenly evil sword is the best among low-grade flying swords. You have made a lot of money this time." Yuan Xian came up with a bright smile. "Sister Yu, this is a hot potato. I don't know how many people want to get it." Stroking the cold blade of the white bone Tiansha sword, Su Jiahua pointed out something. "You won't behave well even if you get an advantage. If you're afraid, leave it to my sister for safekeeping. Don't bother senior sister Yu. If you die because of this, you can only blame my inferior skills." Carrying the white bone Tiansha sword behind his back, Su Jia refused directly. Once it was in his pocket, he would never get out again. "Virtue." Wrinkling her lovely nose, Yuan Xian rolled her eyes at Su Jia, sounding like she was being coquettish. If Su Jia hadn't known Yuan Xian's true side, he might have been deceived. Su Jia said a few polite words to Yuan Xian again, and when he saw the merchants gathered around him again, a smile appeared on his face.
The White Bone Demon Sword was an unexpected gain, and the true value of the White Walkers had not yet been sold. End of chapter. Chapter 38 Qinghong Sword Technique. Mr. Su, our Zhang family's caravan will add 120 pieces of blood marrow crystals and a low-grade primary magic weapon.
Please consider it more.
My shopkeeper said that if Mr. Su was willing to make a deal with us, and if he wants fertile land and a beautiful concubine in the future, we can arrange it for you.
This is Qilangshuan's upper-class seat token.
Every year you collect rent, you can receive hundreds of blood marrow crystals. If Mr. Su is here, as Su Jie announced the bidding, the merchants raised their hands to bid, and the scene suddenly became heated again.
Don't crowd, everyone is talking, it's so noisy that we can't hear clearly.
Wu Bin was maintaining order at the scene, and Gu Weinian and Chen Yun also stepped forward to help. Su Jie is constantly comparing the prices offered by various merchants. This is the greatest wealth he can earn at this stage, and he must maximize his profits. After more than 10 minutes, the highest price was called 2,000 blood marrow crystals. If the price exceeds this, merchants will not raise the price, fearing that no matter how high the price is, it will not be easy to recover the capital. There are also some merchants who use items other than blood marrow crystals to offset the price. Some are magic weapons and elixirs, and some promise mansions and beautiful concubines. All kinds of temptations are thrown out. The former was okay, but the latter left Su Jie speechless. Does he seem to be someone who likes that kind of thing? When the price call reached the psychological price level of the merchants, the scene gradually fell silent. At this moment, a gentle voice came.
Master Su, our Taishu Pavilion offers 1,500 pieces of blood marrow crystals, plus this book.
Kai Chunyi walked in lotus steps, with a smile on her pretty face, holding a jade slip and offering it to her with both hands. The jade slips were written in the official script of Qinghong. The whole body was white and transparent, and there seemed to be a large number of tadpole-like small characters flowing inside the jade slips. Only very precious magic formulas, sutras, and secret texts would be recorded on jade slips, because the jade slips themselves were worth as much as 50 pieces of blood marrow crystals.
What is this?
Su Jie was a little curious. Judging from Kai Chenyi's confident look, the jade slip must have recorded something good. Kai Chenyi pointed at the white bone heavenly evil sword on Su Jie's back and said, Master Su has mastered such a magical weapon. Without the corresponding sword techniques, it would be difficult to bring out its full power. The Qinghong sect recorded in the jade slip's sword technique is a set of sword handling techniques, which includes the essence of sword handling, and sword refining, allowing you to learn masterful sword handling techniques as quickly as possible. As soon as these words came out, the nearby businessmen all turned around and looked surprised. Su Jie's eyes lit up slightly. Throughout the ages, practicing the scriptures related to cultivation has been the real treasure and fundamental method to control the clan. The spiritual elixir and magic weapon will be used up one day, and the paradise of cave will wither away with the changes of the sea and the sea. Only the scriptures can be passed down forever. Even though those merchants were bidding very aggressively, none of them came up with cultivation scriptures. Didn't they? Of course not. Almost every one of these businessmen is standing behind a wealthy family. It is impossible that they have not inherited the cultivation scriptures, but the other party is not willing to trade them.
It seems that you are really sincere.
Let me verify it first. Su Jie reached out and took the jade slip, intending to check it out.
Master Su, please excuse me.
Kai Chunyi said calmly, obviously prepared, and the strategy she adopted was specifically for the white bone heavenly evil sword that Su Jie had just obtained. It could be said that it was the right medicine for the situation, and it immediately aroused Su Jie's interest. The jade slip was cold in his hands. Su Jie looked at it and put it against his forehead. The next moment, a large number of sword-shaped scriptures poured into Su Jie's mind. Within the sea of consciousness, the rainbow light of sword shadows is sometimes like thunder and lightning, fast and fierce, sometimes like wind-blowing catkins, misty and hard to find. Su Jie checked it and verified that the jade slip really had a flying sword technique as Kai Chunyi said.
Perhaps in the outside world, sword controlling techniques like
this are nothing, and you might be able to buy them with a few hundred blood marrow crystals, but Kai Chunyi's actions are obviously more sincere than other businessmen, and this Qinghong sword technique is exactly what Su Jie needs.
How is it?
Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this set of sword techniques?
Kai Chunyi asked.
From Su Jie's smile, she felt that Su Jie was satisfied. 1,500 pieces of blood marrow crystals, plus this set of Qinghong sword techniques, the 3 corpses of the White Walkers will be handed over to you.
Su Jie nodded. Kai Chunyi was so sincere that he did not continue to argue. Thank you, Mr. Su, for making it possible. Kai Chunyi jumped on the spot in excitement, a pair of heavy weapons trembling on her chest, which was really bluffing. Regarding this transaction, neither Gu Weinian nor Chen Yun made any comment. They knew their own weight and it was entirely up to Su Jie to make the decision. Su Jie did not treat the two of them badly and promised to share more of the blood marrow crystals. After all, he took away the Qinghong sword art. Kai Chunyi did not carry so many blood marrow crystals with her, so the group returned to the black market Taishu Pavilion. Soon, under the witness of Wu Bin, Su Jie and Kai Chunyi successfully completed the transaction. Both parties are very satisfied with the results of this transaction. Kai Chunyi gave a small gift, which was a few low-grade primary talismans, and said with a smile, Master Su, come to Taishu Pavilion more often. If you have such good business, remember to come to me. You sound like you're talking about pimping. Speaking of which, Sister Kai, does what you told me last time still count? Su Jie's tone was teasing. Last time, this charming and beautiful woman made a promise. Two intoxicating blushes appeared on Kai Chunyi's pretty face, and she spat softly. My sister was joking with you, why did you take it seriously? I'm an honest person and can't tell whether it's a joke or serious, so, Su Jie stretched out his hand and felt that the waist was like a snake, then he looked down, and before he could marvel at the sudden change in the astonishing arc proportions, he pinched the round shape of the peach. Kai Chunyi screamed in surprise, her delicate body was soft and her eyes were charming. Sir, why are you like this? It's obscene, it's too obscene. I'm a demon cultivator. Isn't it right to be obscene? Su Jie raised his eyebrows at Kai Chunyi, and then left Taishu Pavilion regardless of the shame of the young woman behind him. Core Angkor, I'm really troubling you today. Su Jie gave Wu Bin another 20 pieces of blood marrow crystals as today's reward. I only saw such wonderful gambling fights after following my dear brother. I wish I had more trouble like this. Wu Bin originally wanted to have a dinner together, but when he saw Gu Weinian and Chen Yun injured their legs, he knew it was not the right time, so he handed them over, exchanged contact addresses and left. Su Jie personally accompanied Gu Weinian and Chen Yun to the Ningdan Hall, asked a doctor to take a look at their injuries, and bought healing elixirs for them to use for their injuries. When they finally separated, Su Jie gave each of them a part of the blood marrow crystal, and warned, be more careful recently. While taking good care of your injuries, you must also be wary of wild wolves outside, so as not to be eaten dry. I will take care of myself. Chen Yun nodded, knowing that in her current state, holding such a large sum of blood marrow crystals, it was like a child holding gold in the busy city. If you are not careful, you will be snatched away in any minute. I have already found a way out, Brother Su, there is no need to worry. Gu Weinian said that people become better with age. After staying in Guiling Palace for so many years, there are always some ways to hide. Su Jie didn't say much when he saw this, because compared to these two people, Su Jie himself was the one in greatest danger. Others were eyeing not only the blood marrow crystal, but also the white bone heavily evil sword. End of chapter. Chapter 39. Please read it. Now the mechanism of the starting point has been changed. Read all the recommended books for follow-up reading. If you turn to the latest chapter to the end, it will be considered as a valid follow-up reading. Only by reading can you be ranked and recommended and exposed, so I ask all the big guys to help me, and those who support books, please help me to support this little newbie. End of chapter. Chapter 40. Return to Blue Star. Please follow up. Watching Gu Weinian and Chen Yun leave, Su Jie stopped where he was for a while, sensing some people who were about to move. He turned around and returned to the Black City Center. I can't wait so much. Su Jie was thinking in his mind as he walked out. He had already felt that several waves of people were secretly observing him, and more than one group of people were targeting him. Obviously, the wealth he now controls has attracted the attention of too many people. Coupled with his status as an outer disciple, he had no scruples in taking action. Turning around and entering the central area of the black market again, Su Jie went straight to a building, Panacea Club. There were 3 large gilt characters on the plaque, and Su Jie stepped in. As the name suggests, Lingdan Club is a shop specializing in selling various elixirs. Not only are stores popping up all over the Qingzhou area, but there are also branches in the Guiling Palace black market. Mr. Su, please come in quickly. Come in now. When you come, our little shop will really shine. When the store manager saw Su Jie, his eyes immediately lit up and he greeted him with great enthusiasm. Today, Su Jie has become quite famous in the black market.
Many businessmen recognize him, and they know that Su Jie is absolutely wealthy and has money in his hands.
Shopkeeper, take me to the second floor. Su Jie glanced around.
The store on the first floor mainly sold low-grade and low-grade elixirs. Most of them were rough products refined by apprentices. These were no longer in Su Jie's eyes. The second floor is where the real good stuff is, even middle-grade elixirs are sold.
Okay, Mr. Su, please come this way.
The shopkeeper's face turned into a chrysanthemum smile, and he hurriedly bowed to lead the way. On the second floor, as soon as Su Jie entered the place, he smelled the intoxicating fragrance of medicine, and his spiritual energy circulated a little faster. As far as the eye can see, a large crystal glass cup is filled with radiant elixirs. Even if you are just standing at a distance, you can feel the powerful aura fluctuations emitted by these elixirs, even a large amount of pills accumulated. And the spiritual energy semi-liquefied in the air, forming a dense mist of spiritual energy. The elixirs placed here are at least low-grade and intermediate grade, and there are even several mid-grade elixirs.
How many 9 Yang pills are there?
After glancing around, Su Jie asked. The 9 Yang pill is a low-grade, intermediate-level elixir that uses 9 Yang attributed plants as the main medicine, plus a large number of Yin attributed plants as auxiliary drugs, and is refined by a low-grade alchemist. After taking it, it can regulate the movement of human spiritual energy, nourish spiritual power, and achieve the effect of accelerating cultivation. Go back to Mr. Su, we still have 15 9 Yang pills in total. Here are you. The shopkeeper's heart suddenly moved when he saw Su Jie wave his hand. 15 pieces, not many, wrap them all for me, I bought them all. After hearing such heroic words, the smile on the shopkeeper's face became even brighter. With his back molars exposed, 0.19 sun pill is equivalent to 20 blood marrow crystals, and 15 is equivalent to 300 blood marrow crystals.
He is indeed a big customer. Master Su, wait a moment, I will wrap it up for you right away.
In response, the shopkeeper's Pei-Bian ran to pack the elixir for Su Jie. 10 minutes later, Su Jie left the Lingdan Club with a warm send-off from the shopkeeper. The blood marrow crystals that I couldn't earn in a year were just replaced with elixirs.
I couldn't even think about it in the past. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Su Jie secretly sighed. It feels so good to be richer for such a 9 Yang pill. Su Jie could barely buy one with the blood marrow crystals he had accumulated in a month without eating or drinking. Not if I buy 15 pills at once now, at the rate of eating 1 pill every 3 days, it will be enough for Su Jie to last for a month and a half. I am afraid that no one among the outer disciples can be more luxurious than Su Jie. Su Jie, who left the Lingdan Society, turned around and came to a building not far away with the 3 characters Tiangong Pavilion hanging on it. Tiangong Pavilion mainly sells various special magic weapons, not offensive ones. After entering the store, Su Jie was also warmly received by the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, get me a storage bag, just the smallest size. Our Tiangong Pavilion storage bag has a minimum storage area of 99 blood marrow crystals. Bought.
A minute later, Su Jie had a small blue storage bag in his hand. The storage bag is made of a rare kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure called Jiutian crystal. Only a middle-grade weapon refiner or above is qualified to refine it. It has always been expensive. Even Su Jie's storage bag, which is only 1 cubic meter in size, is worth as much as 99 blood marrow crystals. Therefore, generally outer disciples cannot afford storage bags, and only inner disciples would choose to wear them. After using his spiritual power to open the storage bag, Su Jie put the blood marrow crystals, white bone Tianxia sword, elixirs, and other things in it. But Su Jie did not stop and continued to make large purchases. Within a few hours, I purchased various cultivation-related items, for example, futons that can calm the mind, sandalwood that can speed up meditation, some spiritual grains and spiritual water that can regulate the body and weekly strengthen the body, and other miscellaneous things. Once Tonkai bought it, most of the black market merchants knew that a rich man had arrived, and they greeted Su Jie with great enthusiasm when they saw him. Even the beauties in Wanhua Tower who let the guests listen to music and dressed up in fancy clothes came to the streets to drag Su Jie out to have fun. Fortunately, Su Jie was an upright man and was incompatible with gambling and drug addiction. In the end, it was extremely difficult and he refused on the excuse of not having much money. Su Jie was happily buying and buying. This scene made those who were observing secretly anxious. Several Ghost Ridge Palace disciples lowered their hoods and pretended to be passers-by, discussing in low voices. Why does he keep buying and buying? He has spent all the blood marrow crystals. It doesn't matter.
It will be the same when we get those supplies. What's more, he still has the bone sword. As soon as he comes out of the black market, take action immediately, lest others get ahead of us. It's a pity that these disciples with ulterior motives don't know that Su Jie has no intention of confronting them head-on walking on the black market street. Su Jie, who had wiped out 1,000 blood marrow crystals, looked at the full storage bag and nodded with satisfaction. These supplies are enough for him to practice for a month or two without worrying about the disturbances from the outside world. TSK, there are more than 20 people. Oh, there are more than 30 people waiting for me. They think I am Tang Monk. Su Jie, who secretly detected this with the reconnaissance dragonfly, complained in his heart. Su Jie's current strength is definitely not enough to deal with so many greedy wolves, tigers and leopards, but Su Jie didn't intend to get into trouble with them. He couldn't afford to avoid them if he couldn't afford to offend them. When I complete my magic, I will come back and kill you all one by one. Su Jie snorted coldly, turned into a deserted alley, walked into an abandoned courtyard, then closed the door, opened the ancient mirror, stepped in, and returned to the Blue Star world. It was a long time after Su Jie left that the disciples realized something was wrong and hurriedly blocked the alley. Wave after wave of disciples from Ghost Ridge Palace, who came from different groups but had the same purpose, met each other and felt a little embarrassed for each other, embarrassed as it was. The disciples who tacitly knew the other party's intentions began to search in the alley. Unfortunately, these Ghost Ridge Palace disciples searched all the alleys and couldn't find even a single hair on Su Jie. This is natural. Unless they can catch up with Blue Star, it will be hard to find the right person. Unable to find anyone, these disciples naturally became restless and even suspected that someone had secretly robbed and killed Su Jie. I don't know who made the move first. These disciples blamed each other and ended up fighting each other, leaving feathers all over the floor. End of chapter. Chapter 41 The Power of the Flying Sword. Please read. Blue Star, Linping City. Su Jie stood in a deserted, abandoned building and put away the ancient mirror behind him. If you want to chase me, just eat ashes. Humming a pleasant tune, Su Jie let the reconnaissance dragonfly fly out, and then took out the white bone Tianxia sword from the storage bag. The white bone Tianxia sword is very light. The entire sword body is made of the spine of some unknown demonic beast. It has a pure white color like ivory and is far harder than steel. After getting it, whether it is the smooth surface or the sharp edge, it exudes a strong chill. Even the blade of the sword smells faintly of blood. It is a formidable killing sword. Su Jie pointed his sword at the ground and waved it gently. In an instant, a cold light bloomed, murderous intent filled the air, and the entire sword seemed to come alive. The flying sword made of spines curled and bent freely, like a giant python swallowing snake messages, or like a swooping eagle, cutting a crack several meters long on the concrete ground. This was just the most superficial application. Su Jie then bit his fingertips and dripped the blood mixed with his own spiritual power. Buzz, the white bone heavenly evil sword vibrated, seeming to be resisting and struggling. Su Jie poured more spiritual energy into it, and after more than 10 minutes, the white bone heavenly evil sword finally calmed down, and was officially refined by Su Jie into a flying sword that could be used freely. Get up! With a soft drink, the flying sword suddenly flew up out of thin air, first circling around Su Jie, like a slender silver bird lingering on its owner. Following Su Jie's thought, the white bone heavenly evil sword instantly fired, like lightning piercing the air, making a sharp heart-beating sound boom. The white bone heavenly evil sword penetrated the first floor of the reinforced concrete building, opening a large transparent hole in the front and back, like a meteor falling to the ground. Its sharp edge revealed. In an instant, the endless killing atmosphere spread out. Wherever the flying sword passes, nothing can resist it, whether it is tree branches or reinforced concrete, they are all easily penetrated. When flying close to the ground was rolled up by a 3-foot-high mud wave, and a deep ravine was pulled out by the sharp sword energy of the white bone Tianxia sword. Whoosh! The white bone Tianxia sword flew past Su Jie, whipping up a gust of wind that made the hem of Su Jie's clothes rustle, and then the deafening sound of the wind hit his ears. The scene was so shocking that the human eye could not keep up with the flying speed of the bone sword, and could only hear the heart-shaking roar. The sound of the sword shook the surrounding trees slightly, hitting people's eardrums. What the human eye can capture is only streaks of silvery white light flashing across the sky, like a light drawn line. As the sword edge drew, where the silvery white light flew, the ground cracked, bricks flew, and a high-rise building was pierced in the roar. The flying sword penetrated 5 or 6 layers of reinforced concrete one after another before it exhausted its spiritual power and slowed down. In this destructive scene, there is an ultimate beauty of power. After a lot of fighting, Su Jie's body consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so he had to reduce the supply of spiritual energy, and the speed of the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword slowed down a lot. Even so, the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword is still powerful and can easily penetrate even reinforced concrete. If it is used to hit people, there is no need to maintain such power. It is indeed the best among low-grade flying swords. Finally, Su Jie took back the Bone Heavenly Evil Sword and couldn't help but smile as he looked at the flying sword, which was still as clean as new and not stained by any dust. However, it would be nice if the attack range could be a little stronger. It seems that we have to rely on Qinghong sword technique. Su Jie stroked the cold sword blade. Limited by Su Jie's consciousness and spiritual power, the flying sword can only attack within a range of 400 meters around Su Jie. Taking out the jade slip of Qinghong sword Ju from his storage bag, Su Jie sat cross-legged on the ground and transferred the knowledge of the jade slip into the sea of consciousness for study and understanding. With this realization, a whole day and night passed. When Su Jie opened his eyes again, there was a bit of joy in his eyes. Qinghong sword technique is divided into 3 parts: sword control, body sword, and sword refining. Sword control is the skill and ability to control the flying sword. Sword fighting is the method of fighting with one hand, and sword refining is how to maintain and refine the flying sword so that it can connect with the host's mind and reach the state where the human sword can be used like an arm and a sword. Because the Qinghong sword technique is not complicated, Su Jie mastered it very quickly. When Su Jie tried to control the flying sword again and used the skills of Qinghong sword technique as expected, the speed of the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword was 1/3 faster this time. Speed is power, and its power naturally increased accordingly. In addition to its speed, the attack range of the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword has also been greatly increased, with the maximum attack radius extended to 800 meters. Now I also have the ability to attack from a distance. I can kill the enemy with one sword from 800 meters away. Su Jie couldn't help but think of himself controlling a flying sword. The sword sounded before the sound came, and the enemy 800 meters away was decapitated by the flying sword as if he were trying to retrieve something from a bag. That scene was simply too cool. Of course, this level is still a few 100 million points away from killing a Japanese machine gunner with one shot from 800 miles away. After some testing, Su Jie fully understood the power of the flying sword, and then he was satisfied. After cleaning up the surrounding traces, Su Jie packed up his things and left the area of abandoned unfinished buildings. 2 days later, Jingjiang Villa No. 1. Lu Yingying lay on Su Jie's chest like a kitten, with a trace of blush still remaining on her face. Su Jie, how long will you stay when you come back this time? I have free time in a month or 2. Su Jie pinched Lu Yingying's delicate face full of collagen. The rest time he got from the command hall was 1 month. Su Jie had enough time to practice slowly, and no one would disturb him in Blue Star. This is why he purchased so many cultivation resources. Really? Lu Yingying's eyes lit up. Can I still lie to you? Humph, wasn't it just you who deceived me? Lu Yingying said a little shyly, but also a little proudly. Obviously, it was my sincerity that moved you. If money counts as sincerity, then Su Jie's sincerity is complete. Getting off the bed, Su Jie looked at the time on his phone and said, "It's almost time. Manager Liang has just sent a message. He is waiting at the airport and is ready to leave for Zen country." Linping International Airport. Su Jie stepped out of the car. Lu Yingying was wearing a black suit. The crisp uniform showed her elegant figure and intellectual temperament. She followed Su Jie step by step, causing countless male compatriots to secretly cast envious glances. "Mr. Su, these are the people I lead. You call me Mr. Su. This is the real big boss of our Tianyuan home furnishing." Liang Lianjuan came over with several Tianyuan home furnishing employees and asked them to say hello. "Hello, Mr. Su." Several other employees shouted that this was their first time meeting Su Jie, the legendary big boss. They were curious that Su Jie was so young, but they did not dare to express it for fear of offending others. After all, jobs with favorable conditions are now available. Not easy to find. Well, let's get on the plane first. Su Jie nodded and looked at the passenger plane parked at the airport. The takeoff of my career in Blue Star started from the Zen Kingdom. Only a country with a chaotic state and weak state machinery is the most suitable place for his ambition to rise. Rolling on the floor begging to read. End of chapter. Chapter 42. I want this land to be renamed Suzhen State, East Chin State, Mandalay City. Silip Airport. Su Jie and his party, who arrived here after a transfer, just got off the plane when a heat wave swept over them. Zen country is located in the tropics, and even though it has entered autumn, the temperature is still quite high. This is Zen country. Su Jie looked around the airport. There were not many people at the airport, and some locals, both men and women, were dressed more simply. Men mostly wear tube skirts and slippers, while women mostly wear colorful shawls and high, glossy buns. When we walked out of the airport, we were immediately surrounded by many drivers soliciting customers. Many people even recognized Su Jie and others as Chinese, and their language also changed to Chinese. Although the accent was a bit thick, they were generally understandable. Because the Zen Kingdom borders the Chinese Kingdom, it has been culturally influenced since ancient times. Many local people in Zen can speak and write Chinese. Even Huayuan can be used directly here, and it is very strong. It is much easier to use than Zen currency, which fluctuates severely in the local exchange rate. Arrange the staff to go to the hotel first, and Ing Ying and Lao Liang will accompany me to the company. Everyone got in the car, started the vehicle, and drove towards the company on the outskirts of the city. The driver was talkative and asked, "Are you going to Lama district to do the timber business?" "How can you tell?" "Ha, there are a lot of timber merchants from China like you, and I have pulled them over many times." The uncle driver laughed, and then reminded, "But when you are doing business, don't go to too remote places, just stay around the city, otherwise you may be in danger." Is the place chaotic? It's very chaotic. We are too poor. We can't compare with you Chinese people. The per capita salary is only equivalent to 400 to 500 Chinese dollars in your country. If you don't have money, you will resort to all kinds of crooked ways. The driver's uncle's words made Liang Lianjuan shake his legs frequently. Thinking of the various legends of opium cultivation, fraud farms, and kidney cutting in the Zen Kingdom, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Local officials did nothing? They will just sit on it and collect benefits, so what can they do? Let's just say that the road now opened is full of potholes. It has not been repaired in many years, and all the money has been wasted. After a few words of exchange, it was obvious that the driver was quite resentful. This time, the car passed a pass, where several soldiers holding AKs and wearing green military uniforms were stopping the car to collect fees. Don't talk for a while. After giving a reminder, the driver stopped the car, took out a 500 yuan Zen coin and handed it to a soldier. He spoke a few words in the local language before being allowed to leave. The vehicle restarted and drove away. Liang Lianjuan asked curiously, "Who are those people and why are they still collecting money?" "Our army here, the Man Democratic United Army, charges vehicle operating fees for all vehicles, including motorcycles and bicycles." The uncle driver smiled bitterly, fearing that Liang Lianjuan would not understand, and added, "It's not the government's army, it's the local armed forces." Liang Lianjuan said speechlessly, "It's easy to set up cards and collect fees everywhere." Lu Yingying explained, "The Zen Kingdom is very chaotic. They are a multi-ethnic country with more than 100 ethnic groups, and then local warlords, large and small, have complex relationships with each other. They have always been in a semi-independent state, just like us. The separatist rule of vassal towns in the late Tang dynasty." She had been to the Zen Kingdom once before and had some impressions of it. She knew that the country was very chaotic and divided. While chatting, the car gradually left the city and came to a large, continuous warehouse area. There are many logs placed here, some are placed outside in the open air, and some are piled in warehouses. Vehicles driving logs pass by on the road from time to time, and the smoke is billowing. This is Lama District, a timber storage and trading center. The Zen Kingdom is a major timber exporting country, with annual timber exports reaching millions of tons. This is the pillar industry of the Zen Kingdom. There are countless timber trading centers like this in various places. The car kept driving and finally stopped in front of a 3-story building. The small building has the signboard of Jean Deddy Company, and behind it is a row of warehouses. This is the shell company that Lu Yingying originally registered in Zen Kingdom. According to Su Jie's instructions, there are not many employees in the small building, only 6 people, all of whom are locals.
After seeing Lu Yingying, they all greeted her in slightly broken Chinese. This small building and the warehouses behind it have been purchased. The small building is used as an office, and the warehouse behind is used for wood storage and transportation. Lu Yingying gave a brief introduction and then said to Su Jie, "Now all the procedures have been completed, and I'm just waiting for your instructions. Nothing else, just come with me to get the goods." Su Jie smiled, and these words immediately cheered up Liang Lianjuan next to him. He had been waiting for the logs promised by Su Jie for a long time. The next day, in a deserted area, Su Jie took out the ancient mirror and secretly returned to Tianyuan World. He found the logs he had cut down near the black market, and then transferred the ancient mirror to Blue Star for the convoy to take it away. Su Jie completed the whole process very well. Quickly, because he found that a disciple was following him again, he could only quickly enter the black market crowd to hide, and then enter the room to take the opportunity to get rid of the pursuers. The number of logs was more than before. Su Jie had nothing to do in Tianyuan World, cutting and felling a lot. When all these logs entered Jean Dedi's warehouse, Liang Lianjuan almost cried with excitement. Small leaf red sandalwood, golden nanmu, wanwali, golden camphor. Liang Lianjuan clearly called out the types of logs in his mouth, and his fingers were trembling slightly while stroking the logs stacked in the warehouse, because the value of these logs alone is already as high as more than 1 billion. If they are made into furniture, the price will double. "Mr. Su, when are we going to start shipping? With these logs, Tianyuan furniture in China can become famous immediately." Liang Lianjuan's face turned red. Once these logs returned to the country, it was foreseeable that Tianyuan home furnishing would become popular. Su Jie turned to Lu Yingying and said, "Yingying, ask Jean Dedi Company to contact the International Air Cargo Company and transport all these logs back to China." "Should we ship by air? The price is quite high." "It doesn't matter, we don't have to pay the shipping fee, time is more important. Generally speaking, logs are transported by sea and land, and the cost of air transportation is too high. But Su Jie's logs have no cost in the first place, and the freight cost of only tens of millions is nothing at all." Lu Yingying nodded in agreement, turned around and went to make arrangements. In the next few days, the entire Jindadai company was operating at full capacity. Contact the International Air Transport Company, declare to the Chinese customs, pre-sterilize, trim and split the logs, etc. It wasn't until the logs were loaded onto 5 cargo planes and flown to China that the matter came to an end. Liang Lianjuan also returned to China and worked overtime to preside over the production and sales of furniture made of these precious woods. Su Jie did not go back, but instead registered a new company locally called Jieka Biological Development Company. "How much money does the company have on its account?" In the boss's office, Su Jie asked his little secretary. "There are 5.5 million Chinese dollars left." Lu Yingying said without thinking. Before that batch of wood was sold, this was all the working capital. "A little less, but it's almost enough in the early stage." Su Jie touched his chin and turned around. On the wall behind, there is a map of Mandeb City and surrounding towns. 3 different ethnic groups live in this area, with a population of about 700,000. Mandeb City belongs to Eastern Chin State, which has a population of approximately 3.5 million. "Let's start from here, Yingying. Let the employees of Jieka Biotech go to the countryside to promote and launch the first set of plans. Jieka Company will purchase various poisonous insects in large quantities and buy them in unlimited quantities from the local people, so that they can all go into the mountains to catch insects." Lu Yingying nodded, then looked at Su Jie's back. She couldn't help but asked, "Su Jie, why are we doing this?" She knew that Su Jie had an insect breeding farm under his name, but she didn't know why he came to Zen to open a new insect breeding company. "Do you think I really just want to raise insects? Isn't it? That's just one aspect." Su Jie chuckled lightly, picked up a pen, drew a circle on Mandeching City, and said slowly, "Now is just the beginning. Next, I only do one thing. I want to make the Mandeching area from now on. I will change my surname to Su and become my private kingdom." Lu Yingying's heart almost stopped, her bright eyes widened, and she didn't say anything for a long time because she didn't know whether to call Su Jie whimsical or too ambitious. Su Jie did not look away, just waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it, go down and do your work." After Lu Yingying left, Su Jie touched the 1,000-handed centipede that emerged from his collar and murmured to himself, "Don't worry, very soon, this will be your paradise. It belongs to our Gu insect kingdom." Grand opening in this land, end of chapter. Chapter 43 Changes in Laji Village in autumn. The golden rice fields blow in the wind, like waves. In Laji Village, villagers, as always, took advantage of the fact that the temperature of the sun had not yet risen, and stepped up their efforts to harvest rice. I asked yesterday, and the purchase price of rice this year is much lower than last year. In the field, a dark-skinned man about 20 years old was holding a sickle to harvest rice while complaining to his fellow villagers.
You can only make so much money from millet. When I can make money and move to the city, I want to grow rice husks.
The companions next to him were equally aggrieved, complaining about the miserable world. I won't even plant something as harmful as rice shell flowers. Miaoluan's face darkened, and he glared at him angrily. Rice shell flowers are poppies, and his father died of smoking opium. He is extremely disgusted with this kind of thing.
Okay, I'm just saying, those things are only grown in the north, and no one does it here.
The companion laughed twice and explained quickly. Miaoluan's face softened slightly, and at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came. Great news!
Great news!
Jieka Company now purchases all kinds of venomous insects and snakes from the general public.
The quantity is not limited. The price is calculated by the kilogram.
The money is settled on the spot, and no one is deceived.
Great news! Great news!
Jieka Company now purchases all kinds of venomous insects and snakes from the general public, with no restrictions on categories. Prices are calculated by the kilogram, and the money is settled on the spot, so no one is deceived. A dilapidated van drove past on the dirt road beside the field.
There were festive red advertisements on the body.
The loudspeaker installed on the roof of the van played over and over again. A group of people working in the fields turned to look.
What's the situation? Collecting insects? Miaoluan was confused.
This Jieka Company came out of nowhere and came to collect bugs. Just as the van stopped in front of him, a man wearing a uniform with the word Jacko on it stepped out of the car and shouted to him, "Friend, are you interested in knowing more?
Are you really collecting bugs? Are you paying for them?" Miaoluan asked tentatively.
As he spoke, he grabbed a grasshopper from the ground, held it up and said, "Just this kind of bug." When the employees of Jieko saw it, they immediately laughed and said, "Of course, our Jieko is a company run by a big Chinese boss, so we are absolutely genuine." "Just the grasshopper in your hand." I looked at it. It's a D-type insect, buy it."
"The price is 5 yuan per kilogram." "How much?" $5 Chinese dollars per kilogram, and you still pay in Chinese dollars? Miaoluan couldn't believe his ears.
His daily salary was only 15 yuan in Chinese dollars. Catching 3 kilograms of grasshoppers is equivalent to 1 day's wages, and it is paid in Chinese dollars, which is much easier to use than their Zen coins. Not only Miaoluan, but also nearby villagers heard these words, which immediately caused a shock in the whole place. Where did this guy come from, to buy grasshoppers at such a high price? Our Jieka Company is a big brand, and our reputation is very guaranteed. You can catch it with confidence, and we will never default on your debt. We buy not only grasshoppers, but also other poisonous insects and snakes, and the price is higher.
You can take them and have a look.
Jieka employees picked up flyers one by one and handed them to the villagers, but some people could no longer bear it. For example, Miaoluan, after confirming that it was not a lie, immediately put down his sickle, took a snakeskin bag, and started looking around to catch grasshoppers. There shouldn't be too many grasshoppers in the autumn harvest fields. Just stamping your feet can startle a lot of them. Miaoluan often caught this thing to play with when he was a child, and now he can catch it accurately. When other people saw it, they imitated him one after another, for fear that all the grasshoppers in the field would be caught just in the blink of an eye. The villagers who originally harvested grains turned into insect-catching masters. Many people even ran home and called their wives, children, parents, and the whole family to join the battle. As the night grew dark, Miaoluan approached the Jieka employee for the third time and handed him the 2 kilograms of grasshoppers he had just caught.
10 yuan, keep it. After both parties cleared their money and goods, Jieka employees poured all the grasshoppers into a glass box.
Seeing that it was getting dark, they had to announce their temporary departure.
"It's too late. I'll come back tomorrow and I'll collect the insects, so don't worry."
After the employee of Jieka finished speaking, he drove into the van full of grasshoppers and left in a leisurely manner. The villagers in the same place were still talking about it, and everyone's face was full of excitement, because the harvest of catching insects in this day is much higher than their daily salary. Miaoluan counted the huayuan in his hand over and over again and found that there were 27 huayuan, which was almost his 2 days' income. With a silly smile on his face, Miaoluan said excitedly, "If they come here to collect the money every day, then my grandmother will be able to save enough money for medical treatment soon, and at the same time, my sister can go to school." His mother was bedridden due to a serious illness the year before last and could not find a doctor for treatment because she had no money. His biggest wish now is to save enough money to take his mother to a hospital in a big city for treatment. After collecting all the money, Miaoluan returned home. In the dark and narrow earthen house, the 12-year-old sister was busy in front of the stove. The dinner she prepared was only simple gruel and dried vegetables, and the clear soup was not watery. As soon as Miaoluan entered the house, he couldn't wait to tell his mother and sister what happened today. It wasn't until they saw the huayuan that Miaoluan took out that they believed he was really not talking nonsense.
"Mom, I won't tell you anymore.
I have to catch some more bugs while there is still time." After a quick dinner, Miaoluan went out again with a flashlight, looking for the poisonous insects that Jieka Company needed. Toads, poisonous snakes, scorpions, centipedes, etc. all come out at night, so they are suitable for catching at night. There are many villagers who have the same ideas as Miaoluan. Today's harvest stimulated many people and let them know that bugs are still so valuable. The next day, Miaoluan had dark circles under his eyes, and the same group of villagers stood at the entrance of the village, waiting eagerly until the loud horn sound came and the van appeared in sight. Miaoluan and the surrounding villagers cheered and swarmed around it. Last night's gain was another 20 yuan, and Miaoluan was very excited. There are even villagers who have caught venomous snakes and are showing off loudly because they have been sold for hundreds of yuan. These incomes are much more cost-effective for local villagers who mainly engage in farming than farming. So from this day on, the villagers ran around every day looking for various poisonous insects and snakes, and then exchanged them for huayuan from Jieka Company. Similar things happened not only in Laji village, but also in more than a dozen nearby villages and towns. For a time, the reputation of Jieko Company soared in the surrounding area, and even Mandar city had heard about it. The local villagers have a great impression of Jieka Company. Several poisonous insect purchasing sites are overcrowded every day. Catching insects has become the main source of income for many villagers. While these villagers were rejoicing at the increase in wealth brought by catching insects, they did not know that they had entered a carefully woven situation. As transactions become more frequent, their economy is being tied to the big tree of Jako. When people become more and more inseparable from Jiko, once Jiko falls, the entire Mande city economy will be in chaos and decline. That will also be the day when Mande city is completely dominated and bound. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Funds in place. The insect purchase plan went smoothly and in an orderly manner. In a warehouse in Lamau district, various poisonous insects and snakes purchased from the outside world were sent here. This time, the 1,000-handed centipede was lying on the ground, and its length was more than 9 meters long. The large amount of food eaten during this period allowed it to grow crazily. If someone discovered the 1,000-handed centipede, it would probably faint from fright. Not far from the 1,000-hand centipede, Sujie sat cross-legged on a purple futon, with refreshing sandalwood burning beside it. He took out a Ningyang pill from a jade bottle, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. The surging spiritual energy travels through the limbs and bones, and is then absorbed and stored in the meridians. During the practice, the 1,000-handed centipede shrank its body and lay on Sujie's waist, with its pale corpse hands attached to it. Time passed, hours passed. Sujie's spiritual energy became stronger and stronger, like a lotus breaking through the mud and emerging from the water. Finally, the accumulated spiritual power reached its peak and broke through a blocked meridian line. Bang! Sujie's spiritual power shone all over his body, and he was promoted to the 5th level of Yunling realm as if it were a matter of course. The resources purchased from the thousands of blood marrow crystals prepared in Tianyuan world allowed Sujie to improve by leaps and bounds in just 2 weeks. Now he has reached the 5th level of Yunling realm, which was unimaginable in the past. The 1,000-handed centipede climbed up Sujie's neck, rubbing it happily back and forth, and was also happy for Sujie's promotion. "You will be promoted soon." After touching the cold body of the 1,000-hand centipede, Sujie could feel the abundant vitality in the 1,000-hand centipede's body. Zitzi. 1,000-handed centipede neighed in response to it is evolving step by step towards the 3rd spiritual refinement. With a rich supply of poisonous insects, there will be almost no obstacles before it can be promoted to a mid-level goo insect. But Sujie thought more, because according to the records in the classics, after being promoted to the Middle grade goo insect. If the goo insect wants to continue to advance, in addition to relying on natural materials, earthly treasures, and time training, swallowing ordinary poisonous insects has no effect. It must be high grade poisonous insects, such as blue star. The poisonous insects will lose their effectiveness by then. When Su Jie came to Zen country, he was prepared for a rainy day and prepared in advance. Once the thousand-handed centipede is promoted to the middle level, Su Jie will bring some poisonous insects from the Tianyuan world. For example, the human-faced moth is a poisonous insect that is not of high quality. Then it is promoted to a lower grade by feeding a large number of poisonous insects, and then it is eaten by the thousand-handed centipede. In this way, the small fish eats the shrimp, and the big fish eats the small fish, completing a new set of evolutionary processes. To do this, Su Jie must completely control an area. After all, the poisonous insects in Tianyuan world brought blue star. Once discovered, Su Jie would inevitably become the center of attention and be observed under a magnifying glass by various forces and countries. In China, it would definitely not be possible for Su Jie to do this. He has too many poisonous insects, which can easily arouse others' curiosity and inquiry. When the time comes for inspection, the matter will be exposed. It is completely different in the Zen kingdom. The state machine here is weak. Controlling a region is equivalent to becoming independent. You can be the master of your own affairs. The confidentiality is much stronger. Leaving thousand-hand centipede in the warehouse to continue eating, Su Jie turned around and left, driving back to Jieka Company's location. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Lu Yingying walking over happily. Su Jie, we succeeded. Holding Su Jie's neck, Lu Yingying jumped and screamed happily. Stop, 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 what's going on? Su Jie patted the girl's butt and asked her to pay attention to her image. Hey, it's Manager Liang who's back, and he brought good news. Lu Yingying blushed and looked around with a guilty conscience. She was relieved when she found that no employees were paying attention. As soon as Su Jie heard this, he knew what was going on. When I walked into the company office, I saw Liang Lianjuan as expected. Fortunately, Mr. Su, our furniture has successfully opened up the market. As soon as Liang Lianjuan met, he immediately stood up and reported to Su Jie, with joy in his eyes overflowing. Tell me more about it. Su Jie asked Lu Yingying to pour tea while he sat opposite Liang Lianjuan. Yes. Liang Lianjuan moistened his throat and said, after the batch of wood was transported back to the factory, I arranged manpower nonstop and worked overtime to design and build it. First, I rushed to make a batch of furniture, and then contacted some wealthy business owners I knew before. A small furniture sale was held as soon as our furniture was unveiled. It immediately attracted the bosses and most of them were bought on the spot. Most of the friends of those wealthy businessmen were also wealthy people, and all the remaining furniture was sold the next day, and the news spread by word of mouth, and many wealthy people came to Tianyuan Home Furnishing to pay deposits and customize high-end furniture. At present, the first batch of payment and deposit we have received totals 500 million yuan. It is expected that all the timber will be sold, which will bring back 4.5 billion to 5 billion yuan. Holding back his excitement, Liang Lianjuan reported the progress of Tianyuan Home Furnishing one by one. At present, the high-end furniture market in China has always been in short supply. The emergence of Tianyuan Home Furnishing, relying on those top-quality woods, can easily carve out the most delicious piece of the market cake into your own bowl. With the temperament of wealthy people in China, it is impossible not to be tempted by high-end furniture that can show their taste and wealth. That's why after discovering that Tianyuan Home Furnishing sells high-end furniture, there was such a hot buying scene. Su Jie's eyelids jumped when he heard the number 500 million. Don't blame him for his lack of determination. A year ago, he was an ordinary person who had just graduated and couldn't find a job. Now he has hundreds of millions in cash flow and a batch of goods worth billions. Even though Su Jie had already prepared in his heart, he still felt excited. Manager Liang, I really saw you right. If nothing else, I must stay and have a drink tonight. In addition, you will not be short of dividends or anything like that. Don't dare, don't dare. It all depends on Mr. Su's batch of logs. Otherwise, even if I have great ability, I still wouldn't be able to sell it at this price. Liang Lianjuan waved his hands modestly, and what he said was true. The biggest key to Tianyuan Home Furnishing's success lies in the high quality of the logs. Su Jie's words made him blush. Mr. Liang, stop being modest. How can we not have a drink at such a happy event? Then I'll have a drink with Mr. Su.
Liang Lianjuan felt that Su Jie valued him, and he had the feeling that a scholar would die for his confidant. After chatting with Liang Lianjuan for a few more words, Su Jie saw that Liang Lianjuan, who had come here by car after a transfer, was a little tired, so Su Jie asked him to go down and rest first. Ying informed Jieka Biotech to start the second set of plans. It is time for our Jieka company to expand. Su Jie told Lu Yingying that due to lack of funds, the insect catching plan was only carried out in a dozen villages and towns. Now that the funds are in place, Su Jie naturally does not want to make small fuss anymore and plans to completely cover the entire area around Mandek City. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Something Happened. Please vote for me, please read. Following Su Jie's order, Jieko Company received the order, and Jieko employees rushed in all directions to spread the scope of the insect catching plan to the entire Mandeching area, especially in hundreds of towns and villages. Farmers with meager incomes celebrated with their families and happily joined the insect catching team. Suddenly, the Mandeching area was full of people wandering in the mountains and fields. These people all went into the mountains to catch insects in order to sell poisonous insects and snakes to Jieka Company. At each of the sales stations set up by Jieka Company, there are long queues in front of the door, and there is a constant flow of people from morning to night, carrying newly caught poisonous insects to sell. The sudden surge in the number of insects was more than the 1,000-handed centipede could digest at once, so large tracts of land and warehouses were purchased. Chen Yaoguang, who was specially transferred from China by Su Jie, led a group of breeding experts to transform these warehouses into insect farms, allowing more people to work for Jieka Company, not only in rural areas, but also in Mandar City. A large number of citizens joined the insect catching team, because the income from catching insects is far greater than the meager salary earned from work. The vigorous insect catching plan of Jieko Company was launched with great vigor, and some local rentiers only viewed it as a joke, because in their opinion, Jieka Company simply has money and nowhere to spend it, and it won't take long for the company to run out of money. But after 10 days, Jieka Company is still prosperous. 20 days have passed, and Jieka Company's acquisition site is still crowded with people every day. 1 month later, the expansion of Jieko Company continues, and the number of employees recruited has even exceeded 2,500. Hundreds of thousands of people in most of the Mandalay region are working for Jieko Company, catching bugs for it. Even because there are so many people, in order to protect local insect resources and reduce the number of poisonous insects brought by insect hunting, resulting in a sharp drop in people's income, Jieko Company also thoughtfully proposed the initiative of using people to raise insects. They distributed poisonous insects to the local people for free and taught them how to cultivate them artificially. They chanted loud slogans such as, "Get rich by raising insects," "To be well off, raise insects first, if you want to get rich, Jacko will lead the way," and so on. Under this overwhelming publicity and wealth offensive, almost all the labor force in the Mandar City area was involved in the insect catching torrent set off by Jacko. At this time, the rentier class in the Mandeching area could no longer sit still. Because people don't want to give them jobs anymore, they just want to go to Jieka Company. In front of the building where Jieka Company is stationed, a jeep drove over, followed by 2 military vehicles, and jumped out of a group of green uniformed soldiers holding AKs. A well-dressed officer in a crisp military uniform and shiny leather shoes stepped out of a jeep and swaggered into Jieko Company with the support of a group of soldiers. The employees working in the building looked stunned and didn't know what was going on. It wasn't until they saw the leading officer clearly that many of the employees' expressions changed and they recognized the other person's identity. Because this face is so famous in the Mandeb area, this person is Lu Wenba, the actual controller of the Mandar Mande Alliance Army, and more people call him General Lu. This person is from the Lu family, one of the 3 major families. He has more than 1,000 troops in the Mandaliver army, possesses a large number of guns and ammunition, light and heavy machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers and other armaments. He also operates tax collection, casinos, brothels, entertainment cities, opium, fraud, organ trading and other businesses are the proper local overlords in the Mandeb area. In the Mande area, the most sensational thing Lu Wenba did was that a large-scale escape occurred in an electronic fraud park under his name. He sent troops to encircle and suppress an unknown number of people, killing and wounding an unknown number of people. Half the street was stained with blood. Red. Wu Wenba pointed at an employee and said, "Where is the person in charge here?" Boss went out to the countryside to inspect insect farms. The employee who was pointed out trembled all over and explained shakily, "Are you kidding me?" Wu Wenba showed a ferocious smile, pulled out the pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger without saying a word. Or bang! The employee who was being questioned was shot in the stomach, blood gushed out and stained his clothes red.
and he fell to the ground struggling in pain.
Tell me, where is our boss?
Pointing at another employee, Wu Wenbo continued to ask, highlighting his arrogance and not taking shooting in the streets seriously at all.
I really went to the countryside. I don't know where the boss is.
The second employee almost burst into tears when he saw the unlucky guy from before, and none of the other employees dared to speak up. They were all trembling because other soldiers were also aiming their AK guns at them. Wu Wenbo snorted coldly, knowing that his visit was not a coincidence this time, and the employees did not have the guts to lie to him. Ask your boss to go to my military camp when he comes back.
From now on, your JICO company must pay 80% of the special business tax.
If you don't pay, then you tell him what will happen to a Chinese who offends me here. After saying that, Wu Wenbo pointed his gun at the ceiling and fired all the bullets in one shot. Then he waved his hand and led the team away with his hands behind his back. It wasn't until Wu Wenbo walked away that the employees panicked and rescued the injured on the ground and hurriedly sent them to the hospital for treatment. As for calling the police, no one did that, because the police station is just Wu Wenbo's dog. No dog dares to control its owner. Laji Village, Su Jie is inspecting a breeding farm here, and Chen Yaoguang is accompanying Su Jie. Mr. Su, we have helped the villagers transform centipede farms and scorpion farms according to local conditions. The tropical climate and temperature here are very suitable for the growth of poisonous insects. As long as serious diseases do not occur, the breeding can be easily completed. Chen Yaoguang pointed to a small breeding farm, which was renovated from an abandoned earthen house. Centipedes crawled in and out between the cracks in the bricks and broken tiles. A dark-skinned young man was working, throwing mealworms inside as food for the centipedes. Su Jie nodded, walked up and asked the dark-skinned young man, "What's your name?"
This is Mr. Su, the boss of our JICO company.
Chen Yaoguang reminded that because he often went to the countryside to teach villagers breeding techniques, many people recognized him.
My name is Miao Luan. Are you the big boss of JICO company?
Hearing Chen Yaoguang's words, Miao Luan trembled all over. He was so excited that he wanted to come up and shake hands but didn't dare.
If it's true, I would like to ask, are you satisfied with your current life?
Su Jie took the initiative to step forward, patted the other party's shoulder, and asked with a kind smile.
Satisfied, of course I am satisfied.
Since your JICO company came here, the money I exchanged for catching insects cured my mother's illness and allowed my sister to go to school again. Now my family has invested in the poisonous insect farm run by the village.
This is the life I want to live day and night.
Miao Luan spoke passionately about what happened around him, and when the villagers working near the farm heard that the big boss of JICO company was coming, they all gathered around him and expressed their gratitude. Su Jie smiled and responded one by one. At this moment, Lu Yingying ran over in a panic and shouted to Su Jie, "Mr. Su, something happened."
End of chapter.
Chapter 46 Security Department. The Mandarin United Army attacked our company headquarters this morning and shot and wounded an employee. General Lu Wenbo of the Mandarin United Army also promised you to go to the military camp to meet him. Lu Yingying quickly reconstructed what happened at JICO company. From her hurried tone, it was not difficult to hear her anxiety. After operating in Monde City for more than a month, no one has heard of the evil names of the Monde United Army and Lu Wenbo. Let me go meet him, it's interesting.
After listening to Lu Yingying's story, Su Jie seemed very calm.
Su Jie, that warlord wants to take away our property, and it seems they won't give up. Seeing Su Jie still smiling, Lu Yingying thought that Su Jie didn't understand the seriousness of the matter.
I know.
Su Jie nodded and said calmly, "After all, we have touched their interests. I am not surprised at all by such a reaction. Boss Lu Wenbo is causing trouble for you." At this time, Miao Luan, who was standing aside, heard Lu Yingying's words because he was close, and his eyes became fierce. Su Jie glanced at the other party and said, "Do you have a grudge against him?" "Not just me, many people have a grudge against him. The opium he grew has harmed many people. He also has the final say in the grain companies in the city. He sells fertilizers and pesticides at high prices every year, and the prices of the purchased grains are extremely low,
making us unable to make money all year round, and sometimes we have to lose money."
Miao Luan gritted his teeth and shouted to the surrounding villagers, "Everyone, JICO company is going to be destroyed by that bastard Lu Wenbo, and we must not sit idly by and watch. What, we want to destroy Jieka Company? No, absolutely not. We want to sell insects, but we can't let that bastard spoil the good thing.
But that's Lu Wenbo, who has troops in his hands. What can we do?
As soon as these words came out, many nearby villagers responded in unison. Of course, there were also some who were afraid. They lowered their heads and did not dare to speak out, or hid silently back home.
Have you seen that people's hearts can be used? Su Jie smiled at Lu Yingying.
Perhaps these villagers were just for the promise of Jieka Company and the improvement in their lives brought about by the year-round insect purchase contract, but being able to stand up at this time represents the importance of Jieka Company in their hearts and their willingness to contribute. Su Jie is already very pleased.
I have seen everyone's thoughts.
If you are interested, you can join the newly established security department of our Jieko Company to protect Jieko Company from criminals.
Su Jie saw people's public opinions and announced the news. Security department, can I sign up now?
It was Miaoluan who spoke, and his support for Jieka Company was sincere. Without Jieko Company, my mother is still bedridden and my sister cannot go to school, so the last thing I want to see is Jieko Company be destroyed. Many villagers are in the same situation as Miaoluan. Jieka Company has brought them a new life, so they all expressed their support.
Yingying, go and arrange for people to prepare for registration. Write down everyone who signed up.
Su Jie gave an order, then walked up to a high platform, looked around, and said, "Think about what this land has brought to you. Apart from poverty and chaos, the rulers here only need you to do honest farming. Machines, they have sold their blood and sweat for their glory and wealth. Now that they see Jieko Company leading you to make a fortune, they are anxious, scared, afraid that you people will no longer obey their orders and make money for them honestly." Su Jie slowly raised his right hand, his voice calm and bewildered.
What salary did you earn in the past? 300 to 400 Chinese dollars a month. You lived a life without a meal. How many people were sick and had no money to see them?
Your children couldn't read a single word. Your mud house was in dilapidated condition. Look now, after our Jieka Company came, we built roads for your village, built a primary school, and doubled your income.
Last week, we even sent doctors to the countryside for free to check and treat the villagers.
Su Jie's tone became increasingly fierce, and the sincere emotion in his eyes made many villagers think back on the past and feel more and more good about Jieka Company. I am a Chinese and have not long since arrived in Mandeb City, but I have also heard of Lu Wenbo's reputation. This warlord monopolized the transportation and electricity here, and ran illegal mining, gambling, brothels, opium and other businesses. Your poverty is caused by him, and Jieka Company, which led you to make a fortune, has naturally become a thorn in the opponent's side. Some people may ask, you are just a Chinese, what does this have to do with you? I tell you, just because I have also suffered poverty and suffered a brutal dictatorship like you, I sympathize with you, so I came all the way here to create Jieka Company. Everything I did was for lead everyone out of poverty, and now there are people who don't want you to live a good life and want to destroy everything for you. You ask, what should we do? The last sentence turned into a loud roar. Kill them. If Jieko Company is driven away, won't we have to live the same miserable life as in the past? Whoever dares to touch Jieko Company, I will fight with him. My 5 children now rely on Jieko Company to have enough food to eat. If Jieko Company disappears, who will feed my children? The villagers were incited by Su Jie's words and immediately became violent. They held up sickles and hoes. Some even brought homemade shotguns and shouted one after another. Lu Yingying's body trembled slightly when she saw the incited villagers around her. Their faces were so unfamiliar. A pair of red eyes, a face that was ferocious with anger. This was a sight she had never seen before. Chen Yaoguang took a breath. Things that he had only seen in history books in the past seemed to be performed in front of him now. He felt that if Su Jie did this, there might be a big turmoil in Mandeb City. When Su Jie saw the fiery scene below, a smile appeared on his lips. The Zen Kingdom itself is a poor and chaotic country. There has never been an end to civil war here since the founding of the country, and you can hear news of warlords fighting each other from time to time. Such a country is fragile, especially in the areas around Mandeb City. Lu Wenbo controls most of the money-making businesses, and he also runs various illegal businesses and exploits the poor local farmers. This has also caused local class conflicts to be extremely fierce. It only takes a spark to detonate, and JICA Company is the key to igniting this powder keg, people. As long as you have experienced wonderful things and then return to the poor and backward life of the past, this gap is unacceptable. After experiencing Lu Wenba's rule and the generous life brought by JICA Company, it is self-evident who the villagers will choose. End of chapter. Chapter 47. Entering the city. Seeing the villagers becoming more and more excited, Su Jie threw the last bomb and announced the benefits of joining the security department. Now if you want to sign up for the security department, come to the right and sign here. After being screened, you can become a member of JICA's security department. At the same time, I hereby solemnly declare that if you join the security department, your family members will receive medical protection from JICA Company when they are sick, your children can go to school for free, and you will also enjoy a monthly salary of 4,000 Chinese yuan. If you are injured in a battle assigned by the security department, the company will subsidize your salary. In addition to a large subsidy in case of death, JICA Company will also be responsible for supporting your family members. The elderly will take care of them until they die, and their children will be raised. The security department was established with only one goal, which is to protect the employees and property of JICA Company, and to combat all organizations and forces that want to persecute JICA Company, including what I call the Mandarin United Army. Are you willing to join? As soon as these words came out, the villagers who were just enthusiastic at first became even more excited. Such a good salary package is almost 10 times their previous salary, coupled with other benefits and benefits. Even the villagers who originally wanted to withdraw are now rushing to sign up. Such treatment, even if you work as a soldier for the Zen government, is far inferior to this condition. Isn't it just risking your life? They are going to die anyway, as long as they have money. Who is afraid of this? Suddenly, the registration point was almost crowded by villagers. Not only young men were lining up, but also men and women in their 40s and 50s. As for war, the people of Zen have always been tough. After all, it is a multi-ethnic country. The wars caused by the conflicts between various ethnic groups for so many years have already penetrated into their bones, so there is no psychological burden or fear at all. Don't be nervous. It's time for us to take control of Mandarin City. It's others who should be afraid. Su Jie walked down the high platform and noticed the fear and uneasiness in Lu Yingying's heart, so he comforted her very naturally. Are we going too far by doing this? Lu Yingying did not doubt whether Su Jie could do it, but it was just that JICA Company, which used to be an ordinary business, was now trying to overthrow the local warlord's rule, and it was difficult to change for a while. Others are going to plunder our property, why aren't we allowed to resist? Su Jie patted Lu Yingying on the shoulder and chuckled. Look at these villagers who are so enthusiastic about joining our JICA security department. This has proven that we are on the right path. Lu Yingying hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. Even if she wanted to object now, it was impossible. She could not control Su Jie's will. Su Jie, you are right. Biting her lip, Lu Yingying made up her mind. You will see that I am successful. Next, this place will become the territory of JICA Company, and we will take whatever you want. Touching Lu Yingying's pretty face, Su Jie did not hide his ambition for the Mandeching area. Looking at Su Jie's confident and ambitious eyes, Lu Yingying's heart beat faster for some reason, feeling that the man in front of her became more attractive. After JICA Company announced the establishment of a security department, in just 3 days, it swept hundreds of villages and towns around Mandarin City. JICA employees who had previously gone to the countryside to buy poisonous insects were transformed into military recruiters, carrying loudspeakers and going around the streets to promote the disease. After hearing the news, there was a steady stream of applicants, and the recruitment stations in every township were crowded with villagers. After 3 days of screening, 8,000 young adults have officially become employees of the security department. This is the result of strict selection. If we let go, the number of people will have to somersault upward. The big move of JICA Company was so fast that the JICA Security Department had already been established before the Mandarin United Army could react. After a brief training, the newly established JICA Security Department received orders to eradicate the cancer of the Mandarin United Army that had been entrenched in Mandarin City for many years. Suddenly, dilapidated tractors, vans, and tricycles were filled with people on the dirt roads from major villages to Mandeb City. Members of JICA's security department wearing blue uniforms were holding spears, carrying soil guns, and holding detonators. They sat on the tractor's dump truck and gathered into long lines, heading towards Mandai City from all directions. In front of a police station in Mandalay, several policemen stared dumbfoundedly at the long line of tractors that could not be seen in front of them. The black smoke rising from the tractor almost covered half of the sky. Looking from a distance, one might have thought it was a torrent of steel composed of tanks and chariots.
What's going on? What are they going to do? Are they rebelling?
A policeman was full of confusion and puzzlement, but before he could figure it out, intensive gunshots were heard, bang bang bang. The range and accuracy of the soil gun were so poor that the security department in the tractor's dump truck only took a rough aim and didn't know where the bullets went. It's a pity that these police officers are not elites. On the contrary, they usually eat, drink, go whoring and gamble, and they don't eat anything but corpses. When it comes to a life and death fight, they don't have the courage to draw their guns. Don't shoot, don't kill us, we surrender, we surrender. A group of policemen lay on the ground shivering until the gate was broken and a large number of GECO security members disarmed them without any resistance throughout the process.
Let you bully others on weekdays.
A group of GECO security members grabbed the police officers, some of whom had been bullied and blackmailed. Naturally, a good punch was inevitable at this time, which made the policemen cry and howl. After a small episode, the security forces marched into Mandai City. The residents of the city were also confused. Then they saw that under the guidance of some GECO employees, members of the security department had a clear division of labor and rushed to the casinos, brothels, opium factories, fraud parks, and some residential properties in Mandai City. The mansions of the rich and powerful, these are all Lu Wenba's properties, and the officials and dignitaries who colluded with him. Lu Wenba has been domineering in Mandai City for many years, and he has become a local emperor. There are countless people in Mandar City colluding with it, and these industries have been developed and expanded by him, becoming a cash cow for maintaining the Mandar United Army. In these industries, Lu Wenba did not arrange many people to garrison, and the weapons were also very backward, with not many firearms, because in his opinion, he, Lu Wenba, was the overlord of Mandai City, and anyone who had eaten the heart of a bear would dare to provoke a leopard. Therefore, when the members of the security department arrived, these thugs from the fraud park and casino were dumbfounded when faced with the thousands of security departments rushing towards them with great force.
Even if the members of GECO's security were only armed with shotguns, and even if GECO's security was also a mob, the two sides still easily defeated them with novices pecking at each other, and most of them even raised their hands and surrendered. In just a few hours, Mandeb City was completely occupied by the security department. In addition to Lu Wenba's industries, there are also local power stations, government buildings, television stations, airports, grain depots, and other key locations. As many as 700 to 800 people were arrested and imprisoned, most of whom were Lu Wenba's subordinates and colluded with officials. It was only then that Lu Wenba, who was far away in the military camp, received the news and became furious. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Mandar United Army. 50 kilometers southwest of Mandeb City, a military camp with guard towers, combat readiness warehouses, barracks, school grounds, and soldiers patrolling back and forth is located here. This is the base camp of the Man Democratic Alliance Army, where thousands of soldiers are stationed. These troops, which were cultivated by relying on drug trafficking, casinos, fraud parks, brothels, etc. as military resources, are Lu Wenba's biggest trump card and the capital that enables him to run rampant in the Mandeching area. This time, in a luxuriously decorated villa in the military camp, Lu Wenba held the phone tightly and roared, "You can't deal with a group of farmers. They are trash. They are all trash. What's the use of raising you?" The person on the other end of the phone was the mayor of Mandai City, who was reporting to him in a panic about the riots that occurred in Mandai City, after learning that a large number of his properties had been occupied and destroyed by the security department of GECO Company. The warlord leader was furious. He ignored the call for help from the market on the other end of the phone and threw the phone down. "Come here, immediately order the entire army to mobilize, prepare weapons and ammunition, and follow me into the city to quell the riot. Anyone who sees anyone from GECO Company will be killed without mercy." Lu Wenba found his adjutant and issued murderous instructions. "Yes, General, I will mobilize the troops now." The adjutant saw that Lu Wenba was in a bad mood, so he did not dare to offend him again and hurriedly took the order and left. Soon, there were shouts and rallies throughout the military camp, and groups of soldiers ran out of the barracks and gathered on the school field. Lu Wenba put on a general officer's uniform full of medals, and with a command knife on his waist, he walked up to the podium in front of the school ground.
He stood in front of the microphone and loudly said, "My children, today, something happened in Mandar City." In a premeditated and vicious riot, thugs hired by Jico Company attacked Mandar City, occupied and destroyed our casinos, brothels and fraud parks, and even threatened to wipe out our Mandar United Army. The voice spread throughout the audience through the microphone, and the faces of the soldiers in green uniforms changed slightly, and their eyes became particularly fierce.
How did you get the funds to join the Mandar United Army and allow you to live a prosperous life? It all depends on my various industries in Mandar City. The Jico Company is cutting off our routes. We can let them go. What? Can't.
The roar of mountains and tsunamis came, and thousands of soldiers raised their guns and responded to Lu Wenba with their anger against Jica Company. As soldiers of the Mandar United Army, they certainly know what they are doing, and they have never scrupled about following the warlords to do evil. As long as they can make money and get rich, they are willing to kill people and do evil. Jico Company, a despicable and shameless company, is trying to unite with those mud-legged people to overthrow my rule. Today we will tell him that no matter how powerful your Jico Company is, only we, the United Mande Army, are the ones who call the shots in Mandar City. Children, take your spears and steel knives, follow me into Mandar City, and kill everyone in Jico Company.
Lu Wenba showed a cruel smile and loudly announced the order to mobilize for war.
Kill, 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 kill them all. The soldiers stood up suddenly, loaded their guns on their backs, and ran towards the military vehicles in an orderly manner. Several infantry fighting vehicles also started driving, and an armed helicopter hovered in the sky.
This was Lu Wenba's entire wealth. Jica Company, I really think we are still in ancient times.
We still want to achieve success by relying on mud. Seeing the spectacular sight of his own army traveling, Lu Wenba suddenly felt proud. What bullshit Jico Company is, it just relies on a bunch of idiots and doesn't even have a few good guns. As soon as your own army arrives, you can destroy it with overwhelming force. The leader of the army had just walked out of the military camp and was about to rush to Mande City. However, a military vehicle driving in front suddenly slowed down and stopped, and the long queue that followed also stopped.
What's going on?
Lu Wenba, who was sitting in the jeep, asked dissatisfiedly. The staff officer next to him hung up the communication and said in shock, "General, there is someone blocking the road in front of you.
He claims to be the boss of Jica Company and wants to come see you."
What? You heard that right? Lu Wenba was also stunned when he heard this, almost thinking that he heard wrongly. Yet he didn't go to Jica Company to cause trouble, but their boss actually dared to come to him alone.
Is he really not afraid of death?
General, the other party calls himself Su Jia, which is the name of the boss of Jica Company. The staff officer confirmed, his face full of surprise. If we can take down the big boss of Jico Company first, then most of the battle will have been won.
Ha, what a fool.
I asked him to catch him in front of me.
I want to see what he looks like.
He actually dares to tease us, the United Mandar Army.
A cold smile appeared on Lu Wenba's lips.
If it weren't for Jica Company, he wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. As for Su Jia, the mastermind behind all this, he wanted to tear him apart and skin him. This time, in front of the army, Su Jia was standing alone with his hands folded on his chest, looking at the army. Most soldiers march on two legs, and their individual equipment is only an AK. There are only dozens of military vehicles and other vehicles, plus a few infantry fighting vehicles and an armed helicopter, which is what this unit has.
All firepower equipment. It's so shabby.
Even after making so much money, I didn't know how to equip the troops with some good equipment.
I spent it all on enjoyment.
Su Jia shook his head, thinking about the news he heard.
It is said that Lu Wenba likes to have fun.
He not only owns a private jet, but also buys many luxury homes and cars around the world. Most of the money earned through various illegal businesses is spent on personal enjoyment. While Su Jia was sizing up the army, a dozen soldiers with guns surrounded him, looking at Su Jia mockingly and coldly.
He is the boss of Jica Company. He is so young.
It must be very enjoyable to torture him for a while. I want to see him kneel down and beg for mercy. I heard that he is a Chinese.
Do you think we will reason with him? How dare you come here alone? Ha, I like killing Chinese people the most.
When I was sent to guard the fraud park, the Chinese people there were so interesting. When I first came here, they all clamored to go home. After we chopped off their hands and feet, they put them in water jail. All of them are docile and honest." The soldiers commented unscrupulously on Su Jie and burst into laughter from time to time. The general said, "Capture him and interview him." A platoon leader put down his walkie-talkie and waved his hand after receiving the order. The soldiers immediately swarmed forward and wanted to detain Su Jie and take him to Lu Wenba. Su Jie moved his shoulders and chuckled, "I won't bother you to do anything. I will go over to see him myself." As soon as they finished speaking, these soldiers suddenly saw a flash of silver light out of the corner of their eyes, followed by a pain in their necks. Their vision was spinning, and they lost consciousness. The soldiers who surrounded Su Jie had their necks cut off in just a moment, and their heads rolled down to Su Jie's feet. End of chapter. Chapter 49 Destruction Buzz. The white bone Tianxia sword hovered in front of Su Jie, and there was no blood on the sword, as if the murder and beheading just now was just an illusion. The Mandarin United Army's pupils shook violently and their mouths opened wide. They saw Su Jie standing there with a strange flying sword spinning in front of him, cutting off the necks of more than a dozen comrades in an instant. The strange and terrifying sight made the hands and feet of a large number of soldiers feel cold. All kinds of superstitious legends were recalled in their minds for a while. Su Jie gently stroked the white bone Tianxia sword and chuckled, "Go ahead and kill them all." Whoosh, the white bone Tianxia sword vibrated, flew away quickly, turned into a silver line of death, and cut off the necks of the soldiers who were still at a loss. The speed of the flying sword is so fast that it is difficult for ordinary people to catch it with their naked eyes. Wherever the flying sword passed, many soldiers had no time to react, and their heads rolled off their necks with a bang. The smell of blood filled the air, and in just 10 seconds, a large number of soldiers died under the white bone sword. Open fire on this monster." Some soldiers finally reacted and shouted a warning. Some soldiers aimed their guns at Su Jie, while others tried to shoot the bone sword. All the bullets fired at the white bone Tianxia sword missed, and when the bullets fired at Su Jie came, a thousand-handed centipede came out of his sleeve and turned into a human shield to block the front. The bullets bounced away from the insect shells, leaving only a little white mark. These troops fed with drug money are still very tough. Some soldiers saw that their bullets were running out, so they took aim at the thousand-handed centipede with their rocket launchers and pulled the trigger. Boom! The fireball exploded by the rocket made the thousand-handed centipede scream twice, and the insect shell was cracked. The heavy machine gun on an infantry fighting vehicle rotated, and blazing tongues of flame spurted out for 2 meters. 30mm armor-piercing incendiary bombs flew in, piercing the shell of the thousand-handed centipede, and green insect blood flowed out. Fortunately, thousand-hand centipede has super self-healing ability. The injured part turned into small centipedes and peeled off, and the wound recovered very quickly. It's useful. He's afraid of rocket launchers and machine guns. Quickly fire and kill him. The soldiers shouted excitedly, seeing hope, and more heavy weapons came to fire. It seems that we still can't resist heavy firepower. Su Jie tested the thousand-hand centipede's defense capabilities. These were just ordinary heavy firepower. If armor-piercing bullets or missiles from tanks are used, the thousand-handed centipede at this stage will definitely not be able to withstand it. Forget it, let's deal with them first. After figuring out the thousand-hand centipede's defense limit in the face of modern heavy firepower, Su Jie changed his mind and used the Qinghong sword technique with all his strength. The white bone heavily evil sword roared towards him, its flying speed surged. Several soldiers carrying rocket launchers were stunned before they were cut in half by flying swords. The flying sword continued unabated and penetrated the armor of an infantry fighting vehicle, killing all the personnel inside. Before drilling out from the top, suddenly, there was an explosion-like sound in the air. A missile flew from a distance and landed at the location of the bone sword, causing a huge fireball. The nearby soldiers were not spared. They were swept away by the huge shockwave and knocked down a large area. The violent explosion caused the entire battlefield to fall into silence. Immediately after the sound returned, the white bone Tianxia sword flew out of the smoke without any damage and flew towards the armed helicopter that had just attacked him. The armed helicopter flying from behind had just opened its rocket launch nest when it saw silver light coming in an instant and cutting off the propeller in the air. Falling down, the plane lost control. The two pilots were terrified and pulled the joystick frantically, trying to make the helicopter spin and land. Unfortunately, all this was in vain. The high speed and irregular rotation of the helicopter caused them to swing around in the cockpit. The helicopter also lost all control and exploded into a ball of fireworks on the ground. After resolving several huge threats, the white-bone sword of heavenly evil has no scruples. Military vehicles were pierced by flying swords, and blood flowed freely, dyeing the earth red. The soldiers holding light weapons were even more miserable. Wherever the flying sword passed, the soldiers, whether they were standing or lying down, were all cut in half by the flying sword. They were still alive for a while, and could only drag half of their bodies and crawl on the ground.
Their miserable howls were continuous and heartbreaking.
My waist is broken, someone come and save me.
Wu, this guy is not a human being. I want to go home, I want to go home.
We have offended the gods, and this is his punishment for us. Everyone knelt down and prayed with me, praying for the gods' forgiveness. The morale of the United Man and Germany army suddenly collapsed. Everyone said that the defeat was overwhelming. The united army of Man in Germany that had the courage to resist before were strangled by flying swords. Everyone was shouting in fear, and all thoughts of resistance were reduced. All they knew was that dropping their weapons and fleeing. After patting the thousand-handed centipede, Su Jie calmly gave the order, "Don't let anyone escape."
Su Jie is destined not to let them go. Only the dead can keep secrets.
All witnesses must be eliminated today, the thousand-handed centipede hissed, and the pale corpse hands detached from the insect's body, chasing the fleeing soldiers. The corpse hands clung to their bodies and broke their necks. At the same time, each soldier was killed by Fei Jian accurately. Even if the soldiers tried to throw smoke bombs to interfere with Fei Jian's sight, it was useless. Soldiers are dying every minute and every second. The entire Man Democratic Army has turned into a slaughterhouse and is dying at a terrifying speed. Liu Wenba, who was waiting for Su Jie to be captured, heard the firing and didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that Su Jie had just brought some men to resist. However, huge explosions kept coming, and he even witnessed his own armed helicopter crashing and exploding next to him.
What happened? What happened? Liu Wenba grabbed the staff officer and wanted to get an answer.
Report to the general. The soldiers said they encountered non-human beings, and the boss of Jiko Company is a monster. The staff officer opened his mouth tremblingly, but was slapped away by Liu Wenba.
I don't have time to joke with you now. Did the security department of Jiko Company come over? He got the arms from there.
Liu Wenba's face was ferocious. He didn't believe the counselor's lies at all, and no normal person would believe it. He believed that Jiko Company must have secretly purchased arms, armed those mud-legged soldiers, and launched an attack on his Manda United Army. Click. Just when Liu Wenba was thinking this, he suddenly felt that the sky was getting dark, as if something was blocking the sunlight. Liu Wenba raised his head and saw a scene he would never forget. A giant centipede nearly 10 meters long, extremely ferocious and terrifying, pressed on top of his head. Its cold and ruthless insect eyes rotated, making the hair on his body stand upright and his breathing stagnant. Hey, this is General Liu, right? I'm the boss of Jiko Company. Didn't you ask me to come over to see you? I shouldn't be late. Su Jie stood on top of thousand-handed centipede, looking down at Liu Wenba with a kind smile. If one could ignore the burning chariot behind Su Jie, the broken limbs and broken arms everywhere, and the howling soldiers who were not completely dead, then this smile could be called harmless to both humans and animals. End of chapter. Chapter 50 Execution. Seeing Su Jie's weird and terrifying figure with his own eyes, Liu Wenba finally understood why the previous staff officer reported that way, because the boss of Jiko Company is really a non-human being. Why don't you speak? Su Jie jumped off the thousand-handed centipede's back and walked step by step to Liu Wenba. Who are you? Liu Wenba's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead. Su Jie's existence shattered his worldview. How could there be such a supernatural power in the world? Could it be that the ghosts, gods, and devils in the legend are real and that I have been concealed and deceived since I was a child? I'm just an ordinary businessman. Su Jie walked up to Liu Wenba, his smile even brighter. Liu Wenba, don't come over, I told you not to come over. Trembling, Liu Wenba pulled out a gold-plated pistol from his waist. His eyes were full of fear, and the gun was pointed at Su Jie, but it did not give him the slightest sense of security. TSK, it was you who asked me to come over to meet you, and now you tell me not to come over. Is there something wrong with your brain? Su Jie grinned. Liu Wenba's eyes were dazzled, and the golden pistol fell into Su Jie's hand. The taste is good, it will be a good addition to my collection. After playing with it for a while, Su Jie threw it into the storage bag, but Lu Wenba had lost all courage and fell to the ground weakly. He no longer had the warlord demeanor that had shocked the world in the past. I am a member of the Wu family, one of the three major families. If you dare to kill me, my family will never let you go. Facing such an inhuman monster, he could only move out of his backstage in an attempt to scare Su Jie away. In the Zen Kingdom, in addition to the government army, there are many major warlords. The three major families, the Wu family, the Bai family, and the Lu family, control a large part of the economic and political resources of the Zen Kingdom. They can secretly control certain political elections and influence the Zen Kingdom. Very powerful. Lu Wenba is from the Wu family, one of the three major families. After hearing this, Su Jie shook his head repeatedly. Kill you? No, 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 you can't die now. Lu Wenba's face lit up, thinking that his family had suppressed the other party. Let me go quickly, or my family it would be ashamed to kill you now. Nothing is more shocking than being executed on the spot. Many people want to see you executed with their own eyes. Lu Wenba's voice stopped. He still didn't understand what Su Jie was thinking. He wanted to kill a chicken with his own head to scare the monkeys. Su Jie knelt down, picked up a bayonet, inserted it into Lu Wenba's mouth and smashed his tongue to prevent him from talking nonsense. He ignored his screams and threw him into the jeep. At the same time, the thousand-hand centipede's pale corpse hands also eliminated the last group of soldiers who escaped. Under Su Jie's order, they dug mass graves and buried all the corpses in them. The subsequent battlefields can be handed over to the security department to clean up and collect useful firearms and equipment. The military camp of the Mandur United Army can be used as the headquarters camp of the newly established Jiko Security Department. After dealing with all this, Su Jie drove into the jeep and headed back to Mandek City, Mandela City, in the central square. A large number of citizens gathered here, because employees of Jiko Company were everywhere in the city, publicizing the destruction of the Mandaliver army. At the same time, Lu Wenba was captured and wanted to be convicted and executed in public. As soon as this news came out, citizens naturally gathered to watch. When the time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a team of Jieka security guards carried the limp Lu Wenba and brought him to the square. At this moment, the whole square was in a sensation. The Mandeching area has been harmed by Lu Wenba for too long. Over the years he has been a warlord. He has made people angry with all kinds of arbitrary taxation. Now seeing him being dragged along like a dead dog, naturally people cheered and applauded. This time, near the square, Su Jie smiled and patted a middle-aged man on the shoulder. This is the newly appointed mayor, and Sangchun, the former deputy mayor of Mandek City. He said, Mayor, and it's your turn to take office. You should know everything you need to say, right? I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will definitely comply with your request. As the mayor, Sangchun nodded and bowed to Su Jie, almost showing his loyalty to Su Jie, just because Sangchun clearly knew how he came to power, and he also knew that as long as the other party wanted to, he could dismiss himself at any time and replace himself with a puppet as mayor. Go ahead. Su Jie waved his hand, and Sangchun did not dare to delay. He trotted up to the temporary high platform. After seeing Lu Wenba being brought up, he said into the microphone, I am the new mayor of Mandek City, and Sangchun. Please look, everyone. This is Lu Wenba, who has been poisoning the Mande area for many years, also known as Lu Wenba. General Lu. I would like to express my special thanks to Jieka Company for assisting our city government in capturing him. The so-called Mandarian United Army under his name has also been wiped out. We no longer have to pay high taxes or worry. Oppressed by the Man-German coalition, Sangchun held a manuscript and talked eloquently on the high platform, which attracted thunderous cheers from the people below. Under the high platform, Su Jie walked slowly and sat next to Lu Yingying in the front row. Lu Yingying, as the nominal president of Jieka Company, sat in the best seat, and there was a group of specially invited Mandela City officials next to her. These officials were basically the ones who had not colluded with Lu Wenba, or had not had a deep connection. Really, the officials who were in close collusion had long been captured and imprisoned by Jieka Company. Seeing that Su Jie didn't speak, Lu Yingying thought of Su Jie's warning and warned several officials nearby. Guys, there are many key positions vacant in Mandur City. I hope that after you take office, you will not forget what happened today, do not repeat the same mistakes, and keep your hands clean, otherwise you will not think of the methods of our Jieka Company. Need to learn something. Lu Yingying averted her eyes, and these words made several officials break into cold sweat on their foreheads, and they repeatedly promised, "Don't dare, we will do whatever Jieka Company asks us to do from now on." After all, the Zen Kingdom is a country with many warlords, and officials are used to this kind of power change. Although Jieka Company is only a company in name, it can unite hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, and can also destroy the powerful Mandur United Army. There is no doubt that it was the new overlord of the Mandeb region, and officials knew exactly who they wanted to serve. That's good. Lu Yingying pretended to be indifferent and nodded, but in fact she felt very uneasy. In the past, she had never had the opportunity to talk to these high-ranking officials who controlled a city. Now she could not only talk to them, but also beat them and scold them, which made Lu Yingying feel inexplicably happy, and all of this was brought about by Su Jie. Su Jie once made it clear that he wanted her to serve as the spokesperson of Jiko Company in the Mande area and take charge of all the affairs here in his absence. Lu Yingying raised her head and looked at Su Jie next to her with complicated eyes. She had also visited the Mandur United Army camp before and saw all the traces of battle left there quietly. The Man-German coalition with thousands of troops suddenly collapsed and disappeared, and even Lu Wenbo was captured alive. Lu Yingying guessed that Su Jie must still secretly control a military force, otherwise it would be impossible to do this unknowingly. Shaking her head, Lu Yingying shook off the thoughts in her mind and heard Sanction announcing the various crimes committed by Lu Wenbo and the Mandur United Army. I announced that Lu Wenbo has been convicted of a total of 21 crimes and sentenced to death. After In Sungpu finished reading, several Jieka security guards pushed the trembling Lu Wenbo to the ground. One person stood on Lu Wenbo's back, picked up a long gun, pointed it at the back of his head and pulled the trigger. The security guard of Jieka who was executed was in his early 20s, and it was Miaoluan who was specially designated by Su Jie. Snap! With the sound of a gunshot, Lu Wenbo fell down without a look in his eyes, and loud cheers erupted in the square. Cheering that the biggest cancer in the Mandeb area had been eradicated. In Sungpu took the microphone, glanced at Su Jie who was sitting in the audience, and spoke to the public again. In order to prevent things like Lu Wenbo from happening again, our municipal government has signed a package cooperation agreement with Jieka Company to support Jieka Company. To provide business cooperation and security in the Mande area, I would like to invite the president of Jieka Company to speak on the stage. Everyone is welcome. Lu Yingying took a deep breath, feeling a little nervous. Just reading the manuscript, you are a top student. What are you afraid of in this small scene? Su Jie pushed Lu Yingying, and Lu Yingying mustered up the courage to walk up to the high platform, picked up the microphone, and spoke in a clear voice. Dear people, I am Lu Yingying, the president of Jieka Company. Now that the Mandur United Army has been destroyed, our Jieka Company hereby solemnly promises that we will never allow any external forces to destroy the stable life in the Mandur area and protect everyone's lives and property. Safe. At the same time, our Jieka Company will also increase investment in the Mande area. As long as everyone is dedicated to raising insects, Jieka Company's farms will be purchased unconditionally, allowing everyone to make a fortune and live a well-off life by raising insects. Jieco Company. Jieco Company. Jieco Company. The people in the audience shouted loudly, and the Jieco Company that had wiped out the Mandur United Army was now called a shining light in the eyes of the people. End of chapter. Chapter 51 Reaction. Yangcheng. 900 kilometers south of the Mandeb area, it is within a manor in Yangcheng, the capital of the Zen Kingdom. A group of serious-looking men and women wearing traditional Zen costumes sat around a conference table, discussing the recent changes in the Mande area. They are members of the Wu family and the backbone of them who hold important positions. The Wu family migrated to the Zen Kingdom from the northern country in the past war years. They are the descendants of a group of defeated soldiers. They used fierce force to conquer a territory. Later, they settled down and multiplied, and gradually penetrated and integrated into the Zen society. Today, the Wu family controlling 5 warlord armies. Lu Wenbo is only one of the smaller ones. According to the information returned by the informant, Wenbo is dead, his army has been eliminated, and now the Mande area is taken over by a force called Jiko Company. Sitting at the head of the table is Wu Qingjie, the patriarch of the Wu family. He is about 50 years old, has a decent appearance, and looks like a kind-hearted man. Jieco Company? What's the background? It can actually defeat Wenbo's army. Someone asked doubtfully that the Zen Kingdom often fought wars, and the Wu family also had enemies. It was common for them to attack each other. In the past, it was not uncommon for family warlords to be wiped out.
The specific origin is unknown.
What we know so far is that this company has strong financial resources and strong mobilization capabilities.
It can easily arm nearly 10,000 soldiers.
Wu Qingjie handed over the information and then told the most crucial news. In addition, the boss of this Jieka company is a woman named Lu Yingying. As soon as these words came out, the conference room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop after quite a while. Someone spoke in a dry voice, "Huahua people, could it be that big country in the north wants to touch us?" Many people frowned, and some felt the urge to urinate and felt uncomfortable all over because of their nervousness. No one is more afraid of the revenge of the big country in the north than they are. In the past, they were just a group of deserters. Although they went to a foreign country and relied on force to dominate the local area, they knew the strength of the big country in the north and they were defeated and fled in the first place. Let alone today. See for yourselves, the way this Jieko company started, united the lower class poor people to rise up, used incentives and momentum to incite public dissatisfaction in the Mande area, and then swept across the Mande United Army with a thunderous force, bringing Wenba to execution in public to show favor to the poor people and win over the people in the Mande area seems a bit familiar. Wu Qingjie took out a piece of information, put it on the projector, and said in a heavy tone, "Gudong." Some people swallowed their saliva with guilt. The more they looked at this method, the more they looked like the shadow of that big country. Furthermore, it is still unknown how the Man Democratic Allied forces were destroyed.
Our local informants asked the people near the military camp.
They heard intensive gunfire and explosions in the mountains for less than half an hour. All the sounds disappeared. We don't know which military force destroyed the Mande United Army. According to the strength of our warlords in the Zen Kingdom, it is not surprising that even if an army of tens of thousands of people is dispatched, the fight will last for days and nights. Such a battle is too clean and neat, which can only show that it was a one-sided crushing. Wu Qingjie took out a photo with an expressionless expression.
It was the photo of Lu Yingying's last speech in Mandeching Square.
This person definitely has a powerful armed force behind him, and he is Chinese.
Do I need to say more?
There was silence in the conference room, only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Some people gritted their teeth in shock and fear, and whispered, "How could it be possible? How could it be like this? It's been so many years, why are they still attacking us? What kind of business have you done recently? I really think others don't know about it. Isn't it true that the main source of those pigs in the fraud park is from the north? I have heard the reputation of cutting off the kidneys countless times." Wu Qingjie slapped his hand on the conference table and snorted coldly, "Now people are probably warning us.
Can't you see it?
Stop the business in the fraud park temporarily."
Ah! Patriarch, the fraud park is our most profitable business now. Without those piglets, how can we maintain the army? Idiot, what's more important is money or life. Let's wait until this storm passes.
If there is no reaction from the north, we can continue to work. Anyway, those piglets are in our hands.
We can't make money at any time.
The patriarch reminds them that they should move to avoid the limelight first. To the Mande area, don't worry about it, pretend not to see it. As long as the other party doesn't do anything else, we can't provoke the other party. The changes in power in the Mandeb region did not attract much attention in a country like the Zen Kingdom where there are many warlords. You fight me or I beat you all day long. The forces that came to power were driven out within a few days. It is normal for the king's flag to change on the wall. The people of the Zen Kingdom have become accustomed to it, and no one has taken it seriously, and with the complete destruction of the Mandarin United Army, the development of Jieko Company has no longer any obstacles and has entered the fast lane. Among the hundreds of thousands of households in the Mande area, most of them will choose to sign a pest-raising agreement with Jieko Company.
The Jieko Company provides insect seeds and insect feed, and the villagers breed poisonous insects.
When the breeding is mature, the Jieko Company repurchases the poisonous insects. Such a business model is flourishing in the Mandeb area, and it is nothing short of profitable. In the past, the monthly income from farming was only a few hundred Chinese yuan, but after cooperating with Jieko Company, the monthly income easily exceeded the 1,000 yuan mark. This is the truth that Jieko Company can make villagers flock to it. Suddenly,
the entire Monde area was filled with insect farmers, and the poisonous insects and snakes they raise will become food for the thousand-handed centipede. The poisonous insects and snakes that are constantly delivered every day are calculated by the ton, so that even if the thousand-handed centipede eats until its stomach is full every day, it can only look at the small mountain of poisonous insects and snakes and sigh. And it is impossible to finish it, and in this overreading, the thousand-handed centipede naturally grew by leaps and bounds. In particular, there are more types of poisonous insects to eat, and the nutrition is more balanced, which makes the thousand-hand centipede's strength improve by leaps and bounds, and once again enters the spiritual refining state. This was the thousand-hand centipede's third spiritual training. Su Jie was worried that there would be too much noise, so he took the thousand-hand centipede into a deep mountain forest and quietly watched the thousand-hand centipede's transformation. The spiritual training for this evolution took longer. It took about 10 hours before Su Jie saw the thick cocoon and reacted. The huge cocoon, which was several meters high and more than 10 meters long, lit up with purple fluorescence. The light bloomed from the crack, and vigorous fluctuations of spiritual energy surged along with it, sweeping in all directions. Su Jie had to take a few steps back to avoid it. That strong spiritual storm. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Low-Grade Third Refined Goo Insect. Click, click. The top of the cocoon was drilled open, and the pink body of the thousand-handed centipede emerged from the cocoon. The body of the newly molted insect appears pink, but as it comes into contact with the air, the shell quickly turns black and thickens, turning into a thick chitin shell. This time, the body length of the thousand-armed centipede, which has completed its transformation, has reached an astonishing 12 meters, which is comparable to the length of a bus's itsy. The newly born insect shell was a little itchy, and the thousand-handed centipede stood upright and clung to a big tree, scratching and itching, but he didn't expect that this move would actually crush the tree that was tens of meters high. The falling branches and leaves fell on the thousand-handed centipede's head. It could be seen that it was very confused and was not used to the sudden increase in majestic power. Even among the inner disciples, there may not be anyone who can achieve the low-grade goo insect that has been refined 3 times. Su Jie thought happily, looking at the head of the thousand-handed centipede. During this spiritual refinement evolution, the biggest change of the thousand-hand centipede is not the increase in size, but the growth of a hard mask on its head and face, which is pale white overall. It has the same color as those pale corpse hands, as if it is made of pale bones. The surface of the visor is full of cracks, and purple fluorescence flows under the cracks, which is extremely weird. At the eye holes of the visor, there are a pair of deep grooves, and in the center of the deep darkness is a pair of cold and ruthless insect eyes, staring at all approaching creatures. The appearance of this white bone mask makes thousand-hand centipede even more weird and sinister. Just a glance at it makes people feel creepy, and an instinctive fear arises in their hearts, reminding you not to touch, not approach, and not try to communicate, otherwise you will only be faced with despair. Boom! Su Jie tapped thousand-hand centipede's visor and pressed his palm against it. The visor felt cold and hard, and the deep purple fluorescence swayed, as if there was heat surging. The thousand-handed centipede lowered its head after being caressed, and happily reached up to touch it. Shao Qian, try your new ability. Su Jie patted thousand-hand centipede's huge head, took a few steps back and stood still as itsy. The thousand-handed centipede stood up halfway, and after hearing Su Jie's order, a faint blue-purple light flashed on the white bone mask on its head. Boom! The next moment, dozens of purple rays of light were stimulated from the cracks in the white bone's cheeks, like high-temperature lasers. Any object touched by the purple light would cause trees to break, rocks to melt, and the ultra-high temperature to blur the air. Distortion, the power of each purple ray is extremely astonishing. It will penetrate at least a dozen big trees and destroy it before it exhausts its energy and eliminates the invisible. The remaining aftermath will set off gusts of hot wind, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply by more than 20 degrees. Immediately afterwards, the thousand-handed centipede shook its head slightly, and the purple light rays also deflected. Those lush trees were cut off and knocked down by the purple light rays in the blink of an eye, like butter being cut with a knife, and the smoke was filled with dust. It sounds like a long story, but actually the process is surprisingly short. In just a few seconds, the large forest ahead was destroyed into a mess, with scorched earth and burning trees everywhere. The thousand-hand centipede also closed the cracks on the white bone cheek again, and lay down a little sluggishly. It can be seen that this move consumes a lot of money. It can only be used as a killing move and is not a level A move. Purple light rays, similar to high-temperature lasers, are suitable as a trump card. Su Jie was also surprised by the new abilities Thousand-Handed Centipede had mastered after 3 spiritual trainings. Such high-temperature rays will melt and penetrate even thick steel plates, not to mention ordinary human flesh. Immediately afterwards, Su Jie recalled the Thousand-Handed Centipede to reduce its size and run the 100 Poisons in Gu refining manual. The surging vitality and spiritual power in the Thousand-Hand Centipede's body continuously flowed into the limbs and bones through feedback. After 36 cycles of circulation, it was finally digested and absorbed by Su Jie. Su Jie's breath was completely synchronized with the Thousand-Hand Centipede. A few hours later, Su Jie raised his head again, rubbed his eyes, and mobilized the spiritual power in his body. In an instant, the pupils of Su Jie's eyes turned dark purple, and 2 rays of purple light burst out. After breaking down several large trees, a large hole several meters deep and 1 meter wide was burned on the ground. The soil and rocks at the edge where it was burned into flowing magma. Seeing the effect of this blow, Su Jie was satisfied, but his face was also a little pale, and more than half of his spiritual energy was consumed. Although this move is unexpected, surprisingly powerful, and extremely handsome, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Su Jie tried to reduce some of the spiritual power supply, but the number of shots increased, but the power of the purple light rays also dropped a lot. Su Jie was very happy with the test, but the Thousand-Handed Centipede beside him was not happy as Itzy. The Thousand-Handed Centipede chirped, looked at Su Jie gravely, and gave the signal to eat. Having just been promoted and consumed a lot of energy, it was already very hungry. Okay, I'll take you back. Su Jie smiled, cleaned up the traces, and drove to an insect warehouse with the Thousand-Handed Centipede. There are a large number of various poisonous insects and snakes stored here, all of which are rations prepared for the Thousand-Handed Centipede. As soon as he entered the warehouse, the Thousand-Handed Centipede returned to its original shape and began to eat and drink. It is as big as a bus and has an astonishing appetite. I saw the Thousand-Handed Centipede grabbing a box full of poisonous insects. After opening it, it opened its bloody mouth and all the poisonous insects fell into its mouth like a waterfall and swallowed it directly. Although the Thousand-Hand Centipede ate quickly, there were so many poisonous insects in the warehouse that most of the warehouse was filled. The Thousand-Hand Centipede only ate less than 1/10 of the poisonous insects in the warehouse, and its belly was already full. And this is just one of the many insect warehouses of Jekka Company. In addition, there are several large-scale poisonous insect breeding farms. After all, hundreds of thousands of people in the Monde area are now raising and catching insects, and a large number of poisonous insects are being harvested every day. Acquired by Jekko Company, this has far exceeded the food intake requirements of Thousand-Hand Centipede. Size has slowed down. Su Jie watched the Thousand-Handed Centipede eating and couldn't help but frown slightly. His focus was not on the Thousand-Handed Centipede's food intake, but on the fact that the Thousand-Handed Centipede had devoured so many poisonous insects and snakes without much trace of evolution. In the past, after the Thousand-Handed Centipede swallowed a large number of poisonous insects, its size could almost be seen growing. This situation now further confirms one thing. The effect of ordinary poisonous insects and poisonous snakes on Thousand-Handed Centipede is getting smaller and smaller, almost approaching zero. In the future, when the Thousand-Handed Centipede evolves into a mid-level Gu insect, I am afraid that these poisonous insects and snakes will no longer have any effect. Fortunately, Su Jie had already anticipated this, and he occupied the Monde area to prepare for this, only by capturing poisonous insects from Tianyuan World and bringing them to Blue Star for cultivation, using Blue Star's poisonous insect resources to quickly evolve them into high-quality products, and finally allowing them to be devoured by Thousand-Handed Centipede. Can the Thousand-Handed Centipede's growth rate be maintained? It's almost time to go back. We have to go to Bug Valley to catch some poisonous insects. A fierce light flashed in Su Jie's eyes. He was forced to flee in the black market, but now his strength has greatly increased. His cultivation has reached the 5th level of Yunling Realm. The Thousand-Handed Centipede has been promoted to the 3rd low-level refinement. With the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword he mastered, Su Jie already has had the confidence to return to Tianyuan World and face everything. End of chapter. Chapter 53. Return to Tianyuan World. A few days later, Tianyuan World, Guiling Palace Black Market. In a low private house, Su Jie stepped out of the ancient mirror and quickly released the reconnaissance dragonfly from his sleeve robe. Buzz, reconnaissance dragonflies flew out of houses and hovered over nearby buildings. Is there no one left? Su Jie raised his eyebrows. Thinking about it, the disciples who were chasing him must have thought that Su Jie had run away from another place and would not choose to stay in place for 2 months. That doesn't mean he has perseverance, but he has a brain. He took out a mask from his storage bag and put it on his face. With his hood blocked, Su Jie stepped out of the house and onto the black market street. 2 months have passed, and the black market is even more depressed than when Su Jie left. There were only a few disciples on the road, and their expressions were mostly gloomy. The White Walker incident has not been resolved yet. Su Jie thought in his mind, walked for more than 10 minutes, and came to the gate of Taishu Pavilion. There is only one person Su Jie is familiar with in the black market. If he wants to know the situation of Ghost Ridge Palace during this period, he can only come here. Su Jie walked into Taishu Pavilion and saw a woman arranging the talismans in the pavilion. Hearing the sound of footsteps at this time, the woman hurriedly turned around, only to see her high nose, red lips like fire, eyes like peach blossoms. Her plump figure has been influenced by years, and a charming charm unique to mature women makes her mouth dry. Fellow Taoist, do you need to purchase a talisman? I am the supervisor of Taishu Pavilion. Before Kai Chunyi finished her follow-up words, she saw Su Jie taking off his mask. Her pretty face was suddenly startled and full of astonishment. Mr. Su, why is it you? Are you surprised to see me? Su Jie stepped forward and took off the hood of his black robe. Because recently everyone said that you were being hunted and you hadn't been seen for a long time. Many people thought you had been killed. I thought it was true. Kai Chunyi was a little embarrassed. Apparently she had had this idea before, otherwise she wouldn't have been so surprised when she saw Su Jie. How could I be willing to die so easily with a beauty like Sister Kai caring about me? Go, you are so shameless. Kai Chunyi rolled her eyes at Su Jie, and then walked quickly to the door of Taishu Pavilion. After looking around for a moment, Kai Chunyi closed the door and put a sign saying it was temporarily closed. It's already this time, and you still dare to come directly to the door. What if someone discovers you? There is no other way. There is no way to hide all the time. You have to live and practice. In addition, the resources I exchanged from the White Walkers have been used up. There will definitely be a lot less disciples who want to hunt me down. The earth, that's true, but as long as Mr. Su still has the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword, I'm afraid. Kai Chunyi shook her head, then seemed to think of something, and looked at Su Jie, who hesitated to speak. Su Jie's eyes flashed. He approached Kai Chunyi and said, Sister Kai, if you have something to say, you might as well say it directly. The two sides were so close that they could even feel each other breathing. Kai Chunyi couldn't help but take a step back, turned her head, and said tentatively, I think Mr. Su can choose to sell the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword to our Taishu Pavilion. This is also for the young master's consideration. After all, the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword is too tempting. If selling it publicly will naturally eliminate a lot of secret prying eyes. With a pair of charming eyes looking at Chu Chu touching, Kai Chunyi persuaded her in a soft voice, wanting to increase her performance. The White Bone Tianxia sword is the best among low-grade flying swords, and its power is astonishing. This can be seen from the fact that Su Jie easily strangled thousands of people from the Mandarin United Army with it. It is an absolute killing weapon. Such an expensive and rare treasure can be sold for 1,000 pieces of blood marrow crystals on the black market, and there is no market for it. No wonder Kai Chunyi said this. If a deal can be reached, her status in Taishu Pavilion will definitely rise. In Kai Chunyi's view, Su Jie must be eager to get rid of the pursuit. His approach is beneficial to both parties, and it is the best time to propose a deal. Really? So that's what Sister Kai thinks. Su Jie stepped forward again. Although Kai Chunyi may not have malicious intentions, Su Jie would definitely not be able to accept this request. He was too talkative. If it were an inner disciple, Kai Chunyi would definitely not dare to propose such an outrageous idea. Kai Chunyi was about to say something when her face suddenly changed. A strong murderous aura suddenly swept through her body and mind, making her delicate body feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. Her heart felt like it was being pinched by a devil's claw, and she could hardly breathe. Angry. Clank, Taishu Pavilion suddenly shook, and the defensive array automatically moved. Seal characters shining with golden light emerged from the ground of the building one after another, and 4 attack and killing weapons, Phelan, Sky Arrow, Wenshang, and Jade Sword emerged from the void and were fatally aimed at Su Jie. This is the defensive array of Taishu Pavilion. When it senses murderous intent, it will automatically respond to protect the people and property of Taishu Pavilion.
for such a business that sells talismans and elixirs. Even if there is a promise of protection from Ghost Ridge Palace, the corresponding protective measures are still in place. It is afraid of encountering disciples who are greedy for money and go crazy, ignore the precepts of Ghost Ridge Palace, and take risks.
What happened? Someone is making trouble?
In the backyard of Taishu Pavilion, a group of guards hurried over with weapons in hand, thinking they were in danger. Su Jie just showed up and looked at him. Boom, in an instant, two high-temperature rays shot out from the pupils, instantly melting the weapons in their hands into molten iron, scaring a group of guards into retreating in horror.
Everyone stop it. Whoever asked you to come here, please step back. Kai Chunyi took a deep breath, turned around and yelled angrily, stopping the guards from moving without permission.
Then she took out a token and cancelled the rotational defense array of Taishu Pavilion. After doing all this, Kai Chunyi turned her attention to Su Jie again and said solemnly, "I didn't expect that, Mr. Su. You were so powerful that you were already at the 5th level of Yunling realm." While speaking, Kai Chunyi regretted her previous suggestion. The Su Jie in front of him was not at all ordinary as others said. Those three strange ghosts definitely did not come by luck, and they might have been hunted by him, because the threat and pressure that Su Jie brought to her in front of her was far beyond the 5th level of Yunling realm. The woman's sixth sense told her that if Su Jie really wanted to kill her, even the defensive array set up in Taishu Pavilion might not be able to stop him. Both sides might be hurt, but she would definitely not survive. Su Jie looked at the retreating talisman formation and said, "If I didn't have some strength, I would have been eaten up by other disciples, wouldn't I?" Seeing Su Jie's attitude, Kai Chunyi smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I said the wrong thing before. If I had known that Mr. Su was so powerful, I wouldn't have asked for trouble and made suggestions, even if we weren't too vain." Come to think of it, no one can make any difference to you." Su Jie had a playful look in his eyes. Sure enough, it was strength that could attract others' attention. He did not waste his performance just now. Now Kai Chunyi has corrected her attitude. "Sister Kai, don't worry about other people's things. I know you are worried about my safety. I don't know, I thought you were going to take this opportunity to lower the price and buy it forcefully." "How could it be? I never intended to lower the price. Even if I buy the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword, it will be at a price that satisfies you." "Okay, I won't say it anymore. My sister will apologize to you. It's me who shouldn't have been too careful about the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword. Don't act like you're going to kill anyone, the relationship between us isn't that tense yet." Kai Chunyi personally poured tea for Su Jie to apologize. There is no such thing as a fool in black market business. Seeing Su Jie's strength, she naturally gave up some thoughts that she shouldn't have. "Sister Kai is joking, how could I do anything to you? I am the most compassionate person." Su Jie calmed down his aura and put a smile on his face, as if nothing happened just now. Kai Chunyi was speechless. "Just now, with your eyes and aura, you even activated the defensive formation. It's really embarrassing to say this." End of chapter. Chapter 54 Situation. Please read. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Su Jie stopped being tense and asked Kai Chunyi about the recent situation in Guiling Palace. "You're saying that the White Walkers are becoming more and more rampant now?" Su Jie put down the teacup, tapped his fingers on the coffee table, and looked at Kai Chunyi opposite. "I'm still lying to you. Go and inquire a little bit outside. It's very difficult for us merchants to transport goods in now. Many kinds of elixirs, talismans, and magical instruments are out of stock in the black market." When Kai Chunyi talked about this, she felt bitter. "Aren't there disciples stationed around the business road? It has no effect?" Su Jie was puzzled. Before he returned to Blue Star, Guiling Palace mobilized most of its disciples to station there. Kai Chunyi shook her head and said, "It was effective at first. Later, the White Walkers became smarter and often no longer traveled alone, but in groups of 2s and 3s. Many stationed disciples became the targets of the White Walkers. Without a numerical advantage, the outer disciples are no match for the White Walkers. Later, this strategy was cancelled. Now the disciples mainly form trade patrol teams with more than dozens of people, or participate in the transportation of caravans and act as caravan guards. As a result, casualties and losses remained high due to the threat of the White Walkers. The number of caravans entering the black market has been reduced by 70%, including our Taishu Pavilion.
The goods from Qingzhou cannot be transferred in. Many talismans and magic weapons cannot be replenished, and one less one is sold.
Mr. Su, if you don't buy some as soon as possible, if it's too late, I'm afraid there won't be any space left. Speaking of the latter, Kai Chunyi's businessman nature was exposed and she wanted to sell her own products to Su Jie. I am penniless now, where can I get the money to buy goods, let alone? Su Jie pointed at the displayed talismans and magic weapons, and complained, besides, the price increase has been terrifying. In 2 months, the price has increased by more than 3 times.
Who can afford this? Really?
We disciples are all being taken advantage of.
The current market conditions are like this. Why has your Ghost Ridge Palace been unable to eliminate the threat of the White Walkers?
We have no choice but to raise prices. Kai Chunyi was very confident and attributed the problem to Guiling Palace's inaction. Su Jie did not refute this time. He could not have too high moral requirements for black market merchants. Instead, he asked, Sister Kai, you are well informed in the black market. I want to know if the black market is so sluggish now, are those human trafficking businesses also?
Is the depression going on?
Kai Chunyi was slightly startled, looked at Su Jie thoughtfully, and said, You also want to use people to practice? The so-called human training is to use human beings to practice demonic skills, such as cannibalism for body training, human blood formation, soul extraction and elixir raising, and other related training methods. Such demonic skills are often practiced at a rapid speed. Although there are hidden dangers in the later stage, the victory is strong enough in the early stage.
I just want to ask.
After all, if there are fewer slave traders in the black market, the elders will not give up.
Su Jie shrugged. As a demon cultivator, he was not taboo on the topic of human training. That's fine. Kai Chunyi breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't like the kind of demonic cultivation that used human slaves to practice.
She thought it was too scary and evil. After thinking about it, Kai Chunyi said, As you guessed, the number of human slaves sold in the black market has decreased by 90%, and most of the slave traders have closed down. Think about it. The White Walkers are so dangerous that even the disciples find it difficult to resist. Taking a group of slaves with no ability to resist into the mountains, and having to take care of their food, drink, and travel on the way, not only is the speed slowed down, but large-scale operations are also more likely to be targeted by the White Walkers. From what I have heard, there are no less than a dozen cases where slave merchants were killed by the White Walkers, and there are still many more cases where the news has not been spread.
That's it.
Su Jie frowned slightly, thinking about the impact of the current situation. Su Jie doesn't know about other demon cultivating sects, but most of the senior elders of Ghost Ridge Palace are cultivators of demonic arts and need human slaves to maintain their daily consumption. Just look at the prosperity of the black market human slave market.
Situation. It's like taking opium.
Once a person practices demonic skills, it's difficult to stop. Once human slavery is stopped for a long time, the sequelae of cultivators practicing demonic skills will become more prominent. Irritability and madness are all good, and some may even have flesh and blood deformed, their soul split and disordered, and grow into deformed monsters, more possessed than righteous monks. Much scarier, this is what Su Jie is worried about. The senior elders of Ghost Ridge Palace will definitely not let the number of slaves in the black market decrease to I. In the end, in order to solve this problem, orders were issued at all levels, but they were not the disciples who were running the errands. It's a pity that he is only an outer disciple. Even if he feels worried and a storm is coming, there is nothing he can do. After learning more about the situation with Kai Chunyi, Su Jie stopped interrupting and said, Thank you, Sister Kai, for letting me know. I have to find something to do while I still have some free time.
Hey, the weather is nice today, just right for fishing. Kai's sister, do you want to come together?
Kai Chunyi thought Su Jie was joking, rolled her eyes and said, You still have such leisurely time, but I don't have the time, I still have to look at the store.
Okay then, I'll go alone.
Sister Kai takes her leave. Kai Chunyi nodded and said, Be careful outside, I'm still waiting for you to take care of my business.
Easy to say.
Su Jie smiled, stood up and walked out of Taishu Pavilion without saying another word. Kai Chunyi watched Su Jie leave, but when Su Jie walked to the door, Kai Chunyi was suddenly startled and saw the mask left on the table. She reacted and hurriedly picked up the mask and chased after Su Jie.
Wait a minute, Mr. Su, don't go out yet before you put on your mask.
However, when she said this, Sujie had already opened the door and walked out openly. Sister Kai, if you can't fish with bait, how can the fish take the bait? Sujie didn't pick up the mask, just waved his hand, turned around and entered the black market street without looking back. Wait, he wants to. After Kai Chunyi was stunned, she quickly understood the reason why Sujie did this. She looked at the figure who was gradually walking away with a look of shock. After a while, she couldn't help but utter a few words, "This madman." Although the black market is depressed, there are still disciples of purchasing supplies for combat preparation is a rigid need of the disciples. No matter how much prices rise, it is not worth mentioning in the face of lives. As Sujie was a celebrity who made a splash in the black market 2 months ago, many disciples recognized him, and the businessmen in the black market even remembered Sujie's face, and businessmen always have some familiar disciples, like the relationship between Sujie and Kai Chunyi. Seeing Sujie appearing in the black market, some businessmen's eyes flashed and they quietly went to report the news. Sujie didn't seem to notice anything. He wandered around the black market several times and after getting enough eyeballs, he left the black market and walked towards the direction of Worm Valley. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Feng Shui takes turns. Please read. Worm Valley. In the deep and lush forest, the real core area of the Worm Valley is located in a natural basin in the forest. There is spiritual energy escaping from the deep earth veins here and the surface is suitable. Coupled with the suitable environment, it has become a paradise for various poisonous insects. In the Insect Valley, there are not only a large number of low-grade goo worms, but also low-grade goo worms and mid-grade goo worms. However, most outer disciples do not dare to catch them because they cannot defeat them. At this time, on the outskirts of the Worm Valley, Sujie stood on a high treetop, staring at the endless vast basin of the Worm Valley in front of him. My ears are filled with the rustling noises of various insects crawling and chirping. Spiders hanging on webs, poisonous bees hiding in the grass and shrubs, and ants traveling in groups can be seen everywhere. Most of these are low-grade goo insects that outer disciples can capture, but they also pose a certain threat. However, Sujie was naturally not worried now. It was just that Sujie had no intention of capturing him. Instead, he stayed where he was, silently calculating the time in his heart. Coming. Sujie's eyes moved slightly and he slowly turned around. In the forest behind him, figures were running quickly among the trees. In just 10 seconds, they arrived in front of Sujie from hundreds of meters away. There are a total of 8 disciples, wearing the attire of the outer disciples of Guiling Palace. Their identities are self-evident, but it is not clear which lineage of elders they are from. Who are you? What do you want to do? Sujie shook his body and looked at the approaching group of Ghost Ridge Palace disciples with a frightened expression. Fellow Taoist Su, you have made it easy for us to find you. You have let us waste 2 whole months, and now you are asking us what we want to do? The leader of this group of outer disciples is a man with a 5th level cultivation in Yunling realm. His face is gloomy and his eyes are sunken. The strange thing in one eye socket is not a human eyeball, but a round black beetle instead of an eye. But at this moment, he was staring at Sujie with a ferocious expression, the malice in his eyes undisguised. The other disciples, whose cultivation levels were basically around the 3rd level of Yunling realm, cooperated with the worm-eyed man to block Sujie's path. So what do you want to do? If you are fine, I will leave. Sujie took 2 steps back, but looked towards the back of the forest. There were still disciples rushing there, and the other party was obviously delaying time by chatting with him, but little did he know that this was exactly what Sujie wanted. Want to leave? Hand over the white bone heavenly evil sword first, and we can let you go. The bug-eyed man had a cold aura about him. When he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Sujie. If Sujie made any move, he would react immediately. Whoosh whoosh, several more disciples rushed over. They were another group of disciples, not the same group as the bug-eyed man. The arrival of new disciples has changed the situation. The 2 groups of disciples are on guard against each other, fearing that others will take advantage of them. Oh, it turns out you are here for the white bone heavenly evil sword. If you had told me earlier, I would give it to you if you want it. Sujie seemed to relax and took out the bone sword of heavenly evil from his storage bag. In an instant, I don't know how much greed was firmly attracted. However, these disciples did not relax their vigilance because of this. Instead, they became more vigilant and summoned a large number of goo insects from their sleeves to prevent Sujie from taking advantage of the situation. However, none of them took the lead, because the white bone demon sword was too threatening.
Although according to the intelligence, Su Jia was not very strong. He was only at the 4th level of Yunling realm. He was just lucky to get the White Walkery, but with the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword in hand, even the Worm-Eyed Man felt frightened. If it weren't for the numerical advantage, he would have turned around and run away. Hearing Su Jia's words at this time, the Bug-Eyed Man couldn't help but said, "Throw the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword over here, and I will let you go." "Shut up, give us the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword, and I will guarantee your safety." Another group of disciples also made a sound, staring at the bone sword. Su Jia looked back and forth and said with a wry smile, "This is so difficult. Who should I give it to? How about you decide the winner first, and I will give it to whoever wins." The two groups looked at each other, and the insect-eyed man sneered and said, "If you want us out discord, why don't we join forces to kill him first, and then decide on the distribution of this White Bone Evil Sword?" The bug-eyed man seemed to be very confident. When he said this, he inadvertently glanced behind him. The other group did not speak, but silently blocked Su Jia's escape. At the same time, two other groups of disciples hurried over, and they were also not in the same group. There were so many people from all directions, a total of 20 disciples surrounding Su Jia, and they were surrounding each other. "Everyone is here. I just threw away the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword. Whoever grabs it belongs to whoever grabs it." Su Jia narrowed his eyes slightly, and after detecting the dragonfly, he knew that everyone was here, and then he threw the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword. By coincidence, the direction in which the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword was thrown was exactly the direction of the insect-eyed man, which attracted countless disciples to stare at this top-quality flying sword. The insect-eyed man felt a chill in his heart, thinking that Su Jia was going to frame him deliberately, and said angrily, "If you want to harm me, kill him first." It was at this moment that the ground beneath Su Jia's feet suddenly rolled and shook. Immediately afterwards, rays of purple light were inspired from the ground, and when these disciples were distracted, they instantly illuminated their bodies. Dozens of high-temperature rays fell on one of the disciples, and they didn't even hum. The goo insect didn't even have time to use it, and the whole person was ignited by the high-temperature rays. The bones and flesh melted like ice and snow under the rays, and the entire body was completely destroyed. No bodies were left. In the blink of an eye, almost all the more than 20 disciples died unexpectedly. Only the 3 disciples at the 5th level of Yunling realm, including the Worm-Eyed Man, reacted faster and luckily escaped the purple rays and survived. "Sorry, the attack was a bit harsh. I will be a little more restrained next time and try to leave you with a whole body." Su Jia looked at the 3 of them and grinned. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Su Jia's feet shook, and with a thunderous sound, a thousand-handed centipede rumbled out of the ground. The previous killing move was made by the thousand-handed centipede dormant underground, and the effect was extremely good. It was indeed a unique skill after 3 spiritual trainings, killing most of the enemies in one move. 3 times spirit refining goo insect, how is it possible? I must be dazzled. Oops, we fell into a trap. This was an ambush he set deliberately. This person is so insidious. The surviving insect-eyed man looked at Su Jia in horror. Before the last man could finish his words, the pupils of his eyes expanded violently, and his head fell from his neck. The White Bone Tiansha sword had already beheaded him before he could finish his last words in his life. "It's your turn, don't keep the brothers below waiting, they will get lonely." Su Jia looked at the remaining 2 bug-eyed men with a smile on his face. Escape. 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 The 2 souls were so scared that they turned around and fled. "Go ahead and bring them back." Su Jia patted the thousand-handed centipede sitting next to him on the head. While controlling the goo worm, he also controlled the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword to kill all the enemies of the thousand-handed centipede. Nate excitedly, rampaging through the forest like a chariot, rumbling in pursuit. I'm afraid the Worm-Eyed Man and the others would never have thought that Su Jia, who they once chased, had to hide back to Blue Star. Today, just 2 months later, Su Jia was hunted down by Su Jia, and they had no way to go to heaven or earth. It is true that things in the world are impermanent. End of chapter. Chapter 56. Inner disciple. The insect-eyed man who was running away like crazy was breathing rapidly. Hearing the increasingly heavy footsteps behind him, he couldn't help but look back. He saw flocks of birds flying in the forest, and a line of smoke approaching rapidly in his direction. It was the huge noise caused by trees being roughly knocked down. Damn it, who said he has average strength? Is this also called average strength? The bug-eyed man was aroused by the movement, and he was thinking about the distance between himself and Su Jie, but even though he had attached a magical talisman to his legs and tried to get rid of the pursuit, he still didn't really close the distance. Instead, he heard the pursuit getting closer and closer. Inexplicably, the bug-eyed man thought of a cat playing with a mouse. With the speed of the white bone heavenly evil sword, he shouldn't be able to escape here. It's a pity that the worm-eyed man has no time to think about it, or dare not think about it. The thin jungle light had already made the bug-eyed man nervous and frightened. Especially the shadows cast by the heavy tree crowns and the twisted and yellow branches swaying in the wind, as if Su Jie's figures were watching him in the darkness, leaving only fear in his heart. I can't escape at all. Someone must help me delay time and return to Senior Brother Feng. Only then will I have a chance to survive. The string that the insect-eyed man was tightening was about to break. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at the man who was running away with him and who was also at the 5th level of Yunling realm. A fierce look flashed across his face, and the black beetle in his left eye suddenly twisted. Body drilled out of the eye socket. This was the lowest grade goo insect of the bug-eyed man. Once it crawled out, it spread its wings and fanned out a stream of mist, which filled the air silently. The man who was at the 5th level of Yunling realm suddenly became weak, as if he was drunk and had been poisoned. This kind of goo insect is like fighting head-on, but people are very unpredictable. Even if the man opposite is prepared, he is still fooled by the bug-eyed man. Thank you, fellow Taoist, help me block the monster behind for a while, and I will find someone to avenge you. The insect-eyed man kept walking, leaping over the opponent in one fell swoop and escaping deep into the dense forest. You will not die well. The weak man roared viciously. Unfortunately, his anger was of no use. He could only hear the pursuit that was getting closer and closer. The extremely ferocious low-grade 3rd-level goo worm gradually appeared in the field of vision, with a pair of eyes showing deep fear and despair. After a while, the insect-eyed man's heart trembled. I vaguely heard a scream coming from behind, and couldn't help but speed up again. A few minutes later, the bug-eyed man saw a creek in the distance. Under the willow tree by the stream, a man with a handsome face, clear and gentle eyes, and a white robe was leaning against the willow tree, holding his chin with one hand, enjoying the sunshine and breeze, and admiring the happy swimming of the fish in the stream. It was as if I was immersed in my own world, with a sense of comfort all over my body. Hearing the footsteps at this time, the young man raised his eyelids and said calmly, "Why are you the only one back? Is everything done?" Thump. The bug-eyed man knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Senior Brother Feng, that Su Jie is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. His strength is not as weak as expected at all. All of us in the past were killed by him. What are you talking about? You can't even deal with an outer disciple. He has the white bone heavenly evil sword. Why don't you all work together to attack him? His flying sword can't even deal with it. He's a bunch of trash. Senior Brother Feng snorted coldly and kicked the bug-eyed man on the ground in disgust. No, Senior Brother Feng, Su Jie is not only the white bone heavenly evil sword, but also what else? Do you think that if you find an excuse to excuse me, I can spare you? If you don't do things well, living is a waste of spiritual energy. Feng Wenjin couldn't help but interrupt the bug-eyed man. He had seen too many people like this who made excuses for their failures. I'm not lying, Su Jie really does, the bug-eyed man shouted hurriedly, but before he could finish his words, Senior Brother Feng's eyes flickered and he suddenly slapped the bug-eyed man. Buzz, countless tiny mosquitoes and flies formed a big palm with a radius of 1 foot, and they were slapped down heavily while whistling. Senior Brother Feng, I really tried my best. The insect-eyed man was shocked and wanted to dodge subconsciously. However, the insect palm formed by the mosquito fly passed over the insect-eyed man's head, accompanied by a fishy wind. Several dragonflies had no time to avoid it, and were shattered into blood foam by the mosquito fly's large palm. Idiot, you are being followed for a long time and you don't even know. Senior Brother Feng snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back, looked into the depths of the forest, and said slowly, Fellow Taoist Su, since you are here, why don't you come out and see me? The branches and leaves in the dense forest swayed, and a figure slowly walked out, but as soon as this figure appeared, Senior Brother Feng raised his right arm, and a black light emerged from the sleeves of his robe, instantly piercing the heart of the figure walking out of the dense forest. If you look closely, you will see that the black light is actually a black centipede with 6 pairs of wings and long arms. The limbs under its abdomen are blade-shaped. When flying rapidly, It looks like a chainsaw cutting, extremely sharp. Insect puppet? Senior brother Feng saw the figure's heart being pierced, but there was no trace of joy on his face, because it was clearly a corpse puppet forcibly controlled by an insect. The insect-eyed man also saw the figure clearly and shuddered in his heart. This figure was the man who had been tricked by him and fell behind to attract Su Jie's attention. He had lost all vital signs and could not be used to explore the way. The wild method of controlling insects is a method that can only be seen by inner disciples. Where did you learn it? Senior brother Feng's eyes were deep and he scanned the dense forest over and over again, trying to find Su Jie's figure. Whoosh whoosh, several lines of fire shot out from the dense forest, and a group of small flies were burned to ashes as soon as they appeared. These flies were reconnaissance insects controlled by Brother Feng using the insect control method. However, Senior brother Feng didn't care at all. More flies were flying around in the dense forest, and he quickly noticed the clues. As expected of an inner disciple, he is even more proficient in the wild insect control methods. In the dense forest, as a burst of applause came, Su Jie clapped his hands and walked out of the dark and gloomy forest. Since both parties have mastered the wild methods of insect control, hiding does not make much sense. After walking a few dozen meters, Su Jie stopped. The two sides stood on the other side of the stream, both looking at each other. I didn't expect that the one who was chasing me was an inner disciple of Elder Yi. I remember your name was Feng Wenjin, right? Su Jie recognized the identity of the handsome man opposite him, whom he had met once before during the black market gambling fight. This person was an inner disciple of Duke Yijin. The other party also competed with Pei Haibing on the number of White Walkers they had killed, but the two sides ended up tied, with Su Jie who was killed in the end taking the top spot. End of chapter. Chapter 57 Fighting Insects. Feng Wenjin smiled and nodded, and said, "Ha, fellow Taoist Su actually remembers my name. It's been 2 months since we saw each other, and fellow Taoist Su seems to be doing well." No, I haven't had a good life at all. You disciples have never stopped. Now even the inner disciples are dispatched. I still underestimated the temptation of the white bone heavenly evil sword. Su Jie moved his fingers slightly, and the white bone heavenly evil sword quickly penetrated the clouds and air, flew over Su Jie's head, and spun around. Hearing this, Feng Wenjin sighed and blamed himself. I caused the master to lose the bet and lost the middle grade magic weapon Tai Su Huang Soul Bead. Although the master did not blame me later, I felt very sorry and wanted to personally give the master an explanation, and the best explanation is to bring the bone sword of heaven back. I believe he will be very happy. It seems that you have decided on me? Su Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, and dozens of fire blood bees and silver-winged golden thread cicadas flew out from his sleeves and robes. Fellow Taoist Su, you underestimate the strength of the inner disciples. A flying sword does not mean that you can really compete with our inner disciples. Feng Wenjin raised the corners of his mouth, and with a brisk smile, several goo insects were thrown out and rose up in the wind. Looking carefully, he suddenly saw a huge poisonous insect with a body length of 5 meters, covered with pustules and burrs. This was a low-grade, first refined goo insect, called the scaly spine mandrill insect. In addition, there are 4 giant beetles covered in thick insect armor and more than 2 meters long. All of them are low-grade goo insects, named thunder beetles. They are not only strong and thick, but also have the ability to thunder and lightning. We goo masters rely on goo insects to fight, and relying on flying swords and other foreign objects, you can only show off your evil for a while. Feng Wenjin opened his arms gracefully and calmly. The 4 thunder beetles shook their bodies, opened their teeth and claws. A pair of insect horns comparable to spears flashed with cold light. The scaly mandrill raised its bloated head, and the 6-winged centipede also faced Su Jie hissed. When Su Jie saw this scene, instead of being surprised, he said suspiciously, "Is it gone?" "Nothing is gone." Feng Wenjin felt that he was shocked by such an appearance and did not quite understand what Su Jie meant. I mean, this is the only goo insect you, an inner disciple, has. You can't do it. You are an inner disciple. Su Jie rubbed the center of his eyebrows. Although 1 low-grade, 1 refined goo worm, plus 5 low-grade goo worms, was already very terrifying. It could be said to be a crushing advantage for the outer disciples, but it was not enough in front of Su Jie. Look. You are still talking arrogantly even when you are about to die. You can defeat these losers all because of the bone sword. I am different. Feng Wenjin was a little unhappy, and felt angry for some reason at Su Jie's contempt. The trash in his mouth was the bug-eyed man who had escaped. Hearing Feng Wenjin's words, he opened his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the dense forest shaking behind Su Jia, and a terrifying figure appeared in the field of vision. It was a huge insect body that was more than 10 meters long and as black as ink jade, with hundreds of pale corpse hands winding around. On the ferocious and terrifying masked giant head, a pair of cold and ruthless insect eyes rotated, which was really creepy, and the fear of giant things arose spontaneously after the thousand-hand centipede appeared. Feng Wenjin's face suddenly changed, and his calm expression disappeared. Instead, his mouth was slightly open and his eyes were dull. He looked in disbelief at this low-grade third-level refined goo insect that appeared behind Su Jia. Low-grade third-level refinement. How come there are low-grade third-level refinement goo insects? Where did you get the resources to cultivate them? Feng Wenjin's confusion and shock were unanswered, so she could only turn her head and stare at the bug-eyed man. If that look could kill, the bug-eyed man would probably have a few more bloody holes in his body now. With a cold face, Feng Wenjin squeezed out a soul torture sentence from between his teeth. He has a low-grade third refined goo insect. Why didn't you tell him earlier? The bug-eyed man had a sad face and tried his best to explain. I want to say it, but you keep interrupting me and I don't have a chance to say it. Feng Wenjin was silent. He was too contemptuous of the outer disciples. He preconceptually believed that Su Jia only relied on the bone heavenly evil sword to carry out his evil deeds. He did not pay attention to the insect-eyed man's previous defense at all. It seems that I have overestimated you inner disciples. No, it should be said that I have overestimated you. It is impossible for all inner disciples to be parallel imports like you. Su Jia shook his head. Before confronting the inner disciples, Su Jia had always underestimated Feng Wenjin's strength. Looking at it now, there were only one low-grade and one refined goo worm, plus a few ordinary low-grade goo worms. Su Jia was really disappointed. Of course, this is also related to Feng Wenjin's strength. Su Jia can vaguely feel that his cultivation level is at the 6th level of Yunling realm, which just meets the qualifying line for inner disciples. He is definitely not comparable to those senior inner disciples. Roar. The thousand-handed centipede seemed to feel its owner's dissatisfaction and screamed in the sky. The heavy and terrifying body rushed past like a train. Several thunder beetles were covered in lightning surges, and several lightning spheres fell down, landing on the thousand-handed centipede's shell, only slightly cracking the beautiful black jade shell. The scaly spiny mandrill opened its mouth, the burrs all over its body exploded, and venom spurted out along with the pustules, pricking the thousand-handed centipede like a hedgehog. Despite this, the thousand-hand centipede's speed remained unchanged, as if these attacks were just tickling it. Immediately afterwards, I saw the thousand-handed centipede bite head-on. A thunder beetle screamed sadly and was bitten in two by a thousand-handed centipede. After a blow, the upper body of the thousand-handed centipede stood upright, and the densely packed pale corpse hands under its abdomen separated from the insect body, and crawled toward the other goo insects in a weird and fast manner, like a group of ants clinging and biting in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 longhorned beetles were wrapped in countless pale corpse hands and crushed into pieces. Only the scaly mandrill was covered in pustules and had a stress reaction when attacked. Large pustules on the body surface exploded, and corrosive poisonous blood spurted out, corroding many pale corpse hands that were close to him. It took less than 10 seconds from the start of the battle. Although there was only 1,000-handed centipede, the level difference between the two sides was huge. It was like an adult beating a child. Several thunder beetles were crushed in the blink of an eye, and the scaled mandrill was also trembling. At the same time, the white bone heavenly evil sword pierced down, nailing the 6-winged centipede to death, and then flew towards Feng Wenjin without stopping. 1,000 mosquitoes. Feng Wenjin looked ugly and patted the small blue bag on his waist. Large swarms of mosquitoes, flies and tiny insects emerged from the bag, wrapping Feng Wenjin in it and forming a black insect cloud covering an area of hundreds of square meters. The flying sword escaped into it, just like a swordfish breaking into a school of sardines. It could not find Feng Wenjin and could only kill those tiny mosquitoes and flies. Even the line of fire sprayed by the Yin fire blood be controlled by Su Jia will be swallowed up and annihilated by the cloud of insects. The silver-winged golden thread cicada flew into it and was devoured in the blink of an eye. Thousands of mosquitoes, body worms. Feng Wenjin's high-pitched voice came out from the insect cloud. Countless mosquitoes and flies gathered into a dragon, rolled and twisted in the air, and attacked Su Jia. As the insect cloud passed by, the stones turned into a hornet's nest, and the ancient trees exploded into pieces of wood, which was very powerful. Xiao Chen.
Su Jie shouted. The thousand-handed centipede let go of the scaly mandrill that was about to reach its mouth. The white bone mask cracked and purple rays bloomed. The extreme high temperature instantly wiped out a large number of mosquitoes and flies, leaving a large blank space in the insect cloud. The insect cloud surged, and a black pagoda floated in the void. As soon as this powerful magic weapon appeared, the pagoda opened layer by layer, the air fluctuated, and the invisible air blade slashed in all directions. The thousand-handed centipede coiled its body and protected Su Jie in the center. Countless air blades slashed the ground into pieces, and also caused some slight injuries to the thousand-handed centipede, but it healed itself in the blink of an eye. When the thousand-handed centipede defends itself, the scaly mandrill opens its mouth wide, its abdomen bulges, and white eggs erupt from its mouthparts like a waterfall. As soon as the insect eggs hit the ground, they embedded themselves in all flesh and blood. Visible to the naked eye, the flesh and blood under the thousand-handed centipede's shell are bulging, white maggots hatched and grew out, swimming back and forth in the flesh. Just in an instant, the thousand-handed centipede's body shook with a bang, and its huge insect body turned into thousands of small centipedes, which in turn devoured those white maggots and regarded them as their own delicious snacks. It was at this juncture that Feng Wenjin, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the opportunity and decisively threw out 3 low-grade and high-grade thunder talismans. Because the thousand-handed centipede turned into a small centipede, Su Jie's figure was exposed, and 3 arc-shaped lightnings struck down his head. The white bone heavenly evil sword that flew over quickly to resist was buzzing continuously as it was struck. Su Jie felt a tightness in his chest, and blood surged in his body. These inner disciples had a lot of cards in their hands. It was also because Su Jie was a little weak in strength and could not truly exert the power of the white bone heavenly evil sword. Otherwise, Feng Wenjin would not be able to shake this flying sword at all. Die! Feng Wenjin sneered, and the insect swarm compressed sharply, condensing into a black giant sword. He himself even used his body and sword to stab Su Jie at lightning speed. The black pagoda continuously stimulated the air blade, continuously bombarding the white bone heavenly evil sword, delaying the attack of this flying sword. Finally showed up. Su Jie had been waiting for this opportunity. He snorted coldly, and the flesh on his waist and ribs split. His pale arms grew rapidly, tumbling outwards, like a blooming corpse handflower, resisting the thrust of the insect sword. But they saw countless pale arms being cut off, and then new arms grew to replace them, and the stalemate continued. Feng Wenjin gritted his teeth and wanted to break through in one go, when he suddenly saw Su Jie's cold eyes looking at him. Boom! 2 purple rays shot out from Su Jie's pupils. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 1 meter. Feng Wenjin had no way to avoid it. His entire upper body was melted by the high temperature of the purple rays, leaving only a pair of thighs stiff in place. Bang 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 bang. When Feng Wenjin died, he lost his spiritual power supply and command, and the mosquitoes and flies fled away like rain. Not far away, tens of thousands of small centipedes surrounded the scaly mandrill, eating it until only a skeleton was left. Further away, the bug-eyed man was affected by the battle between Su Jie and Feng Wenjin. He was covered by the eggs of the scaly mandrill, and large white maggots hatched from the inside out on his body. Now he has become a lifeless rotting corpse. It can be said that he was the one who died the most unjustly. What does it mean when gods fight and mortals suffer? The bug-eyed man is an example. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Body Insect Concentration Method. Let's see what good stuff there is first. Su Jie bent down and collected the loot happily. A black 9-story pagoda about 30 centimeters high. This is a low-grade intermediate magic weapon. It only needs the supply of spiritual energy to continuously release the invisible air blade. It is worth hundreds of blood marrow crystals at least. 9-blade Tower of Void Light, what a good name, it will be my treasure from now on. Su Jie saw the small seal carved on the base of the pagoda, with the seal of the weapon refiner on it, which was also a kind of publicity. In addition to this magical weapon, Su Jie also found a small blue bag the size of a palm, which was the insect control bag. The insect control bag is a special branch of the storage bag. There is a special space inside which allows goo insects to survive. It cannot store items like a storage bag, and its only function is to carry poisonous insects. When a poisonous insect enters it, it will enter a semi-dormant state, and its metabolism will almost stagnate, because the goo master mainly relies on goo insects for combat power, and often carries a limited quantity, especially large quantities of small goo insects. An insect control bag must be used to load them. For example, the swarms of mosquitoes and flies summoned by Feng Wenjin were usually kept in the insect bag and summoned during battles, otherwise an individual would not be able to carry such a large swarm of insects? Su Jie checked it, quickly covered it with his own blood, and then used spiritual energy to refine the restrictions left by Feng Wenjin. He found that the beast taming bag was about dozens of cubic meters, which was quite large. It would be unreasonable to put it on the black market. Get 200 to 300 blood marrow crystals. It's so rich. Su Jie clicked his tongue twice. He was not willing to buy a bug bag. Today's unexpected harvest saved him a lot of money. Next to the storage bag, there is another small bag, which is a 3 cubic meter micro storage bag. There are a lot of blood marrow crystals left in the storage bag, as well as some low-grade talismans and elixirs, as well as many auxiliary training materials. The converted value must be hundreds of blood marrow crystals. In addition to the previous gains, Feng Wenjin gave Su Jie a trophy worth thousands of blood marrow crystals. Hey, what is this? When Su Jie was taking out items from his storage bag, his eyes suddenly focused and he saw 3 pale gold scriptures. This sutra is made of the same material as the insect control method that Su Jie obtained last time. Su Jie couldn't help but feel happy. Looking carefully, I saw a line of words written in seal script on the covers of the 3 scriptures. Secrets of the Goo Master, Wild Insect Control Method. Secrets of the Goo Master, the Body Insect Concentration Method. Secrets of the Goo Master, Human Insect Sacrifice and Refining Method. Except for the Wild Insect Control Method that Su Jie had obtained, the other 2 scriptures were unheard of by Su Jie. Judging from the materials, these 3 scriptures should be scriptures that can only be practiced by inner disciples. They can be regarded as upgraded versions of the 100 Goo Refining Insect Scripture. Su Jie opened the scripture and read it carefully. Discovering the body insect concentration technique was the method used by Feng Wenjin to control mosquitoes, flies and insects. Intuitively speaking, this method is to control the insect swarm. The specific method is to find a type of insect swarm that lives in groups, and then through continuous baptism of spiritual power, continuously communicate one's own aura towards the insect swarm. Many insect groups have sociological attributes, strict hierarchies, and clear division of labor. For example, in ant colonies and bee colonies, the queen ant in the ant colony is the core of the entire ant colony, and the bee colony also has a queen bee. The body insect concentration method is to disguise oneself as the leader of the insect swarm, thereby controlling the entire insect swarm. Otherwise, like ordinary goo insects, they would be able to communicate with each other carefully, facing tens of thousands of insect swarms, micro-controlling them one by one, even exhausting the Goo Master to death. It's actually a way to control the insect swarm. The more Su Jie saw it, the more he liked it. He was very moved then. Su Jie couldn't wait to read the last book on the human insect sacrifice refining method. Just looking at this scripture, Su Jie's face gradually darkened, because the cultivation methods recorded in this scripture are too shocking. The so-called human insect sacrifice is to use living people to practice, feed the insects with humans, then melt the insects with humans, and finally transform yourself into a human-shaped goo insect. The whole process was extremely bloody and terrifying. Even though it was recorded in the scriptures that this method would be powerful after being practiced, Su Jie did not intend to practice it. I'm afraid those elders bought so many living people from the black market just to practice this method. Su Jie murmured to himself, shelving the human insect sacrifice method, unable to pass the psychological level. After receiving the 3 scriptures, Su Jie could no longer find the trophy that made Su Jie's eyes light up. Su Jie looked around, and saw that the 1,000-handed centipedes had eaten up the corpses of goo insects scattered on the battlefield, and the insect beetles were becoming more and more shiny. After cleaning up some traces of the scene, Su Jie collected all the corpses and burned them, destroying the remains and leaving no evidence of death. The inner disciples are not as good as the outer disciples who are consumables. If they kill the inner disciples, they will definitely be held accountable by their elders. Su Jie does not want to provoke an elder now. After confirming that no personal information was left behind, Su Jie put away the 9-blade tower of void light, called back the 1,000-handed centipede, and left the place quickly. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the insect valley, there is a desolate cliff and valley. There are fat insects about the size of a thumb with human-like facial features lying on the rocks and trees. The sound they make from time to time when they flap their wings is like the wind blowing in the forest. There are an astonishing number of them. This is the territory of the human-faced moths. The human-faced moths that live here will devour any enemies that dare to intrude and disturb them. On a cliff in the territory of the man-faced moth, a figure stood here. It was Su Jie, who had just learned the body insect concentration technique and wanted to give it a try. Facing the sea of insects at the bottom of the cliff and valley, Su Jie took a deep breath and took out a small bottle from his storage bag.
which contained bright red blood. Human-faced moths are extremely sensitive to blood. As soon as Su Jie opened the lid, the human-faced moths for several kilometers were immediately alarmed. They flapped their wings, and their short, fat, fleshy bodies quickly rose into the air, forming a black sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun. They rushed towards Su like crazy. Jie came out as Su Jie just let the thousand-handed centipede take over his body, and he stayed inside. I saw a large number of human-faced moths swooping down from the sky in search of the smell of blood, hitting the thousand-handed centipede like raindrops, its terrifying mouthparts biting and spitting out corrosive acidic water. The thousand-handed centipede, which is already a low-grade third-level refiner, should not be afraid of low-grade poisonous insects like the human-faced moth, but there is a saying that goes well: quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and many ants will bite the elephant to death. The coiled thousand-handed centipede's entire insect body was completely wrapped in human-faced moths, like onion rings covered with bread crumbs. Countless human-faced moths were biting and spitting out acidic water, and the insect shell was corroded. If this continues, not to mention the low-grade third-grade refinement, even the middle-grade third-grade refinement will not be able to withstand it. This is the horror of the gregarious goo insect like the human-faced moth. Su Jie did not dare to delay, and decisively grew pale corpse hands. They poked out from the gaps in the thousand-hand centipede's coils and grabbed a large number of human-faced moths. He did not have time to count them and immediately let the thousand-hand centipede moisten them. The thousand-hand centipede twisted its body, took the opportunity to swallow a few mouthfuls of the human-faced moth, then raised its head. The white bone mask cracked, dozens of purple rays cleared a channel, and the densely packed pale corpse hands under its abdomen crawled quickly, breaking out of the human body. The territory of the facial moth. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Human-faced moth swarm. After escaping from the human-faced moth's territory, the pursuit of the swarm of insects that was blocking the sky behind him slowed down. Thousand-handed centipede took Su Jie and ran for tens of kilometers in one go. The human-faced moth was completely gone and he successfully got rid of the pursuit. It's so cruel. Su Jie wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he faced human-faced moths in the past, Su Jie was always sneaky and crouched for a whole day, looking for opportunities to catch a few of them. This is the first time that he has been so domineering and captured directly, and the process is also quite dangerous. This can be seen from the condition of the thousand-hand centipede. The beautiful black jade insect's body has become pitted and some of its flesh and blood have been corroded. At this time, it is screaming in grievance and keeps stealing glances at the captured human-faced moths, begging for food. You can't eat these. Su Jie pushed away the big head of the thousand-handed centipede and looked at the captured human-faced moths with pleasure. There were at least thousands of them. Afraid that the activity of these human-faced moths would decrease, Su Jie grabbed a few human-faced moths, crushed them to death with his fingers, and smeared the insect blood on his palms. Then Su Jie sat cross-legged on the ground and used the body insect concentration technique. The insect blood in the palm of his hand seemed to be burned by high temperature and evaporated into mist. The mist was inhaled by Su Jie into his lungs. A spiritual power surged out from his breathing. Su Jie's breathing rhythm became extremely slow. His chest only rose and fell once in 10 minutes. The long breaths were accompanied by the surge of spiritual energy. His breath was gradually changing, and his thinking became sluggish. Everything is emptying out. The human-faced moth originally held by the pale corpse hand was extremely restless and kept attacking everything around it crazily. However, as Su Jie practiced the insect concentration technique and his aura stained with insect blood changed, many of these human-faced moths gradually became quiet. A few hours later, almost all the human-faced moths stopped being restless and lay quietly on the pale corpse's hands. Even if Su Jie loosened his restraints, these human-faced moths would not fly away. As Su Jie opened his eyes from practicing, grabbed a few human-faced moths and placed them in his palms. I saw that these short, fat, fleshy little poisonous insects with human-like facial features had no intention of attacking at all. Take off. As Su Jie thought, several human-faced moths looked up at Su Jie, and then continued to lie on Su Jie's hand. Only one human-faced moth moved and rolled on his palm. Su Jie looked at it. Black lines on forehead. It seems that I, the insect king, am not convinced by them. I need more practice. Su Jie was not disappointed. He had only practiced for a few hours, and he was already surprised to have such an effect. After thinking about it, Su Jie took out a few pieces of blood marrow crystals from the storage bag,
crushed them and threw them to the human-faced moth. Several human-faced moths were no longer as quiet as before, and immediately lay down on the blood marrow crystals and began to eat carefully. Take off. After several human-faced moths had eaten and drank enough, Su Jie gave the order again. This time, several human-faced moths flapped their wings and flew up from Su Jie's palm, flying back and forth around Su Jie. Damn, if you have breasts, you're a mother. Su Jie couldn't help complaining that he couldn't master the body insect concentration method yet, so he could only rely on this method to speed up the insect control. But if you want to eat, it's much easier. Su Jie took out the ancient mirror from his arms and stepped back to the blue star world. After a while, he came back with a large number of common poisonous insects and snakes, and fed them to the human-faced moth. These human-faced moths don't know what it means to be reserved. They regard this as a reward from the insect king and happily eat and drink. Su Jie went back and forth several times to feed these human-faced moths, and then used the body insect concentration method to direct them again. Buzz, a large number of human-faced moths fluttered their wings and flew up, obeying Su Jie's orders. They formed an S shape in the air and an O shape in the air. While roaring, thousands of human-faced moths vibrated their wings and, under Su Jie's instructions, attacked the woods ahead like a swarm of bombers. The human-faced moths flew at low altitude while spitting out acidic water, corroding large areas of forest trees with holes and charring them black. Many trees fell to the ground one after another. Finally, the insect swarm lay on the tree crown and opened its ferocious mouthparts. The old trees were not bare, not bad, but the quantity is a little too small. Su Jie couldn't help but smile as he enjoyed the insect swarm's killing performance. Just because Su Jie smiled, it meant that the thousand-handed centipede was unlucky. Because of the job of catching insects, it is the sandbag that gets beaten. Zitzi, the thousand-handed centipede, neighed and rubbed its head against Su Jie, protesting against Su Jie's behavior. Be good. I'll give you delicious food right away. Su Jie patted the thousand-handed centipede's head, drew a pie and said, think about it, I am doing this to improve my strength. If I master the insect swarm, I can catch a large number of goo insects and bring them back to Blue Star, and then evolve it into a low-grade goo insect to give you extra food. I don't know if he understood the meaning of the extra meal, but the thousand-handed centipede immediately stopped, took the initiative to pick up Su Jie and flew towards the direction of Worm Valley. A few days later, in a dense forest, Su Jie patted the bug bag on his waist and shouted, "Body bug." The insect bag was opened, and a line of black smoke rose from the bag. If you looked closely, you could see that there were densely packed human-faced moths. Because there are too many and too dense, tens of thousands of human-faced moths are like a black cloud, blocking the sun, and like a rushing tide. Wherever the human-faced moths pass, all living creatures and plants are corroded and devoured. Not a blade of grass grew on the ground, turning into a piece of white ground. The body insect concentration method is indeed a powerful method. Su Jie looked at the scalp-numbing scene and felt extremely satisfied. In the past few days, Su Jie relied on the thousand-handed centipede's powerful defense to break into the territory of the man-faced moth many times, going back and forth to capture a large number of man-faced moths. Su Jie was not afraid of the human-faced moth being caught by himself. This thing was the most poisonous insect in the Bug Valley, with hundreds of millions in number. What Su Jie caught was just a drop in the bucket, and it was nothing. In a few days, Su Jie captured tens of thousands of human-faced moths. Through the body insect concentration method, he continuously released his spiritual energy so that his breath could be sensed by the human-faced moths. Coupled with the continuous feeding of poisonous food insects, these human-faced moths recognized Su Jie as the insect king and followed Su Jie's instructions. Tens of thousands of human-faced moths are the limit of what Su Jie can currently control. No matter how much, Su Jie may not be able to control it, and the insect swarm may resist the devourer. Swarms of insects were still flying in the sky, and the sound of buzzing and flapping wings came from the sky. Compared with ordinary human-faced moths, several human-faced moths with a black-gold color on their bodies fly extremely fast, and the acid they spit out is extremely corrosive and can dissolve holes more than 2 meters deep in the ground. This is a human-faced moth that has evolved into a low-grade goo insect. Generally speaking, it is extremely difficult for group goo insects to evolve, because they do not rely on individual strength to defeat the enemy, but rely on staggering numbers, and the differences between individuals are very small. However, with Su Jie's abundant supply of poisonous insects, there are always some outliers among the human-faced moths, who are lucky enough to complete their evolution and surpass the ordinary individuals in the group. Although there are only a few of them now, the number of successfully imported human-faced moths will definitely increase in the future. Su Jie, who has no shortage of poisonous insect resources, is convinced of this. End of chapter.
Chapter 60 Fumen breeding farm. Su Jie stayed in the wild for nearly 10 days. In addition to practicing the insect concentration technique every day, he also goes in and out of the insect valley to catch all kinds of poisonous insects and snakes, all of which are of inferior quality. In addition to these two things, Su Jie also harmed trees in the mountains and forests near Guiling Palace. When they find some valuable trees, they will use the White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword to cut down these ancient trees that have grown for hundreds of thousands of years and are ordinary in Tianyuan world, but are very valuable in Blue Star. It was not until 10 days later that Su Jie, who had a lot of poisonous insects in his insect bag, finally ended his busy life and got up and returned to the black market. Taishu Pavilion. Kai Chunyi watched the dusty Su Jie take out a pile of scattered materials, including raw materials related to cultivation, broken purple silver, Yuquan grass, golden crownflower and other minerals and herbs, as well as finished low-level elixirs and talismans. Kai Chunyi even saw traces of blood on some materials, and she couldn't help but secretly shook her heart, guessing the origin of these materials. Now that Su Jie has returned here intact, and those who chased him have probably become the dead souls of the man in front of him, the loot must be these resold materials. Are you going to sell it all?
Kai Chunyi asked Su Jie that since Taishu Pavilion was in the business of talismans and magical artifacts, it would naturally accept sales from its disciples.
Everything is sold.
I want to buy your Qiankuan Xianbing formation diagram, but I still have less money.
Su Jie piled these trophies in front of Kai Chunyi and said with great certainty, Qiankuan Xianbing formation diagram, do you want to buy this?
Kai Chunyi was slightly startled.
The Qiankuan Xianbing formation is a disposable portable array.
The weapon refiner and the array master cooperate with each other to integrate the array into the magic weapon. Generally, this kind of array is used in key places such as caves, spiritual fields, and mines. As long as the supply of blood marrow crystals is provided, the array can exert its ability to defend against enemies. Because this product is a one-time use, once it is unfolded, the array cannot be moved. Coupled with the high price, few disciples would buy it. After all, there is no such demand in Guiling Palace. Generally, it is a certain cultivation force that buys this kind of thing. Su Jie raised his eyebrows and said, "What, you guys have business to do but don't want to do it?
Then I'll go buy the formation map from another store."
Kai Chunyi grabbed Su Jie and said with a sweet smile, "It's nothing. I'm just a little surprised."
"Mr. Su, wait a moment. I'll give you an estimate right now."
10 minutes later, Su Jie and Kai Chunyi reached a deal. A total of 635 blood marrow crystals were sold as spoils. In addition to the blood marrow crystals in Su Jie's hand, all were spent. He spent thousands of blood marrow crystals and successfully purchased a set of Qiankuan Black Ice Formation diagram. After completing the transaction, Su Jie turned around and left Taishu Pavilion and escaped into the mountains and forests. In an uninhabited land, he quietly opened the ancient mirror and returned to the Blue Star world. At the same time, he also brought back a large amount of wood that he had cut down. Blue Star, Zen Kingdom, Mandela City. On the outskirts of the city, a very large insect breeding farm with a huge area, dozens of breeding factories, and thousands of employees is located here. At the entrance of the farm gate, the big characters of Jieka Fumen Farm are shining brightly. Everyone who works in and out of the farm has a glowing face and is full of energy, just because they joined Jiko Company and were formal employees of Jiko Company. Their monthly salary and status were the envy of others. Didi, a convoy of several luxury cars drove up from the newly built asphalt road. The guard on guard, carrying an AK, stopped the convoy politely. The person in charge of this very large insect farm is Jieka Security. In addition to the station gate guards and patrolling security, the entire factory also implements a strict access control system. In many places, you must show your ID and fingerprints to enter. In order to protect this insect farm, there is a military camp with Jieka Security 3 kilometers away. More than 2,000 Jiko security members are stationed in the military camp. Once there is a situation in the factory, they can provide immediate support. The leading vehicle rolled down its window, and Lu Yingying's beautiful face was noticed by the guards. The guards immediately looked serious and recognized her identity as the president of Jieka Company. They saluted Lu Yingying respectfully, but still checked her ID in accordance with the rules. And then released the convoy. The motorcade drove into the factory and stopped.
and people in suits and ties walked out one after another. In addition to the executives of Jico Company, there were also many senior officials from Mandela City, including Mayor and Sangcheng, in the car. A large group of people, with a young man as the core, visited the newly built largest insect breeding factory in Zen. Mr. Su, the Fumen breeding farm was just built last week. It was designed and built exactly according to your requirements. It can accommodate hundreds of millions of venomous insects and snakes at the same time. It also has complete fire protection and virus protection. Thanks to without the help provided by the municipal government, our construction speed would not be as fast. Lu Yingying accompanied Su Jie, holding a folder in her hand, shouting her honorific in front of outsiders, and reported everything in detail. Su Jie walked on the green road of the breeding farm and looked at the breeding workshops around him. The venomous insects and snakes purchased from outside farmers will be carefully raised here. There are special disinfection, disease prevention, cleaning and other processes to ensure that the venomous insects can survive well here. The scene in front of him put Su Jie in a good mood. He smiled at Sangcheng and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Mayorin. I heard that you have opened a special channel for our Jico Company. Everything related to Jico Company must be handled as quickly as possible." Process. There, Jico Company is a large taxpayer and a model company in our Mande region. Without Jico Company, and without your wise leadership, Mr. Su, there would be no prosperity in our Mande region. It is a matter of course, and our municipal government naturally, we have to show something. And Sangcheng had a flattering smile on his face. He was obviously the mayor of Mandek City, but in front of Su Jie, he looked more like a flattering young man. I think Mayorin is doing very well. We can give him more responsibilities in the future. This kind of talent is needed in Mandalay City to develop and prosper. Su Jie said something to Lu Yingying, and Lu Yingying nodded, indicating that she had taken it down. Mr. Su is serious. My small contribution is not worthy of your efforts to lift shoes. If there are any instructions in the future, our city government will definitely cooperate wholeheartedly. And Sangchen's face lit up. With Su Jie's words, it meant that the position he had just taken as mayor of Mandek City was secure. No one knows the influence of Su Jie better than him. The Jico Company founded by this young man is the real man behind the Mande area, especially in recent times. He has heard a lot of news about Jico Company. It recruits retired soldiers to train security personnel, binds it to the peasant economy through commercial channels, and builds infrastructure in various places, building schools, hospitals, roads, etc., and grasping both the force of force and the economy and people's support. It can be said unceremoniously that the entire Mande area is the back garden of Jico Company. Whether he can continue to be mayor depends on the words of the man in front of him. When the other officials heard Su Jie's words, they couldn't help showing a hint of envy on their faces. Not everyone has the opportunity to flatter someone. There are also many ambitious officials who are extremely jealous of Sangchu. Even if he is a puppet, he is standing in the upper echelon of power in Mandeb City. One person is lower than 10,000 people. Who wouldn't want to? End of chapter. Chapter 61 Gu Insect Breeding Base. Happy New Year's Eve. After visiting the Fumen breeding farm for more than half an hour, Su Jie dismissed the accompanying officials. Not even Lu Yingying accompanied him. Su Jie came to the core area of the breeding farm alone and stood in front of a building. This building is the real core of the Fumen breeding farm. It is claimed to be Su Jie's personal laboratory, but in fact, it is indeed a laboratory. It's just that the experimental things are very unusual. For the humans on Blue Star, the results of this laboratory will exceed their understanding and common sense. Su Jie used the password, fingerprints, and pupils to open the laboratory that only he had permission to enter. There was a symbolic row of instruments in the laboratory. Su Jie didn't even look at it, and he didn't know how to operate it. He just turned on the signal jammer, then walked straight to the elevator in the building, and went down dozens of meters to a place located in the building. A secret underground base. The base is surrounded by thick and solid reinforced concrete, and only a few thick pipes are connected to the outside world. These pipes are connected to the poisonous insect warehouse on the ground. Some poisonous insects and snakes required by Su Jie's instructions will be thrown into the pipes by the employees and come to this secret base on the pretext that they need to be conducted experiments. Su Jie's real purpose is actually to prepare for Gu Chang's promotion. This time, this underground base has been filled with large numbers of poisonous insects and snakes of all kinds. The colorful venomous snakes are like countless insects surging in the sea, making people's skin crawl. When Su
Jia saw the scene. Instead of showing any fear, he actually smiled.
There are so many poisonous insects, enough for you to enjoy.
Su Jie smiled like a villain in a movie or TV show, and casually took out a black roulette wheel from his storage bag. This was the Qiankuan Xianbing formation disc. Placing the array disc in the center of the base, Su Jie input spiritual energy and painstakingly embedded hundreds of blood marrow crystals. With sufficient energy supply, the formation plate was immediately activated, shining brightly, and spiritual energy fluctuations swept out. Layers of ice crystals grew from the void, turning into a semicircular bowl-shaped protective shield, which was buckled on the underground base, and then gradually disappeared into the air. Su Jie tried to step forward and punched with all his strength. Boom! As soon as the cannonball-like fist was blasted out, a layer of ice crystals spontaneously appeared in the air, and mysterious formations moved on the ice crystals. When the fist fell, the entire ice crystal array was motionless, but Su Jie hit his fist so hard that it hurt. After all, it was a defensive formation worth thousands of blood marrow crystals. Su Jie was only at the 5th level of Yunling realm, so he would definitely not be able to break it with his own brute force, unless he used the thousand-handed centipede or the white-bone heavily evil sword. But Su Jie didn't try it.
He didn't have the money to buy a new formation map.
The defensive capabilities of the current formation map were enough for Su Jie to use. After the experiment, Su Jie did not hesitate and patted the bug bag on his waist. Wow! Inside the open insect bag, bizarre, ferocious and terrifying poisonous insects surged out like water. Colorful poison frog, ghost flame spider, armored vulture blood ant, black shark silk snake. All the poisonous insects from the Tianyuan world were captured by Su Jie from the Insect Valley, and now they were released in one fell swoop. Hiss, Zitzi, Susu, the Tianyuan poisonous insects were crawling one after another. The uneasy feeling of being in a strange environment for the first time was instantly attracted by the countless food. A large number of Tianyuan poisonous insects crawled towards the blue star poisonous insects. With the brain capacity of these poisonous insects, it is obvious that they will not understand the consequences of environmental changes. They just feel that they are in paradise, rush into the blue star insect swarm, and start feasting. Although the blue star poison insects had a numerical advantage, the poisons from the Tianyuan world were undoubtedly too ferocious and cruel, and the battle between the two sides was completely one-sided. Apart from holding the Tianyuan poisonous insect to death, the blue star poisonous insect did not have many counterattack methods. Su Jie allowed these poisonous insects to kill and devour them.
And many Tianyuan poisonous insects were eating them.
Because they had accumulated a lot, they had a vague tendency to advance. Hiss, a red-blooded silver wasp frantically devoured a batch of poisonous insects, and suddenly aimed at another golden-winged lion spider, which was also a Tianyuan poisonous insect. It lit up its huge tail poisonous needle and plunged into the poisonous insect's body. As the poison took effect, the body of the golden-winged lion spider soon became stiff, and the red-blooded silver wasp grabbed it and held it in its mouth on the ceiling lamp. Its sharp mouthparts devoured it alive. Halfway through the meal, the red-blooded silver bee gradually slowed down. Finally, it stopped eating completely, the cocoons were born, and evolution began. There are many Tianyuan gu insects that devour and attack each other, and Su Jie will naturally not let such a thing happen, because it was too wasteful. Su Jie did not lack the blue star poisonous insect resources, but he worked hard to catch the Tianyuan poisonous insect. It would be a great loss if a poisonous insect that had finally been cultivated and evolved to a low-grade level was swallowed by its own kind halfway through. In order to avoid useless internal friction, Su Jie controlled the universe Xian ice formation. Layers of ice crystals fell from the ceiling, dividing the underground base into small, complementary rooms. Each single room only stores one Tianyuan gu worm, plus a large number of blue star poisonous worms for it to enjoy without cannibalism. The Tianyuan poisonous insects can only devour the ordinary blue star poisonous insects in front of them. Suddenly, the entire underground base was filled with the sounds of various insects eating. While constantly eating, the red-blooded silver wasp completed its evolution, doubled in size, and became a genuine low-grade gu worm. The newly born low-grade gu worm red-blood silver wasp vibrated its wings and flew restlessly at high speed, trying to escape from the cage. Unfortunately, even if it advanced to a low-grade gu worm, it could not shake the Qiankuan Xianbing formation in the slightest. Hiss, the red-blooded silver bee raised its tail in a mighty manner, and when it was about to launch its poisonous needle and try again, it suddenly saw a bloody mouth rushing towards it, and the next moment its entire body was swallowed up. Bah! The thousand-handed centipede chewed on the protein-rich red-blooded silver bee, and its whole body was filled with joy. Amir Low-grade goo insect is nothing more than a delicious snack in front of it. After eating one, the thousand-handed centipede stared at the other poisonous insects, hoping that they would advance quickly. The upgraded lower-grade poisonous insects are more delicious and nutritious. You are so greedy. This will wait until you reach the middle-grade goo worms before you can enjoy it. You will have to wait for a while. Su Jie laughed and cursed. The underground base will continue to operate. Today is just the beginning. As time goes by, more and more low-grade goo worms will be formed. This is the assembly line factory where Su Jie cultivates low-grade goo worms. In the future, when the thousand-handed centipede advances to the middle level, these low-level goo insects will be eaten by it to continue to help the thousand-hand centipede advance. The universe black ice formation stored here is a prison that will trap all these promoted goo insects here. As for Su Jie himself, he doesn't think much of ordinary and low-grade goo insects now. The high-end combat power includes the thousand-handed centipede and the swarm attack of human-faced moths. With his cultivation at the 5th level of Yunling realm, it takes a lot of energy to control these two, and contracting more poisonous insects will only distract his energy. Instead of doing this, it is better to cultivate the thousand-handed centipede with all your strength so that it can be promoted to a high level faster. Thinking about the future, Su Jie looked at the assembly line goo worm production base in front of him and felt proud for a moment. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Eve and good health in the new year. Good things come in pairs. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Development Status. After leaving the Fuman Farm Laboratory, Su Jie came to a conference room. At this time, Lu Yingying, Chen Yaoguang, and Liang Lianjuan were already waiting here. They were the core of Su Jie's team. Among the three, Liang Lianjuan is responsible for running the timber business of Tianyuan Furniture. Chen Yaoguang is responsible for the breeding, production, and acquisition of poisonous insects, and Lu Yingying is responsible for all the large and small affairs of Jieka Company in Monday area. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Liang Lianjuan and Chen Yaoguang stood up quickly when they saw Su Jie, especially the former. Liang Lianjuan didn't expect that Su Jie could make such a big splash in the Zen Kingdom, which was equivalent to becoming the local bully in the Monday area. Su Jie nodded and said, "Sit down, everyone. Let's talk about what happened recently." Liang Lianjuan stood up first and said, "Mr. Su, the last time the lumber was shipped back to China has been sold out. Tianyuan Home Furnishing has returned 4.3 billion yuan. This is the income after deducting the tax rate. In addition to setting aside 300 million yuan as company development funds, the remaining all the funds were invested in Jieka Company." Su Jie knocked on the table and praised, "It's very good. You don't have to worry about resources. I have prepared a batch of precious wood and put it in the warehouse. After it is reported to customs, it can be shipped back to China for sale." Liang Lianjuan's eyes lit up. With Su Jie's words, he felt reassured. As long as the supply of precious wood can be guaranteed, he is confident that Tianyuan Home Furnishing will become the #1 high-end furniture in China. After Liang Lianjuan reported, Chen Yaoguang stood up immediately. "Mr. Su, the activities of poisonous insect breeding and going to the countryside that I have carried out here have basically been completed. Now every household in the Monday area is breeding poisonous insects. Our industry is very prosperous, but the funds for purchasing poisonous insects are spent too fast. Br Yingying will solve the money matter for you." Su Jie looked at Lu Yingying without comment. Lu Yingying pulled out the documents and reported, "Now Jieka Company still has 800 million yuan in its account. In addition to the payment from Tianyuan Home Furnishing Company, after taking over the Monday area, we paid off the property of Lu Wenba and a group of officials related to him. They have exploited the people's wealth in the Monday area for many years, and are very rich in luxury cars, shops, gold, etc., which largely supports our construction in the Monday area. In addition, according to your instructions, Mr. Su, in addition to building livelihood facilities in the Monday area, we have also increased investment in Jieka's security. Currently, retired soldiers from other countries have been recruited for corresponding military training. After the Jieko security team has been streamlined, there are a total of 5,000 combatants. The eliminated people are engaged in logistics and production. In terms of weapons, there are also arms dealers who contact us and Jieko Company purchases. A batch of weapons was purchased, which is currently the largest expenditure besides breeding factories. Nothing happened when buying weapons, right?" Su Jie didn't react much. The Zen Kingdom was a turbulent country with perennial civil wars. As long as there were wars, arms dealers would always be indispensable. After the turbulent changes occurred in the Mande area, many arms dealers contacted them and wanted to make a fortune in the arms business. This fit well with the needs of JICA Company, and now it has purchased a batch of arms worth more than 1 billion yuan.
No, we are doing cash transactions in the Mande area, and the arms dealers can't play any tricks.
The weapons we bought follow the suggestions of retired military officers from other countries, mainly light weapons. In the tropical mountainous forest environment here in Zen, light weapons are more suitable.
Our current needs.
Lu Yingying said very confidently that JICA Company has unprecedented influence in the Mande area. It is impossible for ordinary arms dealers to cause trouble in the Mande area unless the mother who wants to be beaten does not know them.
Thank you for your hard work. If you have anything you can't handle, please let me know again. Su Jie nodded.
Now that the development of the Mande area is on the right track, Su Jie doesn't have to worry too much. Working for Mr. Su, I am full of motivation now. Lian Lianjuan told the truth that he now only wants to make Tianyuan furniture bigger and stronger and become the leader in domestic wood furniture. The spiritual sublimation brought about by this kind of career advancement, coupled with dividend rewards, even if Liang Lianjuan is middle-aged, he is still full of energy and his energy is not inferior to that of young people.
Mr. Su, the same goes for me.
Chen Yaoguang scratched the back of his head and smiled innocently. He is extremely satisfied with his current life. He used to run a small scorpion breeding farm, and now he is the actual controller of hundreds of thousands of small family farms in the Mande area. It is still a career he loves, and he cannot expect too much. After chatting in the conference room for half an hour and giving instructions on the next development plan, Su Jie and Lu Yingying were affectionate for a while before returning to Tianyuan World again. The mountain gate of Guiling Palace. Su Jie returned here alone. Just after entering the mountain gate, a disciple looked over suspiciously, obviously recognizing the lucky guy Su Jie. Yes, in the eyes of most disciples, Su Jie, who obtained the White Bone Sky Evil Sword, was a lucky man who got lucky and benefited from someone else's hunt for the White Walkers. Su Jie pretended not to see it. Anyway, if someone couldn't bear it and wanted to take action, Su Jie wouldn't mind giving them a ride. Without returning to his cave dwelling, Su Jie came to the command hall and walked in.
Angkor.
In front of a counter, Su Jie found manager Wu Bin and Wu from the bailiff. Wu Bin, who was dozing out of boredom, raised his head and saw Su Jie, with a look of surprise on his face.
Ha, dear brother, wherever you have been for more than 2 months, I have never seen you come to find your brother.
Wu Bin stood up enthusiastically and said slightly reproachfully. Wu Bin was deeply impressed by Su Jie. Not only he hunted 3 strange ghosts, but also received the treasured White Bone Heavenly Evil Sword that was appreciated by Qiu Laodao. He would probably become an inner disciple in the future. As a steward of the command hall with moderate power, Wu Bin deliberately made friends with Su Jie, a potential stock, because he was betting that Su Jie would be promoted to an inner disciple in the future. It would be very beneficial for him to become friends with an inner disciple.
Su Jie sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that there are too many people thinking about me recently and I can't spare any time."
After hearing this, Wu Bin understood clearly and said, "I still have confidence in the strength of the wise brother. In order to avoid those troubles, I would like to ask Angkor for a favor."
Su Jie coughed twice and took the opportunity to make a request. What happened? I want Angkor to help me run it and arrange a task for me.
Su Jie told him why he came here. In Guiling Palace, all disciples had to go through the command hall. As the manager of the command hall, Wu Bin does not have the qualifications to mobilize inner disciples, but for outer disciples, he is the candidate who can be assigned tasks to participate. For example, if a task requires collecting herbs or catching insects, after the Ghost Ridge Palace releases it, a disciple with that level of strength will be assigned to take it, but there are so many disciples in Ghost Ridge Palace, so there is room for maneuver as to who will take over. This completely depends on the arrangements of the bailiff. As long as the rules are made by people, they will definitely be affected by human factors. End of chapter.
Chapter 63. Jia Changshuan, your rest period should have expired. You may be transferred to handle tasks related to the White Walkers. It's very difficult for me to arrange it.
When Wu Bin heard this, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Ghost Ridge Palace is currently threatened by the White Walkers. Except for White Walker-related tasks, most tasks are on hold. Wu Bin thought that Su Jie wanted him to arrange a leisurely security mission.
This kind of thing was not easy to operate. After all, the White Walkers threatened the safety of the entire Ghost Ridge Palace, but you go fishing to do other tasks and fight the White Walkers to the death. The other disciples will definitely have objections. No, I can accept missions related to White Walkers, but I have to stay away from the mountain gate of Ghost Ridge Palace. Su Jie expressed his needs. With Su Jie's current strength, as long as he did not encounter a large-scale White Walker attack, a few White Walkers would not pose a threat to him. Su Jie naturally had nothing to fear. The reason for doing this was that Su Jie wanted to stay away from the mountain gate of Guiling Palace, because he has too many secrets: low-grade, third-grade refining goo insects, the wild insect control method, and the body insect concentration method that can only be practiced by inner sect disciples, especially the body insect concentration method. There is a lot of movement, and there are knowledgeable people in the mountain gate of Ghost Ridge Palace. Inner disciples and elders will be seen through once they use it. Before being promoted to an inner disciple, Su Jie planned to stay away from the mountain gate and find a remote place to develop. So that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Wu Bin breathed a sigh of relief. This request was easy for him. Then I would like to thank Angkor. Please arrange it for me as soon as possible. Su Jie would not let people do things in vain, so he took out some blood marrow crystals from his storage bag and handed them over. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you so polite about such a trivial matter? Although he declined like this, Wu Bin's hands were not slow at all, and he took the blood marrow crystal familiarly, with even more enthusiasm on his face. Su Jie didn't think so. The relationship between the two parties was just like that. It was just a connection of interests. After walking out of the military hall, Su Jie returned to his grotto to practice peace of mind. Breaking through from the 5th level of Yunling realm to the 6th level is an extremely difficult level. The key to breaking through this step is to compress the gaseous spiritual power into liquid in the Dantian Dai. In this way, the spiritual power reserve will increase 4 to 5 times, but it is not easy at all to achieve this step. This is why the inner disciples and outer disciples of Guiling Palace use this as a dividing line. Only when they reach the 6th level of Yunling realm can they be promoted to become inner disciples. Most disciples will be blocked by this difficulty throughout their lives and can only wander around in the 5th level of Yunling realm. Su Jie's own cultivation qualifications are average, even rubbish. He has been able to go all the way to the 5th level of Yunling realm today, not by relying on his own talent, but more by relying on the spiritual power of the thousand-handed centipede. Now Su Jie is facing the same problem. After practicing for several days in a row, there is almost no progress in cultivation, and there is no hope of breaking through to the 6th level. Su Jie could only hope that the thousand-handed centipede would be promoted to the mid-level goo insect as soon as possible, so that he could be promoted to the 6th level of Yunling realm. Several days passed by in a hurry. Su Jie was still practicing in the Guiling Palace grottos that day, waiting for news from Manager Wu, when he suddenly heard faint noises from the outside world. Pushing open the stone door of the grotto, Su Jie saw the Ghost Ridge Palace today, as if there were distinguished guests coming to the door. In front of the stone steps of the mountain gate of Guiling Palace, groups of women in colorful dresses walk stiffly up the stone steps step by step. If you look carefully, you will find that these young women have numb and sad expressions on their faces. A red silk brocade passes through the waists of all the young women, forcibly controlling their actions. The person holding this red silk magic weapon is a middle-aged man behind the team of women in colorful clothes. This man's hair is sparse and greasy, his belly is bulging, he is dressed in silk, and he has a jade finger ring, showing his wealth and luxury. He was sitting on a sedan chair carried by a group of servants, holding a red silk ribbon in his left hand and a pair of dragon-patterned walnuts in his right hand, laughing heartily. Luyun Village. Changshuan, under the order of the owner of the village, came to visit Guiling Palace and specially paid tribute to 36 young virgins. Thump thump, one by one, the young women released their control and knelt down in front of the gate of Guiling Palace. Some women were sobbing, some were yelling angrily, and more were looking around in fear, trembling and not knowing what to do. Su Jie was squeezed into a group of Guiling Palace disciples who were watching the excitement. Hearing the name Luyun Villa, his eyes narrowed slightly. The last time I heard this name was when I killed Jia Xin. One of the 5 special caravans in Ghost Ridge Palace. Luyun Villa is a well-known slave owner in the black market and operates a large number of slaves. The Jia Xin that Su Jie killed was from Luyun Villa. Fortunately, Su Jie did a good job of hiding it and did not arouse any suspicion. It turns out that Luyun Villa is visiting. Please come in quickly. In the Ghost Ridge Palace, an elder whom Su Jie didn't recognize, with half-white hair, wearing a long robe and a goatee, stepped forward and offered his hand to Jia Changshuan. Elder Hu, long time no see, this is a small thank you.
Jia Changshuan got off the sedan chair and seemed to understand Elder Hu's preferences very well. He clapped his hands and several servants immediately grabbed a pair of young children about 10 years old and brought them to Elder Hu.
I'm interested.
The black market is out of stock at this time, but I haven't met such a good slave for a long time. Elder Hu stroked his goatee, his eyes glowing green. There were soft, wet, slug-like soft flesh insects at the bottom of the robe, and he instantly dragged the two young children into the large robe. Everyone only saw the robe swaying a few times, followed by the sound of cracking bones, and then there was no more sound. Comfortable. Elder Hu's face became extremely rosy, giving him a childlike look. Su Jia, who was watching, felt a chill in his heart. If it was in the past, he would not know what the method was, but now Su Jia knows the Elder Hu was clearly practicing the human insect sacrifice method, using humans to feed the insects, and using his body to fit the insects. Jia Changshuan seemed to have seen too many cruel scenes like this, and said with a smile, "Our village owner knew that Guiling Palace was out of stock, so he ordered me to come and help. We have stored a lot of human slaves outside the mountain and are waiting to be transported in." While talking, Jia Changshuan said in Elder Hu's ear, "Elder, please help us say a few nice words in front of the sect master. If there is a chance next time, the elder can come to our Luyun villa as a guest. We have young children of the appropriate age there. A lot. I accept your wishes at Luyun villa, but I don't dare to go out of the mountain at will. If those lunatics from Jilwan Sword Pavilion know about it, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back." Elder Hu shook his head. It sounded extremely ironic that he had just swallowed two young children alive and then called other people crazy. "As for the sect master, I will help you talk. As long as you can get human slaves, the price is definitely not a problem. Thank you very much. I'll bother you, Elder Hu." With a smile on his face, Jia Changshuan waved the red silk brocade. The group of young girls who were kneeling on the ground returned to their stiffness, walking stiffly like puppets towards the depths of the Ghost Ridge Palace. I don't know what kind of fate and experience awaits them. Thinking about the two young children before, it makes people terrified. End of chapter. Chapter 64 Mission. Isn't this junior brother Su? Su Jia finished watching the excitement and was about to leave when a chuckle suddenly came from behind. Turning around, she saw Yuan Xian, wearing a delicate gold hairpin and gauze, with her graceful figure fully exposed, walking towards Su Jia with light steps. "Sister Yu." Su Jia bowed his hand to Yuan Xian, not knowing why he was stopping him. "Why do you have to call me so cute? My sister is 2 years older than you. You can call me sister." Yuan Xian opened her lips lightly, and as she got closer, a faint fragrance drifted over. Her snow-white skin was looming under the gauze, which was very attractive. Facing this scene, Su Jia felt his scalp numb and said with a smile, "Senior sister Yu, I have something else to do and I have to deal with it first." Yuan Xian did not stop her, but only said a cold word, "Pei Haibing is looking for you." Pei Haibing. Su Jia paused when he heard the name. "Sister, I won't harm you. Why are you so afraid of me?" As if knowing that Su Jia would stay, Yuan Xian smiled sweetly, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Su Jia coughed twice, did not answer the other party's words, and asked, "Senior sister Yu, senior brother Pei is really looking for me? Do you know what is going on?" "Hey, did I say this?" Yuan Xian blinked her eyes, showing an innocent expression. Su Jia was speechless. "You, the famous witch of Guiling Palace, please don't put on such an expression. Look, why are you so ungrateful? Forget it, I won't joke with you anymore." Yuan Xian pursed her lips and smiled and said, "Junior brother Pei was very angry last time. He was just released from confinement by his master not long ago. As soon as he came out, he went everywhere to ask for news about you. That's it." Of course, Su Jia knew that Pei Haibing was not looking for him to drink tea and admire the moon. Apart from revenge on him for snatching the bone sword, Su Jia could not think of a second reason. Why Yuan Xian looked Su Jia up and down and said, "You don't seem surprised at all. It's probably because of what happened with the white bone heavenly sword last time." Su Jia looked at Yuan Xian intently and said, "Senior sister, you came to me specifically to talk about this. I'm just an outer disciple. I'm not worthy of your doing this, am I? You are not an ordinary outer disciple. Who can kill 3 white ghosts? As the saying goes, beauties love heroes. Junior brother Su, you are so powerful.
Sister, I am very excited. How about you come with me? Can I help you stop junior brother Pei?
Yu Wenxian's charming eyes took a step forward, her jade hands were placed on Su Jie's chest, and her red lips breathed into Su Jie's ears like orchid, making people feel itchy in the bones.
Thank you, senior sister Yu, for your kindness. I have a weak body and weak kidneys. I may not be able to take care of you, senior sister. Otherwise, you should find someone else.
There are so many male disciples in the sect who are both good in strength and good looks, and I am the only one missing.
Su Jie took a step back, not feeling the slightest bit moved, but instead feeling extremely vigilant. How many young male disciples were seduced by Yu Wenxian in this way, fell step by step, and were finally enslaved by him, unable to control their own life or death? Who is spreading my reputation indiscriminately?
It's hard for my junior brothers to lie to me now.
Yu Wenxian complained a little bit and said, Junior brother Su, let me tell you a piece of news secretly, the white bone transformation technique, which weakens fire.
The white bone transformation technique was practiced by Pei Haibin at this point. Yu Wenxian covered her mouth, as if she had just reacted.
Ah! Did you say something wrong?
Don't tell junior brother Pei that I told you. I just want to see junior brother Su. After all, interesting junior brothers like you are rare. After leaving such a sentence, Yu Wenxian looked around and saw that no one noticed this. She patted her chest with some relief and said with a smile, I won't stay any longer.
If someone finds out, I don't want to be caught by Pei.
Junior brother holds grudges.
Hey, junior brother Su, you have to survive.
After saying that, Yu Wenxian turned around and left, her body swaying and her steps graceful. Su Jie stood there, rubbing his eyebrows, digesting what Yu Wenxian said, and said with emotion, the battle among the inner disciples has become so intense now.
2 days later. Su Jie finally received the news about Wu Bin, and his mission was awarded. When Su Jie arrived at the command hall, Wu Bin handed over a token and said at the same time, the patrol mission in Yuzhu Mountain requires 2 months of rotation, mainly to guard against attacks by White Walkers. Yuzhu Mountain is on the edge of Ghost Ridge Palace. This mountain produces an ore called jade magnetic vein crystal, which is mostly used to increase the flame temperature when refining weapons. It is a very common consumable for refining weapons because of the large mine reserves. Disciples of Guiling Palace are stationed here all year round, and there are specialized slaves working in mining. Now that the White Walkers are raging, this mining site has naturally been affected by the impact. In order to ensure mineral mining, it is natural to increase the number of disciples to guard against White Walker attacks. Thank you, Angkor, this task is just right for me.
Su Jie is very satisfied with this task. The location is remote, there is little movement of people, and there are no inner disciples stationed there, which makes it more suitable for his activities. It's a small matter, as a busy brother, I can still help.
Wu Bin smiled.
At this moment, a dark-faced man came over. He was also wearing the uniform of a bailiff. Wu Bin, the mission just announced has been changed to the escort mission by Su Jie, the receptionist.
What? As soon as these words came out, Su Jie and Wu Bin were both stunned. Wu Bin, in particular, stood up suddenly, feeling that his face had been ruined, and said unhappily, What do you mean, Lao Yang? I have given you all the tasks well, why did you suddenly change?
Old Wu, don't act recklessly. It seems that someone wants to punish him and has spent money to buy a lot of connections.
Yang Chengkuan lowered his voice.
He had a good relationship with Wu Bin, so he reminded him specifically at this time. Then Yang Chengkuan looked at Su Jie with some pity in his eyes, shook his head and said, You are Su Jie, right? We also act according to the rules. Do you want to accept the order, or do you want to disobey the order? He held a mission token in his hand with Su Jie's name written on the front. Su Jie took a deep breath and took the token from his hand. Since it is a mission from the command hall, as a disciple of Ghost Ridge Palace, I will naturally not refuse. Disciples have no right to refuse tasks issued by the command hall, unless they want to be hunted down by the law enforcement team. Yang Chengkuan pointed to the gate and said, Please, please. The mission requires you to leave today. Your escort team is probably already waiting at the mountain gate.
Come over quickly and don't waste time.
Brother, be careful, someone is coming for you this time. Wu Bin's face looked a little ugly. After all, there were dozens of people in charge of the bailiff, and he couldn't decide anything by himself.
I understand. Su Jie nodded, already having a vague guess in his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Take good care of me. Walking to the mountain gate of Guiling Palace, Su Jie saw a team of dozens of disciples from a distance. There were about 50 or 60 people in the team, each carrying a package, and there were dozens of strong and tall horses beside them. They are all outer disciples, and their strength ranges from the 3rd level of Yunling Realm to the 5th level of Yunling Realm. Among these disciples, Su Jie also saw 2 familiar figures, Gu Weinian and Chen Yun. The last time they said goodbye to each other in the black market, the 2 of them took the blood marrow crystals assigned by Su Jie and went out to avoid being chased. They didn't expect to see these 2 people here at the same time. Friend Daoist Su. Brother Su. The 2 also discovered Su Jie. Brother Gu, Dao Yuchen, I haven't seen you for more than 2 months. How are you these days? Su Jie also nodded and said hello. Gu Weinian felt a little melancholy and said, oh, I was hiding it well, but Xinya suddenly brought the mission order. I really don't want to go out with this old bones. Fellow Daoist Su, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky this time to be able to form a team with you. Chen Yun showed kindness to Su Jie, helped her avenge her, and solved the murderer of her brother and husband. Su Jie's status in her heart was not ordinary. It's not necessarily luck. Su Jie shook his head and looked at a slender figure walking slowly. The blue robe represents the distinguished status of the inner disciples, with cold eyes and an aura that prevents others from approaching him. This person is Pei Haibing, an inner disciple of Qiu Laoda's lineage. The moment he saw the other person, Su Jie understood everything. Modifying his mission was most likely the work of this person. With the influence of the inner disciples, it only needed to pay some money, so it was not difficult to do this. Not only Su Jie, but Gu Weinian and Chen Yun also thought of this, otherwise it would all be too coincidental. The 2 people's originally good mood immediately cooled down. Apparently offending an inner disciple was something they couldn't bear, and the revenge came too quickly. Senior Brother Pei. Senior Brother Pei. After Pei Haibing appeared, a group of disciples immediately spoke. Regardless of whether they are disciples of Qiu Laoda's lineage, or whether they started earlier, it is definitely right to address the inner disciples as senior. Pei Hai looked around with cold eyes, and his eyes stayed on Su Jie, Chen Yun, and Gu Weinian for a few seconds. Especially Su Jie, he could feel a hidden murderous intention in the other's eyes. Pulling out a mission token from his hand, Pei Haibing slowly said, this time we are going to perform an escort mission. We need to leave the sphere of influence of Guiling Palace and go out to the borders of Shaojia Mansion in Qingzhou to escort a group of human slaves from Luyun Villa. Transported back to the sect. As soon as these words came out, there was some commotion among the disciples, because their mission token simply stated an escort mission. They didn't expect to leave the territory of Ghost Ridge Palace. Demon cultivators are an existence that everyone shouts and kills in the outside world. Once they lose the protection of the sect, it will definitely be very dangerous for them to be discovered while walking in the outside world, especially those well-known and upright sects who claim to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. They like to cause trouble for demon cultivators like them. Luyun Villa. Su Jie immediately thought of the scene where Chang Jia came to visit 2 days ago. This mission was probably temporarily added due to the transportation needs of a large number of slaves after Jia Changshuan arrived. Get on the horse and set off now. Pei Haibing didn't care about the surprise of his disciples, so he brought a tall horse and rode on it. No matter how unwilling they were, the other disciples could only bite the bullet, mount their horses and walk towards the mountain gate. Su Jie also rode on a horned scale horse. This kind of horse has hooves with a structure similar to that of a goat. Not only does it have amazing endurance, it can also navigate steep mountains and steep mountain passes. Horned scale horses are specially bred by Guiling Palace. Generally, Guiling Palace will only provide them to disciples when they travel long distances. Friend Daoist Su. Gu Weinian rode a horn-scaled horse to catch up with Su Jie. With a bitter look on his face, you must be smart and think of a solution quickly. That Pei Haibing is obviously coming for us. It must be the last time we offended him in the black market and caused him to be killed by the master. He was punished and resented. What's the use of saying this now? It's obvious. Chen Yun was riding on the other side of Su Jie and spoke coldly when she heard this. This woman had centipede-shaped sutures on her face and neck due to the scars from her last injury, which gave her a very scary look. Su Jie smiled, looked at Pei Haibing in front of him, and said, if you want to know, just ask. After saying that, Su Jie pulled the reins, and the horse neighed and ran forward. Gu Weinian was stunned. He was trembling when talking to the inner disciples. Not only was Su Jie not afraid, he actually dared to come forward, which really shocked his eyes. When one of the disciples looked at him with surprise, Su Jie rode up to Pei Haibing and said with a smile, "Senior brother Pei, long time no see. This time I am leaving the Guiling Palace territory. The mountains are high and the roads are far away. I have to ask you to take care of me." Br Pei Haibing glanced over, not knowing whether Su Jie was pretending to be stupid or really stupid, and sneered, "Don't worry, I will take good care of you, and I will definitely take good care of you." While speaking, Pei Haibing touched his face, and his skin still seemed to be aching. That was the sequelae caused by his master, Xiu Laodao, who punished him by letting little snakes crawl under his skin. Su Jie had a bright smile on his face. Hearing this, he cupped his hands on horseback and said, "I'd like to thank Senior Brother Pei first. Brother Gu, fellow Daoist Chen, why don't you come over and recognize me? We are all under the same master. How can we be so indifferent? What are you doing?" Senior Brother Pei said he would take care of us. Su Jie's voice was very loud and clear, and the whole team could hear it clearly. Countless disciples cast envious glances. If we can get Pei Haibing's care, this trip will undoubtedly be much safer. Jiu Weinian and Chen Yun, who were called by Su Jie, looked at each other. They could only ride up cautiously and say hello to Pei Haibing, but the only response they received was Pei Haibing's cold gaze. "Senior Brother Pei, then we won't disturb you." Su Jie took Gu Weinian and Chen Yun back to the rear of the cavalry. It was only then that Gu Weinian finally couldn't help but say, "Brother Su, is it useful for you to do this? If we don't say a few nice words, the other party will really let us go, right? Do you think it's possible?" "Well, I don't think it's possible." Gu Weinian thought for a moment and found out that Pei Haibing was not that easy to talk to. Otherwise, why would he deliberately transfer all three of them to the task he was responsible for? It was obviously for revenge. If the soldiers come and cover up the water and earth, they won't be able to solve the problem. Chen Yun is much tougher than Gu Weinian. Perhaps because she once saved a life from the gate of hell, she is much less optimistic about death. Look at Chen Yun's consciousness. "Brother Gu, you need to be more calm." Looking at Pei Haibing's back in front of him, Su Jie said with a half-smile on his face, "If you ask me why I did this, of course I am telling other disciples who are traveling with me that we have a very good relationship with Senior Brother Pei." There was one thing Su Jie didn't say, that is, if something happened to Pei Haibing in an accident, it would have nothing to do with him. After all, he and Senior Brother Pei had a fraternal friendship. Isn't it normal for inner disciples to have some bumps and bruises, slip and fall to death, etc., just like Feng Wenjin, who said that accidents will not happen to inner disciples? Gu Weinian and Chen Yun on the side felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Su Jie's half-smiling smile seemed to have seen a similar smile on Su Jie's face when he was trying to harm Meng Dongda. End of chapter. Chapter 66 is updated at night. I have relatives at home today, so I won't be able to update until the afternoon or evening. End of chapter. Chapter 67 Dangerous Land. The crisp sound of horse hooves echoed in the mountains and forests. After more than a day of marching, Su Jie and his party of dozens of people moved away from the mountain gate of Guiling Palace and entered the outer area. That's Yunwu Mountain. Su Jie was riding on a horned horse, holding a map in his hand and looking at a mountain more than 6,000 meters high. This mountain is so high that clouds and mist linger on the mountainside. The mountain is majestic, like a brave beast squatting down and looking down at the world. From time to time, there are terrifying screams coming from the mountain. There are two golden-winged luan birds, male and female, living in this mountain. Their strength is terrifying. Once the leader of the Ghost Ridge Palace came to lead a team to encircle and suppress them, but they were helpless against these two spiritual beasts. Fortunately, these two golden-winged phoenixes have a gentle temperament and have been staying near Yunwu Mountain on weekdays, so they can be considered at peace with Guiling Palace. As long as the disciples do not intrude into their territory, there is generally no danger. After walking for dozens of miles, Su Jie and others came to a strange area. The ground ahead was scorched, black and yellow, with dark potholes scattered in a messy manner, stinking black smoke curling up, and strange shadows looming in the potholes. There is also a strange flower growing here. The flower is as red as blood. When it blooms, it is half a meter in diameter. It is extremely delicate and beautiful. Dismount and pass quietly. With a cold face, Pei Hai got off the horse, held the reins, held the horse's mouth,
and walk slowly into this strange area. The disciples followed the instructions one after another, holding the reins and passing carefully. Dying Cave, one of the top 10 dangerous places in Ghost Ridge Palace. It was also the first time for Su Jia to come here. In the rolling mountains where the Ghost Ridge Palace is located, the shadow cave in front of him can be said to be famous because it is one of the main roads leading to the outside world from the Ghost Ridge Palace. Over the years, countless lives have been lost here, and Su Jia has often seen human bones half buried in the soil. White Walkers, there are White Walkers behind us. When everyone was halfway to the shadow cave, an accident occurred at this moment, and several strange ghosts appeared in the field of vision. The disciples began to be confused. When they saw the White Walkers appearing, many disciples looked fearful. Some people subconsciously speed up their pace, but end up missing a step and half-stepping into the pothole. The falling rocks make a sound, and the black smoke in the pothole changes immediately. Black smoke surged out, as if it had life, and wrapped around this disciple like a living creature. In the black smoke, wisps of black hair like hyphae spread and poured into the disciple's eyes, mouth, nose, ears, and other parts. His body was covered with spores, and he was then dragged into the pit and screamed. There was no time to send it out. A minute later, a new pothole appeared next to it. Green stems and vines grew out, and bright red buds were in bud through the holes in the ground. The disciple who had been swallowed before was already wrapped in white mycelium, and roots were drilled out of the eyes and mouth, becoming fertilizer for the flowers. Seeing this scene, the remaining disciples' hands and feet were cold and they no longer dared to make any move. Fortunately, those strange ghosts were also afraid of the dangerous area of Shadow Cave, but they just wandered outside and did not break any. Otherwise, if there is too much noise when fighting here, both sides will be swallowed up by the Earth Shadow Cave. Because they didn't dare to make any noise, everyone moved very slowly, and it took them half an hour to get out of the Shadow Cave completely. After leaving the Earth Shadow Cave and walking for another 2 hours, the sky was almost getting dark. Su Jia and his horse team of dozens of people found a flat and gentle land, tied the horn-scaled horses to a tree, and began to take out tents and set up camp. Under night, most of the disciples who had been marching for a whole day had fallen asleep from exhaustion under the darkness of night. Only a few disciples who took turns to watch the night sat around the fire to warm themselves up. This time, the climate has entered winter. Although it has not started snowing yet, the temperature is already very low, and the cold night is extremely unbearable. With this damn weather, if I hadn't had a mission, I would still be sleeping in a warm bed right now. Who says it's not true? A brother died just over a day after we came out. Later, we left the Guiling Palace territory. If we were discovered by those righteous sects, we don't know how many people would die. The disciples were warming themselves by the fire while complaining, but they did not relax their vigilance. They secretly set up many sound traps, and at the same time, their eyes were constantly scanning around to monitor the movements around the camp. After all, we are in a dangerous wilderness, and not being vigilant will only harm others and ourselves. However, even if these disciples were so vigilant, accidents still happened. While the disciples were talking, in the darkness that was not covered by the fire, several tall and faint shadows were approaching in the dark. Click, a disciple heard the noise and was about to turn around to check, when he saw several White Walkers coming out of the darkness. Enemy attack. The disciples on duty yelled in fear. They didn't expect that with so many people in their team, there would actually be White Walkers coming to attack them at night. The screams shocked the entire camp, the fire flickered, and the disciples who were sleeping in armor immediately got out of the tent and saw the silhouette of the White Walkers. A bunch of trash, they can't even serve as a sentry. Pei Haibing's face was frosty. He did not deal with the White Walkers immediately, but instead found the disciple on duty. Of the 5 disciples who were originally on duty, there were still 2 survivors. Are you keeping vigil tonight? Pei Haibing looked over. The 2 disciples looked like they were surviving a disaster and nodded repeatedly. Senior brother Pei, we don't know how the White Walkers got close. The defense lines outside have been prepared, but the result is ugh. Before they could explain anything, Pei Haibing had already taken action. A pair of slender white palms reached out like lightning, instantly crushing the 2 disciples' necks and strangling all subsequent explanations. Waste only makes excuses for itself. After throwing away the 2 disciples who were still staring at death, Pei Hai said in a cold voice, "After killing these strange ghosts, why are you still standing there?" The disciples hurriedly turned their heads, not daring to look again, and concentrated on dealing with the White Walkers. Goo worms were summoned one by one, and they attacked towards the White Walkers. There are 4 White Walkers appearing this time, and the number of disciples is more than 50. which is more than 10 times the number of White Walkers. Although the White Walkers were powerful in combat, the disparity in numbers between the two sides was too great. The disciples gained the upper hand after the battle. The two White Walkers were soon bitten to pieces by goo insects, and the toxins entered their bodies, causing them to die. When the other two ghosts saw that something was not going well, they immediately turned around and ran away. They jumped into a hole outside the forest and disappeared in an instant. The disciples who surrounded and killed the White Walkers looked at each other in shock. Looking at the hole in front of them, no one dared to jump down and chase them. Su Jie walked out from the crowd, waved the torch in the cave, twirled the fresh soil near the cave, and said, "These are the strange ghosts that appeared in the shadow cave during the day. They are very smart and have been chasing after them. Our traces followed, and we also learned to dig tunnels in the Daying cave, and in this way we were able to approach us without anyone noticing." As soon as these words came out, the disciples looked a little strangely and were surprised at Su Jie's courage. These words were tantamount to slapping Pei Haibing in the face just now. Pei Haibing killed two disciples on duty indiscriminately. It turned out that they were not negligent, but they did not expect that the White Walkers would attack from underground. This was something that no one expected. Their deaths were really unjust. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Leaving customs. Pei Haibing's eyes were indifferent. After hearing Su Jie's words, he slowly walked to Su Jie. Swish, when Pei Haibing passed by, the disciples all made way for fear of harming Qiyu. "Do you have any objections to my approach?" Pei Haibing's eyes drooped. The two disciples he had killed before were not worth an apology to him. "Of course not. Senior brother Pei, I can only admire your way of doing things." Su Jie had a bright smile on his face, patted the dirt on his hands and stood up. Chen Yun and Gu Weinian watched the scene nervously, fearing that Pei Haibing would have a disagreement and kill Su Jie like the two previous disciples. "What about you, who has any problem with me?" Pei Haibing's sharp eyes swept around, and each disciple immediately lowered his head. "Who dares to say anything? Unless you don't want to live anymore. What can you do without me during this trip?" "Outside the Ghost Ridge Palace, I am your biggest support. Today I will tell you a truth. As long as you have the strength, even if I accidentally kill you, you will still demand let me protect you. To be a dog, you must have the consciousness of being a dog. Don't think that you and your master are equal." With such arrogant words, Pei Haibing didn't regard the outer disciples as human beings at all. They were just tools for him to use, so he would kill them if he wanted to. The disciples still didn't dare to raise their heads, no matter how angry they were. Due to the strength gap between the inner disciples, they could only listen to Pei Haibing's inhumane words at this time. "As for you." Pei Haibing turned his attention to Su Jie again, suddenly patted Su Jie on the shoulder, and said, "I don't like the way you talk. You must learn from me more in the future. It doesn't matter no matter how many of these outer disciples die." Such an unexpected change almost stunned all the disciples. No one expected that Pei Haibing, who had been ruthless before, would look at Su Jie so differently. Suddenly, the eyes of many disciples looking at Su Jie changed. Could it be that these two people were truly inseparable from each other? Otherwise, how could Pei Haibing speak to Su Jie, an outer disciple, like this? "Senior brother Pei, I understand everything you said, but I am a kind-hearted person and cannot do this kind of thing." Su Jie smiled, and Gu Weinian's face twitched behind him. "Are you really embarrassed to say this? If there is someone under the Mengdong Pavilion Spring, he may get up and complain." Pei Haibing put more force on his hand. He didn't know if he heard Su Jie mocking his vicious methods, and said calmly, "You will definitely understand what I said in the future." Su Jie is also an outer disciple. Pei Haibing's words do not take the life and death of outer disciples seriously, which means that he can kill Su Jie at any time. "Then thank you, senior brother Pei, for your teaching. I will come to you for advice in the future." Su Jie's smile continued, as if he didn't understand the implicit threat at all, because Su Jie was sure that Pei Haibing would not take action in such a situation. Pei Haibing did not speak anymore, but put the two corpses of the White Walkers into the storage bag on his waist. Although he did not make any effort when fighting the White Walkers, when it came to grabbing the spoils, Pei Haibing took the lead with a natural expression. The two White Walkers were worth more than 1,000 blood marrow crystals, and many disciples were jealous. Pei Haibing would not care what the outer disciples were thinking and just leave on his own. Just after entering the tent, Pei Haibing's expression suddenly changed. "If the master hadn't valued you." Pei Haibing's eyes were cold. It was because of his master Qiu Laodao's high regard for Su Jie that he did not dare to fight against Su Jie in person. Instead, he wanted to maintain the image of brothers and sisters. After all, not long ago, Su Jie gave Qiu Laodao a shame, and Qiu Laodao even personally gave Su Jie the white bone heavily evil sword, and even said that he would remember Su Jie's name. This was a great honor. If Pei Haibing ignored him and killed Su Jie in person, and the news reached Qiu Laodao's ears, he would have slapped Qiu Laodao in the face, and Pei Haibing would definitely end up in a bad way. Therefore, after careful consideration, Pei Haibing would not attack Su Jie in person.
But it's too soon.
Once we leave the boundary of Ghost Ridge Palace, it won't be up to you. Pei Hai murmured to himself in a cold voice. Once he left Guiling Palace, he would randomly arrange some coincidences to let Su Jie die in an accident, so that no one would be able to gossip. It's a pity that Pei Haibing didn't know that he was not the only one who thought so. After a night of shock, the team continued to set off the next day. After walking in the mountains for another 2 days, the group passed through dangerous areas and passed through checkpoints and post roads where the law enforcement team was stationed. I don't know if it was a stroke of luck, but after encountering the White Walkers that night, the whole cavalry team was very incredible. They never encountered another White Walkers again and reached the edge of the Ghost Ridge Palace very smoothly. Call. Su Jie grabbed the reins and looked up. What stands in front of the cavalry is the last hurdle to leave the boundary of Ghost Ridge Palace. If you want to leave the Ghost Ridge Palace, this is the easiest road to pass. To leave the Ghost Ridge Palace from other places, you need to pass through dangerous places where all kinds of demons and ghosts are rampant. In some dangerous places, even the elders of the Ghost Ridge Palace have to go through them. Stay away. At the pass, 3 towers stand tall beside the mountain road. On top of the stone tower, which is hundreds of meters high, there are not only elite law enforcement teams stationed there, but also 3 elders who take turns taking charge here. The tower itself provides residential and defensive attributes. Once in a combat state, the multiple arrays of the tower's reliefs will operate to defend against invading enemies under the tower. Because this is the only way in and out of the Ghost Ridge Palace and the outside world, many caravans traveling from the outside world take a temporary rest here and make preparations before embarking on the road to the Ghost Ridge Palace black market. Over time, a small town camp formed nearby, with a simple but complete layout. Su Jie and others cavalry entered the town and did not stop here for rest. They passed through the town and came to a pass composed of 3 towers. They were quickly inspected. Are they escorting the slaves of Luyun Villa again? How many batches are there? Several law enforcement teams wearing red uniforms and smelling of blood looked at the mission tokens. After confirming that they were correct, someone grabbed a snail. The spiral shell of this snail has a ghost face. If you look closely, it seems like a whirlpool is slowly rotating. There is a pair of scarlet eyes looming inside, trying to suck in the human soul. Su Jie's heart skipped a beat and he didn't dare to look further, because this was probably a middle-grade goo insect. Everyone lets go of spiritual limitations, including you. The law enforcement team spoke coldly, showing no mercy even to an inner disciple like Pei Haibing. The law enforcement team is only under the management and control of the sect leader. In addition, the strength is at the 6th level of the Yunling realm and above. It can be compared with the inner disciples, and its status is even higher than that of many junior inner disciples. After everyone dispersed the spontaneous movement of spiritual energy in their bodies, the law enforcement team grabbed the snail and smeared the secreted mucus on the disciple's skin. Su Jie only felt a coldness on his skin. Without the resistance of the spiritual energy, a strange gas penetrated into his body and disappeared into his limbs in the blink of an eye. This is a red-eyed ghost-faced snail, a middle-grade goo insect. If it is smeared with its mucus, it can trace the scent no matter how far away it is. So don't think that after you leave the Ghost Ridge Palace, you can fly high in the sky and let the birds fly. There is no such thing as running away and never coming back. Our fatwa will not be invalidated just because you leave the boundary of Ghost Ridge Palace. Traitors will only die. The law enforcement team dropped a warning and waved their hands to let the cavalry leave. Su Jie had no time to express his appreciation for the prudence of Guiling Palace. After passing the last hurdle, his vision suddenly lit up. Without the numerous mountains and ridges, the blue sky is reflected on the vast plains. The grass is soft and green, like a huge and thin green carpet, reaching to the horizon. Xingzhou, the largest plain grain-producing area in the Dali dynasty, is well-deserved. Su Jie looked back at the scenery that he had never seen before at the boundary of Guiling Palace.
The rugged and steep mountain roads, shrouded in white clouds, and continuous mountains made Guiling Palace and the outside world really seem like two different worlds. For some reason, Su Jie felt a surge of pride in his heart when he looked at the boundless plain in front of him. It has been more than half a year since he accidentally traveled to Guiling Palace. This is the first time Su Jie has walked out of Guiling Palace. Unknowingly, he is no longer the person who can only live in a cave at the mountain gate, running around catching insects every day, always worrying about whether he will be able to survive tomorrow. The second level shrimp in the Yunling realm who survived. I don't know what the outside world will be like. Su Jie breathed in the particularly refreshing air, but what he read on paper was still shallow. Su Jie only learned about some of the outside world through books, which was far less real than seeing it with his own eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 69 Shashan Town. Riding horn-scaled horses, the group stepped into the wilderness plains. Looking around, the terrain is flat and vast. Although the weather is bitingly cold, the various wildflowers and grasses on this plain are still standing tenaciously, undulating in the cold wind. It's much safer outside. Along the way, Su Jie and others did not encounter any danger, and there were no dangerous environments in the Ghost Ridge Palace. This is also very easy to understand. Good territory is always occupied by the strong, and it is not rare to live in poor mountains and poor waters. In the history of Blue Star China, the fertile and vast plains were always occupied by the Central Plains dynasties, while most ethnic minorities lived in barren mountains, forests, snowfields, and high-altitude areas. Do they not want to live in the plains where the temperature is comfortable and the products are rich? Of course not because they couldn't defeat the Central Plains dynasty. The same is true for the Ghost Ridge Palace. Now that the righteous path is prosperous, the Ghost Ridge Palace can only be forced to take root in the mountains where dangers are everywhere. The environment is dangerous, and the products are scarce. In the past, during the heyday of magic, all major magic sects once occupied fertile plains, and few people liked the environment of deep mountains and old forests, even if they are cultivating immortals. Except for some blessed places in spiritual mountains, people prefer to stay in the plains. Walking on the plains, without the rugged mountain roads and cliffs, Su Jie and other Ghost Ridge Palace disciples could finally let go of the reins and start galloping on the grass, their speed suddenly increasing more than 10 times. In half a day, everyone crossed the grassy plain and could already see the crowds of people. Smoke curled up, and a small village appeared in sight. There are farmers tending the fields, women weaving flax and picking mulberries, children playing and playing, cocks crowing and dogs barking, and neighbors can hear each other. Su Jie and others passed by the village on horned horses. Boom boom, the big bell in the village was rung, but it was the working farmer who discovered the horse team of dozens of people. He immediately changed his face and ran back to the village to report the news, shouting about horse thieves. It turned out that Su Jie and others mistook them for intruders and horse thieves. There were young men running out of the village carrying rakes and hoes, keeping a wary eye on the dozens of people and horses passing by. In fact, this road is not one that is often taken by the Guiling Palace black market caravans. It is densely populated and crowded. Usually black market caravans come in through detours, but this time Su Jie and the others had to take this opposite route for their mission. An unfamiliar shortcut. Looking at the small village of more than 300 people in front of him, Pei Haibing moved his fingers slightly, his eyes bloodthirsty and greedy. In the end, he restrained the idea of attacking the village, because they still have a mission. Once they do something like this and make a big fuss, they will soon alert the local government and even lead to an encirclement and suppression by prominent and decent people. This is a serious act of committing suicide. Try to avoid densely populated areas and choose trails. Perhaps noticing that his group was too conspicuous, Pei Haibing issued a new order. Following the instructions on the map, the cavalry team moved forward again, but this time Su Jie and others avoided the crowd-gathering areas and took more remote roads. Although you will still encounter villages and passers-by along the way, the frequency is greatly reduced. Su Jie was riding on horseback, thinking about the book's introduction to the outside world. The location where Su Jie and others are now is the boundary of Dali Dynasty, Qingzhou, and Jiaxiao Prefecture. Qingzhou was the largest grain-producing area in the Dali Dynasty and had a large population, especially in the Tianyuan world with backward productivity. A large population is needed to maintain farmland operations. Although the monks here have mastered all kinds of magical powers, they never despise themselves to engage in agricultural production. Naturally, the common people at the lower levels had no access to conveniences, and all they could rely on were manpower and water buffaloes and water trucks. Ahead is Shashan Town. We don't have much supplies. We have to go inside to purchase supplies. The person whose name is called is responsible for going in and purchasing. 3 days later, Pei Haibing ordered the team to stop for repairs and arrange tasks at the same time. This is also true. Not every disciple can be equipped with storage bags. Almost all outer disciples do not have such things. The supplies have to be carried by people and horses. The $788 that have been consumed along the way really need to be replenished. Su Jie, Su Tu, Shen Xinan, Pei Haibing named 7 or 8 names, and by coincidence, Su Jie, Gu Weinian, and Chen Yun were among them. Senior brother Pei, we're leaving now. After cupping his hands, Su Jie said nothing and turned around to ride his horse to Shaoshan town. The disciples whose names were called followed him one after another. Half an hour later, Su Jie saw Shaoshan town marked on the map from a distance. It was a small town, mostly surrounded by land reclaimed by the townspeople. The slightly thinly dressed townspeople were working in the fields. Well, the spiritual power is brilliant. Su Jie stood on a small slope and saw spiritual energy fluctuations in the southeast of Shaoshan town. There is a weak spiritual land there, and the spiritual power of the ground veins penetrates into the surface, and some ordinary spiritual grains can be cultivated. Su Jie's eyesight was pretty good, and he could clearly see the buildings near the Lingtian, with pavilions standing upright, cornices on the corners, and couplets hanging among them. There are also some practitioners with spiritual power who are taking care of the spiritual fields. Some people performed rain praying techniques, and a small group of dark clouds gathered on the spiritual field, and rainwater mixed with spiritual power fell on the field. Someone enslaves a kind of ground boring worm, which can easily turn over acres of soil and plant spiritual plant seeds. Someone is taking good care of the fields, and there is a layer of formation running on the spiritual fields to isolate insects and birds from eating the scope of this spiritual field is not large, at most more than 80 acres, and there are only a few cultivators who take care of it. Compared with ordinary fields that require a lot of labor, the difference is not too obvious. Go there. Su Jie took the lead into Shaoshan town. The town is dominated by wooden buildings, and those who can live in bluestone brick houses are the wealthier families in the area. From what Su Jie could see, most of the townspeople here were not living very well. It was hard to say that they could not survive. But judging from the color of food on their faces and their numbness, it was already winter and they were still wearing thin clothes. Most of the households had poor food and clothing. Poor, at most struggling on the edge of the subsistence line. It's time to pay the rent. The autumn harvest has been over for half a month. Anyone who hasn't paid the rent should be more conscious. As soon as he entered the town, Su Jie saw a strange scene. A group of arrogant people were knocking on doors door to door. Su Jie did not ask more questions, but went to the grain store in the town, only to see a long queue here. A large number of townspeople loaded sacks of grain and rice on carts and were delivering them to a few stewards in front of the grain store. Hey, the Chu family's rent has increased again this year. What can I do? I still have to pay rent here. I hope they can weigh a few less pounds. If you expect the Chu family to be kind, you may not even dream about it. The townspeople discussed in low voices that the arrival of Su Jie's team, as outsiders, attracted a lot of attention. I didn't expect that I have to pay rent here. Gu Weinian was quite emotional, thinking of the monthly routine he paid to Mr. Chiu every month. The lives of these townspeople are not necessarily that good. Everyone has enough food and clothing, which can only be seen on paper. Chen Yun sneered. Guiling Palace has many books sent to the library from the outside world, and ordinary disciples can read books that do not involve spiritual practice. Among those books, most of them were written by scholars from the Dali dynasty. The books described Dali as a prosperous dynasty where the war was quiet and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. But through Shaoshan town, small things can lead to big things, but the people have little food and clothing, and have to pay heavy land rents, which has nothing to do with living and working in peace and contentment. Hey, where are you from? Do you know that this is the territory of the Chu family? If you continue to talk nonsense, I will beat your ugly face to pieces. A steward of the grain store happened to be passing by. Hearing Chen Yun's complaints, he immediately showed an evil look. Chen Yun's face turned dark. After she was rescued by Su Jie, she had a few centipede-shaped scars on her face. Women love beauty, and they usually don't like to be told this. What nonsense, the Chu family is just a small town household. Chen Yun restrained the urge to kill and just kicked the Chu family steward away. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and instantly several Chu family stewards were shouting everywhere. Some people wanted to come up and continue to cause trouble, but Chen Yun rushed at them on horseback, and they all fled in embarrassment. Go to the store to get some supplies and get ready to leave. Su Jie did not stop Chen Yun's reckless move. He glanced at a bee flying across the street from the corner of his eye and said, "We shouldn't fight here. Act quickly." End of chapter. Chapter 70. Chu family. Su Jie watched Chen Yun and others enter the store to get supplies. The so-called Chu family was obviously the owner of the spiritual field. They were used to being domineering in the small town. Today, they didn't expect to be beaten by outsiders. They definitely weren't. If you don't want to cause trouble, you'd better leave as soon as possible. Su Jie did not participate in collecting supplies, but instead walked around the town. What do you call me, uncle? I came from other places to do business. I was a little thirsty along the way. Can I go to my uncle's house and ask for a bowl of water? Su Jie stopped an old farmer who had just finished plowing and returned home with a hoe, his face covered with ravines. Others call me Old Man Chen. I see you are from a wealthy family, sir. As long as you don't dislike our small family, that's fine. Old Chen was stunned for a moment, then opened the door of his house and invited Su Jie. The layout of the house is simple, with a set of old and damaged furniture, and a small amount of coarse grains piled in rice vats in the corner. There were other people in the house, a gray-haired old woman lying on the bed in the back room, sleeping. In addition, there are 5 children. The oldest is 12 or 13 years old and the youngest is 3 or 4 years old. The children were curious and a little scared and hid in the house, secretly looking at Su Jie, a strange guest, through the crack in the door. There is nothing good at home. Master, if you are really thirsty. Old Chen was a little cautious, and he came over with a bowl of water. The bowl had several cracks, maybe because he felt that he couldn't handle it, and Old Chen's dark face was slightly red. Su Jie took the bowl and drank the water in one gulp, then wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "What did the old man say? We are running around in the wild and drink the river water when we are thirsty. How can we be so pretentious?" Old Man Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Su Jie was very talkative, he relaxed and shouted towards the back room, "Erlang, watch your younger brothers and sisters, don't disturb the distinguished guests." Su Jie touched his body, secretly took out a pack of candies without packaging fonts from the storage bag, put them into the hands of several children, and patted their heads. "Take these candies and eat them." Alas, how could this happen? The children looked surprised, but Old Man Chen wanted to refuse. "It's okay. We are destined to meet each other. I want to ask my uncle about something." Su Jie waved his hand. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Old Chen could only let the children play outside. "Thank you, brother." The children shouted sweetly and went out happily. The bottom layer of Tianyuan world was the same as that of Blue Star in ancient times. Sugar was a very precious thing in ancient times. These children rarely had access to sweet things. Su Jie put down the bowl and said, "I want to ask my uncle about the origins of the Chu family. I see that many people in the town pay rent to his family. Aren't your fields your own?" Old Chen's face darkened and he said, "To be honest, young master, in our Shaoshan town, there are very few people who have their own fields. The Chu family is a scourge. In order to produce spiritual fields, they invited experts from the big cities, cast a spell to gather all the nearby underground water veins into Lingtian, forcing us to have no water to irrigate the fields. We can only work as tenants for them, otherwise we can only watch the fields fail." Su Jie thought in his mind. Generally, large sects look down on ordinary people because they are trivial, but the situation is different for practitioners from small families. Through land annexation, people can obtain a large amount of food output by working as tenants. Food can be exchanged for gold and silver, and gold and silver are materials related to weapon refining. Although the value is very low, for practitioners in small households, gold and silver can be exchanged for practice resources, which is considered a very good thing. A monetization channel. After pondering for a moment, Su Jie asked, "The government doesn't care?" The Chu family is a big local family. There are scholars in the family for generations. Some of the family members are officials in the city.
In addition, the Chu family relies on the output of the spiritual fields to cultivate cultivators.
The government will only turn a blind eye.
That's it. Su Jie nodded and continued to learn more about the situation in Shashan Town with Old Man Chen.
Son, why is there an outsider in the house? Did the government servant come to ask for payment of the devil's tax again? Didn't you already pay it this year?
At this moment, the gray-haired old man from the back room came out in the dark.
This was Old Man Chen.
The mother was awakened from her sleep by the sound of two people talking. The old woman walked tremblingly, her eyes were white, and it was obvious that she could not see clearly.
Mom, that's not it. There are guests at home.
Old Man Chen quickly helped his mother back to bed, fearing that her mother would not see the road and fall. When Old Man Chen came back, Su Jie asked out of curiosity, "Uncle, what is the demon-killing tax that the aunt mentioned just now?"
"Ah, master, don't you know?"
Old Man Chen was startled, then slapped his head. "I almost forgot, master, your background must not be simple, and the tax revenue from killing demons will not be paid to you." The demon-killing tax was set by the Jiashao government. It was said that in order to prevent the evil ghosts from coming out to harm the common people, the demon-killing tax was levied and the money was used to train the army to protect the country and the people. Cancer eradication, this tax is very heavy, and a lot of money has to be spent every year to pay for it. However, I heard that as long as there is a cultivator in the family, this tax can be exempted. It is said that the cultivators have already contributed in the battle against Ghost Ridge Palace. There is no need to pay taxes anymore. I believe your family must have had some capable practitioners.
Ah, that's right.
After listening, Su Jie was speechless and at the same time thought of something inexplicably. We don't have the courage to suppress bandits at all, but we do have the courage to make money in the name of suppressing bandits, and it's very big. Yiling Palace has been rooted in the mountains for so many years, but Su Jie has never heard of it, let alone seen any government troops entering the mountains. On the contrary, the black market in Yiling Palace is so prosperous, which may have a lot to do with the local government's laissez-faire. The topic of the demon-killing tax was a bit heavy when we talked about it, and Old Chen's mood dropped. Seeing this, Su Jie stopped disturbing him and said goodbye. Before leaving, Su Jie secretly pressed a piece of silver under the water bowl and left. By the time Su Jie returned to the grain store, Chen Yun and others had already gathered supplies and were heading to the Horned Horse. Unexpectedly, the Chu family mobilized very quickly. Just when Su Jie and others were riding their horses to leave, a large group of Chu family members blocked the way. A few heavenly masters are the ones who beat our Chu family. Among this group of Chu family members, a few well-dressed practitioners with embroidered patterns and borders, or silk scarves on their heads, with extraordinary demeanor, came off. The leader of the group has white hair and a childish face, walking like a dragon and walking like a tiger, with bright eyes, giving him the image of a master. I am Lu Feng, the enshrined elder of the Chu family. Where do you, the younger generation, study from? What is the purpose of coming here? Come quickly and truthfully, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Feng snorted coldly, guessing that Su Jie and others were practicing, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he acted like a demonstrator, and his whole body's spiritual power fluctuated without concealment. With a cultivation level of the second level of the Yunling realm, the fluctuations in spiritual power are not like the waves of the sea, but only the breeze blowing on his face. The same is true for several cultivators who followed Lu Feng. They released spiritual power fluctuations with proud faces. These few are even more powerful. They are all at the first level of Yunling realm. Su Jie and the others had strange expressions on their faces, especially Chen Yun, who had beaten someone before. Seeing Lu Feng's arrogant attitude, they thought that the other person was a well-educated man who lived in seclusion in a small town and was no less powerful than Master Qiu. The cultivation level of the old Taoist secret realm. As a result, she showed up with such little strength, and her fear was all gone. End of chapter.